Didn't she clarify that?
Why wouldn't she clarify that? Right?
Why would she not clarify? I do not think my father molested me because he showered with me at such a young age and kept showering with me. Why would she not clarify that?
So once again, that could have been clarified given her letter to the court. What we'd say once again is that the contents of the diary are unverified. Right. So once again, back to my question, Ivan, because you're being incredibly dense here. All that I'm asking you is how could you say that you accept the manipulated testimony of Ashley Biden, yet you don't accept not only the testimony, but the preponderance of evidence used by E. Jean Carroll to prove to a jury of 9 of her peers that Donald Trump raped her?
Okay, I wasn't going to vote for Trump anyways. I just wanted to get that cleared out.
Okay, so you got donked on. Okay. I appreciate you for coming up. Get better at debating, little bro. Mogged. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you are on the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. Let's go and get our next guest, Anthony, up in the box. Literally cornered, mogged, destroyed. Hey, what's up? Are you voting on for Trump?
Oh, shit. I didn't even realize I was going to join, but I just want
no
one
worries,
quick.
Anthony. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. For the 700 people in here, make sure that you're sharing out this live with a couple of friends here, y'all. Holy shit. What's going on, Annie? Are you voting for Trump? Okay. I don't know what's going on with the stream today, y'all. It is because we're on the backup account. This kind of sucks. We're just going to wait for our next guest, y'all. For the first 700 people in here, please make sure to hop in the queue if you're voting for Trump. We literally have no guest requests. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, why so?
Because I don't know what the deal is with all the younger age voters. If you actually had to pay your own bills 4 years ago, you would know that it was a lot better economy under Trump. We'll put it that way.
Okay. Yeah, so how did Trump cause the economy to be better, or how did Biden and Harris cause it to be worse?
Well, let's see here. Under Trump, we signed new trade deals, which benefited the American worker. We had lower gas prices. We had lower electricity prices. We weren't forcing people into the Green New Deal plan, subsidizing all the...
So what question did I ask you?
What's that?
I asked you how did Trump cause the economy to be better, and then one of the first things that you say is he brought us in to do trade agreements. Would you be referencing like USMCA?
Correct. All the new trade agreements.
Yeah. So that was a trade agreement that specifically reduced tariffs, right, or on trade between countries. So you'd say that reducing tariffs, right, helps the American worker. So Trump wants to increase tariffs. He wants to impose.
Depending on the country, yes. If they play fair, then decreasing tariffs on them, they decrease tariffs on us. If they don't want to play fair like China, we increase theirs, they increase ours.
Do I need to mute you?
Are you scared to debate?
No, I just want to be able to speak without you interrupting me. I was in the middle of speaking when you cut me off there.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So specifically speaking, right, you said that you liked the trade agreement that reduced tariffs or taxes on imports between countries and how that would benefit the American worker. So Trump plans to pay for the $3.9 trillion associated with, debt-related spending of another 10 years of Tax Cuts and Jobs Act by imposing tariffs on all imports to the country that would serve as a detriment to the low and the middle class. So how can you say that something good Trump has done in the past was he reduced tariffs or trade between countries and that benefited the working American, but then turn around and vote for him knowing that he's going to destroy the low and the middle class, destroy that working class American by imposing more tariffs, causing more inflation here at home in America?
Okay, you can't say he's going to destroy the middle class in one breath and then point to his record where he actually helped the middle class 4 years ago.
Okay, so what is one piece of legislation that he influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more so than the top 1%?
Well, I
nice
don't
record.
like the class warfare. I don't do the class warfare. It's our money. It doesn't make matter if you make $1 billion a year or if you make $75 a month. It's your money.
See, that's a great fucking record. So you told me, specifically speaking, that he had a record of helping the middle class. I asked you to name one policy he influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more so than rich people, and you never said jack shit, right? And if you care about helping the middle class, then you'd be specifically voting for Harris. Under Biden and Harris, they passed the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, all these massive policies that predominantly benefited the low and the middle class more so than rich people. Then Harris's tax plan, right, serves to cut taxes for the average working class American, cut taxes taxes for the low and middle class, cut taxes for 100 million American workers, and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it. Trump wants to reinvigorate the TCJA for another 10 years. That will disproportionately benefit rich people, the ultra wealthy, and the corporations. It's going to cost $3.9 trillion, and he has no clue how he's going to pay for it. How can you say that Trump is better for the economy in lieu of these facts, sir?
Okay, I'll let you talk. Please allow me the same amount of time to get my full thoughts out, please. Okay. Like I said, we don't have to say
Amanda, thank you. I'm so sorry, man. Amanda, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. That's crazy. And McKinley, happy birthday, dude. I want to make sure that I got the pronunciation of your name right there. So I'm going to go and pull it up. I want to see some massive W's in the chat for Amanda, though. I really do appreciate you for the $50 on Venmo. That is so incredibly kind of you. It was in honor of an individual's birthday. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that up. So everyone just give me one moment. But in the meantime, feel free to continue.
Okay, we don't have to say what he's going to do. We can look at what he has already done. Like I said, I am 44 years old. I voted in multiple presidential elections. I voted for Obama. I voted against McCain. I voted against Romney. The first Republican I voted for was Trump because he was the outsider. He was the businessman that ran the government more like a business and less for his own personal prosperity. Whenever we have politicians that come in,
can you name one good businessman with $6 million bankruptcies?
Say it again.
Can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
Pretty much every businessman has had multiple bankruptcies on different portions
so
of their
can you name
business.
one good businessman
Trump
with 6?
himself has never filed for bankruptcy, and all of his bankruptcies were Chapter 11, not Chapter 7.
So can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies like Trump?
Okay, look at Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett has filed bankruptcy on some of his businesses.
Yeah, he does not have 6 bankruptcies.
It does. What we're talking about is Chapter 11, not Chapter 7. Do you know the difference between Chapter 11 and Chapter 7?
No, but I know that both Chapter 11 and Chapter 7 are legally defined as bankruptcies. And specifically speaking, Trump has 6. I can't think of any other quote-unquote good businessman that is going to have 6 bankruptcies. So the fact that you'd call him a good businessman is quite astounding. What's also insane was if he was a good businessman, we would expect that to reflect within his policy and reflect within how he governed our country. But what did he do? He increased the deficit, the third most out of all time of any president, right? He signed policy into law that disproportionately benefited the ultra wealthy, right? And further disparaged the low and the middle class, right? And he intends to do so once again if he's elected with another 10 years of his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act costing $4 trillion. Let me ask you a question, right? As I just pointed out, right, another 10 years of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is going to cost almost $4 trillion. How's he going to pay for that? And then also, one second, it was McKinley Lambert. If you're watching right now, please, happy 18th birthday. I'm so happy to hear that you are going to be voting come November. I want to get some massive W's in the chat for McKinley. Happy birthday, McKinley. And Amanda, thank you once again. But go ahead, please tell me how Trump intends to pay for that.
Well, for one, it's been proven over and over again for multiple years that cutting taxes actually increases the overall income to the federal government. It happened under him. You can go check the facts. The actual income into the federal government went up after the tax cuts were made.
Yeah, very marginally. So the Tax Cuts and Jobs
they went
Act
up, correct?
Oh, yeah, but not enough to pay for another 10 years. Like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
The other thing is we have
do you mind if I do one second without interruption this time? So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act over the course of the last 10 years only led to a 0.04% increase in the GDP per year. That's about $10 billion per year. If we factor in government revenue for an increase in the GDP, that'd be maybe $2-4 billion per year in additional government revenue, meaning that this would only yield $20, $30, $40 billion over the course of another 10 years. It's absolutely MAGA math of you to say that this bill that is projected to only increase government revenue by $40 billion is going to be self-sufficient when the tax cuts cost almost $4 trillion. No, please tell me how he's going to pay for the $4 trillion, sir.
Okay, well, first our government is way too bloated. We spend way too much money on stuff that we should not be spending money on. That's why I do think it's a good job for Elon Musk to go in and try to figure out where we're spending stupid money on and get rid of this.
So
why are we sending money to countries that absolutely hate us? Why are we sending billions of dollars to Venezuela?
Okay, so billions of dollars to Venezuela. If we cut out the billions of dollars that we apparently send to Venezuela, that's not going to pay for the $4 trillion. I want you to detail to me how the government is either going to cut spending by $4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years or increase revenue by $4 trillion. What specifically are they going to cut? Are they going to gut Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security? Are they going to turn around and gut social services that uphold and serve to our low and middle class just to pay for the tax cuts that disproportionately benefit the ultra wealthy? Is that what they're going to do, sir? Because we already know that Trump isn't going to cut the DoD budget. He said he actually wants to increase it. So what is he going to do? What is he going to cut? How are we going to get this $4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years? Please tell me.
Do you know how much actual waste there is in Medicare? By any chance, do you know how much waste there is in Medicare and Medicaid?
So cut social services to the low and the middle class to pay for tax cuts for the ultra wealthy. So what's the waste? How much is that?
Doctors that bill multiple times for the same patient for one single service. It's been well documented because they do not get paid in time.
Okay. So we're gonna like make sure that doctors aren't committing fraud, and that's how we're gonna pay for the tax cuts for the ultra wealthy.
Okay, you keep going back to the tax cut for the ultra wealthy. Under Trump, my taxes went down. I am not ultra wealthy. I am middle class. I am actually lower middle class.
Yeah, they disproportionately benefited the top 1%. 83% of the tax cuts in the bill went strictly to individuals making over $400,000 per year.
Which would be my boss. I work for a small company. I know my boss personally. He makes over $400,000 a year. Guess what? He gave us all raises whenever he got tax breaks.
Yeah, so what you're going to be referencing here is trickle-down economics, right? Generally speaking, trickle-down economics fails since the introduction of such in the 80s. We've seen a stagnation in worker wages with an increase in worker productivity. We also know that higher corporate tax rates have not led to things such as higher rates of unemployment because disproportionately speaking, when business owners are granted larger tax cuts, they just take that money and they reinvest it back in their business, but more so in ownership of public stops in comparison to their employees. Actually, having higher personal income tax rates or higher corporate tax rates incentivizes business owners to pay more to their employees because they get to pay that out pre-tax, right? So now that we've clarified on that point, maybe I could ask you another question here. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
Well, there's a difference between civil and criminal. You do know that, right?
Do you know what the difference is?
Yes, the difference is in a criminal trial, it would have to be beyond. I forget the actual term. I'm brain farting here a second, a little
beyond
bit.
Beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
So you don't accept the
civil is just, it's more likely than not, and it's made up to the decision of the jurors, not to the evidence provided.
So the jury has to make a decision based upon the evidence. So I just want to clarify here, since you reject the standard of evidence upheld in civil courts, if Trump was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl, would you still vote for him?
It depends on what the evidence brought forward was and how the trial was conducted. That trial
so it no longer has to do with the evidentiary standard. So it no longer has to do with the evidentiary standard. Wait, what's one piece of evidence that the accuser set forth in the court case?
It was her uncorroborated testimony.
Oh, so you don't even know the evidence. Oh my God. Okay, so you're saying that her testimony wasn't corroborated? It was corroborated by medical records from the 1990s and by the testimony of 7 other witnesses. Oh, let's be so fucking for real. You have not read a single damn thing about that civil court case, but you're just going to tell me that it was false and Trump is not a rapist, so you don't feel like a piece of shit when you vote for him in November. This is the ultimate cope.
Okay, so now you result to name calling?
I said you are going to feel like a piece of shit if you knew you were voting for a rapist come November. So you have to hit the ultimate cope by just denying the findings of the court case, further perpetuating rape culture while being ignorant to the facts as presented.
So was everyone that voted for Bill Clinton just voting because they didn't care he was a rapist?
I thought that Bill Clinton had engaged consensually in intercourse with a woman inside of the Oval Office. But if Bill Clinton was a rapist, then I'd say
he was accused of rape as well.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, if it was like upheld to the same standard of evidence, then I wouldn't vote for him either. This would apply across the board. Absolutely.
So it would apply across the board. So Joe Biden was accused
no one should be voted for a rapist.
Joe Biden was accused of rape. You realize that, right?
Do you accept that accusation? Do you think that
Like I
Biden
said,
is a
it was
rapist?
never proved, but he was accused.
Do you think that Biden is a rapist?
Would just the accusation alone be enough?
So Trump was held civilly liable. It was proven in a court of law. I'm asking you if you think that Biden is a rapist. Can you answer my question?
Undecided. Don't know. I'd have to actually see the actual evidence, but I know he
so
was
you're
accused
sure.
of it.
So you're sure that Donald Trump's not a rapist, even though the accuser, E. Jean Carroll, held a consistent story for 23 years and was able to prove it to a jury via a preponderance of evidence. But then you're unsure. You don't know if Biden is a rapist, even though his accuser, Tara Reid, right, specifically contradicted herself in a court of law, perjured herself as well, and ended up having her own lawyer drop her because of the inconsistencies in her story, then fled to Russia and joined a misinformation campaign. That's a little bit extreme, don't you think? Like, do you see the bias?
Well, I see the bias whenever it comes to a Republican versus a Democrat, because they did the same thing to Brett Kavanaugh.
Okay, I don't know. I don't really care about who that is, and you're not responding to my question here. I asked you about your bias.
No, like I said, I don't have any bias. I voted Democrat and I voted Republican. And whenever it comes to this election, Kamala.
All right, well, if you don't see your own bias, we're just going to move on to our next guest here. Everybody give us 1 minute for the 1.6 thousand people hanging out with us. We may have to hit a little bit of another restart on the stream. I guess we'll see. If anyone wants to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, y'all. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. Hello, are you voting for Donald J. Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you said in the chat once again that I pee sitting down. Do I really piss you off? Am I your worst nightmare,
No,
little
you're
bro?
feminine. I think you're
Am I like feminine because I'm really intelligent? You know, like women have a higher IQ
I don't
than
think
average
you're
compared to
intelligent.
men.
You're reading the script.
Oh, reading the script. Where's my script at? Is it on the 5 of diamonds or maybe the jack of
Harry
clubs?
makes you and your other buddy study it probably
I haven't talked to Harry in like months.
because he's watching you. They're all watching you. Don't worry.
No, you're watching me though. You're my biggest fan, quite
Oh,
frankly.
yeah.
I still think I want to go back to the feminine comment. Like women seriously do have a higher IQ and EQ on average compared to men. Are you calling me feminine because I'm smart?
No, because you're feminine.
Oh yeah, but like women on
Feminine
average are
tendencies.
more intelligent than men, right? So you're just saying that I'm really intelligent, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes.
Yeah, of course that's what you're saying. So anyway, so why are you voting for Trump?
Because he's the man. We need him back. I want my lower taxes. I don't
You
know
want
what
your lower
numbers and all the
taxes.
proportions and all the crap. My taxes were lower.
Your
I make
taxes.
just
How
under-
much money do you make?
Just under 100. I haven't broke 100 yet.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, your taxes will quite literally be lower under Harris presidency.
Quite
She wants-
literally, I've watched my taxes go up in the freaking year he took office.
We're still under Trump's tax code. The reason that your federal taxes have gone up is because of Trump's tax policy.
Well, I don't know.
That's
about
that's
that.
crazy.
I
But I
know.
want you to go on the internet right now and look up the expiration date of Trump's tax plan. Samantha, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some
Dean's
W's for
mom
Samantha in the
with
chat. Thank you for the
$200
$10.
to get him out of the basement. Dean's
Oh,
mom.
you're terribly pissed.
Put some W's in the chat for Dean's mom. Thank you.
Oh shit, you're pissed that I just got donated $10.
Ah, you're pissed. Your mom gave me 200.
No, it's a pretty funny joke though.
Thanks, man.
Yeah,
Your mom,
yeah,
I said thank you. Wow.
You know what? I know that
awesome.
you're like obviously jealous of the fact that people are donating to me, but at least like you're funny about it.
I am. I try to be.
Anyways, no, seriously, Samantha, I do appreciate you for the $10. So yeah, do you want to go ahead and go online and look up the expiration date of Trump's tax policy? Because specifically speaking, if your taxes have gone up, that was because of his tax policy.
Well, I don't know why my taxes, but I am not nearly getting back what I used to get back.
Alyssa, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Say tissues for MAGA tears. I appreciate you for that love, Alyssa. W's for Alyssa in the chat. Let's go, dude. Oh, wait. So when you thought that Biden and Harris have implemented new tax policy, you said Biden and Harris raised your taxes.
I know,
But
the
now that you know
year
that the
they
tax
took-
policy hasn't been changed since Trump, now
That's
you don't know what raised your taxes.
You're claiming that. I don't know that specifically, and I don't know the dates or whatever, but I know the year they took office, I got less back in my taxes.
Yeah, because of Trump. Because he had like
Well,
particular
why was
parts
it
of
that
his...
year? Why was it that year they took office, 2021?
Because he had particular parts of his tax policy
Show me
that said
something
at certain points.
that expired in 2021 or went up in 2021.
I don't know like the specifics, right, of the tax policy, but
So
it could only be,
bro. Trust
it
me,
could only
bro.
be indicated from Trump's tax
Trust
policy.
me, bro. Put your trust me, bro stamp on it.
No, we're using like logical deduction here, right? And the logical deduction that we're using is
I'm
we're
using
under
logical
Trump's.
deduction too. I seen it deducted right off.
Crystal, thank you for the $7 on Venmo. Happy to watch you, educated people. Thank you so much. I really
Yes,
appreciate you for the love, Crystal.
Giving your money to him instead of like homeless people. It's so much better.
Wait, you're saying that you should give money to the poor instead of to the average working class American?
You're not an
Name
average
one
working class
policy.
American. You live with your parents,
one
dude.
second, Steve-O. So can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the poor more than the rich?
The farm bill. Yeah, was it NR2 or something?
Wait,
That's a
why did
great
Trump?
policy.
Why did Trump influence the farm bill? Do you know why?
Why? I know what happened. I don't know why he did it, but I know what happened.
I do. It's because under his China tariffs, right, U.S. agricultural exports reduced, literally bankrupting American farmers. So he had to bail them out with $28 billion from the government. I mean, this is like shitting on your hands, smearing it on a window, cleaning it up, and thinking that you did something good. I don't care about his government bailout for the farmers, because if he didn't place these reckless, irresponsible tariffs on China in the first place, we wouldn't have needed the bailout for the farmers.
Why do we need Chinese produce?
Wait, why do you need the government to hold your hand? How come you need the government to hold your hand so we're not getting Chinese produce? How about instead of trying to tax imports, which start trade wars, which reduce our own exports, which destroy American-owned companies, and which cause inflation for the average American consumers, right, to no longer get Chinese products, we further incentivize American manufacturing through the use of good government spending to specifically invest in government manufacturing. I thought that you believed in the free market. I thought that you were a capitalist. Maybe we should just further incentivize competition and innovation within the American sector of manufacturing so we're no longer reliant upon Chinese products because of the free market. But instead, you, the communists, would like to step in, increase the size of the government, place regulations on the market, and artificially limit the amount of goods that can enter into the market from China. Are you a communist, Steve-O? Let's see if Steve-O's a communist. Let's see if Steve-O's a communist. He sounds like a commie. Unmute your mic, you commie.
Why are you muting me? You just want to babble. The farm bill.
Are you a communist?
Let me tell you about what the farm bill helped. It helped farmers get their products into local farmer markets close to the projects and low-income neighborhoods, and they could use their EBT cards at their farmers markets. That is a good thing to get healthy, organic food to low-income families. So we don't have
so I just want to clarify, are you a communist?
Mushrooms. No, we can grow it here, Dean. Look at fly around.
Wait, but you said that you like the tariffs on China, right? So you're a communist because you support a regulation. Yeah, you're a communist. That's an unnecessary regulation on the market.
Define communism.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm using your definition, regulation on the market.
I didn't define. I want you to define communism.
Yeah, so communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. But I happen to be using the term communism in the way that the average.
More than anything, it's a political theory. But
do you mind if I talk without you interrupting me?
Go ahead. I mean, you're bad.
But I'm using the term.
I can't even finish my farm bill.
I'm using the term communism the way that pivoting? Republicans. I'm not pivoting. I'm simply calling you a communist because you support a regulation on the market. You want to tax imports from China, specifically so we're not as reliant upon Chinese goods, instead of specifically advocating for more innovation within American manufacturing, so we become more reliant upon American-produced goods, specifically for the reason that they're just simply higher quality. Maybe instead of wanting to artificially limit the free market by being a communist, right, you just advocate for greater innovation in American manufacturing. Do you really need the government to hold your hand?
Absolutely
to make you more reliant upon American goods?
No, we can grow our own shit here in the country. We don't need them. We invented TV here. We invented the phones. None of them are made here. Why do we need to import it all?
Right. So instead of specifically saying that we need to be producing here at home in America, therefore we're going to place tariffs on all imported goods, causing inflation, destroying American-owned businesses, we should just incentivize American manufacturing through things such as the Chips and Science Act, influence get passed by the Biden-Harris administration, which invested billions of dollars into U.S. chip producers. So we'll specifically be producing 20% of the global supply by 2030.
Yeah, but we still got to send Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan to make sure our chips keep coming in.
Yeah, because we're not going to be totally reliant upon this 20% of the global chip production here at home in America until 2030.
If you want to cut all gasoline cars by 2030, it does. Your policies make no sense.
Okay,
Let me
so what's
continue
one policy?
on my farm bill.
What's
Is that
what's
not
one
a good
policy?
thing to get fresh produce to low incomes, where they could use their EBT cards instead of going to Walmart and buying Chinese cucumbers and tomatoes?
Yeah, so I've responded to this. What did I respond last time?
You didn't respond. You pivoted.
No, I certainly did. So once again, the reason Trump passed the quote-unquote farm bill...
I'm asking you, isn't that a good thing? That's that's what the farm bill helped do.
One moment. So I think that the farm bill was a good thing in the same way. If you were to throw your literal feces on the wall, you cleaning it up would be a good thing.
Man, you like Chinese cucumbers, don't you? You put them on your eyes at night.
Do you mind if I finish?
Doing your little feminine hair wrap thing.
Okay, so someone's really mad. Steve, do you need a Kleenex?
I'm laughing at you, bro.
No, you're
garbage.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to finish responding to you without interruption. Do you need a Kleenex?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, yeah, I just need you to control your emotions. I understand that you're a man, so you're a little bit more emotionally irresponsible, right? But, I'm going to hold your hand. We can work through it together.
Yes,
so anyways, back to what I was saying. So Steve...
Man.
Yes.
Toxic masculinity.
Amen, Steve. You're one step closer to the truth. So anyways, what I was saying, so the reason Trump passed the farm bill was specifically because he had to bail out farmers because his tariffs on China reduced U.S. agricultural export, bankrupting American soy farmers. That's a fact. Feel free to look up tariffs on China versus U.S. agricultural exports.
Right, we give them a boatload of beans and they give us a boatload of cars.
Exports.
Does that what kind of trade is that? Oh, let's go to the trade. That's how we got out of the NAFTA agreement too. Thank God.
Oh, wait, did you think that getting out of NAFTA and going into the USMCA was a good thing?
Absolutely.
Yeah, the point of the USMCA...
Mexico, Canada, baby.
Hey, so the point of the USMCA was to reduce tariffs.
Let's bring it all. We can do it all right here.
So the USMCA reduced tariffs.
On them, yeah.
Yeah, because reducing tariffs is good for American workers.
Well, we're all here. We're all the same. I mean, we can train it, we can boat it, we can do it. It's all right here on our soil. We can walk it, dude, if we really wanted to. Isn't that a good thing?
So once again, I'm going to give you my issue with tariffs one last time. And if you don't track this time, I'm just going to move on. So, I like the idea of American-owned businesses producing and manufacturing the goods that we use here at home in America. I think that it's good for the economy. I think that it's good for American workers. I think it's good for society as a whole, right? But it's not good, right, to influence American manufacturing to a greater degree through a regulation on the market, specifically taxes on imports, right? Because taxing our imports causes inflation. Taxing our imports causes the lives of the low and the middle class to be more difficult because taxes are inherently regressive as the low and the middle class spend a greater proportion of their income on the bare necessities to live, and which that tax is then passed off to. It also decreases the overall supply of a good with a consistent demand will increase equilibrium price, causing consumers to pay more at the grocery store. So that's not the way, right? We should incentivize American manufacturing. The way we should incentivize American manufacturing is through further investment and development in American manufacturing to make it more competitive in the free market to incentivize a demand to a greater degree, right? Causing more production as well, right? And I don't understand how this is an unpopular take with the conservatives, with the Republicans, because I'm operating off of a basis of a free market. I'm operating on a basis of capitalism. I'm saying we need to invest more into the free market to further incentivize the production of these goods to create a more competitive landscape for American-produced goods. And then all of a sudden you're telling me, no, we need to regulate the market.
Exactly.
I sound like the Republican. You sound like the Democrat.
Absolutely not. If you want your Italian cheese or your olive oil or any of that, you want it imported, you should pay more for it. But we could grow olive oil here.
Heidi, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Heidi. I really appreciate you for the $25 on PayPal. You're awesome. I really appreciate you, Heidi.
People donating to you. Quit interrupting me. It's rude.
I was thanking Heidi for the $25. Calm down, baby boy.
If you want your Italian cheese, you should pay more for it. If you want your imported olive oil, you should pay more for it. We can make it all here.
Yeah, so increasing tariffs on imports doesn't just
you want to bring your car here? You want a Hyundai? You want a cheap Hyundai that's going to break on you in less than 100,000 miles? I'm speaking, Dean. If you want to bring your Hyundai in here, that's going to...
I muted you because I want to clarify this for the third and last time. Tariffs don't just increase the price of imported goods. They increase the price of all goods.
Why do you keep shutting off my mic? Why do you keep interrupting me?
Because I made that point 3 times.
You're not debating. You're just hearing yourself talk at this point.
No,
debating me at all.
I just have like an increasing.
And then you interrupt me with thanking your thing. You're not interrupting. You're interrupting. If you want your imports, you should pay more for them. Bottom line. Because you know why? Because Americans need jobs. We need them here, and we can produce everything here. We do not need to import anything, to be honest with you. What do we need to import?
Okay, so imagine if we cut off. Okay, so Steve-O, have you ever like taken like a basics of macroeconomics course before?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we have a supply curve and we have a demand curve. What happens when we have a consistent demand with a decrease in supply? What happens to the price?
Goes up.
Goes up. So if we decrease the supply of all goods by cutting off imports,
I ain't saying
the same consistent demand from the consumer base, what happens to the price?
Goes up.
So you just literally want to cause inflation? That's your take?
No, I want to incentivize us making stuff here, making products here.
Stacy, I appreciate you for the $1 of Emma.
Made in the USA sign is a great sign.
Wait, but you can't say that you want to stop, Steve, you can't say that you want to stop imports while saying that you don't want to cause inflation, because stopping imports causes inflation.
I didn't say stop imports. Who said stop imports? No one said that.
You said that we should be producing every single good here, and we can.
No, I said we can. I never said stop imports.
So now you're just being disingenuous, Steve. Appreciate you for coming in. We're going to move on to our next guest here. We're going to look for a guest that isn't disingenuous. Everyone just give us a second. We're going to go to get Nick up in the box. So everyone just give us a minute. I was trying to like educate him, but he didn't want to hear the like sometimes people don't like getting lectured by like kids that know more than them. Let's go to get our next guest up in the box. Everyone do just be patient here. Give us a minute, y'all. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box as we speak. And we're going to also hit a restart after this guest. We need it. Hello, Kelton. Are you voting for Trump?
I am, man. So you geared up for another day of grifting all day? You're like Kellen, the king grifter?
I actually have a question for you this time.
Like
Kellen, I actually have
it's so despicable what you do to these people all day, just grifting. You really need to get out of the house. You look terrible, man. Your eyes, I can tell you have a cold. I know, because you're in the house all day, buddy. Go get some fresh air, man. When's the last time you walked around the block?
I worked out for 2 hours this morning.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't look like it, so don't lie to yourself or to your followers. You are the biggest grifter.
Feel free to go to my Instagram. It definitely does look like it. Why can't you? Kellen, we're actually going to do something different this time. We already did like the whole he's the grifter thing for like 2 hours. I want to ask you why you're voting for Trump. Like, why do you think that Trump is a better candidate than Harris? Like, I totally trapped you into an actual debate.
Yeah, we can debate, man. We can debate if you want to. Debate
so why do you
the
think
fact
Trump
that
is
you're a
better than
terrible person because you grift
all day.
Are you
scared?
That's why
You're
Charlie
scared?
Kirk rolled over you in that little debate you were so eager to get into.
Wait, I have a question. If Charlie Kirk rolled over me, why did he tell me that I had the best point that he heard?
Oh, I knew you would like that. That was actually just the first point. That it was a different point that he had heard. I knew you would like that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to clarify. Charlie Kirk kind of conceded to me, and I this is like terrible for like all the Republicans because he did it so verbally.
Not even close.
Yeah, go ahead and just listen.
Not even close. Parker was the worst. Your little buddy, your little bed buddy Parker was the worst, Diener Wiener.
an IUD killing a conceived
Wiener,
zygote,
wiener.
and like a mother going to
Grifting
Planned
all
Parenthood
day.
and killing the fetus in her womb.
That was actually the best.
I'm playing a video, man. I'm gonna have you listen.
In some cases, women with IUDs are murderers. Of course not. They're not murderers.
So what's the difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb?
That was actually the best point somebody made. Yeah, I was like the only person that entire day to actually get a concession from Charlie Kirk. So like none of the Republicans can even make the argument that he rolled me because he conceded to me. Like literally, Charlie Kirk conceded to me. That was incredible. I'm so glad that he said that out loud so I could stomp on all of the Republicans that try to come up here making the argument that I got rolled by him. Anyways, so yeah, why are you voting for Trump? Let me hear one policy that Trump passed during his 4 years that you thought was beneficiary to America. And Sarah, thank you for the galaxy.
Sure, he's America first. Kamala Harris is America last. So is Joe Biden.
So if Trump is America first,
Diener Wiener, the grifter.
if Trump is America first, then how come he tried to overthrow our government and stage a coup to cause an insurrection against our democracy when he attempted to steal the election from Biden?
Want to hear it, or are you just going to talk and listen to yourself talk like you like to do?
Rita, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the grift. W's in the chat for Rita.
Get your grift on. Grifting all day. What are you going to do when Kamala Harris gets rid of TikTok?
Okay, I asked you a question about like a policy.
You can't answer it, can you? Because all you do is grift. Look at the circles around your eyes from being inside, looking at screens all day, grifting.
No, actually,
these people.
the reason I've
taking advantage of these people. You take advantage of people for money and coins. Is because what?
Is because I didn't get that much sleep last night.
Yeah, I bet. Because you were grifting all night. You were up grifting all night.
I actually didn't do debate stream yesterday.
You what?
I didn't do a debate stream yesterday. I wonder how often Kellen thinks about me. Shelika, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the grifter fun. Thank you so much, Shelika. Kellen always thinks about me. He's so obsessed. All right, guys, for the 2,000 people in here, we're going to go ahead and do a restart on the stream. We're in a backup account. We just need to kind of resuscitate it, get it to push out into the algorithm. So I'm going to see y'all very shortly. Everyone make sure to come back. I'm going to be right back in 5 seconds. I will see you all in 5 seconds. Come right back, guys. Come right back. Hit the follow button. I'll be back in 5 seconds, just restarting. Celius, Brandy, Maddie, Michael, Aspen, Lost, Geo, Jaybird, Courtney. So for everyone tuning in, we're on a backup account, and when we start streaming on other accounts, it kind of takes a while to get the account to send out into the algorithm. So please help me out by double tapping on that phone screen. Literally spam the likes. Share out this live with a couple of friends as well. Literally spam the share, spam the comment section with longer sentences. We need to do anything and everything in our power to get this live out and across the For You page. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and just start loading up people from the queue. Let's go ahead and get our first guest up at the bottom. We're going to go ahead and hop right back into the debates. And hello, are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, so why do you want that tyrannical dictator on day one, fascist, rapist in office?
Well, okay, so I literally just finished 25 liberal college students. Can they outsmart Charlie Kirk? And I want to be honest with you, I don't think you guys had a chance. Like, you guys literally didn't know what you were saying. Your point was obviously the best point, and he even admitted that. I think you and Parker were the best debaters. I'll give you guys that. You guys are really good debaters. But I disagree personally with what he was saying.
Dude, okay.
I do. And
I appreciate you for the video review. I just want to know why you're voting for Trump, you know?
Oh, sure. Sorry. So the reason why I'm personally voting for Trump is because, well, I personally love his policies on, or more of like a talking point, if you would say, on his tax reduction plan. I think it was good. It helped my family. I talked to someone the other day. Their taxes are higher than they were now than when Trump was in office.
Do you know whose tax plan are we under?
So we're under Trump's tax plan, but but let me finish. Let me finish. We have it was Biden's Inflation Reduction Act that actually caused a lot of problem with the taxes.
How so?
How so? You've seen things like grocery bill went up through his tax plan.
How did the Inflation Reduction Act cause inflation? It was deficit reducing.
Yeah, so he tried to reduce it, but in reality, it actually caused a lot more problems.
How so?
Yes, because when he signed that bill, you've seen things go through the roof, like your taxes, your grocery bill.
Yeah, but this is a correlation causation fallacy. I'm asking you specifically how the bill caused inflation, right? Like what part of the bill, when signed into law, caused inflation? Because see, from my perspective, the Inflation Reduction Act, according to the Congressional Budget Office, was deficit reducing over the course of the next 10 years, which meaning it marginally reduced inflationary pressures as government spending is inflationary.
Well,
right?
there's a reason why
and then second of all,
prices are high and stuff, and there's a reason why.
So how did Biden and Harris cause an increase in the price of gasoline?
Well, it's by terrible government spending and by giving $1.2 billion to Ukraine. I think the bill didn't really do much. I just read something. I can't remember the link, but I have it on my phone. If I can't pull it up.
I'd just like to clarify here.
Please.
So there was actually twice as much debt-related spending signed into law by Trump's administration compared to Biden and Harris's. $8.6 trillion under Trump with $4.6 trillion under Biden and Harris. Even when we account for COVID, there was still $4.8 trillion in non-COVID related expenditure under Trump and $2.2 trillion in non-COVID related expenditure under Biden and Harris. Right? So specifically speaking, if you say government spending causes inflation, well, according to your own logic, Trump caused twice as much of inflation as he spent twice as much money.
Sure, it was through C-19. So when he was trying to do a C-19, what happened was obviously that was a horrible thing that happened in the world. And to be honest with you, I think any president would struggle under that. Then
right, but what I'm saying is even when we account for all COVID-related expenditure, he still spent twice as much. Even if we compare all of Trump's non-COVID-related expenditure to all of Biden and Harris's, including what they spent on COVID, Trump still spent more. Like literally, he spent so much money. And if he is going to serve another if he's going to serve another 4 years, he's going to spend more fucking money. He wants to reinstitute his tax cuts for another 10 years that disproportionately favor rich people. And this is estimated to cost about $4 trillion in debt-related spending. How the hell is he going to pay for that? Where's this money going to come from?
Well, how is is the tax plan going to hurt middle-class people and help upper-class people? I'll tell you why that's not the case. Because in my own family, like my brother was able to afford a house because back when Trump was president, because the interest rates were lower, and by him doing that, actually helped him get a house. And so many people were benefiting off the Trump's tax plan. Like corporations now are struggling, like the small businesses. Look at California. A lot of small businesses leave because they're paying so much money through the taxes over in California. Why are gas prices at $7 in California? It's by terrible spending, and Gavin Newsom, the governor, doesn't know what he's doing there. And Kamala Harris, she was the prosecutor of California. You know, she was the attorney general, and she did terribly. And
with all due respect, you're pivoting from my question. I'll ask it again, but I will also respond to a couple things you just said. So I just asked you how Trump is going to pay for the $3.9 trillion in debt-related spending, then another 10 years of his tax cuts that disproportionately favor the ultra-wealthy are. Right?
Yes.
But I mean, just to quickly respond to a couple of the points you made, you said that, you know, the mortgage rates were better under Trump than Biden and Harris. Biden and Harris caused them to be worse. That's false. The Federal Reserve controls interest rates, and the reason that they've increased interest rates is to reduce inflation, as an increase in interest rates causes less people to get loans, which causes a reduction in consumer spending. When we reduce consumer spending, we reduce the rate of inflation, and that's being overseen by the head of the Fed, that being Jerome Powell. Donald Trump wants to bring Jerome Powell back for another 4 years. He likes him, so he thought he's done a good job. Then second of all, you said that Kamala Harris worked as the DA of California as well as the AG for a while. And specifically speaking, Trump said that while she was DA and AG, that San Francisco, California was great. And he even donated to her campaign during that time. But now please answer my question. You said that reckless government spending causes inflation. I'm saying that Trump drives more reckless government spending than Biden or Harris. And I'm giving you an example of that being another 10 years of his tax cuts that are going to cost $4 trillion. How is he going to pay for the $4 trillion?
Sure. And for me, and what Trump said is tariffing other countries. When you tariff, it's going to increase revenue. You're going to create jobs in our own country. When you drill, baby, drill. When you drill in our country, it's actually going to help. It's going to help create jobs. It's going to help with the oil industry. It's going to help gas prices be lower. I know that you're going to say that we're drilling more than ever right now, but in reality, we really
ass. In reality, we really are. The U.S. Energy Information Administration would report that, we're drilling more now than we did under Trump's term, as well as more than any other country that has existed in the history of the earth. Right, so that's a fact, okay? Right, secondarily, you're going to say that he's going to pay for these tax cuts that disproportionately benefit rich people through tariffs, which is a regressive tax that disproportionately harms the low and the middle class. So you're saying that he's going to take money from poor people and give it to the rich?
That's not true. Because when
it is true, because tariffs are inflationary. They cause the pricing of goods to increase because the low and the middle class spend a disproportionate amount of their income on the bare necessities to live compared to rich people. The increased pricing of the goods disproportionately affects them negatively. So you're literally saying he's going to take money from poor people and give it to rich people. He's going to pay for tax cuts for the ultra wealthy and for the corporations through tariffs that disproportionately affect the low and the middle class.
That's not true at all, man. So
it absolutely is true. Tariffs are inflationary because they reduce the overall supply of a good. Given a consistent demand, they'll drive equilibrium price up, alongside the fact that tariff, that tax is passed off to the consumer.
Because when you tariff, you create jobs in our own country because they bring it over here. Like, for example, Mexico, they have the car industries. I'm from Michigan, okay? And in Michigan, we have the car industries, right? And I have many people who love the car industry in Michigan because that's where it was founded, okay? They went over to Mexico, and the city of Flint went to shreds. Like, the city of Flint is now one of the worst cities in the state of Michigan, if not the worst city, worse than Detroit now. Because GM.
So are you a communist?
No.
I think you are a communist because you want to incentivize American manufacturing by placing an artificial regulation on the market, increasing the price of imported goods through tariffs, instead of by further incentivizing development in American manufacturing. Maybe if you were a true capitalist, a true small government loving conservative, you would want to increase American manufacturing through incentivization-based programs to drive further competition for further innovation, compared to having the big government hold your hand by placing an artificial tax on imports.
So first I want to point this out. I actually don't think Kamala is a communist. I know Trump says that. I don't think that's true. I think Kamala is more socialist than communist. Secondly, I'm not a communist because I just want to bring jobs. And tariffing, he does that because he wants to keep, like China, for example, accountable. Why? Because they're ripping us off, and they're ripping us off badly, and it's not good.
Okay, I've explained this to like 4 people that have came up on my live. No one has understood what I've said or responded to it. So I'm gonna explain this to you, and I want you to comprehend my words, and I want you to address them. Because literally every single person I've said this to has done their best to ignore it because it's the defeater. So I agree.
You're about to say now?
I agree that we need to incentivize American manufacturing. American manufacturing is great. First of all, we have particular labor laws and restrictions on production of goods that are better, right, than the production of goods in other countries. We don't allow child labor, and we have stricter EPA and carbon emission regulations on our producers, meaning that we produce it cleaner than most other countries in the world. Okay, I like that. Also, specifically speaking, I'd say that that's a good thing. But the way that we should incentivize this, right, is through investment in American-owned businesses, right, so that they can increase the quality of their goods and to drive further innovation, so they will be more competitive within the free market to beat out, right, the quality of imported goods, right? And the way that we should incentivize this is not through an artificial regulation, right, of like a tax on imports or a tariff, because that drives American-owned businesses into the ground, as it reduces our exports through the start of trade wars, and it causes inflation, making the life of individuals in the low and middle class worse, right?
Yeah, and I would actually agree with you there. And I think Trump would agree with you. But
no, because tariffs are bad. Trump likes tariffs.
No. So he would agree with you that having people compete is a good thing. But tariffing is good because you got to keep countries accountable. You have to keep China accountable, man, or else they're going to keep ripping us off. Most things are
How is China ripping us off?
They are trying to rip us off, 100%.
How?
By all the goods that they bring over to this country. I don't know if you know this, but they have children, little kids make stuff over there. And we're buying their products.
Okay. So you think that they are ripping us off because we buy their goods? I just want to clarify. Imagine if you live in like a small town, and like everyone goes to the same, or like most people go to, I don't know, like the same grocery store. Do you think by virtue of the fact that a lot of people shopping at this grocery store, the grocery store is therefore ripping you off?
No.
Okay, well that's what you're saying about China.
Well, no. So what I'm saying to China is they rip us off by their prices. I can tell you that milk shouldn't be this expensive, but we need to have milk. Some people want to have milk, right?
Wait. Do you think that increasing tariffs will decrease or increase prices?
So tariff would actually increase your prices.
So you're saying that you don't like the fact that the pricing of goods from China is high, so you're going to make them higher?
No. So when you tariff other countries, it keeps them accountable because it will increase some prices, but then it'll lower prices because they're going to pay us a lot of money. We're going to have a lot of revenue, and it'll also bring jobs back to America because the president is not the president of other countries. He is the president. He or she is the president of the United States of America. And Kamala Harris, to me, I just
Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Elizabeth. I really appreciate you for that love. Thank you so much. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Elizabeth. Elizabeth says, congratulations, Dean. You schooled Charlie Kirk. He was impressed. So proud of you. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W's in the chat for Elizabeth. Yeah, I had a fun little short conversation with Charlie there. I enjoyed it. It was a hell of a lot of fun. Thank you so much.
It was fun watching it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so I'm going to explain this one last time. If you can't understand, I'm just going to move on. So both Kamala Harris and Trump agree that American manufacturing is good. Kamala Harris wants to increase the amount of manufacturing that we do here at home in America by incentivizing businesses to innovate, like through the Chips and Science Act that invested billions of dollars into U.S. chip producers, meaning that we're going to be producing 20% of the global chip supply by 2030, so we're not as reliant on imports from other countries. And she wants to introduce like a $50,000 like subsidy for new business owners to further increase incentivization for individuals to open their own businesses, right? And then in comparison to Trump, that doesn't really want to incentivize American manufacturing. He just wants to disincentivize importation of
I don't think that's true, man.
other countries. And I'd say that the big distinction here would be that in one scenario, we're using levers of the free market to incentivize further U.S. production of goods. And then in the other scenario, we're artificially limiting the market, which is driving up inflation and destroying American-owned businesses by reducing our own exports. For instance, can you name me one point through history where an increase on tariffs on China has not led to a decrease on American exports of agricultural goods?
We saw in Trump's presidency when he increased tariffs, you've seen jobs were created.
No, I'm asking you to specifically name one point through history where an increase of tariffs on China has not led to a decrease of U.S. agricultural goods.
I don't know that answer, to be honest with you.
Because there hasn't been one. Every single time we do it, that happens. It starts trade wars. It's bad.
Can I ask you one more question?
Sure.
So I know that you probably want to move on. I just want to ask you an honest question because I would really love to hear your take on it. It's not really about policy. I just want to hear your take, and then you can kick me off and you can tell your crowd. Do you think Kamala Harris will do good in the debate tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, totally. Absolutely. I'm so ready to watch her destroy Trump. Appreciate you for coming up, man.
Thank you,
We're going to move on to our next guest. Like the fact that Biden in his state was able to hold his own water and like provide better substance than Trump absolutely leads me to the conclusion that Harris is going to fucking wipe the floor with him. Like, are you joking? She's going to dog walk him. We're going to move on to our next guest here, chat. For the 1.7 thousand people in here, we are stuck on our alt account for the next week. I don't know how many viewers we're going to be able to get in here. I'm already kind of sad about the 1.7 thousand. Make sure to share out this live with a couple of friends. We're probably going to have to hit another restart. If we can't break 2K in the next, let's see here, 20 minutes, we're just going to hit another restart. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? And they automatically left. Guys, spam MAGA down below in the chat if you want to come up and debate. We're just looking for Trump supporters. Right now, we only have like 15 guest requests. So make sure that you are hopping in that queue if you specifically are voting for Trump. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, once again, they left. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're here. Make sure that you're ready. Make sure that you're present. And make sure that you want to debate. Don't just come up here and leave. Hi, Gracie. Are you voting for Trump? You know what I mean? Don't be like Gracie. Like, seriously, don't be like Gracie. That's just weird, bro. Also, do double tap on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 100,000 likes. Literally, everyone in the queue is just here, then they leave, bro. Everybody's leaving. Everyone is scared, dude. Everyone is terrified. Hello, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so why are you voting for a rapist?
I'm voting for Trump because 1, I'm a veteran. 2, I'm a homeowner. 3, I agree with the economy the way it was when we were all actually to be able to go out and spend a little bit of money and put a little bit of money away for the future for our children. The economy,
Okay.
the economy we suffered through for the last 4 years has not allowed any of us to do that.
Okay, so how did Biden and Harris cause the economy to be worse?
Yes, I do.
No, how did they cause it to be worse?
With their failed policies.
Like what specifically? Like what failed policy?
Have you not been paying attention to the last 3.5 years, or are you just so stuck on Biden?
I've been paying very close attention.
Really?
That's why I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you a veteran?
Name one.
Have you ever been in the military?
I have not.
Are you a homeowner?
Not yet.
Are you a parent?
No. Can you name one policy that Biden and Harris influenced to get passed that was bad?
No, I'm not that politically savvy, but at the same time, I am watching. I am living it. I don't have to name failed policies. I'm living the failed policies.
Well, how do you know that the policies failed if you don't know what the
Because I
policies
can't
were?
afford gas. I can't afford food for my family. I have no savings.
Yeah, but what I'd say here is just because something happens in the country doesn't mean that it's necessary to blame on quote-unquote failed policy of the presidency.
Well, how can you say...
Like, for instance, I'd like to ask you a question real quick. In April of 2020, under Trump's presidency, we had the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression. Can I say that Trump's failed policy caused that?
I don't have that answer.
So you won't make the same correlation causation fallacy when we're referencing what happened in the country under Trump's admin,
No, I'm not
but
a
you
political
will under
analyst.
Biden
I
and
don't
Harris.
take and twist words. I live life as it's coming at me, and I see what is happening. Apparently, hold on a second. I'm a 63-year-old man. You're what, 20, 22, 23?
I'm 20 years old, half your age.
You really haven't lived life. You have no life experience. You don't pay bills.
Age guard. Yeah, I definitely pay bills. I definitely pay bills. So true.
No,
so,
I don't believe you do.
I
I think that you spend a lot of time twisting words, trying to push forth an agenda that doesn't work.
This stupid 20-year-old liberal twist words, lives in his mom's basement, doesn't pay bills. So if you get more intelligent and wise with age, does that mean that Joe Biden is more intelligent and wise than Trump?
No.
Oh, so then why are you more intelligent and wise than me?
I didn't say I was more intelligent. I told you point blank.
So then what was the point of reference?
I see the failed economy. I see where things are going. I pay my bills. I pay for everything.
Yeah.
And it's
so you'd say. So
harder.
I just want to clarify. You'd say that Biden and Harris caused the economy to be bad because
I'm saying the last 3.5 years have broke America.
So I'm going to go on and repeat it once again. You'd say that Biden and Harris caused the economy to be bad because the economy has been bad under their presidency, right?
Oh, the economy's been bad under several presidents, but recently it's worse.
Bro, did Biden and Harris cause the economy to be bad because it was bad while they were president?
I don't think that's an answerable question. Like I said, the economy's been up and down with several presidents.
Holy fuck! Listen, you are so dense. Dude.
What you're asking me to do is point a finger. I'm not going to do that. What I'm telling you is that if you're out there as an American trying to get by in a country that we served and fought for, and we're not able to, then yes, the administration that is in charge right now is responsible.
Okay, so the administration is responsible for the poor economy because it happened while they're president. So would you say that Donald Trump is responsible for the highest rate of unemployment that has happened since the Great Depression? Has that occurred while he was president in April of 2020?
Yeah, I'm going to say yeah.
Okay, so if Donald Trump is responsible for the highest rate of unemployment that's happened since the Great Depression because it happened under his presidency, would you also say that Donald Trump is responsible for the negative net loss in jobs because that's something else that also happened under his presidency?
No,
but it happened under his presidency.
I don't agree with that.
Yes, it did. It happened under his presidency. Deadass.
But you know what? You're young. You're uneducated. You think that whatever you say is correct and whatever anybody else says is wrong. The argument that you are trying to have with me is unnecessary.
With all due respect, the argument
that you were trying to have with me is indicative of our political parties right now.
I just want to clarify. I'm so much more educated than you. The reason that we've had a poor economy under the Biden-Harris administration isn't because of quote unquote failed policy. You couldn't even name one, but it's because of the pandemic. So the pandemic caused global inflation in every single.
The pandemic was fake bullshit.
So you just don't think that the pandemic happened?
No, there was a pandemic. there were a lot of people dying, but it wasn't from COVID. It was from the vaccinations. And if you don't believe that, you are ignorant.
Name one reputable scientist or institution of medical science that would hold to the claim that the vaccine literally killed people. I could pull up a paper of 30 sources that would indicate otherwise. Can you give me one source that would justify that claim?
Really? You can pull up all those sources, but do you go to work every day and support a family? Do you go to work every day and support this country?
What does that have to do with the efficacy of COVID-19?
That has everything to do with the way things are going in this fucking country.
1 second. What is the efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccination have to do with you having a family?
Because I had to put my family and either make a choice is to vaccinate them or not.
I'm asking you for your reason to believe why, specifically speaking, the COVID vaccine caused people to die.
You want specifics, and I'm telling you generalities.
Wait, would you still vote for Trump if he caused a lot of people to die?
I'm gonna vote for Trump because.
No, answer my question. Will you still vote for Trump if he caused a lot of people to die?
And I will vote for him every time. I voted for him before. I thought the last election was stolen. I mean,
so if Trump caused millions of people to die, would you still vote for him?
And see, you're one of those young people that doesn't allow anybody else to talk because your point is more poignant to mine.
Rita, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Rita in the chat. Thank you.
Oh man, see, you're the problem with this country. The youth of this country.
Would you still vote for Trump if he caused like 10 million people to die?
Why are you asking a hypothetical question?
I mean, according to your worldview, it's actually not hypothetical. You said that the COVID vaccination caused people to die, not the illness in of itself. So Donald Trump with Operation Warp Speeded the approval of the COVID vaccination, meaning that Trump, right, directly caused the deaths of millions of people because the vaccine killed them all, right?
Wow, you just like to twist shit, don't you?
I'm literally twisting your worldview. Yeah, that is the one fair time where I could say this because I'm using your own logic against you. No, it's totally fair for you to say that because I just twisted your own worldview, used it against you, and used it to.
My worldviews are so different than yours, brother.
Yeah, because I'm rational. I'm
let me
educated.
explain
I'm
something to you. Let me explain something to you without you stepping on me. Okay, sit there and listen, because that's a lack of respect that you have right now. I've been a construction worker for 40 plus years. I have watched the decline of manpower in this country to a point where there are no youth. Oh, I'm going to violation.
Yeah, you got flagged for misinformation. Like, cause when you say the shit that you were, yeah, you get banned, bro. Because like that is harmful misinfo. Anyways, guys, you got flagged for misinfo. We got to move on to our next guest. For the 2.5 thousand people in here, make sure that we are continuing to double tap on that phone screen. If you want to support me, my Venmo and my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on that platform. And Melissa, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying on behalf of my unvaccinated uncle that died from COVID, the vaccine works. Thank you for the love, Melissa. What's up, Cody? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so why do you want the violent dictator and day one rapist to run our country?
All I got to say is blow your nose, dude.
Dude, I have a cold. I have been blowing my nose. So why are you voting for Trump?
Because you aren't.
So if I was voting for Trump, you wouldn't be voting for Trump? Okay, you're in. Moving on to our next guest, everyone. Just give us a second. We got Donna loaded up in the box. Oh my god, dude, I love pissing these people off. Phenomenal, great, absolutely phenomenal. We got All American Landscaping loading up in the queue. He ran away. He thought he was gonna get a quick dunk by telling me to blow my nose, but he didn't expect me to counter that by telling him that I have been. Hey, what is going on? All American Manufacturing. I'm guessing since your name is All American that you're voting for Harris since she stands for America and Trump doesn't. Oh, you just left. Okay. Moving on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a minute to get our next guest up in the queue. Guys, if you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump, and for the 2.6 thousand people, make sure that we're spamming the likes, spamming the shares, spamming the comment section. Let's get this live to blow up very bigly. Moving on to our next guest. What's going on? Retro, are you voting for Trump?
No.
Okay, all right, goodbye. Guys, spam MAGA down below in the chat if you're voting for Trump. And Sam, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Oh, that's the Struppa guy. He just came up. Thank you for the love, man. W's for Sam in the chat. Hey, what's up, Holden? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
And how old are you?
19.
19, okay. Why are you voting for the greatest tyrannical dictator on day one, fascist that tried to coup the country?
Okay, I'm not gonna get into that yet. I'm wondering. I've been asking for like 20 minutes. Are you communist?
No, I'm not a communist.
Okay, so you think
why are you voting for Trump?
You think that Kamala running the country is not going to go to a communist country?
Okay, so that's actually an oxymoron, saying a communist country.
Okay, dude, I don't
Can
care.
you
That's not
define?
getting me anywhere in life, anyways. I don't need to know that.
Can you
girl.
define communism for me?
Well, communism is a same pay for everybody across the entire country. I know that.
No, you're already wrong. You said the government paying.
Look it up. Look it
So
up.
under communism, there's no government and there's no money.
It's one world power. There is.
No. Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. So you're already off.
Okay, so tell me why you're voting for Kamala, because I don't understand.
Kamala. Yeah, it's
What-
because she has
okay.
better character and better policy than Trump, starting off in character.
Better
She's not
character. How does she have better character?
She's not a rapist. She's not a racist. She's not a felon. She's not a fraudster.
She's not a
an
racist, but she
election
tries to
denier.
act black. That's a type of racist. She
Okay,
tries to
what
act
do you
black.
mean?
She's not black.
What is it? What is it? Okay, well, first of all, we'll get on to the she's not black comment. I want to ask you, what does it mean to act black?
Okay, so stereotypically in this world, there are certain things that are considered black culture.
Purdy, thank you so much for the $42 on PayPal, saying keep smiling when these people are saying the most radical things known to mankind. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Purdy. I really appreciate you for the $42 on PayPal. Massive W's for Purdy down below. Let's get at least 1,000 W's for Purdy in the chat. Seriously, thank you so much for the $42. That means the world to me. Thank you so much, Purdy. W's down below. So, yeah, how does she try to act black? Go ahead.
Okay, so there's cultures for every race. That's not being racist. That's a thing. Everybody has different cultures, right? You agree with that?
I think that like there can exist different cultures. But what's your point? You're saying that she's acting black. What does it mean to act black?
She's pulling in as many voters as she can, using things as she had somebody rap at her last debate or something. What was that?
So Megan Thee Stallion being at one of her rallies is quote unquote acting black. So I just want to clarify: when Donald Trump had Hulk Hogan and Kid Rock, was he acting white?
No, that's just
So then how could having Megan Thee Stallion at her rally be acting black?
okay. So her voice completely changed to a different type of slang.
Brittany, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Brittany. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Brittany down below. Thank you for the $20. So yeah, you're going to be referencing AAVE. That's not an accent. It's a vernacular. It's called African American Vernacular English. But specifically speaking, she wasn't even speaking in AAVE at her rally in Atlanta. So I think it's funny that you'd say that. I also did just want to address the other bit of misinformation you shared there. Kamala Harris is black.
She's black.
Yeah.
Damn near
Yes.
positive she is Indian.
Okay, first of all, is Indian a race?
Indian is a race, or whatever that race is. It's a
Okay,
type
so
of
what,
different race.
so what's your race? Are you American? Is that your race?
I'm Caucasian.
Oh wait, but
Straight white
we're just
male
gonna-
America.
No, but you're American. That's your race, right? Because Indians
yeah.
a race, Americans a race.
Sure. Yeah, right.
No, so is she South Asian? So yes, you are right. She is South Asian, but she's also black. We need to go back to elementary school. Let's talk about a very like rudimentary
Elementary
basic
school.
principle.
Where's that gotten you? Getting on lives? Is that what
Oh,
you're?
definitely. We really need to go back to elementary school for this one, Holden. Do you know what it
Okay.
means to be biracial?
To be biracial? No, I have no idea what biracial means.
Really?
No.
Buddy. Okay. Wow. Really?
No, why would I? What does that have
Wow.
to do with me?
Buddy, really?
Really? Like, what else do you want me to tell you? I've told you that 3
Wow,
times.
buddy, really? Jesus Christ,
I have
dude.
no idea. Go ahead.
Of course you don't. Okay, wow. So people can be more than one race at once?
So mixed?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
So, yeah, that's right.
So she's South Asian and black.
Okay, so she's mixed.
Yeah, so she is black.
Hey, how do you know that? Like, I've never heard that anywhere. I've looked it up
Because her
multiple times, I've never
father is
found that anywhere.
Afro-Jamaican.
So her father's what?
Afro-Jamaican?
Okay, so that she's not black. He's not black.
Oh my god.
He's 50%
Oh
black, right?
dear Jesus. Yeah, yes.
So she's got a quarter of black in her, and all of a sudden, recently, she started doing all this. Acting
A
like she's from
quarter?
that
Wait.
country.
Okay. Now we need to
didn't
go
just
back.
change, bro. She's
Now we need to
old.
go back and we need to use like very basic math. So one of her parents is 100% Afro-Jamaican, and another one of her parents is 100% South Asian. What does that make her?
Okay, I see what you're saying, but either way,
you said a quarter.
Okay, I'm agreeing
Dear
with you. dude.
God, Olden.
I'm
Dear
agreeing with you.
God.
Would you calm down and just
Buddy.
let me talk? We're debating. We're not yelling
Yeah,
at each
go
other.
for
dog.
it. I'm not mad at you. I'm just appalled.
Okay, I'm
honestly.
just talking about what I'm.
Vicky, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying L Holden for real. Go ahead. Go ahead, buddy.
That dude, he just served our country.
Jasmine, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo saying he's so close. This is exciting. I know he's so so close. Thank you, Jasmine. I appreciate you for the love. Go ahead.
What was the last thing you said before you cut off? It's kind of hard to remember.
Yeah, that Kamala Harris is black, right? So you're making the claim that she isn't black. She is black. Her father is black,
Okay.
while her mother is South Asian. I don't really know how else to go from there. It's just very simple. Very simple. Kamala Harris is black.
Let's go to this then. Okay, so in the last 4 years, pay has went down, or pay stayed the same, but prices have went up everywhere.
Okay. Already
that's the
wrong.
problem,
So,
especially if
like
I'm
real
working-
median wages actually went up over the course of the last 4 years. And about prices going up. How do you think the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation? I would love your take.
Okay, I don't have any idea. I'm just saying, I live this life. I know that it's impossible to live now.
No
4 years
clue.
ago, it wasn't.
No clue. You have no clue.
Okay, so inflation,
do you think that?
if I'm getting paid just a little bit more, but all the prices of all the groceries go up, then how is that making it any better? It's
Yeah,
not.
I mean, I'd like to clarify. The reason the prices of your groceries and gas has gone up is because of the pandemic. It caused global inflation in every single country on the
Pandemic
face of the
happened.
earth.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
The pandemic caused global inflation in every single country on the face of the earth. This wasn't just a problem that America faced, but once again, literally every single other country. But specifically speaking, the U.S. has had the quickest rebound from it out of any other country in the G7. But I mean, if your logic is, well, it happened while Biden and Harris were in the presidency, therefore they caused it. Let's use your logic to make Trump look bad. So while Trump was president, the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression happened. He was one of the only 3 presidents in U.S. history that has had a negative net loss in jobs over their terms. Do you blame those things and associate them with Trump the same way you blame and associate the global inflation with Biden and Harris?
I don't do this for a living like you do, so I don't know all that. All I know is whenever he was in office, things were affordable. Gas was affordable. Groceries were affordable. So you could buy a house back then. I'm working 2 jobs right now, and I can't afford a house.
I can't afford a house either, man. I get it. But you know what wasn't better under Trump's presidency? My relationship status. I was single. I couldn't get a girlfriend. No one wanted to come near me. It was probably because I was a Republican, but that's a whole other issue. But I have had a girlfriend under Biden and Harris, probably because I came based, okay? Right? So should I vote for Harris to keep my girlfriend and not vote for Trump because I don't want to be single again?
Say that again.
Should I vote for Harris to keep my girlfriend and not vote for Trump? Because under Trump I was single, under Harris and Biden I was...
That has nothing to do with anything in the world. That has something to do with you personally. That's nothing to do.
So true! The same way Trump didn't pass a Dean Gets No Play Act, and Harris didn't get
Kamala didn't give you a girlfriend. Trump gave us an affordable life.
How so? What policy did Trump influence to get passed?
I don't know his policies, man. I just live the life.
Oh, God damn it. See, you're saying that he gave you the affordable life because you had an affordable life while he was president. Why can't I say that he didn't give me a girlfriend because I didn't have a girlfriend while he was president? Seriously, what is the difference there?
The difference is those things you're saying have nothing to do with politics or anything. Trump being in office.
Dive into your affordable fucking life. He didn't pass any policy that made your life, quote unquote, more affordable, nor did Biden and Harris pass any policy that made your life, quote unquote, harder. It's like, I want you to name the policy. I want you to prove me wrong. I want you to demonstrate to me how the Trump administration was so damn good for you. Because when I evaluate the Trump administration, I see policy that disproportionately benefited rich people at the expense of the low and middle class. And when I evaluate the Biden-Harris administration, I see see policy that disproportionately benefited the average working class Americans. Right? Harris wants to cut taxes for 100 million American workers in that low and middle class, and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it. Donald Trump wants to disproportionately cut taxes for rich people, costing nearly $4 trillion, and he has no fucking clue how he's going to pay for it. This guy is economically illiterate. He has no clue how to run a country. His former advisors and cabinet members and even vice fucking president agree with me. There's no reason why you should be voting for him. One of the most conservative men in the world, Bush's VP, I forget his name now, is endorsing Harris because of his attempted coup on our government. We shouldn't let this tyrannical, narcissistic liar run our country for another 4 years. All he did was he diddle-dabbled in the rights of women, right? Destroyed the low and the middle class through greater income inequities, destroyed American farmers through tariffs on China, and further served to like demonize all regionally marginalized sects of our society, such as individuals from Latin America through xenophobia and like the large social attack against anyone who doesn't speak English, through his prejudice held against quote unquote undocumented migrants, when in all reality he just means anyone from Latin America, or the further oppression that has been granted to the LGBTQ plus community by like further institution of religion within the classroom, within our institutions of media and research, or even the government. Like, how can you say you possibly want to vote for him? Okay, he left. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Let's go to get our next guest up in the box, y'all. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Dipey Don. Let's go get our next guest up in the box, y'all. If you do want to support me, my Venmo and my PayPal are in my bio. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here right now. What's up, Mikey? Are you voting for Trump?
I just want to say you destroyed Charlie Kirk.
Hey, I appreciate you, Mikey. Yeah, seemingly Charlie Kirk conceded. But still, the Republicans are going to make the argument that I got destroyed. I don't know how, though. Like, how could they possibly make that argument? Like, he conceded. It was recorded. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Gene's not here. Don't worry. We have our next guest loading up in as well. Hey, your name is... Wait, actually, can you say your name?
Yeah, I hate Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 18, buddy. You fucking
Oh, I know who you are. Yeah, I apologize for his use of slurs. He's a radical. The MAGA script, literally the worst of the worst, the actual bigot. We're going to move on to our next guest here. If you are voting for Trump, make sure to let me know down below in the chat. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am, sir. How are you?
Okay, I'm doing all right. So why are you voting for Trump?
I like his... I like how he handled no wars on his watch.
No wars. There was wars. There's a Turkish-Kurdish war caused by our pullout of Kurdistan. We had a proxy war with Russia and Syria with literal boots on the ground and fighting Russian foot soldiers. There was a Yemen genocide, 483% increase in drone strikes in the Middle East, and then his self-proclaimed war on ISIS.
No, I was talking about getting us into wars. What do you call it? The Ukraine incident. I was watching that closely, and we weren't in it then. But I like what he did with Syria.
What war are we in right now?
What war are we in right now?
Yeah.
We're dealing with Ukraine, and we're dealing with Israel.
Oh, honey, we're not in those wars. See, we're just funding them.
Well,
but actually, Donald Trump wants. Donald Trump wants to fund Israel more. I vehemently disagree with him in that respect.
I mean, that's you said.
So specifically speaking, Kamala Harris supports a ceasefire between Palestine and Israel to end the ongoing war crimes against the innocent Palestinians. Donald Trump turns around, calls Netanyahu, tells him to reject the ceasefire until he's elected, violating the Logan Act, which is currently being investigated by the Department of the DOJ. And specifically speaking, right, he said that he wants to send more money to Israel. He doesn't support a ceasefire, and he wants them to win. So if you are
we've always supported Israel. That's the thing that we've always
okay, so you're anti-war until it comes to Israel.
No, we've always it has nothing to do with any president that we've had in the last 20, 30 years.
Anti-war until it comes to Israel. You're like, we don't need to be sending them our money. We don't need to be giving them our attention. But as soon as it's Israel, we shouldn't support a ceasefire agreement. We shouldn't support reducing the amount of money that we're sending. We shouldn't reduce the amount of like weapons and bombs and ARs we're sending. But we should send them more so they could continue to commit war crimes against the innocent Palestinians.
No,
God,
that's
you're
not
so
what I'm saying.
backwards.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, Syria was the big issue that we could have been boots on ground with. Dealing with, you got North Korea, okay, with the capability of ICBMs that just happened just before Trump took office. I didn't know what was going to happen with that. It really had me nervous, man, the whole Korean conflict.
Yeah, well, then maybe Donald Trump shouldn't have been calling him Rocket Man. Then, went over to North Korea.
Exactly.
Okay, one more interruption and you're gone.
Hands.
One more interruption and you're gone. One more interruption and you're gone. He went over there for a denuclearization agreement, left fucking empty-handed. He only gave North Korea more images to use as propaganda for their malnourished citizens because of how terrible of a tyrannical dictator Kim Jong-un is, and then specifically speaking, went back to calling him Rocket Man. Oh, they shook hands. Oh, that's so cool. Well, if you were truly anti-war, anti-conflict, how do you feel about Trump launching the biggest internal attack on our government with his attempted coup to steal the election from Biden in 2020?
Oh, yeah, like the whole political persecution type thing, that's been going on for the past 6 years, kind of like put me deaf ears on it.
No, I'm talking about Trump literally trying to steal the election from Biden with use of fake votes in Congress.
Like I'm saying, I'm putting, there's been over 1,200 reasons why Trump's, there's been 1,200 reasons. You guys
your mic is muffled, little bro.
1,200 times.
Hey, little brother.
You guys have cried wolf 1,200 times. Okay. How am I supposed to believe anything?
So could you give me an instance of the Democrats politically persecuting Trump?
Okay, day one. Well, I mean, I voted Hillary Clinton, but I noticed through the election what they were doing to Trump. It was, I just seen it. Even though I was voting for Hillary, I seen it.
Can you give me a very specific example of Democrats politically persecuting Donald J. Trump?
Okay, so I was watching. Okay, now realize
bumbling. Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love.
So realize that the media is owned by who? You know
okay, well, you could have given me an example, so I'm gonna go kick you. I probably wouldn't have kicked him there. If he just wasn't pivoting around everything. He pivoted around January 6th by pivoting to the political persecution, and then he pivoted around the political persecution by pivoting to the media. Crazy. Okay, so you're homophobic. Why do you think being lesbian is morally wrong?
What do you mean?
Like your name, you're calling the LGBTQ+ community disgusting. So on TikTok, we can only use the word lesbian to refer to the LGBTQ+ community. Why do you think being a lesbian is wrong?
No, I'm homophobic in the sense that I'm afraid of them, I'm afraid they will take my kids.
Okay. Well, you didn't want to answer the question. We're going to move on to our next guest. If you guys are voting for Trump, make sure to hop in the queue, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. We're going to go to get the next guest up in the box. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
I'm not voting for anybody, man.
Hey, I got an anarchist. I appreciate you for the rock arm. That is very kind of you. Guys, if you're voting for Trump, spam the comment section. Let me know what's going on. Camo, are you voting for the greatest tyrannical dictator on day one?
I am, yeah.
Okay. Why is that?
I just got a question for you too. So about the wall, right? I've seen some stuff online. Everyone was against Trump for the wall when he first announced it. Now all of a sudden that everyone's flooding into the U.S. and all these problems with the Colorado. I'm sure you've seen that. What are your thoughts on that?
So there's not Venezuelan gangs in Colorado. That is strictly unjustified, unsubstantiated misinformation. There is real issues going on in Aurora, but we need to address them. We don't need to virtue signal, lie, and contort it into a political propaganda campaign for Trump. I think that really demonstrates Republicans' lack of care, because instead of actually addressing the gang-related issues in Aurora, you instead want to really ignore them, not doing anything, and just turn it into pro-Trump propaganda.
So you're saying that those people, you're saying that's not even real in the first place?
No, it's real. They're just not Venezuelan gang members.
But how do you know?
Okay, because there's no evidence supporting the idea that there are. Aurora is like not a nice place, man. I've lived in Colorado my whole life. I grew up, okay, right near Aurora. And that was always somewhere where you just kind of didn't go. You know, like Aurora is like not a, a super duper safe place to be, right? There's always been a lot of socioeconomic issues in the area that have caused disproportionate rates of violent crime in the area, right? But now y'all are taking one of the most recent instances of violent crime in Aurora, and you're just saying that they're undocumented migrants from Venezuela to push like pro-Trump ideologies. It's embarrassing, bro. Like, give me the evidence that those are Venezuelan gang members.
Well, I've seen videos online of like just straight Spanish speakers.
So if you speak Spanish, you're a Venezuelan gang member?
No. They were labels. That's what they were labeled as because of not speaking English, not being recorded as U.S. citizens.
Wait, so you're saying because they don't speak English that they're therefore
No.
Venezuelan
That's
gang
not what I'm
members?
saying. That I just explained it.
Okay, so then what is the evidence that they're not U.S. citizens? What is the evidence that they're Venezuelan gang members?
Because there was a thing I saw online too. It might not be true, just like you said, but that like they're letting the people from their own countries out of prison to come to the U.S. because again the border's open and they're flooding in. So I mean, I'm sure you've seen that a bunch of migrants are flooding to big cities like Chicago, New York, Florida, Texas, whatever. So I mean, if they're not documented.
So would you just assume that like anybody that doesn't speak English that commits a crime is a Venezuelan gang member?
No, 100% no.
Okay, so then why do you assume that these guys are Venezuelan gang members?
Because that's what they're being labeled as.
Okay. So if you label them as something, you should just believe it. So when white
No,
people,
I'm not believing it at all. I just want to know your thoughts on it.
One moment.
Go ahead.
So when white people labeled black people as aggressive and violent for 400 years, does that mean that we should just believe that?
No.
Okay, so when xenophobes and conservatives label those individuals as Venezuelan gang members, does that mean that we should just believe it?
No.
Phenomenal. Great. We have consensus.
Right. And then one more thing. So at the border, have you seen these videos online? They're all over Twitter of guys going to the border. They say like they go they have like a camera, they point it at the people and say, "Where are you from and where are you going?" Have you seen those?
No, I haven't. We could talk about the border. So yeah, do you like buy into like what Trump says about how everyone crossing the border is so violent and you know they are citizens, gang members, etc.?
No.
Okay, well, I mean, Trump does. So under Trump's own worldview, he's causing further violence to American citizens because we do understand that Trump, right, particularly shot down good bipartisan border legislation in Congress like 2 years ago because he didn't want to give the Democrats a win, and he just literally wanted the crisis to continue so he can campaign on it today for re-election, right? Like, how do you feel about himself placing him so far above the country and so far above American citizens that he wants the crisis to continue so he could turn around, demonize them all, lie to his incredibly ignorant voter base and, malleable voter base by saying that they're all violent people?
Well, I think it's not more or less if they're violent or not. It's just like people work very hard to get like their green cards from other countries to come here, and these people are almost getting it handed to them to just come in the country. And then
how do you feel about Trump shooting down the bipartisan border legislation?
I don't even know what that is, if I'm being honest with you.
So there's a senator named Lankford. He's a Republican. He's also Trump endorsed. He was also one of the 11 senators that supported postponing the vote on January 6th. So he's like alt-right. He drafted a bipartisan border bill that had bipartisan support from both sides of the aisle. They were going to get it passed, but then Trump called the Republicans and told them to vote against it because, well, they didn't want the border crisis to be solved under Biden and Harris. And now he's campaigning on that today. Like, how could you vote for a man that places himself so far above the country that he literally wanted the crisis to continue so he could just talk about how bad it was to get your vote?
Well, I don't think he wanted the crisis to continue, in my opinion, because his whole thing was, I mean, his strongest argument was build the wall. Because, I mean, if people are coming in illegally, you have no... Go ahead.
Let's play this game. If he didn't want the crisis to continue, then why did he shoot down that bipartisan legislation?
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe because, I mean, if from his side, I mean, if his term was ending, I mean, there wasn't enough time for him to continue to finish the wall, quote unquote, or whatever. I mean, canceling it's a smart thing because it makes the other side look bad.
Okay, so you just conceded and agreed that Donald Trump shot it down for political purposes. Now let's use an analogy to kind of drive my point home. So if your house was burning down and a fire truck showed out to put out the fire and you told them to turn around because you wanted the house to burn so you could claim the insurance money, did you care about the house?
No.
No, so if like the border is, metaphorically burning down, if we have this crisis, right, destroying our southern border, and the fire truck shows up, the bipartisan border bill shows up to Congress, and Trump tells it to turn around, or, he tells the Republicans to vote against it, so he could claim the insurance money or make the Democrats look bad, did Donald Trump care about the southern border?
Well, I just think it's a smart thing on his end. Because, obviously they weren't going to finish the wall. Because as you can see what's going on right now.
It's a smart thing to let the house burn to get the insurance money. It just tells us that you don't care about the house. Just like this tells us that Trump doesn't actually care about the border.
Yeah, but even if he kept that, whatever you said, like in play, it's going to get transferred over. So it's Biden's decision in the end. He could have just done the same thing and canceled it. Could he not have?
Yeah, so bipartisan influenced the bill and he would have signed it into law.
So you think he would have? He would
because
have signed it into law to
actively
continue the wall.
influencing it. And no, that bill did not continue the wall.
No.
No.
So what?
No. The wall was a failure of a project by Trump with the use of misappropriated DoD funds, right? The Langford's bipartisan border bill, right, specifically increased funding to asylum-seeking processes to make them quicker, faster, insofar as reducing the amount of undocumented migration into our country, and also just generally improved border security, and it placed like daily and weekly rolling average limits insofar as how many people could come across before the president can take like authoritative order on the border. And Jasmine, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you with the love. So you're
saying,
okay, go for it.
One more thing, because I got to go. I'm at work right now, but so you're saying Biden passed something to increase border security, and then you said what else?
Biden influenced to get passed a bipartisan border bill to increase border security to reduce the amount of undocumented migration into our country by making the legal processes safer and quicker. And then Trump shot it down, telling the Republicans to vote against it because he didn't want good border policy passed while the Democrats were in office, right? And what that tells us is that Donald Trump doesn't care about the southern border. What that tells us that was if all the things that Donald Trump says about migrants was true, that they're so violent, etc., that Donald Trump is causing more harm and more violence towards American citizens. And what that tells us is that this is just another prime example of Donald Trump placing himself above the American people.
Right. I mean, but the thing is, if Biden wanted that, I want more security, I want these people to be documented or whatever, that's the complete opposite of what's going on right at this moment. So, I mean...
Okay, so right now we have an open border?
I have no idea, but I just know there's a fuck ton of people coming in. And it's coming in my city because I live in Chicago, and you can see on the streets there's a bunch of people coming out here. There's camps all set up. It's like it's just getting a little ridiculous, and I never saw this when Trump was in office.
How shooting down the bill would make the crisis continue to happen? Is that
why doesn't Biden just what's it called? Like renew the bill or pass another bill or something? Do something to help.
An executive order that decreased crossings by 55%, putting us at the same level of daily crossings today that we saw at the end of Trump's term, right? So if you'd say that we have a crisis now, you'd say that we had a crisis then, right before Trump left office, meaning that Trump never solved the border crisis during his presidency.
I mean, I disagree, but I mean, because
how could you disagree with the fact?
No, I'm just saying I disagree on the point where you're saying like it was the same amount of people, if not less now, than it was when Trump was in office. I think that's complete BS.
That's coming from Customs and Border Protection, the same source that Trump used when he showed the graph behind him in Pennsylvania at the rally that he got shut out. You're literally denying Trump's own sources.
All right, I disagree, but I'll leave you to it.
So now you're disagreeing with the fact that you're denying Trump's own sources. So you're just living in Delulu land.
No, I'm not. I'm just going off based off what I think, in my opinion, and what I'm seeing as a person of the United States, as a citizen, as a working middle class person. I'm just, you know what I mean?
Jesus Christ, dude. Should we why is evidence important for what we believe in? Can you answer that question?
I don't know. I gotta bounce. I'm getting off lunch in a 1 minute. I gotta bounce.
Go bounce, dude. If you want to support me, my Venmos, my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and it greatly supports me. We're going to move on to our next guest here, but I do seriously appreciate y'all for the love today. But guys, keep double tapping away on that phone screen. All right, keep sharing out that live. Y'all already know, chat. Y'all already know. We're going to get our next guest up in the box right now. So everybody do be patient. Y'all already know. When we get our next pro yapper up in the box, I need to put myself on mute for a little bit so I can specifically blow my nose. Hey, Hillary, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am voting for Trump.
All right. Hey, Nathan, are you voting for Trump? Okay, Nathan's not here. So, Hillary, why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is very sexist and does not care about women.
I don't believe that. And why would you say Trump doesn't care about women? I believe Trump does. Trump is the only president that has literally, when he was in office, we saw a change, is what I feel like, especially coming from Republican Party. I have never seen anything Democrats have ever done for this country besides screw things up. And then put a Republican in office to have to fix those things that they screw up.
So true. So the PACT Act that Biden and Harris signed into law, that screwed shit up big time by investing nearly $1 billion into expanding VA healthcare benefits. Terrible. The Chips and Science Act, investing billions of dollars into U.S. chip producers insofar as the fact that we'll be producing 20% of the global supply by 2030. That really fucked things up too, didn't it? Terrible. The infrastructure bill, investing $1 trillion into local communities across the U.S. to spur their local economies, to create construction jobs, and to upgrade their infrastructure.
That.
Terrible. No, he didn't. He tried, never got it done. Biden got it done in his first year with the worst split in Congress.
But it was Trump's idea. It was never Biden's idea. It was Trump's idea. They taking what Trump started and they're trying to finish it and act like, take credit for it. That's all they're doing.
So is Harris a communist?
Elaborate what you call a communist is.
I don't think that's necessary. Trump calls Harris a communist. Do you agree with Trump?
Well, she is.
Okay, so which one is it? Is she a communist, or is she taking Trump's policies, meaning that she's not a communist, she's a conservative?
I feel like they're taking Trump's things and they're trying to take credit for what he started or what he had done.
Okay, so then Trump is a communist.
Maybe, maybe not.
Wait, you're voting for a commie?
No, I'm voting for Trump.
Oh, but if Harris is a communist because her policy is communist and she steals her policy from Trump, what does that make Trump? A equals B, B equals C, A equals what? A equals C.
Well, I still feel like my vote is with Trump because I feel like I've seen more of a difference with Trump than I've seen with Kamala or Biden.
Okay, what is one good thing Trump did for you, for the country as a whole, for our economy, while he was president?
What did he do? He pardoned a lot of our prisoners.
He pardoned a lot of our prisoners.
He pardoned a lot of our prisoners, like who? Lisa, thank you for the edits.
A lot of people he let off for the little minor things that they were holding people, giving them so much time for little stuff. He was like letting them out.
You're talking about the First Step Act that was actually influenced to get passed in Congress under Obama's admin, but didn't pass until Trump was in office, right? But specifically speaking, if you really cared about reforming our prison system, well, you wouldn't be voting for the guy that has convinced the entirety of his voter base that the criminal justice system was corrupt and was unfairly persecuting him. And you would want to vote for Harris as she actually wants to solve socioeconomic discrepancies, when it's socioeconomic discrepancies in the first place that cause higher rates of violent crime. Right? Like, for instance, we see much higher rates of crime, right, the closer to poverty one is, right? And Harris wants to cut taxes for the low and middle class. Harris wants to make their lives easier, but Trump wants to make them harder, which will make rates of violent crime worse.
But Trump, he did those loans. He did those health care. He did that. He gave people what? He gave them a stimulus check, unemployment, and also he closed the borders. Trump is telling the truth when he says that they're coming over and they're taking over the jobs and stuff like that. Trump actually is trying to close the borders where I guess Americans can get more jobs than other ethnics.
Oh wait, which one is it? Are they lazy and living off of American citizens' taxes, or are they taking our jobs, providing more into the economy than we are?
Is who lazy?
Like immigrants, right? Because what we're referencing here is going to be a contradiction within the conservative worldview. So one claim is that, oh, they're so lazy, they're coming here, they're not doing anything, they're just living off of taxpayers' dollars. Well, what's a taxpayer? Someone that works a job. People that create an income pay taxes. So if these migrants are taking Americans' jobs, it just means that these migrants are paying in to our government revenue.
Well, they're paying the migrants to come over here. From what I heard, Biden giving them $500,000 to come over here.
What?
Yeah, that's what's on. If it's fake, then that's what's on the internet. He's not even giving people that's already here $500,000.
Okay, what executive order, what policy did Biden sign into law to literally pay people $500,000 to live in America?
I don't know. I just saw it on the internet.
Ah, so true. And is everything we see on the internet accurate?
No. Okay, so what about this then? Since you know so much, what about why is Kamala trying to say that? Kamala, whatever her name is, Kamala trying to say that boys can be girls and girls can be boys, and she's trying to teach that in the schools.
Oh dear God. Yeah. So first of all, I actually don't see super trans inclusive policy being influenced by the Harris administration. I would love it to be, but I don't see it. I just kind of see Republicans virtue signaling on behalf of trans inclusive policy to further demonize Harris. And second of all, no one is saying that boys can become girls, girls can become boys. What we're saying is that trans boys are boys and always have been, and trans girls are girls and always have been. And there's nothing wrong with teaching basic very basic attributes of the social construct that we call gender, right, in schools to further educate our youth, because with education, right, comes a decrease in prejudice. When we educate people, we decrease prejudice. And why wouldn't we want to decrease prejudice towards the trans community when, while they account for 0.05% of the population, they account for 75% of the prejudice that conservatives hold? I honestly just feel like you're looking for a scapegoat, you're looking for someone to demonize, you're looking for something to get mad at, so you could turn around and justify your vote for the rapist felon wannabe dictator.
I don't feel like that. I feel like some of the things that Trump is saying, I feel like are more accurate than the things that Kamala is saying, because Kamala gets on there, she laughs, she uses the whole the black thing to try to get.
1 second, Ryan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying, Hillary, stop believing in everything you read on the internet. Deadass, thank you for the love, Ryan. W's for Ryan in the chat. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Go ahead. So you're saying that what Kamala Harris has done wrong is that she's joyous, that she's laughed?
No, I'm not saying.
Oh, the horrors. Oh, the horror. Oh, the horror.
Why are you
the horror.
Tell us why you voted for her.
Yeah, because she has better policy and character. First, let's start with character. She's not a rapist. She's not a racist. She's not a felon. She's not a misogynist. She's not a... In 1973, he denied housing to black people because they're black. In 2012 through 2014, he said because Barack Obama is black, this means he wasn't born in America, therefore he shouldn't be able to run for president. He's referenced the African-American community is black with an S at the end. He said black jobs, what's a black job? He said that Kamala Harris, quote-unquote, turned black. When did I turn white? He has also said that black people are lazy. If you want the actual quote, it's a little bit more derogative than that. I'll only read off the actual quote with the approval of members of the African-American community in the chat. But he specifically said that laziness is a trait in black with an S at the end, and that he really believes that. He's also said that he doesn't like it when black people count his money, and that he would much rather have the shortmen and yarmulkes do that. He also implemented or attempted to implement literal religious persecution while he was president, right? Quote unquote, I, Donald Trump, right, am calling for an immediate and total shutdown of all Muslims entering into the country. Something else he said there, the Central Park 5 as well. We could reference so many instances of Trump being racist. Do you agree or disagree with me that every single thing I just said was racist as fuck?
I disagree, because I feel like they only pinning that on him because he's running for president. Because before he was running for president, Trump wasn't known as a racist. But now all of a sudden he's running for president, they're trying to call him a racist. So what? We don't vote for him. If you,
dear God, if I were to say right now and fucking mean it, the shit that Trump has said, would I be called a racist, or would I not be called a racist since I'm not running for president? Like, if I said that all black people were lazy and I truly believe that, what would be like my community's response?
That's your
It would
opinion. We can say all white people are lazy. That doesn't make you a racist.
Wait, Hillary, it doesn't. So when a white person says that all black people are lazy, that's not racism.
No, I feel like that's an opinion. Just as
what is racism?
Racism, I feel like is when you could be black and not like other blacks. So are you racist because you don't like your own kind? You
Just
could be.
Please tell me what racism is.
Racism is. You want me to tell you what I feel like it is, or what the definition for racism is?
What do you feel like it is? Just give me your definition of racism.
I feel like racism is when you're a black person and you're another black person and you see that person down and you don't help your fellow brother or sister out. I feel like that's racism. I've had more help from Caucasians than I have had from my own kind. So I feel like my own kind are more racist towards their own kind but they're trying to paint it like Caucasians are. And I don't believe that. So that's what I feel like.
What the fuck? Okay, so I just want to clarify. Donald Trump's not racist, even though he denied housing opportunities to black people because they're black. Donald Trump's not racist. Wait 1 second. Do you think that denying a black person opportunity because of the color of their skin is racist?
They was doing that before Trump got in the office.
Well, no fucking shit. White people have always been racist. Wow, crazy. But I'm asking you, is that racism? No, she's leaving.
I saw anybody about no
She's
insurance.
back. Kenneth, thank you for the $1 on Venmo saying that this is the most embarrassing and cringeworthy take I've ever heard. Same. So I just want to clarify. Let's get a very straight answer here. Is it or is it not racist for a white person to deny an opportunity to a black person because they are a black person?
To me, yes, that is racist to do that. But I haven't had. But when have you had that done? You don't see that as much. Okay. Maybe on a job or something.
Okay, so denying opportunity to black people because they're black is racist. So when Trump denied housing opportunity to black people in 1973 because they were black, that was what?
He did that and when?
In 1973. So when he denied opportunity to black people because they were black, was that racism?
No, that was part of his culture then. But look what Democrats did for blacks. They were trying to keep blacks in slavery and all that mess. Nobody talks about that.
Oh my dear God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. So just denying black people opportunity because they're black apparently isn't racist. And yeah, I would like to clarify. Yeah, it was the Democrat Party that supported slavery. But I'm not a Democrat because of what they supported 200 years ago. I'm a Democrat because of what they support now. But just out of curiosity, who are the Ryan, I appreciate you for the $6 on Venmo. Hillary just stopped. For real, thank you, Ryan. Oh, absolutely I can because she isn't racist. He is. Why would I vote for the racist over the racist? But the question I'd ask you, who are the proud, extrovertedly, vehemently proud racists voting for today? The rich white man or the black woman?
It's not Trump.
Oh, so the Proud Boys that he told to stand back and stand by aren't voting for him?
Who are the Proud Boys?
An incredibly fucking racist hate group from the alt-right.
He told them to vote for him?
He told them to stand back and stand by to intimidate voters at the polls in the 2020 election, yeah.
So he can't just because they're racist, that don't mean he racist. Me sitting in the garage doesn't make me a car.
Yeah, but Hillary, I asked you who like the proud, vehemently extroverted, like self-proclaimed racists were voting for, and you said definitely not Trump. But they literally helped Trump in his last.
No, campaign. I thought you asked me who. I thought you asked me something else.
Dude, I just want to clarify. You said that denying opportunity to black people because they're black isn't racist. So I just want to clarify, Hillary. So if I only let white people up onto my stream and I denied the opportunity for any black person to come up and debate me because I didn't like the color of their skin, would I be racist?
If you want to use that term, you would be.
If I want to use that term?
Okay, so let me ask you this. So let me ask you this. Okay,
oh my
so
God. Ebony, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that love. Thank you so much, Ebony. This is insane. And Paris with a $5 on Venmo saying to buy Hillary a brain. I don't know if $5 is going to get that. Thank you so much, Ebony and Paris and Kinna. She's a prime example of brainwashed and uneducated. Yeah.
If he didn't let black people on his live, he only let white people on his live. Would he be considered a racist? You think he would?
Oh, yeah, no shit. Gabby, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I feel bad for how uneducated she is. Yeah, me too. Gabby, I really appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo, though. W's for Ebony and W's
I'm still
for
voting for Trump.
I
don't care what nobody says. You're going to vote for Kamala for your hidden reasons, and I'm going to vote for Trump for my open reasons.
I mean, well, my reasons why I'm voting for Harris aren't so hidden. I'm voting for Harris because Donald Trump has been proven to be a rapist. I'm voting for Harris because Donald Trump tried to overthrow the American democracy in 2020. I'm voting for Harris because Donald Trump tried to implement religious persecution. Donald Trump tried to take away federal protections for access to abortion and health care from all 170 million American women and girls. Donald Trump increased income inequities with tax policy that disproportionately benefited rich people. Meanwhile, Harris, right, specifically wants to benefit the low and the middle class. Harris wants to benefit the average working class American. Harris wants to reinstitute federal protections for women's access to abortion. Harris wants to offer great tax cuts and great benefits for American manufacturing. That's why I'm voting for her.
Harris is a murderer.
What? Renee, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, saying that Hillary isn't very bright and it's getting embarrassing. Apparently Harris is a murderer now. I want to see at least 500 W's for Renee in that chat. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo, and Misty with a $1 on Venmo. Hillary, is it possible that you could go into a different room while your partner's working on with the drill? And Sebastian with the $15 on Venmo, saying I'm black. Hillary, please learn and have some more respect for the African American community. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you for the $15, Sebastian. W's in the chat and surreal, honestly.
So anyways,
how is Harris a murderer?
Am I allowed to say something to all those people who calling me names and saying bad stuff about me? Am I allowed to say something bad?
Well, I'd say that like the people that are donating to me saying that you're like saying that they are black and they're speaking on behalf of themselves. I wouldn't say that they're disrespecting you, but
they are
like
disrespecting
that's not
me
my
because,
space.
First of all, I have different views from them. They are brainwashed. I'm not. So let's get that clear.
Okay, if you're not brainwashed, can you please give me adequate justification for your prior statement that Kamala Harris is a murderer?
The reason why I said Kamala Harris is a murderer because she's saying that women have the right to their bodies and they have the right to abortion. I feel like that's murder.
Okay, and do you agree with Trump that it should be left up to the state?
I don't think it should be left up to the state. Wait, left up to the state how first?
Like, okay, are you driving?
No, I'm
You're
just sitting in the car.
Yeah, so no worries. So like left up to the state insofar as Trump like wanting to repeal Roe v. Wade as he did with his justices in the Supreme Court to reverse and allow each individual state to legislate on the legality of abortion. Do you like that?
You have to stop trying to talk so fast. Do I like that? What now? Slow down.
That Trump took abortion protections
that
were instituted because of Roe v. Wade, the Constitution and shit, and Trump put it back to the state. So instead of access to abortion being federally protected, Trump bumped it back down so each individual state could legislate on it. Did you like that?
Yes. I mean,
okay,
it sounds
so you
bad.
think that murder should be left up to the state?
Well, let it be on the state conscience and not the individual, because at the end of the day, I feel like if you kill an innocent child, no matter how that child got here, that is murder. So let that be on the state and not on you.
So at the end of the day has ended. Yeah, but what I'm saying is if you think that abortion is murder and you think that it should be legislated on by the state, well, then you just say that murder should be left up to the state. What's the difference between saying that murder should be left up to the state and like the right to own slaves should be left up to the state?
Because everything else is left up to the state. If you look at it,
no, like basic protections aren't. And Kevin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying Hillary's not invited to the cookout anymore. And Kenneth, thank you for the $1 on Venmo.
What? Are you serious?
Dude, that's just a donation I got, man.
Oh.
But I just like wanted to clarify. You said that like murder should be left up to the state. So
it's left up to the state anyway. They kill people anyway. They give them death sentences. They kill them in jail. They kill them in the hospital. They're killing them anyway.
Oh dear God. So do you think that the right to own slaves should be left up to the state?
What do you mean by the right to own slaves? What do you mean by that?
Like, remember like the Civil War, how the Confederacy was like, oh, we want states' rights. We want to be able to own humans as property for life. And that's like what caused the Civil War. Like, do you think that right should be left up to the state?
Do you want me to tell you how I really feel about that? And I know I'm gonna get, I know I'm gonna get dragged for this because I'm the first black person that's gonna say this. But if you ask me, I really don't think slavery was such a bad idea. You want to know why? Wait, do you want to know why? I know they're gonna get mad at me. I don't care. But I'm going to stand up for what I feel I need to stand up for because I've never been able to speak this. So do you want to know why I feel like it wasn't such a bad idea? No, don't. Now, I'm not talking about when they whip them with chains and hang them on the trees and all that. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the average slavery working and staying in the house or some staying in the field or whatever. The reason why I'm saying it could be a good idea if it came with a little bit of privileges is because soon as you set those people free, what did they do? They started making this horrible music. They started killing each other. They started walking around. You gave them guns. They started getting the kids to carry guns. It just got crazy. Things got crazier. But when they were slaves and they were taking it from the white man, they stuck together more. They felt as if they valued life, each other more. But when you let them free and you gave them another means to hurt each other, like with this music and internet and all that, they got crazy.
This is like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I know. Nobody wants to talk
about
What
the fuck? I have never heard this. I've never, never fucking heard this. I'm so fucking sorry. This is mental illness. I have never said that on my, I have never ever said that on my live before. But this is legitimately mental illness.
I don't think so.
Like,
you know why? You know
what? Listen. I'm either gonna just kick her and move on to the next guest, or we're gonna get Athena in here. I'm gonna text Athena. I would love to listen to you talk to Athena. So I'm gonna text Athena real quick. Okay. Yeah, but real quick, I would like to thank Ebony. Thank you for the $1. Santa, thank you for the $1.50. Shayla, thank you for the $5. Christine with the $5. Joshua with the $5. And John with the $1. We have so many fucking people.
What is the 201?
1 second, Jazz. Thank you for the $20. Ryan, thank you for the $10. W's in the chat for Ryan. Paris with the $5. Morgan with the $6 and the 66 cents. No, you're not. No, you're not. Lo, thank you for the $2. Aaron with the $5. Renee with the $5. Carmen with the $2. Justin with the $5. And Kenna with the $1. I really appreciate y'all so much for the love. And Amber with the $1 as well. Thank you guys so much for your donations on Venmo and PayPal today. And Elizabeth with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Elizabeth. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Massive W's in the chat for Elizabeth. Seriously, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. And Lisa with the $20 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much for the love, Lisa and Elizabeth. Lisa with the $20 and Elizabeth with the $50. Massive W's for Elizabeth and Lisa down below. User with the money gun. And Alicia with the $8 on Venmo saying, get Athena. I just texted her on Discord. I would love to watch Athena talk to Hillary. Thank you so much for the love, Alicia. This is crazy. All right. So actually, we're gonna try to call Athena. We're just gonna see if she picks up. We're gonna see if Athena picks up the phone over here. Yeah, but anyway, so Hillary, you said that slavery wasn't that bad, because like you think that like culture has degraded and has like been quote unquote poor. So I mean, like first of all, I think we need to talk about like the meat on the bone here. First of all, just like saying that this culture is quote unquote poor, therefore these individuals don't deserve human rights is fucking insane. Like,
no,
what's the
I
difference
didn't say
between...
that.
Okay, so what's your argument?
They
Ryan,
can
thank you
have
for $4
human rights, but if you look at it,
Wait, no, saying that they should be slaves, saying that you should be a slave, while also
I'm
saying
not-
that you should have human rights, that doesn't work.
okay, so a slave doesn't have human rights.
Yes, exactly. Michelle,
So
thank you
that's
so
the
much for
only
the
thing.
mustache.
That's the only difference in a slave is that you don't have human rights.
Oh, Athena's here. Perfect. Phenomenal. Athena, please. Oh my God.
Okay, who's
all right.
Athena? And what does the 200 coins mean? I mean, what does the 208 with the blue?
Athena.
What does that mean?
Athena, hi. One second, Hillary.
Okay.
So, Kobe, welcome in. So, Hillary, I would like for you to word for word, bar for bar, sentence for sentence, repeat to Athena exactly what you told all 4.4 thousand of us. Can you do that?
That fine, sure.
Dear God, please take it away.
Okay, so first, can I ask a question? Who's Athena?
An incredibly
Kobe.
She's
intelligent
who?
individual.
Me, the person who's in the box, me.
Okay, and who are you? Are you like an influencer? I mean, why should I repeat what I said to you? If you don't mind me asking, sorry.
I'm a debater.
Okay,
I debate sometimes, yeah. I'm also friends with the dean.
Do you debate really good? Can I ask you something before I share what I said?
Sure.
What does these numbers mean with the 208 and the 990?
That's how many coins people gifted you.
What does that mean? What do you use coins for? See, I don't know. I don't do TikTok that much.
Hillary, can you please repeat to Athena what
Okay,
you told
fine.
us all?
All I said was, okay, ask me the question again so I can make sure I said what I meant.
So I just want you to repeat to Athena how you think that slavery was good, because after slavery was abolished, black people started doing really bad things.
Excuse me?
Some of them, not all of them. Don't twist my words. Just hear me out.
So go ahead and repeat to Athena what you told to us.
I just feel like, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have our rights to read and, all that, and to buy things and stuff like that. All I'm saying is that I just feel like, as like black people in a whole, now, and I'm not saying I'm right. I like to be corrected. That's how you grow. But all I'm saying is when there was slavery or whatever you want to call it, black people as a whole, I feel like this is just based off the videos and all that, they were more classier. They stood together more. They value life more within each other. They value life more. They took up for each other more, and they stuck together more. I feel like when the chains were off, everything was off. They got out of control even with their music. They got out of control with how they dress. They got out of control what they teach our children, or how they try to influence our children. They have gotten out of control, and I feel like they're using African American or black women in a negative light now. I do not feel
Are you trying to say that slavery, controlled black people or put a leash on black people or something? Because what you're saying is, after slavery, black people went out of control, makes it seem as if slavery was somehow holding holding black people back. Is that what you're saying?
I don't feel like slavery was holding black people back. I feel like slavery, it did a lot of bad with the killing. I'm not talking about all that, the killing and the chains and the whips. Take away all of that. But I feel like, in a sense, that
Take away all of that?
Yeah, I'm saying I'm not including the chains. I'm not including the whipping. I'm not including the negativity of the abuse. I'm not including the abuse. I'm only saying that with the work ethic and stuff like that, and what's wrong with servitude? Wait a minute. What is wrong with servitude?
What?
Wait, I'm not finished. I don't.
Athena. This is I've never had this experience. This is the first experience.
Thank you. I'm glad it's the first.
Did you just ask what is wrong with servitude?
Because that's basically what slaves were. They were serving another race of people. And
why should black people be the ones who are in servitude?
we shouldn't be the ones. I feel like we all should be in servitude. But all I'm saying is, since black people since they were, some of them were in servitude. Since some of them were, all I'm saying is, when we all got free, when they became free, because I never was slave, when they became free, I just feel like things kind of turned for the worse, as far as in their ethnics, the way they carry themselves. Women were not naked, half naked, walking around acting like a fool back then. You had a little, what's wrong with just not even fear,
because black women were
more classier.
Okay, I think I've heard enough.
Okay, fine.
I think no, black women were not classy because black women were being unalived. Black women were being raped. Black women were enslaved. Black women were being worked to exhaustion. Black women were. Wait 1 second. I heard you speak at this point. I literally feel like I've heard enough. Respectfully, Hillary. As a black woman myself, it's interesting that you say black women were classy when black women were whipped, black women were raped, black women's wombs were used as like a breeding ground for the next generation of enslaved people. Like, that to me is insane, that you would think that black people were better off during slavery and then say what's wrong with servitude, knowing full well everything is wrong with being treated as like property, like piece of just property, basically, not like being stripped of your personhood, because that is what slavery was. Chattel slavery stripped black people of our personhood.
Okay,
yeah,
but you're focusing. But I specifically said take away those negative things that happen. I wasn't talking about those negative.
You can't take it away though, because slavery is inherently dehumanizing. You can't take it away.
He asked me how I felt, as if do I think it was better? You can't.
I'd like to clarify. I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you for your feelings on slavery. You said, Dean, I would love to share one of my opinions from you, and I know that this will get some backlash. No, this was unfucking prompted, Athena.
Right.
This was legitimately unfucking prompted.
No. Yeah, he's right. He did not ask me. That's something I wanted to. But the reason why I was saying that is because we were going into the way of saying, if black people were better off, how are they better? I'm not saying they were better off with slaves. If you mention all that negativity that happened, I'm just saying that as a group, they stood together more when they were.
Why are you saying they? Aren't you black?
No.
What are you?
Wait a minute. I'm brown, but.
Wait, what are you?
Wait,
what are you?
Okay, let me say this.
What are you?
I'm gonna tell you, Missy. I'm gonna tell you. I think I'm saying that the reason why I don't necessarily say that I'm black is because, first of all, no one is black. Black is a color, and I have not seen no human being that's black. I have only seen brown, darker color. Black to me, I feel like, was used to categorize a certain group of people so that they could have more control over a class of people. So no, I do not consider myself being black. I consider myself being brown. I consider myself being Indian. I have a lot in my blood.
Indian.
Yeah, Indian. I have more in my blood than just
from the subcontinent of India.
Whatever you want to call it.
Wait, first of all, if you're not black, then why are you talking about black issues? That's one thing I don't understand. Do you think that you're indigenous to North America?
The reason why I'm talking about it is because I would be categorized as black, because that's what they did to label a certain group of people. So if I'm going to be categorized as something that I'm really not, I should have the right to speak on it, because you're categorizing me with it. And you asked me a question. If I feel like I'm black, no, I feel like I am brown. Okay.
Do you know that black as a legal category has nothing to do with being actually black, right? Because there is no person who is actually genuinely black, right?
Okay. So
So as a legal terminology, blackness is first of all associated with your phenotypical characteristics, which is why you can have a light-skinned person who might be lighter than a dark-skinned white Italian person, but still be categorized as black. Because again, blackness isn't necessarily about like you just being like literally a black person. It's about again. A legal terminology, right? Based on your phenotypical characteristics. Right. So, yeah.
Arnett, I'd like to thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Arnett. Let's make sure to get some W's in the chat for Arnett. Thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, W. I'm kind of like in a bit shock right now. I'm not gonna lie. Because you understand that, like, for example, in Tulsa, after slavery was abolished, black people were doing very well, and then that was destroyed by white supremacists.
And where?
Right? Tulsa, Oklahoma.
That? Oh, okay.
Black Wall Street.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of Black Wall Street?
No, but I will look it up. I like to get educated.
Okay, so Black Wall Street was an area in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where a lot of rich upper class black people lived who were very well off. And then there was they called it a race riot, but it was a massacre that happened where the white inhabitants in that area just literally went there, and there were even airstrikes of Tulsa. The whole neighborhood was completely eradicated in the early 1900s, and that was way after slavery was abolished. Right. And there are multiple instances in multiple areas and towns all across the U.S. where black people were well off, were doing good for themselves, had families and all that stuff. And that was destroyed by white supremacists, or those towns were eradicated or they were drowned. You had Seneca Village, which was completely destroyed and turned into Central Park. You had Lake Lanier, that literally was built on top of a black town that was drowned. You had Tulsa, Oklahoma, which was also completely you had Rosewood. Like, there are multiple towns where black people were flourishing, black communities were flourishing, and that was completely destroyed by white supremacists, right? And so this was way after slavery ended. Us as black people, there is nothing wrong with us. We don't need slavery to kind of hold us, like, to put a leash on us because we're somehow out of control or unhinged if we're not enslaved. Like, slavery is inherently bad. There is no such thing as take the bad things out of slavery and only no, there is no such thing. Like, slavery is inherently a bad thing.
Okay. Slavery, you said, what's the last part you said?
I said slavery is inherently bad because black people were stripped of their personhood. Literally, we experienced a social death because of slavery. Like, until today, we are actively deemed or categorized as non-human because of the transatlantic slave trade and because of Western European colonialism. So there's absolutely nothing good that comes out of it when we today are still dealing with the ramifications of having experienced a social death because we are black.
Okay, so if you feel like that, if that's so true, I'm not saying it's not true in a sense, but I feel like, so why won't you question the other race as to why they feel that black people or whatever, why do they feel like what is the matter with them to make them feel like something is the matter with the black person? Or
prejudice, racism, literal, undescribable, unjustifiable, literal fucking prejudice.
Okay, that's
and can I just say one thing? Capitalism. the world benefits off of black dehumanization. You have to understand the prison industrial complex is like black people are disproportionately represented in the prison industrial complex, and so many corporations and companies benefit off of the prison industrial complex. You have the working force. Black people are also disproportionately represented there and like underpaid. You have black resources that are used. You have black culture, black resources, black talents, black creations, innovations are extracted like black gold, and our bodies are discarded to the side because people understand that civil society as we know it today is rooted in the subjugation and dehumanization of black people. So when people were being racist to us, they were racist to us for their capitalistic endeavors. The reason as to why they enslaved us is because they had 2 whole new continents that they supposedly discovered, and there was a lot of land that needed to be worked on, and they wanted slaves to work on them, right? And so that's why they decided to create racial categories and racism to justify enslaving black people.
Okay, Okay, so with all that being said and all that knowledge as to, black or whatever, why is it, if that's the case, why is it when you see when us as brown skinned people, they see each other in in position of power or in whatever, why do they act a certain type of way towards their own kind then? That's what I don't rock with. What type of way? Okay. They want to act like white people are just these demons and they just done so much to us, okay, in the past and whatever. They've capitalized off of us. They've done this, they've done that. Okay. But locally, when you're like at your local grocery store, at your local haircutting place, just locally, why is it that the person that stepped on our necks, why do they speak before your own kind will speak to you? That's what I don't get. Like, why would they treat you with more kindness before your own kind will? Why?
You think white people treat us with more kindness than other black people? On average, I'm not talking about every single white person, of course, but I'm saying on average, you think the white community treats us better than black people?
In certain cases, you want to know why? In every job I've ever had, who has ever hired me? A white person has. In every management position that I've ever had, who put me in that position? A white person has.
Why? Why do you think white people are disproportionately represented in these positions where they're able to give you a job?
Because the reason why I think it because they may have done all those because they were put in those positions to be.
By what? Why were they put in those positions?
Why? Maybe they invested. Maybe they opened up a franchise. Maybe they did something.
No. I'm saying why are white people disproportionately represented when it comes to economic, political, and institutional power?
Maybe it has something to do with the history. You tell me.
But because of systemic racism.
Okay, so if that doesn't matter. Okay, so when black people get their little businesses or their little when they do get something going for themselves, they do get a small business or whatever and whatnot. Why, if that's the case, then why won't they employ their own people?
Who told you they don't? Black people historically have actively fought for all marginalized communities. The reason as to why BIPOC immigrants, again, this is so important. The reason as to why BIPOC immigrants even exist within the US, I'm not talking about the Chinese, but I'm talking about BIPOC immigrants in general, is because of the Immigration Act of 1965 that rode the wave of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. So when Martin Luther King Jr. was having Lyndon B. Johnson sign the Civil Rights Act and the Immigration Act, he literally CC'd BIPOC immigrants to be able to immigrate to the US. Like, black people historically have not only fought for ourselves, right, for other black people, but black people have also fought for other marginalized communities all throughout the 60s. You had black people fighting together with indigenous people. You had black people fighting together with Jewish people. You had black people fighting together with Palestinian people. Like, historically and until today, we are the backbone of a lot of liberation movements of other groups as well. So you trying to say that black people don't invest within our communities is literally misinformation, because we heavily do. What I want to tell you, though, is that the average white family in the US has roughly 8 times the wealth of the average black family. White college graduates have over 7 times more wealth than black college graduates. 2 million people are locked up across the United States, and black people are in prison at a rate 3 times higher than white people. And black women are in prison at a rate 1.7 times higher than white women. The US in 2020 had about 580,000 unhoused people, 39% of whom were black. Black and white people use plants at similar rates, and black people are in prison for those plant crimes at 5 times the rates of white people. Police in the US continue to unalive indigenous people, Latinx, black people at significantly higher rates, as much as 350% more frequently than white people. The reason as to why black people are disproportionately affected by poverty or all these other issues is because of systemic racism, which you're somehow victim blaming black people for that. And the only reason you and I are here being able to have this conversation is because black people fought for us. Like, literally, black people, our ancestors, actively fought for us to have the rights that we have today.
Exactly. I'm not denying that. That's what I'm saying. If they fought so hard for us to have these rights, to do what? To throw it away. Because that's what they're doing. They're throwing it away. You want to say that the jails are overcrowded by black people? Yes, the judge may have gave you a bigger sentence than he gave the Caucasian man, but was the judge did the judge put you in front of him, or did you put yourself in front of the judge? You got
40 to 50% of exonerations are black individuals. Black individuals are arrested and charged with crimes falsely at disproportionately much higher rates than their white counterparts.
Yeah.
Okay, if they're
You also had Khalif Browder. Khalif Browder was literally 16 years old, stole nothing, did nothing. He was minding his own business on like New Year's Eve, and this cop randomly stopped him and told him that he stole his own backpack, sent him to Rikers Island without being sent to court, without being charged. He stayed in Rikers Island at 16 years old for 2 years, and then he was finally released, and he unalived himself after he was released because of how traumatized he was from going to Rikers Island for nothing. So the amount of black people who have been sent to prison or jail for absolutely nothing, like the exonerated 5 as well, like, again, you continue to victim blame.
I'm not victim blaming. I'm only saying that black people are playing the victim too, not to a sense. It's like you're buying into this concept that, yeah, we have crooked cops. Yes, we do. Yeah, we have a crooked system. Yes, we do. But why you keep buying into that? You keep reiterating that, like you keep trying to use that as a scapegoat. You cannot use that as a scapegoat when you yourself doesn't help your fellow man or woman to the next level. You can't keep blaming the white man for all your downfalls or you going to prison and all. You can't keep blaming white people. Like, you cannot keep blaming them for everything that goes wrong in your life. You can't.
Okay.
How can black people victimize themselves without an oppressor? How are you going to victimize yourself without somebody oppressing you? I'm confused at that, Hillary. Right? The fact that black newborns are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth. Did you know that, Hillary? That black newborns are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth than white newborns, and their mortality rate decreases by 39 to 52% when a black doctor takes over. The fact that black babies are being subjected to racism before they even know their own name already says it all, right? So the fact that you're trying to put the onus on black people for being subjected to racism, to me, is actually crazy.
No, I'm not
have a question.
saying that.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, this is where I always get caught up. It's like when people deny systemic racism. Like, how do you explain like the higher rates of like arrests, etc., alongside the other statistics in which like Athena listed? Like, do you just like believe phrenology? Like, do you think that like white and black people are like biologically different?
Do I think that?
Yeah.
No, I think they're very much alike.
Purdy, thank you so much for the motorcycles. I really appreciate you for the love. W's for Purdy in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the motorcycles. I really do appreciate you for that, Purdy. This is a crazy conversation. I've had a couple donations. I've just been, like leaving them to rest while Covey is educating us all. But I did just want to take a second and thank you all. Massive W's for Purdy in the chat. Additionally here, Ricardo, thank you for the $2.
Okay,
thank you for the $3 saying son of a black business owner who employs black people. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. And Jessica and Kennedy with a $5 each. I really appreciate y'all. Then also Niha and Arnett with a $25 each. Thank you, Arnett, for the $25, and Niha with the $25, and Elizabeth with the $25. Please thank our donors, chat. Thank you, Purdy, Niha, Elizabeth, Arnett. Y'all are so awesome. Thank you guys so much for your love on Venmo, PayPal. Now I want to go back to what y'all are talking about. I want to sit back and listen and learn myself. But I mean, good to know that you don't buy into like literal fucking phrenology. Great. I mean, foot in the right direction. Many more steps to take.
I feel like I just don't appreciate. I feel like that Kobe, yeah, she's educating, but you have to, instead of like everybody's saying bad stuff about me or whatnot. But it takes a person like me to bring education to the forefront. If nobody's outspoken, nobody's different, and everybody's the same, what do you have? So I don't care about whoever's saying all these bad things about me, that I'm whatever. You don't know me. You don't know anything about me.
So you're saying that you should hold your beliefs even though they don't have any justification, for the reason that there should be a differentiation of beliefs that exist in society. Would you say the same thing about white supremacists?
When you guys say white supremacists, so you mean to tell me they just hate black people? That's the whole objective of white supremacists? Like what's they just hate black people?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they look different.
That's it? Well, that's stupid. So they only hate black people because they look different. So that's something they need to take up with God, not black people, right?
So I just want to clarify. So in the same way you said that you should hold your beliefs, which are very societally harmful and serve as a detriment to members of the African American community, for the reason not that they're justified, but for the reason that there deserves to be different beliefs that exist inside a society, would you say the same thing about white supremacists? That although white supremacy is unjustified, that people should be white supremacists for the reason that we need different beliefs?
I feel like if a person wants to be a white supremacist, and if they're not, if they are, I feel like if they want to be a white supremacist, I feel like that's their prerogative. Like you can't tell people.
Jesus Christ.
Well, you can't tell people how to feel. I'm not saying that is right. You cannot tell people if they don't like a certain group of people because the way they look, then they don't like them. Black people don't even like each other for the way they look. So why is it always got to be the white man?
Okay, that's just not the same thing. That's just not the same thing. When we're talking about black people reproducing, I can tell you why that's not the same thing. When we're talking about black people reproducing anti-blackness, colorism, featureism, all these other isms, it's because of the white supremacy that we have internalized over the past couple of centuries, telling us to hate ourselves. White people don't have a reason to do that because black people historically have not oppressed white people. White people literally hated us for no reason. Like when we let's say for example are cautious around one second. When we are cautious around, let's say, white people, that's because historically white people have posed a danger to us and still until today pose a danger to us, right? We haven't done any of that ish to white people. White people literally out of the blue in the 1400s, because they wanted for their own capitalistic endeavors to enslave black people, randomly came up with scientific racism and race science and decided to enslave us for absolutely no reason.
My husband
so
is
you
black.
cannot compare the two, Hillary. And by the way, Dean, can I my phone is almost like off. I'm gonna join through my iPad, so
Okay, yeah. It's totally up for you. As soon as you're done talking to Hillary, we're all done talking to Hillary. But if you want to join up on your iPad to continue talking to Hillary, go for it.
I want her to stay.
I meant I'm gonna join through my iPad. I'm gonna join like again.
Yeah, go for it. Hell yeah. Yeah, feel free. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Let's try
And
to get
my husband
to
is
half a minute.
black, by the way. My husband is he's brown.
I thought you said that black people weren't actually black.
Well, he's categorized as black, but to me, his skin complexion is caramel brown.
Okay. Pretty, I appreciate you for the motorcycle. I really appreciate you for that love. Thank you so much. Am I white?
No, I feel like you're cream.
Okay, I'm not white.
What are you?
What the hell is cream?
And by the way, I work with the people that y'all bashing so bad. I work with nothing. That's who I work with. So go right ahead.
Which people am I bashing? Which people am I bashing?
White supremacists, the KKK.
Wait, but according to you, white supremacists don't exist because no one's actually white.
Well,
wait,
I said categorize. I didn't say they're. I'm categorize them just like the next person categorizes them. So Caucasian, light skin, whatever you want to say, light skin, blue eyes, blonde hair. I work with majority of my customers are white.
Wait, did you just say that you work with white supremacists?
Yeah, she did.
Okay, look, that's funny, but let me tell you something.
What do you mean you work with KKK members? What do you mean by that?
Because let me tell you something. I have guys come in my chair. They're like 80. They're a lot of years older than I am, and they, I'm pretty sure back in their day, because some of them even will say it. They say, back in the day, y'all weren't allowed to cut our hair, stuff like that. So I'm working with people that's like that. I work for people that's like I do their hair. For
Why?
Why? You want me to tell you why?
Yeah.
But if I tell you guys why, you cannot keep being so. If I'm being open-minded to you guys, just please be open-minded to me. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But just try to just be open-minded is all I'm saying. But the reason why I cut blue-eyed, blonde hair, most of my customers are Caucasian. And the reason why is, number one, they tip. Number two, my customers, hold on, I'm not finished. My customers are easygoing. My customers are nice. And one thing I do like about them, they do not charge their people an arm and a leg for a shampoo, for a style. We shampoo and style our people here that's $60, $70, almost $100. It's ridiculous.
Wait, Dean, do you see my other account? I'm so sorry, Hillary. Do you see my other account?
Boom. So I just want to clarify. So you said that your customers talk about how back in their day, the black people weren't allowed to cut hair.
Yeah.
And do you think that your customers are nice? So you think that KKK white supremacists are cool?
I feel like I see nothing wrong with people telling the truth. If they feel, I cannot say. I would rather for a person to tell me in my face that they don't like me than for a person to pretend to like me and in their heart they don't like me.
Do you understand that they probably would have unalived you if they met you outside?
What do you mean?
Do you understand that? Yeah, do you understand that a white supremacist would probably unalive you if you weren't cutting their hair?
What do you mean? Black people,
what do you mean what I mean?
Unalive each other.
No, I'm saying again, do black people unalive each other because we're black? You understand that cannot be. One second, Hillary. You understand, right? To black on black crime does not exist, right? What you're talking about is no, it doesn't. It's proximity crime. A majority of white people are unalived by other white people. A majority of Asians are unalived by Asians. A majority of black people are unalived by black people because of proximity, because of how segregated the US is, right? So black on black crime does not exist because white on white crime does not exist. Asian on Asian crime does not exist either, right?
Oh, okay.
So when we were talking about black people unaliving other black people, it's not because I say, oh, I hate this black person because they're black, so let me go unalive them. Whereas a white supremacist literally can unalive somebody simply for existing as a black person, like Ahmaud Arbery. Ahmaud Arbery was just jogging and was unalived by two white tea supremacists who hated him for simply existing. So the fact that you're trying to compare a white supremacist who hates us for simply existing as black people to, let's say, black people who happen to unalive each other due to proximity, to me is actually effing insane.
Okay, well, that makes sense, but are you saying that it's okay for a white supremacist to, like, no, it's okay for them to unalive us because of the color of our skin, but it's not okay for a black person to go into a black club and shoot it up?
Wait, what? I don't think anybody should be unaliving people. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh,
unless for like self-defense. No, what I'm saying is it's not what I'm saying is it's not equivalent. Right? A white supremacist seeking you out because you were black. Like the Buffalo Pew Pewer who actively went and told the white people to duck because he didn't want to unalive them, but went and unalived the black people. That is very different because he is specifically targeting a black person because they exist within a black body.
Okay, so you guys want to run this in people's head, run this in their heads. Okay, so
Run what?
The white supremacists, we understand. They don't like us because of the color of our skin. Got it. Clear. Okay, so that does not justify all the other stuff that has gone
I never said it justifies it. What I'm saying is white supremacists should not be tolerated. That's not even something you should be bragging about. The fact that like you work with white tea supremacists is not something you should be bragging about.
Why do I have to be ashamed of who I work for? Why should I not feel happy for who even as a child, but when I became a hairstylist, I've always wanted to do white people's hair. So why do I have to be
Why did you want to specifically do white people's hair?
Not saying I didn't want to do black people hair. I do black people hair.
You just said it.
I said I always
Wait, am I too loud, by the way, Dean?
No.
Am I too loud? Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're not loud. I just was wondering if I was too loud.
Okay. But no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I never said I didn't want to do black people hair. I said I've always wanted to do Caucasian hair. That's just...
Why, though?
The reason why is because, for one, it is so-called forbidden, right? So that's one reason why I wanted to do it.
Why is it forbidden?
That's what you guys are putting out there.
No, never said that.
Well, that's what it says. It's not what you said. It's how it's being interpreted. And to me, I feel like it's been interpreted as if it's so forbidden. So...
No, I didn't say it's so forbidden. I said, like, I personally would never do anything for a white tea supremacist. That's what I said. Because why is a white tea supremacist who hates my existence using my services?
So you mean to tell me just because you can't show an act of kindness, why you can't? So what was the purpose of Martin Luther King then?
No, Dr. Martin Luther King was also a communist who wanted wealth redistribution, but that part is forgotten, isn't it? Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. also said towards the end of his life he felt like he integrated his people into a burning building because he felt like it was going to be a danger, right? Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., that March for Washington march that people only focus on the I have a dream part, he actively was also advocating for wealth redistribution. Right? And also Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who was hated by more than 78% of white Americans, who called him a T, was also unalived by white America. So I don't know why you're talking about Martin Luther King Jr.
Because you guys, to me, I feel like you're teaching, if they hate you, you hate them. That's what I feel like.
No.
So what
I'm teaching is get your freedom by any means necessary. I don't think a black person needs to turn the other cheek to a white tea supremacist who would literally unalive us if they saw us outside.
Okay, so you don't feel like
that's respectability politics, by the way, which is rooted in anti-blackness.
Okay, so that's how you feel, and I respect the way you feel. So just like I respect how you feel, you can't respect the fact that I feel like I should turn the other cheek. You can't respect that. That's not respectable.
Because that is rooted in anti-blackness. It's rooted in anti-blackness. Respectability politics has gotten black people nowhere. Like literally, respectability politics has gotten us unalived because a systemically racist structure that is rooted in our dehumanization will see any form of resistance as disrespectful. That is precisely why Colin Kaepernick, who was simply respectfully leaning, was also viewed as disrespectful. So anything a person does to resist a systemically racist structure will be viewed as disrespectful. Even if you say please, like even if you silently kneel, like Colin Kaepernick did, you would still be deemed disrespectful.
Okay, so am I supposed to hate the people I do their hair for? Am I supposed to not like them because
what's the issue with like hating white supremacists?
Literally,
that's what you're trying to teach me.
Could you give me the contradiction?
Excuse me?
What's like the problem with hating white supremacists?
What's the problem with it? What's the problem with not hating them?
Well, I mean, like, assumingly, like, I'm a white man, but in this hypothetical version of reality where a large sect of society has historically killed people that look like me, dehumanized people that look like me, has treated people that look like me evidently and distinctly different because they look like me, and continues to do so until this very day, I'd find there to be a lot of issues with being sympathetic towards them, right, due to the dehumanization, hate, and prejudice that they've spewed, right, historically speaking, to people that look like me.
Okay. But my thing is also, people are saying all these bad things about me, saying I hate myself. I don't hate myself. I love myself. Me loving myself does not have anything to do with because I won't hate a white person because they so-called did so much stuff to us. So that, to me, you're telling me I hate myself because I won't hate another white person, or I won't hate a white supremacist, or I won't hate somebody that would
No, that's not. No. The internalized anti-blackness. You have a lot of internalized anti-blackness.
How? What?
Yeah. So number one, you're trying to.
Blacks?
No, blacks is crazy. Black people. Right, that's what I mean. The verbiage that you're using is a lot of internalized anti-blackness, right? Number one, you just said I can explain it to you, right? Number one,
go ahead.
Excuse me?
My friends were white.
Yeah, I grew up also in like suburbia. Okay. I grew up around a lot of white people. Like,
were they mean to you?
So I experienced a lot of racism actually. But the thing is, like, for example, when you said blacks, when it's black people, when blacks is literally actively dehumanizing, when you try to victim blame black people for the systemic racism that we're subjected to, when you literally, what did you say? You talked about black on black crime existing. Number three, you tried to push respectability politics. These are four like examples of how you are reproducing internalized anti-blackness. And when I say I hate white supremacists, I'm not talking about hating every single white individual. I'm not going to sit here and say I hate Dean because he's white. I'm saying I hate white supremacists who actively are going to oppress me and who actively contribute to the system that unalives my people. Okay. My people are being unalived.
Okay, and what? You want to be respected for that, right? So just like you want to be respected for how you feel about white supremacists or whites or whatever, can I be respected for how I feel about them too? You and I are both categorized as brown, and this is my prime example. You are so prone on trying to prove me wrong or how I feel is wrong that and you're my sister, supposedly, quote unquote, and that's what I'm talking about.
Of course I'm your sister.
Right, and we can't even agree to disagree. It's like we're at war because.
Don't you think it's harmful though? Like when you as a brown woman, I'll respect you there, right? When you as a brown woman are coming up in front of a couple thousand people and saying that slavery somehow we were like black people were better under like slavery, and that after slavery black people were just wild and like set loose and just were completely insane because they were not put under control or under a leash or on a leash. And when you say, like, when you reproduce a lot of this harmful misinformation, that literally contributes to your dehumanization as well. So that is harmful. You can have different opinions. That's perfectly fine. I am I agree with people who have different opinions, and that we need diversity, right? But then when you are reproducing anti-blackness though, that is an issue, because anti-blackness in the grand scheme of things harms the both of us.
I'm not reproducing.
Casey, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Saying, Dean, you've had some crazies before, but this might be the top of the pyramid. Yeah, I think I agree. Keep up the good fight. I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo, Casey.
But thank you.
Totally fair.
Well, thank you. Fine. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm going to continue to be myself. And I'm not anti-black or whatever you're saying. I'm not any of those things. I am simply a person that.
From my perspective, you've shared more radical beliefs than vast majority of the proud racists I've spoken to on the left.
Well, thank you. I take that as a compliment. I'm happy that I'm able to come on here and open people's minds up to that everybody thinks differently about everything.
Yeah.
I'm done with her. The fuck? Take that as a compliment? Jesus Christ. I appreciate you for coming up as always.
Thank you.
That was an insane guest.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
That's crazy. Yeah, thank you. I'm in the live if you need me again.
Cool. Well, I appreciate you so much for coming up. Seriously, have a good rest of your day. Have a good one, Covey. Let's get some W's for Covey in the chat. Athena 8 up, 8 down. But honestly, we could see how shocked Athena was with that guess. I didn't know how to fucking respond to that. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest. Blondie, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello, I'm actually from Scotland.
Nice. Unfortunately, we are just looking to talk to people that are voting for Trump. I do apologize. Guys, if you're in the queue, make sure that you are voting for Trump. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up on the live literally right now, so everyone just do be patient. If you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in the bio. And Devontae with a $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Devontae. W's for Devontae in the chat. Thank you. What's up, Hillbilly? Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
All right, and why is that?
Because he's the only candidate that's not racist.
Oh, okay. So what?
I can't stand racism.
Okay, so Hillbilly. So he denied housing opportunities to black people because they're black in 1973. 2012 through 2014, he said that because Barack Obama's black, that he shouldn't be able to run for president, essentially. He said that Kamala Harris, quote unquote, turned black. And then I also preface, crazy quote here. He said, laziness is a trait of black with black people.
What'd you say exactly what he said? Come on. In the 1970s, he wasn't president, so he had no affiliation with this stuff.
Wait, can I be racist?
Trump is not racist.
Can I be racist? Can I be racist?
Anyone can be racist, regardless of your color.
Wait, but I thought you said that Trump couldn't be racist because he wasn't president.
He had nothing to do with the political racism crap. You bringing him up from the 70s, he wasn't even president. How can you bring him in on something?
How can you be racist when you're not president? Wait, do you think that members of the KKK and Proud Boys are racist?
Joe Biden knew the top guy at KKK, and he also went to his funeral. That one guy that died that was the head of that KKK. He went to his funeral. It was all over the news.
So I would like to clarify on this point, but this didn't respond to my question. But just to clarify, so yeah, that was one of Biden's mentors. He was a former member of the KKK.
Yeah,
that, like
KKK.
turned one second, hillbilly. That like turned his life around and dedicated it to public service and became one of the like top humanitarians, right? Specifically advocating against racism. Had completely turned his life around and became a civil rights activist. But I just want to clarify here: you're saying that Donald Trump couldn't have been racist in the '70s as he wasn't president.
I didn't say he couldn't have been racist. I am saying, well, number one, I'm saying he's not racist, but I didn't say he couldn't.
Okay,
be
so
racist.
is denying opportunity to black people because they're black racists?
Did not inflict what's going on with the racism in the government.
Hey, hillbilly. Is denying opportunity to black people because they're black racists?
For number one, white people were slaves too back then. Just
What the fuck? I said nothing about. Okay, first of all, they weren't. Second of all,
Yes, they were.
is denying opportunity to black people because they're black racists? Answer my question.
Run that question by me again, I'll answer it.
Jesus Christ. Is denying opportunity to black people because they're black racists?
Let's see. Black people were denied. White people were denied. Chinese were denied.
Hey, hillbilly. Hey, lock in, little bro. Is denying opportunity to black people because they're black racists?
Denied, regardless of the colors.
I'm going to go ahead and ask you the question one last time. If you do not answer the question, I'm going to move on and forget about you. Is denying opportunity to a black person because of the color of their skin racism?
Denying opportunity, no matter what your color is racism. No matter what your color is. That's not just black.
So when Trump denied opportunity to black people because he
Trump never denied opportunity. He's got plenty of black people working for him.
Okay. So he did deny opportunity to black people in a couple different regards.
Right, because he want the right person for the job. He's probably denied white people too, but you don't bring that up, do you?
No, in 1973, he had properties, right? And the DOJ got word that he was not renting these properties to black people because they were black. So they sent in quote unquote testers. They sent a white person in, and the white person asked if they had any available units to rent. The property manager said yes and showed them around. Then they sent a black person in and asked the same question. And they said, no, we're all booked up. So then the DOJ investigated, talked to the property manager. It turned out that they were turning black people around because of the color of their skin. Then the property manager even indicated that that was an order from Trump. Then the DOJ pursued litigation against Trump. And Donald Trump ended up having to make a promise that he never racially discriminated again and had to spend tens of thousands of dollars advertising that fact in their local newspapers.
Let's
So
talk
is
about
that Trump being
your
racist?
or your Kamala lady.
No,
All
you're
right?
actively
They're
pivoting
racist
around.
as hell. Forward.
You're actively pivoting around for my question. So was that an example that I just gave you
I'm
racism?
proving a point. There's a difference between pivoting and proving a point.
No, you are pivoting because you made the claim that Donald Trump is not racist. Now I'm giving you an evidently clear example of him being racist.
Come on, buddy.
What's an example of Kamala Harris being racist?
Number one, she claims to be a black woman when she isn't.
We're going to go back to elementary school. What does it mean to be biracial?
I never worried about being biracial because they didn't care about it.
But what does that mean?
It doesn't matter what it means.
Okay, you don't know what it means to be biracial. Bro,
They never cared about it.
Holy fuck, dude. I'm chat, for the 5.2 thousand people in here, I am actively losing brain cells. I'm losing fucking brain cells.
Dude, I have been using brain cells for 49 years, and you're not using them. I know when people use brain cells.
Did you just say that you haven't used brain cells in 49 years? The first true thing you've said on the live. The first true thing you've said on the live. Literally the first true thing that you've said on the live. Peggy, thank you so much for the $25. One second. Hillbilly, one second. Peggy with the 25.
Come on, quit that.
Peggy with the $25 on Venmo, and Ebony, and thank you for the $5 on PayPal as well.
I'm having too much fun. Because back in the 80s, if you go back to the 80s sitcoms, you see
W's for Peggy and Ebony in the chat.
Racists didn't start until dumbasses like you come out there and go, oh, racist this, racist that. We didn't care about racism back in the 80s. We didn't care about it back in the early 90s.
Jacob, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Good seeing you on Jubilee. It was awesome. Thank you for the love.
There was no racism. You're creating racism. You're creating it.
Do you mind
You
if I
need to stop creating racism.
Hey, Billy, 1 second. Calm down.
No, there is
Calm
no
down.
1 second. You need to stop it. There is no racism in our country.
Oh, cheers. God. Okay.
There isn't.
So I just want to clarify.
Where's slavery at? There is. Then tell me, who's enslaved? Who's being put down because of the color of his skin? Nobody.
Do you mind if George Floyd?
George Floyd was a criminal. He was a junkie that died of an overdose, and the doctor that overdid his thing stated, and this is fact.
I'm not doing it twice in a row, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it twice in a row. We're moving on to the next guest. I'm just literally not gonna do it twice in a row. We're gonna go and get our next guest, Joy, up in there. Like I'm not doing it twice in a fucking row. Are you kidding me? Do I want to waste my day focusing on racists? No. Hannah, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo saying, what is up with a new level of crazy today? I fucking know. Hannah, it's crazy. W's for Hannah in the chat. Thank you for the $15. And Jennifer with the $5. These are the people who vote for Trump. I know. W's for Jennifer. What's up, Joy? Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Okay. So why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is very sexist.
Actually, because Biden actually passed the bill for Roe v. Wade to be put into the states instead of the entire federal government.
Okay, so Joy, you're laughably incorrect. First of all, what rescinded Roe v. Wade back down to the state wasn't congressional legislation or a bill. It was called the Dobbs decision, a decision by the Supreme Court that Trump elected 3 justices to specifically to make that decision. He's been boasting about it since it occurred.
Okay, can we go on to the black problems real fast? Because that's what I really wanted to go on here for. I know that I'm white, but I will talk about this just like you're white talking about this.
Jesus Christ, what a fucking pivot. Hello? Okay, can you just, hey, just real quick, can you just like recognize how like laughably false that last thing that you said was?
What, that you're talking about black problems?
No, about what you were particularly saying with Biden passing a bill to put abortion back down to the state.
Oh, because I want to talk about the black problems, because that's what you guys were talking about.
What the fuck is a black problem?
The ones that you're talking about, saying that Trump basically is racist and all of those things, when in reality, Kamala Harris's immediate family owned slaves. Kamala Harris is from, well, her parents are from Jamaica and India. Jamaica is not in Africa, so how can she identify as black if she is not African American? I know you say that she's and Indian only.
Did you just say that Jamaica is not in Africa? So how can she identify as African American when African Americans are not in Africa? Oh my god, dude. Wow. What the fuck is going on today? What the fuck is going on? What is going on? What is going on? I'm gonna lose my shit. I don't get paid enough for this. God damn it. I have a question. Joy.
Yes.
How did black people get to America?
The way that everybody else did?
Forcefully through the transatlantic slave trade. How did black people get to Jamaica?
The exact same way.
Forcibly through the transatlantic slave trade. So we have African Americans and Afro-Jamaicans. So can you please tell me why the blackness of an Afro-Jamaican is less than the blackness of an African American? Is it because of the geographical location in which they stand on? Or is it because you just want to say she's not black insofar as this black voice not being uplifted? Just another example of modern day racism. Crazy! And then you also said that she had slave owners in her immediate family history. Yeah,
yes.
So her twice great grandfather was a slave owner. Now please tell me, how do you think a black person could be related to a white slave owner? It's because their ancestor literally got raped by the white slave owner, and then the biracial baby was put back into the slave trade. This happened in Jamaica and America, everywhere. They like held to the position that black women couldn't experience like pain, so they just rape them, produce more slaves, because instead of like going to the market and paying money for slaves, literally buying people's property, insane, they just rape their black slaves, get one for free. They just had to wait 9 months. So do you see how, like, if a black person in today's society is related to a white slave owner, they didn't experience the benefits of white supremacy over the course of the last couple hundred years? In fact, they were the victim of it.
Okay. Anyways, back to what I was saying. I was not talking about that whatsoever.
Ashley, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. And Daryl with the $2 on Venmo as well. Thank you, Ashley. Daryl, go ahead.
Anyways, I was
Trish with the $25 on Venmo saying sorry that you have to deal with another racist. Dude, today's a crazy day. Let's get at least 250 W's in the chat for Trish. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Okay, so anyways, what I wanted to say is, how is it okay for her to identify as Indian 3 years ago and now she identifies only as black? That was my question. Had nothing to do with slave owners. Her parents did own slaves. That is a fact. Her family did own slaves. That is a fact.
Yo, Purdy with $100 on PayPal. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the love, Purdy. I want to see at least 100 W's for Purdy in the chat right now. Thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. That is insane. And Lowen with the $5 as well, but massive W's for Purdy down below. You're already contradicting yourself. You were saying that her dad owned slaves?
No, I never said her dad owned slaves. I said that
said
her
her
immediate
parents?
family. Yes.
Okay, so like her mom and her dad who owned slaves?
Yes.
Which one?
Why does it matter? Why does it matter whose parent owns slaves? Is that not wrong?
Because her parents didn't own slaves.
Okay, and did Trump own slaves? Did his parents own slaves?
No, but
Did
his dad
his
got arrested at a
grandparents?
KKK rally.
Okay, so basically because of that, you're saying that it is okay for Kamala's family to own slaves, but not for Trump to get arrested or Trump's family to get arrested?
Yeah, Julia, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. You don't get paid enough to do this. It's fucking insane. Bobby, thank you for the money gun. And Don with the $100 on Venmo. Holy shit. Don saying, keep up the work, Dean. Debating actually crazy Trump supporters. It's insane. Thank you for the love, Don. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Don right now with the $100 on Venmo. I want to see massive W's for Purdy and massive W's for Don. That is DAWN, by the way. And Bethany with the $5, with the $10 on PayPal as well. Thank you so much, Don, Bethany, and Purdy. Y'all are going off today. Y'all are wanting to make me cook, so now I'm going to go ahead and cook. So, Joy, I'm going to go and explain this to you one last time. I want you to listen closely. Is that something you could do for me?
I've been listening perfectly fine. You've been interrupting with your chats. So yes, I've
I'm
been
so
listening.
sorry. I got to read off the notes. My apologies. So once again, we're going to go ahead and recap how a black woman can be related to a white slave owner. So a black woman can be related to a white slave owner, not because her ancestral tree benefited from white supremacy and enslaved black people, and she was the beneficiary of that. A black woman can be related to a white slave owner as one of their ancestors were raped and impregnated by the white slave owner. One of their ancestors was the enslaved person of the white slave owner. And that family lineage that fell from that raped enslaved person that led to Kamala Harris's existence here on Earth did not benefit from that system of white superiority. In fact, they were the victim of it, because that baby, that result of that pregnancy at the hand of the rape committed by the white slave owner, was thrown back into that system, was treated as a slave themselves. And then this continued until the abolishment of slavery. Okay? So you'll actually find a lot of Afro-Jamaicans and African Americans who are directly related to white slave owners because their ancestors were raped by them.
So what is Kamala going to do to make the black community better? Can you please tell me her policies on that?
Carly, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. Yeah, so nice pivot. We'll go ahead and respond to it. So first of all, the Biden-Harris administration sent 16 times as much funding to historically black universities in comparison to Trump's administration. And she also wants to address income inequities with socioeconomic discrepancies disproportionately serving as a disservice towards African Americans because of slavery and its aftermath. She wants to address income inequities by fighting for the low and middle class, fighting for tax cuts, fighting to give them better benefits from our federal government, which of course will disproportionately benefit African Americans. Also, she wants to fight for federal protections to access to abortion, which will also disproportionately affect and benefit black women. As it is the case, we see a disproportionate amount of women, right, wanting to get abortions because of socioeconomic discrepancies. And then once again, relating back to my original point, we see differences in the socioeconomic standing of the average black American compared to the average white American because of slavery and its aftermath, right? So I'd say just all around the comprehensive strategy of wanting to grant more to historically black universities and address these socioeconomic discrepancies serves disproportionately to the African American community. Meanwhile, Trump doesn't want to do any of that. He actually decreased funding to historically black universities and serves to rich people, the ultra wealthy, and the corporations, and wants to make life harder on the low and middle class, which will disproportionately serve as a detriment to the African American community. Yeah.
Okay, so how is spending more government money going to help the black community if the blacks that work are getting all
hey, it's not acceptable to call black people blacks. So that term has been historically used to dehumanize and further marginalize black people. I don't think that that's acceptable in the slightest.
So I can say the word black people, but I cannot say blacks as a whole.
Oh my God, don't say it. You say it again, you're cooked.
You're
I can't
kicked,
say-
you're done. Yes, you cannot use that as a term of reference. You say that again on my live and you're kicked. I'm trying to educate you here. I'm trying to inform you on how that term, black with an S at the end, has been historically used to literally dehumanize black people. Yes, that is a racist term.
Okay, so if I just say black people, that's okay though?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So anyways, the black people that work, how will that help them if the government is taking more money out of their taxes? How will that benefit them in the slightest?
How is solving income inequity issues and granting more funding to historically black universities going to benefit the African Americans that exist here at home in the U.S.? By
how will
accounting
taking
for in
more
some
tax-
degree the lack of generational wealth. Imagine that everyone is playing a game of Monopoly, and then one person started with $15 and everyone else started with $50. Right? Government subsidies specifically targeting the African American community attempt to account for that disparity by granting additional funding to them, not going to white people. Right? Which serves as somewhat of a benefit insofar as reducing those socioeconomic issues. I mean, did he really just ask me how that works?
No, I didn't ask you how that works. You explained it to me. You mansplained it to me, actually, talking about sexism.
What is mansplaining?
Mansplaining what you just did, because I actually know all of these issues already, and you pretended like I don't because you're a man and you're mansplaining to me. That's very sexist.
You literally asked me to explain it to you. Do you think it was sexist when Trump sexualized a 10-year-old girl, saying that he dated her in 10 years? Do you think it was sexist
Yes, I
when
do.
Trump boasted about grabbing women by the P word without asking them first, unconsensually? Do you think it was sexist when
Yes,
Trump
I
literally
do.
raped a
Yes,
woman?
I do.
Do you think it was sexist when Trump boasted to Howard Stern about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls at Miss Teen USA because he owns the place? Do you think
Yes,
it was
I do.
racist when Trump denied housing opportunities to black people because they're black? Do you think that it was racist when Trump said that because Barack Obama is black that he was therefore born in Kenya, therefore not a U.S. citizen, therefore he shouldn't be able to run for president? Do you think it was racist when Trump said that laziness is a quality of black with an S at the end, so the same term you used? Do you think it was racist when he said, I don't like it when black men count my money, I want the short men with the yarmulkes to do it instead? Do you think it was racist when Trump referred to the African American community as black with an S at the end, or talked about black jobs, or said that Kamala Harris turned black? Crazy.
So I actually think it's racist that in 2019, Kamala Harris voted for gun rights. She said in an interview that she owns a gun for the exact same reasons that every other American does. Yet aren't most black people killed by guns from white people, in your words, or your eyes, as the Democrats say, that lots of white people kill a lot of black people?
Santiago,
Okay,
thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Mansplaining questions directly asked to me. Yeah, I guess. Thank you for the $10. W's in the chat for Santiago. I really appreciate you for the love. In 2019, Kamala Harris advocated for a ban on AR-15s.
Okay, so actually there's an interview of her saying that she owned a gun and she actually is for gun rights.
Oh, great.
So how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think that we should keep guns out of bad people's hands. I think that we should have common sense gun reform. When we introduce better common sense gun reform, we have less gun deaths per capita. And that's specifically what she advocates for, while also recognizing that 2A is important. Individuals should have a legal right to own a gun as long as they're not a bad person, and as long as they pertain to particular gun reform. Christopher, thank you for the money. And no, I don't think that's racist.
Okay, do you think it's racist that... I would love to know what rights black people do not have that us white people do have. What rights do they not have that we do have?
Okay, yeah, great question, Joy. Yes, from a legal context, we have seen that black people have only had equal legal rights since the 1960s. So I think making the argument about legal rights is pretty insane, recognizing that there's only been equal legal representation for 65 years. And then secondly, let's go and talk about social issues. Yeah, sure. So black people are inequitably discriminated against within our criminal justice system and within our law enforcement agencies. Although black people may account for 13% of the population, they would account for 40 through 50% of the exonerations made in courts, meaning that there's over arrest rates of black individuals. It is also the case that white individuals as well as black individuals smoke the plant at equal rates. Meanwhile, black individuals would account for a vast majority of incarcerations for the use of the M drug in comparison to white individuals. We could also look at this through the socioeconomic lens, right? We see a drastic difference between the average socioeconomic standing of a black American compared to that of a white American, right? We also see that white Americans have more opportunity to access power and systems of control and representation within institutions or large businesses in comparison to black people, right? We see that although black people account for like 13 through 15% of the American population, they only account for about 5% of Fortune 500 CEOs, right? The same thing would be true in like other institutions of power as well. We could even look at at the U.S. presidency, we've only had one black president in comparison to the 46 in total, which would equal out to about 2% of the presidencies, meanwhile 13% of the population. We'd see a lot of issues. I could continue to ramble all day long about how it is the case that systemic racism in Israel does exist and does disproportionately harm black people. Mahogany, I appreciate you for the $9 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Mahogany. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so what rights right now do they not have that we as white people do have? Because are you as a white man not making them look worse by victimizing every single one of them? How is them being victims nonstop going to help them in any way whatsoever?
Oh, so did you not just listen to anything that I just said?
I did.
So can you repeat what I said?
Why would I repeat it when you already told me exactly what you said, exactly what you thought,
you didn't
exactly
fucking
how
listen.
you
Because you didn't listen. Joshua, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, telling me I gotta slow down just a little bit. I'm not talking fast; she's listening slow. But maybe I'll slow down a little bit. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal, though, Joshua. I really appreciate that. So it falls down to an unequal social representation and societal opportunity. But I mean, we also have some considerations.
Then why do they go to college for free? Why do they go to college for free?
Danielle, I appreciate you for the $5 on
Why do
Venmo.
they go to college for free? I'm curious because you're interrupting me, so I'm going to interrupt you. Why are they going to college for free as I, a not
Devontae,
very
I appreciate you
rich,
for the $6 on PayPal.
me as a not
free?
very rich white person, I can't go to college for free. Yes, they can go to college for free based on the color of their skin. Have you seen that? The BLM movement. Hold on.
So, Joy.
I'm still talking. The founders of the BLM movement. So guess what they did with the money? They used that money to grab houses and buy them for themselves and
Joy,
barely put any money into the black communities.
Can you please indicate to me?
Black communities.
Can you please
let me
indicate
talk,
to me,
'cause
like,
you're still
I want to talk
interrupting
about
me.
the college bit. So what policy is currently in place at home here in America today that allows black people to go to college for free, but not white people?
Okay, so how can white people go to college for free besides if they were actually able to educationally go for free based on their actual GPA or sports for some reason, which black people also have the opportunity
Erica,
to do.
thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Ask her why she's only asking about black people. She's obsessed. Apparently.
No,
She's
it's
obsessed
because
with racism.
I was
Thank you for
listening
the
to
love,
the
Erica.
live.
I really appreciate you for that. So can you please answer my question? What policy do we currently have in place here at home in America that discounts the price of college for black people but not for white people?
What policy?
Yeah, like what system of legislation allows black people to go to college for free apparently but not white people?
Can you tell me that?
No, it doesn't exist. What you'd be referencing here is
No.
FAFSA. So FAFSA.
No, it's not.
Okay, if it does
Okay,
exist,
so-
you're gonna have to tell me what it is.
Okay, so I don't have a computer screen in front of me like you do, so I'm sitting here on my phone with the internet that I have, and I'm not able to look up the exact policy that is, but if you do a quick Google search, you can find out that yes, black people based on the color of their skin are going to
Kenna,
college.
thank you for the $1 on Venmo. I think that you're referencing I think that you're referencing affirmative action, but that doesn't have anything to do with how it's paid for. And affirmative action also benefits white women the most.
Right. So then why am I not able to go to college for free then based on the color of my skin?
There's no government system that we have that discounts the price of college for black people because of the color of their skin. Drew, I appreciate you for the $3 on Venmo.
But you just said that that would help white women. So can you please explain further what you mean by
Mariah, I appreciate you for the $15 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love W's in the chat for Mariah. Thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's in the chat for Mariah. I really appreciate you for the donation there. So we were talking about affirmative action, which would specifically grant particular individuals a greater level of opportunity to meet particular amounts of diversity within the educational fields, which I believe is great. It benefits everyone. But not only was affirmative action ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court last year, confident I appreciate you for the galaxy, but it also benefited white women the most.
Right. Explain how that.
Nothing to do with how they paid for it.
Explain how that benefited white women the most, please.
Yeah, because like in comparison to all individuals who are considered under affirmative action, like white women benefited the most off of their particular like phenotypical categories in comparison to like anyone else. And then once again, you were referencing like paying for college. I'm still waiting for you to name like the legislative system that grants lower rates of college admission insofar as how much you have to pay to black people but not to white people. Because what I think you're talking about here is FAFSA, and FAFSA is just a government program to like help fund college-related expenditures for individuals from like lower socioeconomic standings. But there's no like there's no race consideration here. And Drew, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying that she's wrong. I think she's confusing scholarship opportunities. Yeah, probably.
Okay, so why are scholarships allowed to more blacks than there are whites at this point?
And there you go. All right. Well, we're just gonna go to kicker for continuing to use the racist term of reference. You know, sometimes I like to see the best in people. I like to think, well, maybe they didn't know that was bad to say, although it seems quite intuitive in all honesty. But not only did she receive the education, but she just continued to use it. Embarrassing, bro. We're going to go to get our next guest up in the box. Everyone, just give us a minute. Shanice, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo saying, tell this clown my 30K in student loans would disagree. 8, Shanice, I appreciate you for the love. Hi, are you voting for Trump? Right, they're not here, guys. If you are voting for Trump, spam MAGA down below in that chat. And if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. Spider Mom, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying, tell that college isn't free because I appreciate you for the love, Spider Mom. W's for Spider in the chat. Thank you so much for the $10. We're going to go to get our next guest up in the box literally right now. Everyone, just do be patient. Thank you all so much for your support on Venmo as well as PayPal. You guys are awesome. We got our next guest loading in right now, y'all. So everyone, just do be patient. Everyone, do give us a minute to get our next guest up in the box. If you want to come up and debate, let me know in chat. Spam MAGA. We are still looking for our next guest here, y'all. We got Adam loading up in. She said free. I know. I have no clue what she was talking about. Chubb, are you voting for Trump? Okay, Chubb's not here.
Shit,
Adam,
I'm in this bitch. What the fuck?
hi. Are you voting for Trump? Okay,
No.
Adam, are you voting for Trump?
I actually had something I wanted to discuss with you real quick about Trump. If that's
are
okay.
you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Kamala. But
I appreciate you.
have-
Adam, I'd love for you to discuss that with me in my Discord. I'd love that. But right now, we're just looking for debates with Trump supporters. Marley, thank you for the marvelous. Hi, are either of y'all voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am voting for Trump.
Okay, Charles, hop back in the queue. How old are you?
I am 25.
Okay, and why are you voting for Daipi Don?
Because he's pro-America. America first.
So he puts America first, but try to like overrule and literally stage a coup against our civil electoral processes in 2020 when he tried to steal the vote from Biden. He's America first, but in all reality, he's like rich white men first. Didn't really pass any policy that benefited the low and the middle class more so than rich people.
How come his sentence got postponed? Why did that happen?
For the felonies, because his lawyers probably made an argument and the judge accepted it. Who knows? Like they probably just postponed it till after the election.
Yeah, do you think that is just a hoax? They just got postponed they probably got postponed. You don't know why?
No, it probably just had something like his like Trump's legal team like probably just like threw like a wrench in the court, right? So it was postponed past the election.
You threw a wrench. Yeah.
So what was one policy that
yeah.
Trump influenced to get passed that you agreed with?
Well, not a policy ideas. I got some some his plans I agree with.
Okay,
his plans I agree with. More border control, deportation, get all the crime that's, not defund the police. That's a big one.
Okay, so you're saying reduce crime. So we actually have lower rates of violent crime under Biden and Harris compared to under Trump's admin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then also you said
Where'd you see that at?
Where'd I see that at? FBI crime stats. Do you think that we have a border crisis right now?
Yeah, I mean, you see what's going on the news, right? You watch the news?
Yeah, so then you'd say that we also had a border crisis at the end of Trump's term because we have the same amount of daily crossings today as we had then per customs and border protection?
Wait, one more time? I'm sorry.
Would you say that we also therefore had a crisis at the end of Trump's term because we have the same amount of daily crossings now as we had then per customs and border protection?
So why all of a sudden it's just like everywhere now? Why wasn't it everywhere when he was in office?
I'm going to ask my question again. We have the same amount of daily crossings today as we had in January of 2021 at the end of Trump's administration. If we have a border crisis today, would you say that we had one then as well?
No, I wouldn't. I would not say that because I don't
so
see.
So we didn't have a border crisis then. How could we possibly have a border crisis now? Because remember, the amount of daily crossings into our country are identical.
Yeah. What were you doing in 2017? How old were you? What were you doing? Were you in middle school? Were you in middle school?
I was like 12 or 13. I was in high school.
Yeah, so you can't possibly know what the fuck we're talking about. So you have your opinion on everything is irrelevant, dude.
How many continents are there?
You were not an adult. You were not an adult. You were not buying groceries. You were not putting gas in the car. So you can't possibly know
Buddy, I'm infinitely more intelligent than you.
Yeah. Right, yeah, right. How do you contribute to
Hype, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying happy late birthday, Dean. I appreciate you for the love. How do I contribute to society? By exposing your ignorance, literally.
Yeah, you're talking to a screen, and that's contributing to society?
Yes, greatly.
Yeah? All right.
Now you're covering your mic. Uncover your mic. There you go.
The E. Jean Carroll thing. You know, I think
like to clarify first. Like, I actively contribute to society, right? Because it is the case that I come on here every single day streaming to thousands and thousands and thousands of people. It's not like strange for me to get like 100 to 200,000 total people watching my lives per day, right? Actively getting them to engage in critical thought about what they believe in and why on both sides of the aisle, right? And getting them to hopefully build towards a more constructive future, right? Because when we engage in critical thought, right, we come to the conclusion that there's no feasible reason that we should be voting for the rapist felon, wannabe dictator, and day one fascist that tried to religiously persecute Muslims while he was president into the office, right? And like getting less people to vote for Trump is actively contributing to a more beautiful, more grandeur, more progressive tomorrow.
You done? All right, so let's go
the heat on the stove is still on. Yo, Catherine, thank you for the $15 on PayPal for being more intelligent than the guest. Thank you for the love, Catherine. W's for Catherine in the chat. Thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Can you thank Catherine for the $15 on PayPal, buddy?
Yeah, thank you, Catherine, for shoving Kamala's dildo up his ass. Thank you. I appreciate that.
That was strange.
So let's talk about E. Jean Carroll. So I want you to stop, confusing the people in this chat.
That was just weird. like that was just like weird. That was like literally weird.
It's like you're a simp for her. You're like you simp. I don't get it. You know what?
God, I simp for.
There's a lot of people that respect Parker more than you. I wonder why.
I simp for mothers of newborns to have $6,000 per year to provide for them. I simp for all 170 million American women and girls to have federally protected access to abortion. I simp for a protected democracy where our checks and balances, as are they supposed to be, with a protected constitution as well. I simp for a reduction in income inequalities. I simp for phenomenal, right, economic legislation. I simp for societal progression.
Yeah,
is that an issue?
You're just not helping your case right now. Yeah, why would you trust a woman with no biological children to control what other women do with their body?
So I just want to clarify.
No biological children.
I just want to clarify. You don't trust a woman with no biological children to speak for other women, but you trust a misogynistic billionaire white man to enforce what women can and can't do with their own bodies.
His biological...
Joshua, thank you for the $50 on Venmo for dunking on the guest. Let's get 500 W's for Joshua in the chat. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Joshua. Thank you so much. Massive W's for Joshua down below. Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Yo, do you have any kids?
That's none of your business.
Okay, so you don't have any kids. So if pro-life legislation... So would you vote for pro-life legislation?
Oh, what if I did say I have a daughter?
You don't. So would you vote for pro-life legislation?
What happened? One more time.
Would you vote for pro-life legislation?
Yeah. I'm against that.
So we shouldn't trust a woman without kids to speak for women, but we should trust you to speak for women? Crazy. Catherine, thank you for the $15 on PayPal for dunking on the guest once again. W's in the chat for Catherine. Thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love.
Am I running for president, dipshit?
No, what does that have to do with anything?
Okay, then. Shut up.
So why can't we trust a woman without biological children?
Why?
Yeah.
Yeah, because she doesn't have any why? Of course.
Why is that relevant to
dude.
how much we can or can't trust her?
Well, the Roe v. Wade thing is kind of crazy.
You're not
right?
answering my question. Why is that relevant to why we can or can't trust her?
Well, she doesn't have any biological children of her
And
own.
I'm asking you why that matters.
So why did she what
Are you saying that women
have?
Are you saying that women have to have biological kids in order to have a voice in our society?
No, I'm not saying that.
Yeah, you actively are. That is exactly what you're saying. And it's crazy that you're going to say that we should vote the rapist, the womanizer, this guy that has sexualized little girls, boasts about grabbing women by the
that.
P-word.
That's what I've been trying to talk about. I want to talk about the E. Jean Carroll thing.
Yeah, so
I want to.
Trump is
That's
a
how I've
rapist?
been.
So would you ever vote for someone that's
No,
held civilly liable for violent sexual abuse or rape?
Yes. O.J. Simpson was held civilly liable. Was
Do
he
you think that
innocent in
O.J. was
criminal court?
guilty?
Nope. He was
Okay,
proven
so you don't
innocent
think
in
that-
criminal court.
Yo, Christine, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, saying you keep schooling racists. I really appreciate you for the love. W's for Christine in the chat. Thank you for the $15. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much, Christine. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, then one second. I have another donation to read off here. Thank you so much for the love, Christine. You are so awesome. Thank you so much. He did not like that racist comment. Yeah, then also Jocelyn with a $15 on PayPal. W's for Catherine and Jocelyn as well. Thank you so much. Jocelyn says, as a mom/woman, my uterus doesn't define you. Abso-fucking-lutely. Dude, W's for Jocelyn in the chat. And John with a $5 on PayPal. Yes, no, a woman's uterus does not define her.
What, you have fallopian tubes too?
Do I have fallopian tubes? No, I do not. You just seemingly lacked context clues to understand that was a message left for me by someone that had donated to me.
Right, so you're
Absolutely
pivoting now
ironic.
to your, donations. Let's continue on.
I'm
to the
pivoting
Eugene
to
Carroll.
donations. I'm thanking people that
Yeah.
are donating to me.
But you're
Okay,
no.
so I just want to clarify that you would vote for someone that's held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape of a woman. Would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for raping a little girl?
He wasn't guilty in criminal court, dude. There was no witnesses. Was there witnesses?
Yeah, we have 7 witnesses that
A series
testified.
of questions, real quick. I'm asking a series of questions.
After you answer mine, you could go for it. Would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for raping a little girl?
Yeah. But proven in court if he was innocent, dude. You're this shit that you got going on. That shit is not gonna work, dude.
So if you had a
Let me
7-year-old
ask you-
daughter,
Let me ask you a series of questions.
one last question. One last question from me.
Dude, no, you're gonna kick me.
If you had a
You're gonna kick me.
7-year-old daughter, and you had someone babysitting your 7-year-old daughter, and you figured out that this babysitter had been held civilly liable for raping
No, I don't
another
trust
7-year-old
people.
girl
I
that they
don't trust other
babysit,
people.
would you continue
There's
to let them
weirdos out
babysit your
there.
kid?
There's weirdos, man. I wouldn't trust anybody with my daughter. There's creeps out there.
Okay, so if your daughter played lacrosse,
Can I ask? Can I speak? Dude, you're not giving me no leeway, no leisure right here. Can I speak?
Marcy, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, saying Native American lesbian foster mom. W's for Marcy in the chat. Massive W's down below for Marcy. I really appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. And Daisy with the $10 as well, saying you love my channel. Thank you so much, Daisy, and Marsh, Lovey, and Casey. Lovey and Casey with the $5 as well. Thank you so much, Casey, for the $5. Lovey with the $5. Daisy with the 10, and Marcy with the 20. Thank you guys so much. W's down below. Go for it.
W chat. Yeah. W donations. All right. So was there any cameras?
No, it was the 90s.
Was there any witnesses?
So there was 7 witnesses in which had recounted the same story that E. Jean Carroll did, right? That aligned with medical records alongside E. Jean Carroll's testimony. Yeah.
Was there a rape kit? A grape kit. I'm sorry. Was there a grape
No,
kit?
there's not a grape kit.
Okay. So and you think a celebrity billionaire wouldn't there wouldn't be a crowd walking into a department store like if it was that's modern day Drake. Well, imagine Drake walking.
Colin, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. His IQ is in the negatives at this point. Dead ass. Thank you for the love, Colton. Massive W's down below for Colton. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you. I just want to say your comparison to Drake was great. Yes, Trump is like the modern day Drake.
Yeah,
Yes.
imagine
Yes.
that. Celebrity.
No, literally, that is the best comparison you ever could have made. Dead ass, dude. Phenomenal comparison. I'm so proud of you for the first good comparison.
Why do so many people know him and not Kamala Harris?
What are you asking?
I'm sorry, popularity-wise. Why is he
Hey,
so popular?
how many continents are there?
Dude, there's 7. I've been watching you for a couple weeks, dude, and
name them.
I've been waiting for this.
Name the continents.
Oh my gosh, man. Come on, dude.
Name the fucking continents.
Africa. Antarctica.
You're muffling the mic.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so sorry, guys. We're just gonna move on to someone with a little bit more abstract thought. How about that? I'm sorry. We're just gonna move on to someone with a little bit more abstract thought. I appreciate y'all for your donations today. What's up, Zach? Are you voting for Trump?
Maybe. I don't know. How you doing?
Okay. I'm doing all right, man. Well, I am just looking for people that are voting for Trump. I do appreciate you for coming up, though, man. Let's go to move on to our next guest, V. For the 5.4 thousand people hanging out with us, make sure that you're double tapping, sharing, and commenting, and hopping in that queue if you're voting for Trump. Spam MAGA down below if you are voting for if you are voting for Trump. And also, specifically speaking here, guys, make sure that you're following this account. This is a brand new backup account of mine. So make sure that you are specifically following, y'all. Make sure that you're specifically following. We got our next guest loading into the live right now, so everyone just give us a minute. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
You know what? Can I say this? I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Because the people that are coming on here, they're not digging deep enough. Vice President Harris,
I appreciate you for coming up so much. I appreciate you too. Chat, please show that last guest some love. I apologize for kicking you. Honestly sounded so incredibly sweet. I hate doing that. That's why I very kindly ask people that agree with me to not get in the guest request, because I hate doing that so fucking much. I hate kicking people. It's the worst. Thank you so much for coming up, though. You sounded incredibly sweet. W's for one love in the chat. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Also, guys, let's try to get up to 1 million likes. Continue to double tap. And spam MAGA down below if you want to come up and debate. We're still looking for next guest. Continue to spam MAGA. We got Zach invited up. Everyone just give us a minute. What's up, Jackson? Are you voting for Trump? See what I mean? Like, that's crazy. Continue to spam MAGA down below. We're still looking for our next guest. We got Nathan invited up. Everyone do be patient. Keep on spamming MAGA down below. We got another Nathan loading up right now. What's going on, Nathan? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am, and I'm 26.
Okay, so are you voting for the rapist, dictator, and day one fascist?
Because he gets the job done and Kamala doesn't, and Biden, I know it's not about Biden, but I just want to say that Biden goes to Delaware and goes to his beach house and goes on the beach, and when Biden had pizzas at I think a gas station or coffee place, or with Kamala had stuff like was there was literally no one. But when Trump had given pizza to people like at I think Five Guys or Dairy Queen, you know, something like that, there was a whole lot more people.
Hi, Chloe. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Phenomenal. Feel free to hop in the conversation in a bit. So, Nathan, I'm under the impression that you talked to Parker last night?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Well, Nathan, I do appreciate you for coming up. If you've already talked to Parker, there's probably not much more content material that I could go over with you.
Yeah, I had a question. Do you think... I just had a really question. Do you think Kamala will win?
I think right now it's a coin flip. I'm going to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah. I appreciate you, Nathan.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course. All right. So, Chloe, why are you voting for Trump?
So I agree with his morals. So basically the border, the stuff. I don't know if you can what you can say on TikTok, but the abortions. I think that shouldn't be legal. What else? I think that's the main thing. I think it's also because I'm Christian, so I don't think abortion should be allowed. Is
okay.
A huge deal for me.
Okay, Chloe, we have a couple things to go over here. So first of all, you said that you agree with his morals. He's cheated on 3 of his wife, 1 with a porn star. You said that you're Christian. What is he going to do? Die, raise again 3 days later and bang another porn star?
Wait, say that again?
Yeah, don't worry about it. You said that you agree with his morals. He sexualized little girls. He's boasted about grabbing women by the P word without asking first. He's boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls at Miss Teen USA to inspect their bodies. He has good morals.
That's I'm a Republican, so I agree with their standpoints.
Oh, geez.
So maybe not moral. Jesus. Maybe morals isn't the word, but standpoints, I would say.
Okay. And then you're talking about abortion, and you said that you're pro-life because of your religion. What are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
I have no clue.
Phenomenal. So here's my issue. Christianity is inherently a faith-based belief. There's no external justification to say that your God exists over any other God or no God at all. I don't think it's wrong to hold faith-based beliefs, but I think it's wrong to persecute others with them. I think that you should keep your faith-based belief out of legislation, point blank period. The Bible has been historically used to justify slavery. I mean, the Christian nationalists that were running around 300 years ago were using it to justify the enslavement of black individuals. And I can't really think of a logical distinction between you using this book that you have faith in to justify taking rights away from women and them using the book that they had faith in to justify taking rights away from black people. So at the end of the day, I just think that should stay out of our legislation. I have no issue with you saying that you would never get an abortion because of your religious belief. I have no issue with Christians saying that at all. I just have issue with y'all inserting that into other people's walks of life. Because I could conceive of a book and say that I have the same amount of faith that you have in the Bible, but this book might say that men deserve more legal representation than women. And I'll just say I have complete faith that this is an order from the divine creator who's perfect and always right. What if I was to try to advocate for legislation on the basis of that book? See, that's not fair. The same way it's not fair for you to use the same Bible to do so with women's rights.
It's not like just that. I think it's like all people should have a fair chance of life, because at the end of the day, what's in your body is a clump of cells, which we're all cells. So I think everyone should have a fair chance of living. I don't think that you should, like, I know people say it's women's bodies, and yeah, like if I was to have a baby and me, like, it's not my body, it's the baby's body inside of me. It's not my body.
Yeah, we're going to see if you could beat the argument that Charlie Kirk couldn't. Do you think that women with IUDs are murderers because sometimes IUDs will kill a conceived zygote?
So I'm actually not informed on what that IUD is, so I have no clue what that is.
Where does conception occur in a woman's body?
The uterus?
Fallopian tubes. Where does a fetus develop?
The uterus?
Okay, you got one right. And at what point in a pregnancy does viability typically occur?
What's viability?
God damn it. Okay. How many weeks after a woman gets, how many weeks after conception occurs in a woman's fallopian tubes, does the woman typically know that she's pregnant? Or how early can she know that she's pregnant, should I ask?
I would say probably 3 to 4 weeks.
6 to 8. Okay, wow. Holy cow. Wow. Jesus Christ. What is plan B?
That's an after, like, you take it after you...
What does it do?
It, like, kills the sperm.
No, so it stops supplying progesterone, right, to the egg and the sperm, specifically either preventing conception or implantation once again. Wow. I'm just, how do I know more about these things than you?
Because I just don't use that stuff. I don't worry about it. I don't know.
Yeah, but seriously, tell me what the issue is to just keeping this to yourself. Like, I could give you a completely confluent argument why we shouldn't care about the life of a fetus and why it's not valuable and why women should have access to abortion. But what if we were just to sum this up and say something simple as, you have your choice, you have your values, keep them to yourself, and let other women make that same choice for them. Like, easy. I mean, it prevents unwanted children from going into unready homes. It prevents 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls being forced into being parents. It prevents, higher rates of poverty, lower rates of employment, lower rates of education, because pro-life legislation forces young boys and girls out of school, out of work, to raise a child that they never wanted in the first place. It prevents higher rates of crime, drug abuse, SA, etc. from those children that weren't wanted in the first place. It prevents more people, more children specifically, from being thrown into the foster care and adoption system. That specifically is terrible. I mean, every holiday season I walk into a Walmart and I see a Christmas tree asking me to buy gifts for these adopted children because no one wants them. Do you see how it could be a good idea to say that we should just leave this up to every single individual woman? Nothing is inherently wrong with your beliefs as long as they don't infringe upon the opportunity or access to healthcare of others?
But there's also people who can't have children. So what about the people that can't have children and would like to adopt?
Well, I mean, yeah, no issue with wanting to adopt a kid, but there's a huge issue with, like, forcing women to be an incubator for 9 months against their will without their consent because someone else wants kids.
but you know those like repercussions whenever you're like getting into it.
Oh, yeah, okay. Like engage in sex, they knew the risk of pregnancy, therefore the mother has an obligation to deal with the pregnancy, right? Is that your argument?
That, and there's also like,
Let's touch on that one real quick. Cigarette smokers, they know the risk of lung cancer. If they develop lung cancer, should they be able to seek medical treatment to terminate it? Or are they kind of like the woman that knew the risks of sex? Should they stay obligated to sustain the life of that lung cancer?
I think those are two very different topics.
Well, I mean, what's the difference? Given like your logic here, I don't think there's any difference. You said because a woman knows the risks of pregnancy when she's engaging in sex, she shouldn't be able to terminate the pregnancy. Because a smoker knows the risk of lung cancer when huffing and puffing on the cigarette, they shouldn't be able to terminate the cancer, right?
Yeah, but offing a child inside of you is a lot different than like getting cancer.
Well, I mean, if you're saying, well, you're saying it's wrong to off the child because the mother's obligated to do so because she understood the risks of sex, right? But I'd say that's a fallacious argument, and just because you understand the risks of sex doesn't mean that you're obligated to pregnancy if it occurs. You can make an argument that it's wrong to off the child because it's morally valuable, but that's a completely separate and different position.
Yeah, I guess.
So, can you name one piece of legislation that Donald Trump signed into law while he was president that you agreed with?
Nope.
Okay, could you name one piece of legislation that Biden and Harris signed into law while they've been president that you disagree with?
I don't even know what they did, honestly.
Quite frankly, and how old are you?
I'm 23.
Holy shit, crazy. Would you ever vote for someone that has been held civilly liable for rape?
If they were proven guilty, I'm not sure. It would definitely, I don't know. I'd have to think about it.
Okay, well, just go think about it. On your own time, we're going to move on to our next guest. Guys, if you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. Go ahead and get our next guest up in here right now, y'all. So everyone just give us a minute to get our next guest up in the box. Yo, Brittany with a $20 on PayPal saying my body doesn't owe anybody shit. Deadass, Brittany. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal. W's for Brittany in the chat. Thank you so much for the $20. Let's go. What's up, Veronica? Are you voting for Trump? Veronica's not here. Guys, spam MAGA down below in that chat if you want to come up and debate. We're looking for our next crazy, lunatic Trump supporter. So we're going to move on to our next guest. Guys, if you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for. Go ahead and get our next guest up in here right now, y'all. So everyone just give us a minute to get our next guest up in the box. Yo, Brittany with a $20 on PayPal saying my body doesn't owe anybody shit. Deadass, Brittany. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal. W's for Brittany in the chat. Thank you so much for the $20. Let's go. What's up, Veronica? Are you voting for Trump? Veronica's not here. Guys, spam MAGA down below in that chat if you want to come up and debate. We're looking for our next crazy, lunatic Trump supporter. So everyone give us a minute. We got Turbo. Oh, I got to sneeze. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no, I really need to sneeze, but I'm not sneezing. Oh, this is a terrible feeling. We get our next guest loading in. Oh, I like really need to sneeze, but the sneeze snapped. But the sneeze stopped. God, you're joking. Hi, Jack. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
So why do you want the tyrannical dictator on day one, womanizer, rapist to be the leader of America?
Well, I'm not voting him because of those beliefs. I'm voting on him because, one, I have my opinions on abortion, which I think should not be legal, and I don't know if he 100% supports that, but I just don't think abortion should be legal unless a case of rape, or grape, sorry.
Okay, all right. Why?
Because I believe you keep talking about, and how the last guest said, a woman has a right to her body, but I feel like the baby is not her body, and thus she understood
the fetus is a separate body.
Yeah, so it's like its own like living thing.
I know, but why do we care about that? Why is it wrong to kill? How old are you?
I'm 18. This will be my. Fuck you.
Yeah, that's a kid. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute for the 4.9 thousand people in here. Everyone just be patient while we get our next Trump supporter up in the queue. This is crazy. What's going on tonight? We have these little kids, these uneducated lunatics coming up on the live. Rage or Nick?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter.
Okay, why are you voting for Trump?
Because I think that he's going to do a lot better leading the country than Kamala would. Okay, so true. So what's one policy that Trump influenced to get passed during his first term that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited rich people? Out of curiosity. Lowered the prices on everything that benefited everybody.
Yeah,
Not
so what
just the middle
policy did he...
class.
So what policy did he influence to get passed that lowered prices of
I mean,
goods?
I don't know the policy, man, because I don't sit on my computer.
Oh, because it didn't happen. He didn't fucking pass a price reduction policy.
The prices were lower. What are you talking about? Prices were lower.
Oh my god.
Listen, let me speak. Let me speak for 30 seconds, and then you can have the floor.
Speak your
30
truth,
seconds, and then you can call me stupid and do all you want. It don't matter which way you look at it, what headline you look at it. When Trump was in office, prices were lower. When Democrats are in office, the prices are higher on everything, gas. And everybody wants to blame Trump. Trump hasn't been in office for 5 or 6 years. So how is anything his fault? Everything that's happening right now is 100% the Democrats. There's no way you can look at it. Okay, if you look at that, you can look at the headlines all you want, but it is their fault because they're the ones in office, not Trump. The world's
So how did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
They might have not caused it, but they sure as hell didn't help it now, did they? Because guess what? We're still in inflation and we're still in debt. We're still not paid off our debt to China. That probably will never happen. But the gas prices are still through the roof. We can't afford anything we need. I go to the grocery store, a thing of milk's $5, bro. I mean,
Yeah. So we had the quickest. So inflation was caused by the pandemic.
No, the Democrats. That's
How
what
did they cause it?
They didn't cause it, but they didn't help it.
Okay. So inflation was caused by the pandemic. The pandemic onset inflation in every single country on the face of the earth, right? But yet the U.S. had the quickest response to it because of the Biden-Harris administration. We had the quickest rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7 because of their policy that benefited the American people. Things like the CHIPS Act for American manufacturing, things like the infrastructure bill to stimulate local communities across the U.S.
There you go with
things
the
like
headlines
PACT Act
again.
Those aren't headlines. Those are policies, you dumbass.
Okay, hey, guess what, dumbass? Kamala didn't have her policies up on her page till like a couple of days ago, or maybe a week or two ago.
I'm so sorry. Can we just re-reference the fact that you just called like policies headlines?
Okay, I didn't mean to say policies or headlines, but you read headlines 90% of the time, Dean.
Those are congressional.
Okay, I get it.
Those are congressional bills.
I get it. Okay,
What
I'm
the
wrong
fuck
about
do you
that.
mean
I'm wrong
talking?
about that. Okay, hey.
God damn.
Hey, don't cuss at me, little boy. Listen.
Oh, someone's getting upset. Do you need a Kleenex?
You're the one that's getting upset. You yell at everybody that comes on here. You can't ever have a civil conversation. We have a different belief than you, Dean. You hate us automatically. Why can't we just not have different beliefs? I can look at my side and see some of y'all's beliefs and be like, okay, because in abortion, I'm so wishy-washy about that. I think that a woman shouldn't have to give birth to a child.
Yeah, Rager. I didn't come out of the gate swinging. I came into the gate swinging because you called policy talking points.
No, but bro, come on. You do read Democratic headlines, and that's all you read.
Dear God, I haven't went on CNN, Fox News, MSNBC. For as long as I can remember, I don't reference those. Oh my god! You're so gross. You're accusing me of. 1 second, Rager. You're accusing me of reading headlines. What's one policy Trump influenced to get passed while he was president?
You said.
God damn it! Oh, I read the headlines. Dude, the only reason you're voting for Trump is because he tells you to in Truth Social. Be so fucking for real. The only reason that you're voting for Trump is because you believe that the deep state is attacking him because Daddy Trump said so on his Twitter account in 2021.
I'm not even.
I read the headlines. Brandon, thank you for the $5 and I appreciate you for the love.
Listen to me. I don't agree with either one of them. If I would to vote anybody, it would have been RFK, okay? That's who I would.
So the other grapists.
Come on, man. I mean, he had the policies, and he don't look at one side. He looks at both sides and think this is what's best for our country. He's not on either side. That's why he endorsed Trump, because the Democratic Party is so far from what it used to be.
No, they endorsed Trump. They endorsed Trump because Kamala Harris's campaign ignored him.
Democratic mouth. You can't argue with it when a liberal said that.
I would like to let you know that the particular reason why RFK endorsed Trump is because Kamala's campaign.
Because Kamala's stupid. That's why. Nobody wants her running the country, man. I mean,
okay. Could you give me any reason to believe that she's stupid?
I mean, she had no policies up for the longest time. She said that she was with fracking, but also with the Green New Deal. How can you support the Green New Deal and fracking when the Green New Deal contradicts everything that fracking is? She said that on the live stream or whatever it was, the interview with that lady. She said that I'm with the Green New Deal. She also used to be against fracking before presidency, but now all of a sudden she's for fracking. Tell me how.
Yeah.
It
So
makes sense.
So once again, so her values haven't changed. Her beliefs have.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
So you could
exactly.
hold the. So you could hold the same value while holding a different belief insofar as what's going to be most conducive towards that value. I mean, like supporting like fracking here in the U.S. is actually probably a good policy in today's age for the reason that when the U.S. is producing a more predominant amount of global amount of the global oil supply, they're producing it cleaner, right? Because we have EPA regulations that other countries don't, as well as we have the most resources to advocate for a greener future. When we continue to drill, baby, drill here at home in America, while also advocating for a greener future through things such as the Inflation Reduction Act, the biggest investment in renewable energy resources ever, right? We are considering all perspectives. We're still generating good money for the U.S. today while also fighting for a greener tomorrow, right? So you can support, right, a green
You can't
future
support
while
fracking.
supporting
You don't support the
now.
Green New Deal. You can't.
I literally just explained to you how you could.
You can't though. It contradicts everything. Go look up what the Green New Deal is.
Buddy, I just explained to you how you could. You could support fracking for right now because it's what practically makes sense while advocating for a greener future.
Practically, there's the key.
Yes,
word.
practically. That is the key word. Exactly.
Okay, my thing is, if her beliefs changed on that, what else are they going to change on? I feel like.
So if JD Vance's beliefs change on Trump's being America's Hitler in 2019, the same year she was against fracking, what does that tell us about JD Vance? Blown out of the water.
No, you didn't.
Silenced or gagged.
5 seconds.
Silenced or gagged.
Can you let my brain process what you just said? I'm not a fucking robot, Dean. Okay, here's another thing. I just told you that I'm not really going to vote for either one of them because there's a lot of things that Trump did that I looked my own research.
Oh, W, if you're not going to vote for either one of them, we're going to move on to our next guest. I do appreciate you for coming up, though. If you're watching the stream and you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in the bio. What's going on, Danny? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
All right, and why is that?
Well, I got to tell you, Dean, the inflation process of the U.S. is going crazy. I got two 2x4s yesterday, and they were all $4 each. I got to tell you.
He's trolling. We're gonna go ahead and get our next guest, Pastor Kid, up in the box. He's trolling. It is funny. That's funny. 2x4s for $4 each. For $4 each. I can't even make my voice go that low. Sydney, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. W's for Sydney down below in that chat. We're gonna go to get our next guest up in here. We're probably gonna go hang out with Parker here shortly. All right, our next guest is loading into the live. Everyone give us a second. Hello, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Oh, I so.
My name is Wilda, and I'm calling because I'm voting for Trump. And my reasons are because of godly convictions.
Oh.
Whether it was Kamala or Biden or any other Democrat, I cannot support the Democrat Party.
Because God told you so? Did you have a dream?
He does speak to me in dreams, and that is nothing to mock about, is nothing to laugh about, especially when you believe in what the Bible says. And the Bible
So I just want to clarify.
Well, let me let me finish.
Go for
What the
it.
Bible declares is the following. God says in his word that before you were conceived in your mother's womb, he knew you. He had a plan for you. He had a wonderful life predestined for you. And when we think we can play the role of God and say, I don't want this child, just like they did on the first night of the Democrat convention, which broke my heart to see that 25 babies were aborted just because, not because they were raped, and they celebrated after the fact. A lot of people think that this is a joke, but talk to women who have had abortions, who cry for years because they know that that baby had a soul, had a life, had a plan and a purpose. And that is why we are fighting for the right to abortion clinics have ultrasounds to show the mother before she gets rid of that child that she can see that baby moving and what an abortion actually does. And no matter how young that child is in her womb, the moment they stick the needle in or the poison in or the acid in, that baby's crying, that baby's screaming, that baby's pushing back. And I tell you something, I have family members that took abortion and used it as birth control. And they're suffering today. I have my own grandson who almost was aborted. Can you imagine if you were
So do we just
aborted
like
almost-
hold to misinformation now?
I'm sorry?
So you just like believe in misinformation? Like,
It
like
is not
the claim that you just made
misinformation.
about the babies fighting
It is not
back?
misinformation.
So a fetus doesn't
Out of
gain the
everything
ability.
that you're speaking and the
fetus-
policies.
One moment, ma'am. Joshua, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Very campy way of
Mm-hmm.
telling lies for this lady. I appreciate you for the $5, Joshua. So a fetus doesn't gain the ability to deploy any level of sentience until they have thymocortical connections at about 20 through 24 weeks. They can't scream and push back without sentience, ma'am. Second of all, you said that the reason you're pro-life is because of your Bible. Big issue here. What's the difference between you saying Bible states abortion wrong, therefore we take rights away from women, and white supremacists 250 years ago saying Bible says slavery okay, Leviticus 25:44 through 46, therefore we take away rights from black people? What is the
White
logical
supremacists
distinction?
years ago was the Democrat Party. That's who
appreciate
had
you both.
slavery.
They were Democrats. Yep.
They were they had
Absolutely.
slavery.
So would you like to answer my question?
So
I did not ask you what political party perpetuated
That- I
racism and
understand
slavery.
that.
So what's the
wonderful.
what's the difference between you saying Bible says abortion bad, therefore take rights away from women, and white supremacists 250 years ago saying Bible says slavery good, therefore take rights away from black people? What's the logical difference between those two
the
beliefs?
difference is that I'm alive today. I wasn't alive back then, and my choices are about today, who I'm voting for. And based on what I know the Bible says and is truth, and it was truth back then, just like it is today, I live today. And today I'm voting. And today
Okay, so
I will
you'd
not
say
have
that they were
anything to do with the
justified in
Democrat
using the
Party.
Bible to
I
justify. So
didn't
you're
say-
saying that
No.
they were reasonable in using the Bible to justify slavery?
I never said that. I said I'm alive.
Okay, well then
today.
how
I'm
are they
voting today.
unreasonable? How are they unreasonable in using the Bible to justify slavery?
Because slavery is not of God. God's word doesn't say, God's word does not allow that.
Yeah, do you have a Bible on you?
It's
I'm guessing you
unrighteous.
do. Do you have a Bible?
I have many Bibles.
Okay, go get your favorite. Go to Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 and read them out loud.
You want Leviticus what?
25 verses 44 through 46.
Leviticus 5.
25.
Leviticus
25 verses 44 through 46. 44 through 46. And read it out loud. Don't do that like read in the head, then spiral thing. Just read it out
No,
loud.
I don't need
first.
to do that. If it's in the word, I'll read the word because the word is truth. And we can't
Okay.
play around with God's word.
Great.
It says
You're
your male and
consistent.
female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them
Bequeath.
to your children as inherited property. And
But
can
you may
make
not
them
rule over
slaves
your fellow
for
Israelites
life.
ruthlessly.
But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly.
Now I have more word of God for you to read, and then you could respond. Exodus 21, 20 through 21.
Exodus 21,
20 through 21.
20 through 21. And you're laughing because?
Oh God, because it's terrible how you like. I
Because
can't
it's
wait.
terrible because-
I can't wait for how you're gonna wiggle your way out
And
of
if
this
a
one.
man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall be surely punished. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money.
So not only
And-
does God tell the Israelites that they could own non-Israelites as human property for life, aka slaves, but he also
Okay.
said that you could beat them as long as they recover in a couple days.
And what is your point?
Yeah. So God supports slavery. Would you vote for slavery?
No, and this is in the Old Testament before Jesus came.
So is
When
slavery
Jesus
okay back then?
came, Jesus came to take care of all that was done unrighteously, so that everything that man did that was wrong, just like you finished having me read, when Jesus came to die on the cross for your sin and mine, that was all washed away.
Yeah. So was slavery okay
that
before
was all
Jesus came?
washed away.
So
No
was slavery
man
okay
could
before
live
Jesus came?
righteously. No man could fulfill the 10 commandments. That's
Amen.
why Jesus came to die for you and for me. And he not only spoke the 10 commandments, like he said of Moses. He said of Moses, the 10 commandments say that you shall not murder.
Hey, I'm asking a very simple question.
And Jesus said, not only
was slavery okay before Jesus came?
we just read it that it was. And
so you'd say that slavery hasn't always been wrong?
well, obviously, if we read it and this was the case back then it was allowed.
Fuck. Okay. Would you say that genocide and ethnic cleansing are always wrong?
I'm sorry?
Is genocide and ethnic cleansing always wrong?
After Christ, it is, yes.
Oh, what about before Christ?
Before Christ, they lived according to a law.
So was genocide and ethnic cleansing always wrong?
Well, what do you think Noah and the flood was about?
No, genocide and ethnic cleansing. Same thing with 1 Samuel 15:3,
What do you think Noah
where
and
God
the flood
commands
was
Saul and
about?
his men.
There was so
One
much
second.
sin.
What does 1 Samuel 15:3 say?
Okay, you like to throw out the scripture, but you don't want to accept what the truth is, where the scripture. What do you think Noah and the flood was about?
Literally like drowning babies to death because their parents did bad
drowning
things.
an entire great generation because they were sinning. They were having sex with animals. They were having sex with each other. They were having
Were the babies having
orgies.
sex with
They were
animals?
No, obviously
Okay, so
no.
then why did God kill the babies?
Because there was a generation that were being raised that way, and it was in their bloodline.
Oh, okay. So God can punish people for sins that they haven't committed yet. So why didn't God punish Hitler for the sin of the Holocaust before he committed it by killing him, saving the lives of everyone killed during the Holocaust?
Because after Christ, let's go back to Christ on the cross, who died for your sin and mine, and for Hitler's. We have a choice whether we want to accept what Christ did for us or not. We're not robots.
Okay, well,
we're
I'm
not,
guessing
we're
you'd
not
say
robots. You have a free will to choose whether you want to accept what Christ did for you or not. And
Well, I'm
wash
guessing you'd
all
say
your
the
sins
people
away.
during Noah, but I'm guessing you'd say the people alive during Noah's times weren't robots. They had free will, but yet God killed the babies before they committed those
No,
evil
they
atrocities.
they had what we call today, and we read about the 10 Commandments. Were they able to fulfill the 10 Commandments? Absolutely not.
So did they or did they not have free will?
They did have free will.
Okay, so did God take away the free will of the babies that he killed with Noah's flood?
No, they were
Okay,
just,
so God
it was
can
just
kill
a bloodline.
so God can kill people for sins they haven't committed yet without infringing upon their free will. So why couldn't God kill Hitler when he was a baby for the sin of the Holocaust that he hadn't committed yet? Because according to your logic, it wouldn't have infringed upon his free will.
You keep ignoring the fact.
What
that
is Jesus?
came.
What is Jesus coming? Right, change about it not infringing.
Oh,
upon-
everything. And
That
you don't
doesn't- that doesn't-
understand it because
So,
no
Mama,
man could
I would
live
like to clarify
according
here.
to the 10 Commandments. No
That
man could
doesn't-
live according
That
to
doesn't
the word.
change anything about
It
God's
sure
infringement
does,
or non
whether you want it to or not.
Okay, so if God could stop people from doing bad things without infringing upon their free will,
No,
before
not
Jesus
anymore.
came-
You have a free will.
Before Jesus came, God could stop people from doing bad things without infringing upon their free will. Why didn't God
No,
stop
they had
Adam
a free
and
will
Eve?
back then too. Adam
Yeah,
had
but-
a free will. He decided to disobey God.
Okay, with all due respect, you're not tracking because Christians are inherently illogical. I'm going to make myself
No, that's
clear.
not true. I am tracking
so
and I'm
God
speaking the truth. You
punished-
just don't want to accept it.
God punished and drowned babies in Noah's flood, and that didn't infringe upon their free will, right? So God can remove and punish people without infringing upon their free will. So why couldn't God remove and punish Hitler without infringing upon his free will? Or if your argument is, well, after Jesus came, why
Okay.
couldn't God stop Adam and Eve from eating
Was
from the
Hitler
tree of
here
knowledge
before Jesus
without
or
infringing
after?
upon their free will? That sounds like a special plea.
Was Hitler here before Jesus or after?
After, but what about Jesus'
Okay, thank
coming
you.
changed God's ability to remove or punish people on earth without infringing upon their free will?
Jesus came because humanity could not live a righteous life. So before Jesus, they had to sacrifice lambs for the sins of the people. Lambs for the sins of the people. And he said,
What does that change about God's ability to infringe upon people's
that
livelihoods
change- with
without
that
taking away
change-
their free will?
You obviously don't want to accept what I'm trying to say to you. Back
It's
then,
illogical
it
by
was,
nature.
It
Ramen,
was,
thank you for the
it was a
$5 on
law.
Venmo.
Back then, it was a law. Back then it
Does
was
God
a
have?
law.
Can God do bad things?
No,
Does God have free will?
God is God. God is
Does
the
he have free
same
will?
yesterday and today. Yes, he can.
So you could have free will while simultaneously not having the ability to do bad things?
He would never do bad things because God alone is good. He can only be good. Everything he has for you is good.
So I just want to clarify, you could have free will without even having the ability to do bad things.
Yeah. If all you
So
are is
why
good and
didn't
everything
why
you have
did
for
God give
humanity
us
is good.
So one second, why did God give us the ability to do bad things if we didn't need the ability to do bad things in order to have free will?
Adam chose to disobey the Father when he...
That's a bad thing. Why did God give Adam that ability to disobey him? Because apparently, according to you and your theology, you could have free will without having the ability to do bad things. So why didn't God just make Adam a man that could only do what's good while simultaneously also giving Adam free will?
Well, he gave him a free will.
Yeah, but you could have free will without the ability to do bad. Because remember, wait, Mama, you said that God can only do good things. God does not have the ability to do bad things, yet God has free will.
God,
yes. So you could have free will without the ability to do bad things, logically speaking. And remember, God is all powerful.
Yes, he is.
God could have created humans just like him to have free will without the ability to do bad.
Yes, he could have. But he
oh my God!
Yeah.
So you just said that we could have lived in a world with no pedophiles raping children.
Oh, Adam definitely
one
could.
moment. No, one moment. Listen to me. You just said that God could have created humans without the ability to do bad while still upholding their free will. So in other words, we could have had a world without P3 radios. We could have had a world without child rape. We could have had a world without starving children. We could have had a world without anything bad ever. But God just merely desired for all these bad things to occur for some random trivial reason.
Don't put that on God. Don't put that on God. That's a shame you would even attempt that.
No, absolutely I'll put it on God.
Will. God gave man free will.
Because remember, you said God could have. You just said God could have given man free will without giving man the ability to do bad things. Without the choice to even do bad things.
As a little kid, you know what's right and wrong.
Hey, do you hear what I'm saying? You said God could have given humanity free will without giving man the ability to do bad things. So if God could have given man free will without the ability to do bad things, then why didn't he?
He gave them free will. The first thing he told Adam
No. I'm asking a very direct question. We still could have had free will without the ability to do bad things. Why didn't God give us that version of free will?
He didn't want robots.
Okay, so was Jesus a robot? Is Jesus a robot?
Everything you tell me to, I have no choice.
Is Jesus a robot?
No.
But he has free will without the ability to do bad things.
Jesus.
According to your own logic, he'd be a robot.
Jesus chose to do all the right things.
Jesus didn't even have the ability to do bad.
Oh, yes, he could have.
Okay, so then in what sense is God all good if God has the ability to do bad things? Because that would mean, right, in one possible version of reality, God does do a bad thing, which would imply that goodness isn't a necessary attribute of his character.
God is good. Everything God does is good.
Wait, but is God necessarily good?
He is good all the way around.
Is he necessarily good? Is that a necessary attribute of his character? Because if it's a necessary attribute... Okay, so a necessary attribute of Jesus' character was to be good. Meaning, if Jesus did a bad thing, well, that would be a logical contradiction. So it's literally impossible for Jesus to do a bad thing, yet Jesus has free will.
Did you see how he cried on the cross and said, Father, why have you forsaken me? And he cried, but he knew, and he even begged the Father that he didn't...
We're using logic here. We're using logic here. Hey, buddy, we're using logic. I know it's strange to you, but we're using logic here. You said that God is necessarily good, Jesus is necessarily good, meaning Jesus can never do a bad thing, right? Because you cannot say that Jesus is necessarily good, yet Jesus can do bad things. That's a contradiction.
When Jesus was on the cross, he cried to the Father. When Jesus was going
You're not responding to the meat on the bone here. You're not responding to the logical contradiction.
So you want me to say to you
can
that
Jesus do bad things or can
no?
Jesus not do bad things?
So you want me to say to you that Jesus could have said no?
I just want you to clarify, can or can't Jesus do bad things?
No. Of course, he was human.
Okay, so then God's not necessarily good.
To become human.
So then God's not necessarily good.
That we can overcome. And
okay, so Jesus could do bad things. So Jesus can do bad things. Jesus is God. God could do bad things. Therefore,
is the
God's
Son
not
of God.
necessarily good.
Jesus is the Son of God, and he came
Is
to
Jesus
earth
God?
to save you. Jesus, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are three in one. You are a
So
son.
Jesus is God.
You are
So
a
track my
brother,
logic.
and
So-
you are.
So track my logic here. Jesus can do bad things. Jesus is God. That implies God could do bad things. If God can do bad things, then in what sense is goodness an essential or necessary attribute of his character? Because if God even has the mere ability to do bad things, goodness is not necessary to his existence. This is like saying that 4 90-degree angles are necessary to the existence of a square, yet a square can have a 180-degree angle. Goodness is necessary to God's existence, yet God can do a bad thing.
God could not do a bad thing. He wouldn't want to do a bad thing. He came to save those who do bad things.
Phenomenal. And then that leads us into the issue. You're saying God cannot do bad things, as goodness is necessary to his existence. Jesus cannot do bad things, yet Jesus has free will, and Jesus is no robot. So God could have created Adam and Eve without the ability to do bad things, yet Adam and Eve could have still had free will, and Adam and Eve wouldn't have been robots. That's my point. Mic drop.
Say whatever you want to say.
Do you see how we could completely deconstruct
You
the
can
Christian
say whatever
worldview?
you want to say. And I will, you can understand it the best way that you can. I suggest to you that you ask Holy Spirit to reveal to you the truth, but it is impossible as I came on this call to say.
I'll never reprogram her. To be fair, it took me like years to reprogram myself. We're gonna go ahead and raid Parker. I really, guys, I miss the religious debate so much. I just had to have that conversation with her. Maureen, I really appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. Raymond with the $5, Theo with the $5, and Aaron with the $2. I really appreciate y'all so much for the love. Yeah, I really miss like logically deconstructing the Christian worldview. That was good. Oh, I know that was great. Yeah, I love debating theology. I could rip it to shreds. Yeah, I love the religious debates. Yeah, they'll be back. Barry Fly, thank you for the $25 on PayPal for having the patience to deal with a god brother. It's learned. It's learned. But I appreciate you for the $25 nonetheless. So can y'all type Parker's @ in the comment section? We're gonna go ahead and send him a raid. Yeah, by the way, like for all my Democrats in here, for all my Kamala Harris supporters that are religious, once again, nothing wrong with religious-based beliefs. Of course, I disagree with you, but there's nothing wrong with religious beliefs. It's just wrong to use them to control others. Which y'all don't do. That's why you're a Christian Democrat. So, hey, everyone, head over to @Parker Get a Real Job. I will see you there in 30 seconds. So head over there right now, spam Dean Raid in the chat. Let him know that I'm coming. I will be there to co-host with him for a little bit. And I will see you all over there very, very shortly. Spam Dean Raid in his chat.
You don't even vote that way. Like there are plenty of things that you would vote in the interest of the society, not in the interest of yourself. And yet you just don't acknowledge it.
You're a part of society, right? So if you want insulin to be a 35 cap, that's a great idea. giving me something that you read on Fox News that lies about everything else.
Fox
You
News,
get
I
what
don't
I'm
watch. Only 8% produced. The Keystone XL pipeline was only 8% produced. It was not even, supplying anything yet. Therefore, it couldn't have caused inflation.
That's not the only thing that's causing it. That's not the only thing.
Okay, so what caused inflation? How did they cause inflation?
How did Trump cause inflation? Did he?
I don't think Trump caused inflation.
He never did. Our economy was at
And if you are arguing that he caused inflation, or that someone caused inflation, it would be more likely to be Trump than it would be like the Biden-Harris administration, because he signed more debt into law.
Are you crazy?
No, he signed more debt into law.
So Biden giving $200 billion to Ukraine's president, and Ukraine's president building
107 billion, and that was a reallocation from our military budget. Again, less debt-related spending. Less debt-related spending signed into law under the under the Biden administration compared to the Trump administration.
You're great at interrupting. You're a great interrupter. So, like I said, 107 billion.
I'm just telling you facts, and you're getting mad. Okay.
No, I'm not mad.
I don't want to have to sit up here and have to explain for 40, 50 more seconds on the same point just because you want to yap for 40 seconds. Yeah, no. I'm gonna cut you off, and I'm gonna tell you that you were giving misinformation.
No, 200 billion was the total. 107 billion was one.
It was 107 billion to no, that's completely false. It was 107 billion to the federal government of Ukraine.
Okay, even if it was.
I see pain. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
America. How did that benefit America by giving Ukraine 107 billion dollars?
Say that again.
How did that benefit us as American citizens by giving Ukraine $107 billion?
So we signed an agreement with them that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. So we're just upholding that deal.
So we're just going to give them money and not send troops over there?
That's exactly what it is. Sending troops would cause World War III. So we're defending them insofar as that it doesn't cause World War III. Because we've had other proxy wars with Russia in the past. Like, for example, in Syria under Trump's administration.
Okay, yeah, but that wasn't that was less violent than the Cold War. So what I'm saying is,
okay, but the same thing's true now.
We gave $107 billion. The United States president makes $400,000 a year, right? Okay, how much do you think Ukraine's president makes? Probably less than that, right? I don't know for sure. I'm asking.
I don't know.
So why did Ukraine's president not take that money and rebuild all of the houses that were destroyed because of the bombings? No,
They're using it to fight like Russia. Like what?
He went and built a $40 million house. The man doesn't make $1 million a year.
Can you give me a source that he used funds from the United States to build a $40 million house?
100%. I looked it up after I saw it on Joe Rogan's podcast because I couldn't believe it.
Joe Rogan's podcast, crazy. So yeah, give me your source.
100%. After I get off this live, I will DM you the direct link to see.
No, just tell me the title.
Hold on, I'd have to look it back up. It's on the internet. I'd have to look it back up. I'd have to leave your live to do so. But
you can go do that real quick. I'll talk to someone else in the meantime.
No, because I'm really about to educate you on what's going on.
Well, yeah, you can educate me by finding that source. So I'll talk to someone else. Go find your source and come back. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be. Oh, he left. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's the pal to you?
Hello.
Are you voting for Trump?
Oh yeah, for sure. Actually, I can't vote at all. I'm Canadian, but I'm telling you from what's up.
All right. Please get out of our politics, please. Thank you very much. Why are you voting for Trump? Or why are you supporting Trump from Canada? That's so weird. Yo, what's the pal to you?
21.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm not, but I had a different question. I don't know if that's...
I'm sorry.
No.
Parker, turn up your mic, please. There's nothing I can do to turn up my mic. I have it on max volume. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. We can hear you loud and clear. Nice. Jacob, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Jacob. Yeah. For you need to debate Charlie Kirk one-on-one. Good job, bro. We did. You mean like a different time? Sid, I appreciate the confetti. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, good afternoon. I'm 19.
Are you driving?
I am.
Okay, you gotta come on when you're not driving. Come on when you're not driving. All right, let's get this next individual. Yo, what's up? Oh, okay. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27. I am voting for Trump.
Oh, why so?
I want to actually come up here and ask you one question. That's all.
Well, yeah, what's up?
How come Kamala Harris changed, like in two different speeches or rallies, whatever they were, like changed her voice to appeal to one crowd and to another crowd?
It's called code switching. So because people are victims of racism, right? Given different like scenarios, appreciate the goose. Thank you so much. Right? They changed like the way that they speak in order to be able to receive like less racism.
I never heard of that. Wait, it's called what?
Just look up code switching.
So if you go to Ireland, do you just like pick up an Irish accent to appeal to the crowd?
Well, actually, people when they live in an area do pick up accents.
Yeah, no,
naturally.
absolutely. But I'm saying if you go there and you're doing a speech for 3 hours, do you start speaking with an Irish accent?
So if someone is code switching, they could, right? But they would likely be less likely to because again, they've been socialized in a society where they code switch right in a particular way. Does that make sense? Like I don't.
I mean, I get it. I get it. Like I can understand. Like if you had, you know, let's say you're African American man. You grew up in an African American community. If you're hanging around with all your black friends, you're going to talk one way. Maybe hang out with your white friends maybe differently. Is that kind of what you're saying?
That there could be code switching to protect oneself as it relates to racism.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. It was kind of interesting to see that, like, from someone who's running from the president. I've never seen that type of behavior. But yeah, that's that's not gonna like, not a big deal. I'm just saying it's just weird. And Trump, of course, has done a bunch of weird shit. So,
So would you vote for someone who said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years as a 40-year-old man?
I'm actually not voting, dude. I don't give a fuck about this.
Okay. So I mean, why are you like coming up and asking a question then? That's so weird. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30. How old are you?
Are you voting for Trump?
How old are you?
22. Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, I voted for Biden last time. And it was weird because it was like by like mail in. And then this time it's like something different. We saw what? It feels different.
Like what's different?
Well, for one, the border, they opened the border. Now, if you go to...
When did they open the border?
I'm not entirely sure which one, like what year it was. But if you go to these democratic cities, you'll see like, it looks like Hooverville. I don't know if you ever heard of the term Hooverville. Back in like the recession where there was like a bunch of tents because people lost houses.
I want like an actual response to what I'm saying. Can you tell me how the border is open? Like what policy opened the border?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm letting you know.
That's what I asked you about. So
like
what policy opened the border?
How it looks, the city, it looks different.
What policy opened the border?
I'm not talking about policies. I'm talking about how the country looks. It looks different.
Okay, so again, you said that the border was opened. I'm
I gotta
asking you,
leave. Someone's
how do you know
calling.
that the border was opened? Like, what was the policy? They fucking left. What a weirdo. Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
41.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Well, it's getting on to help this poor lady out at 30 there. She didn't mention when Biden said, come here. You recall that moment?
Say that one more time? I couldn't really hear you.
Biden asked for immigrants to come here. You recall that?
No. Okay.
You don't recall when he said
Are you driving, by the way?
no.
Okay. So so I don't remember him saying that, but like, can I ask you, like, do you think the border was opened under the Biden-Harris administration?
Yeah, the Department of Homeland Security has absolutely failed the duty, which is to keep the immigrants from crossing the border illegally.
So is that, I don't
And
know
it's,
what the answer was to the question. Do you think that yeah or no?
yes, absolutely.
Okay, so how did they open the border?
There
Dude, I
was no
can literally hear
policy.
you driving, dude. Like, that's actually crazy. Why do people always lie to me about that? It's so weird. So weird. Yo, it's a pal to you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right. Yo, it's a pal to you? Hello? Okay. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up, pal to you?
20, bro.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, bro.
Why so?
Yeah, cool dude, bro.
Huh?
He's a cool dude.
All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up, pal to you?
Vote Donald Trump 2024.
How old are you?
Vote Donald Trump 2024.
Okay. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. All right, let me try to get this next person up here. Yo, it's a pal to you?
Yo, what's up, bro? 22.
Are you voting for Trump?
Man, go give me a follow, bro. Go watch my videos.
All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, yo, it's a pal to you?
Hello.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, why so?
Yeah, I'll be voting Trump just to get rid of these war party that I'm sure you're too young to know anything about, but you're about the right age for them to do what they did to me, shave your head.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Okay, so again, you're saying that I'm too young to know anything about the war party. You understand that Donald Trump increased military drone strikes by 432%. He assassinated top military general in Iran. He literally vetoed the blocking of an arms deal to Saudi Arabia when they were committing a genocide in Yemen. They starved or bombed 85,000 Yemeni children.
Yeah, brother, you only know what they want you to know. You don't know the real truth until you get into it. You're about the right age for them to shave your head and send you to war, use you up, and they'll take you over there and make you shoot boys that'd be your friend if it wasn't for them.
I'm not going to be drafted, sir.
Or anything else. You will if they want you to be.
No, I'll dodge it just like Trump. No, I'm just kidding. So why did Trump dodge it?
Well, he didn't actually dodge it.
He did 3
There
times.
were other reasons behind that.
Bone spurs? Really?
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Okay.
Captain Bone Spurs,
okay,
bro.
you tell me now. Okay, you tell me one thing that you think that Kamala Harris is better at than President Trump. Come on.
Yeah, so she's better at getting policy passed through Congress. The bipartisan infrastructure bill, the $35 cap on insulin, 2 things Trump wanted, but he couldn't get done.
Because they cheated him the whole time he was in there. All they did was keep him in court and vetoed this and vetoed that. And
Isn't that what he said was going to happen to Hillary? He said that Hillary would be a lame duck president because she's going to be so busy going through criminal proceedings. That's actually what Trump originally argued against Hillary in 2016.
Exactly.
I'm not trolling. I have the video on my main account.
That's exactly the same thing that happened to him.
What?
They kept him in court. They vetoed all of his bills. They tried to sue him. They weaponized the government, the law force against him. You know they did.
You have no evidence of this. What's your evidence?
It's all over, man. All you gotta do is look.
Yeah, what's the evidence? I've looked. Trust me, I've looked.
Oh, it's everywhere, dude. Open your eyes. Get the blinders off. Man.
Everywhere. You know, everywhere shows you're wrong. Okay, I just want to let you know that. Everywhere says you're wrong. Because there were over 60 plus court cases indicating no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, 34 of which were Republican owned.
I'm not trying to be no smart aleck or nothing like that. I'm just telling you, you're a young guy. You need to get your facts straight. If you was out here working every day...
Terry, you're an old guy, and you need to get your facts straight. I am out here working every day, and you're not actually understanding any actual argument that's going to debate against me. And you're just saying, because I'm young, I don't know. Raybo, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, you need to look a little deeper. That's all I'm telling you. You just look a little deeper. You're close. You're almost there. But you got to look a little deeper. It's all a money game. Even with Donald Trump, I'm not saying he's not dirty either. This whole thing is a damn racket. And they're here to collect money and pad their pockets, and they don't give a damn about you, me, or anybody else. Kamala.
Sabrina, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
But
okay,
Trump,
so you said they don't care about us, but again, can you give me any policy Trump influence to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Hell, everything he passed. I mean, cuts, the tax cuts is one thing. I mean, what all you need to know? I mean,
so the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act mostly went to people who are rich. Did you know that?
No.
It did.
No.
It did. Mostly went to people who are rich. All right. It did not mostly go to the middle class. It added $1.9 trillion to the debt. And it also specifically only added $28 billion to the GDP, 0.04% a year, according to a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard. Appreciate your that. Thank you.
Whatever. They got you blinded, Bubba. I'm sorry. You'll learn. You'll see.
What do you mean, what blinders? I gave you a source.
You think
a liberal and a conservative economist.
You think, well, that old man knew what he was talking about.
Yeah, that's bipartisan, right? Like, I literally looked specifically for papers that have bipartisan support to be able to show that it's like actually consistent.
Okay.
You're not actually looking at like a nonpartisan sources. You're looking at totally partisan sources. And that's what leads to you, right, getting false information, then believing everyone else has the false information.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I gave you the arguments right here.
So they didn't try to assassinate him and everything?
So who's that? Who's that? You think the Democrats tried to assassinate him?
You know they did. Him, the FBI, and, Biden's, everybody.
What's up? Say it again?
They did. You know they did. This phone of mine is about to have screwed up. You know they did. Hell, look, they can't even figure out who done what now. That supposedly the FBI can't figure nothing out. They scrubbed the crime scene, washed off all the blood, and incinerated the body. I mean, to walks like a duck, talks like a duck. What do you think it is?
I actually didn't understand what you said there. Can you try one more time? That I totally didn't understand.
Okay, they tried to have him assassinated. The FBI.
Yeah. So how?
Scrubbed the crime scene.
How do you know that?
What do you think they hid it all out for? Why do you think there's still not a body around from the autopsy and put together? They incinerated.
Why is there not a body? They did an autopsy.
Yeah, the FBI did. That's the one.
Yeah, you understand that that's who's going to deal with like a crime targeted towards the president. Who else is going to deal with it?
Okay, whatever you think, son. All I'm saying is just check your facts.
Also, by the way, everyone, Charlie Kirk commented on the picture with 3 eyes. So everyone go to the comment right below it. This is W Parker, and like it. Everyone, go like it. Go like the comment.
But anyhow, I guess I ain't no persuading you anything because you're too smart. You think you're too smart. But
no. So if you give me an argument, I'll believe you. I just I need an argument. I don't want to just be told I'm too young. You're the one sitting up here, you're being condescending, saying that because I'm not old enough, I don't know.
No, I said
the handout. Thank you so much.
You were close, didn't I? I said you were close. It ain't got nothing.
You said I was too young to know.
I said you were close, but you need to do a little more digging. You're close.
Close to what?
Yes.
Jamie, thank you for the $2 for smoking Charlie Kirk. Thank you so much.
Just trust me. Check it out.
I have. I've done these things. Just trust me, bro. Are you serious?
Yeah, there you go. That's pretty cool. But anyway, you're close, man. It's all a big money game. It's all a racket. None of them care about you, me, or anybody else.
So again, what evidence do you have that Donald Trump cares about you? Because again, you can't name one policy that he influenced to get past the benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people.
Everything he passed was for the middle class. He didn't even take his paycheck for being president. He donated it to the poor people.
Okay, so yeah, so you said that he donated it. So only 30% did he donate. That's one. Two, as it relates to this, he literally is a multi-billionaire, right? Why does he have to take 70% of his salary? Why does he have to take any of it?
That's right. So that's why they're so mad and they're so scared of him, because he don't need their money. He don't need their pay for play and all that shit. He took
70%. And he also spent $35 million a year of taxpayer money on golf trips.
Well, yeah. How much you think Biden's been spending on them beach vacations he's been laid up on down there?
Definitely not the same as Trump.
I mean, it's just become kind of a zoo, don't you think, with finding cocaine in the White House?
Oh, I got to kick you out. That's unfortunate. Yeah, so that's like, bro, that has nothing to do with the president of the United States at all. And also, I can't keep you on because you can't say that on live. You got to say C drug. Okay. Yo, what's up, Paladin?
It's been slightly. If you don't get the verification code, let me know and I can go in.
Okay. Gage, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Make sure to get your verification code. Yo, what's up, Paladin?
I'm good, 22.
Yeah, so what point did Charlie Kirk cook me on?
Okay, so you were like interrupting him like the whole time, man.
No, I want to hear the point he cooked me on.
Okay, so the woman conversation, like the trans, I was at that part. Like I'm actually watching it as.
Yeah, like what point did he cook me on?
So you were saying trans women are not women.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, you were basically saying that.
No, I never said that.
You were going.
Actually, my definition was consistent with saying trans women are women. Now, also, Charlie was saying that a man is someone with XY chromosomes, but God the Father, as a man, doesn't have XY chromosomes because all fathers are men or boys. He said all fathers were males, right?
Yeah,
so I clearly showed that he went from saying that God was non-binary to saying we can choose God's gender to then saying, right, that, oh, yeah, all fathers are males. So if all fathers are males and God the Father isn't a male, well, then God isn't a father. Right, but you don't say that. So God is a father, even though he's not a male. So you can be a father by not a male. Wow, that's interesting.
So
what point did he cook me on? Please tell me.
Yeah, so I'm on the. So I was listening, and he said that you were saying how it's assigned, like women can assign whatever they want to be. Which is wrong.
No, that's not what I said. I said a woman is an adult human person that's committed towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex. And thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. So again, what point did he destroy me on? Did he give me a reductio that showed my view was silly?
Yeah, dude, you were just.
What'd he say?
You were trying to say because of this, and this happens, right? You were doing this fallacy. But it doesn't work that way.
You didn't watch it, did you? You just were saying he cooked me because you don't like me? That's kind of funny.
No. I'm right here.
Yo, you don't even know. You didn't even watch it, dude. Dude, you actually are so funny, dude. He cooked me, but you didn't even watch it.
Or diversity or skin color. So skin color. There's gender. You have to move the goalpost.
I'm on the DEI part now.
Yeah. So I shit on him on that point too, because he said that that the Senate isn't DEI, even though it's diversity, equity, inclusion for country areas. Like someone in Wyoming's vote is worth more than it is for me living in California. That's DEI. Yet he's okay with that DEI. He's okay with DEI for country areas and for white men like him, but he's not okay with DEI for black women in this country who've been historically, literally not allowed into these positions of power.
Yeah, but reverse racism is racism.
Oh, that's not a response to what I just said. He never made a claim about that. That's not a response to what I just said.
Sure. No, I'm just telling you though.
How is this reverse racism?
Because you're trying to deflect and say because of this person being black, it's racism towards like
what?
So here.
What? That made no sense, Tren.
Okay, look.
Are you trolling?
No, man. I'm just reading what you said. Here, I'll try and let's go to the transcript.
You're not really making any sense, Tren. But yeah, tap that screen, everyone. Let's get to 150,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. I don't know what's going on with this guy.
Okay, so because you were let's go back to the part about like scripture, because he was saying, yeah, I've listened to that. He said there's no.
I'm just asking you, what point did he win on? What point did he cook me on?
Dude, like the whole conversation.
Well, I'm asking what point. Give me one specific point he cooked me on. Just one.
Okay, well, I started with the trans women section.
You never gave me the point he cooked me on, though.
Oh, Dean's here. Okay, I can talk.
He's coming, but like again, you're not answering the question, and I'll probably kick you off before because you're not giving me any arguments.
Okay, so look.
So if you want to actually be able to stay on, give me an argument, or I'm just gonna stop wasting my time. You're giving me, this is secondhand embarrassment, Tren.
Okay, so when you were saying
Caroline, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
No, but you were also avoiding the question. You were going based on this religious topic. You were going like theological when he was trying to ask you questions about like trans women are women.
Yeah, because his view, he's a Christian, right? That attacks his view. He thinks that God the Father is a man, yet it is the case that trans men aren't men. Okay, so what's the relevant difference between one and the other? That means that one is a man, the other one's not. And again, there's no male biology within God the Father. So why restrict a trans man from being a man? Because they're not male. Like, that's ridiculous.
But what's the point in that, though?
I'm showing how ridiculous his own view is, and that he has no reason to deny trans people's identities, yet he still does because of his bigotry. And I called that out directly. You can't tell me a single point he won on, and you were sitting in my comment section saying he cooked me because you are literally taught to follow him like a sheep. Okay? You didn't use reason, you didn't use logic, you didn't try to critically think. You immediately followed him because he's on your side.
Okay.
And because you don't like me. That's literally the only reason.
No.
Thank you, Dean, for the raid. I appreciate it, Dean. Is Dean coming over, chat?
So look, you were saying that you were trying to avoid his question by using God in that context and saying, because
that's not avoiding his question. It's directly asking it or answering it and so showing, if you use this reasoning, right, well then it's applicable to this scenario, and you clearly see that as absurd. Okay, he doesn't define a man that way, but then he makes videos asking people what is a woman, and they can't answer. He literally goes to college campuses to say what is a woman, right? They can't answer. Okay, in some scenarios they can't answer. They don't know. Right, and he makes a joke out of it. So what I did is the exact same thing. What is a man? He doesn't know what a man is. He can't describe what a man is logically speaking, and you're mad about it. You think that I got cooked? You don't even know what a man is under his worldview. It literally it's socially constructed under his own worldview, and that's why God the Father is a man. That's why I use he him pronouns for God the Father. He used he him pronouns for God in that debate in my clip.
Like objectively, women are two XX chromosomes and men are XY.
No, so that's a heavily reductive. No, that's not true. Okay, there are people who have XX chromosomes who are men, and there are people who have XY chromosomes in our women. Okay, like all their other biological sex characteristics, right, are that of the other sex, right? It's just that they have what you would associate the typical chromosomes with the opposite sex.
Oh, is this guy saying that XY chromosomes are male? So do you think men can get pregnant? Because Amin Khalif, an Olympic boxer, has XY chromosomes. Yet she has a functioning uterus, vagina, and can get pregnant. So under your own worldview, men can get pregnant.
So
I should have said that to him.
So Dean, can you get pregnant?
No, I cannot.
Okay. Good.
I should have said that to Charlie, dude. That would have been crazy.
Yeah, it's very simple. It's very simple. If you think a man has XY chromosomes, well, there are humans with XY chromosomes that can get pregnant.
Well, are they trans?
No.
So you're only just saying because they're trans that means that they can't do it? That's called bigotry, sir. That's called bigotry.
Look, so you're saying you could get pregnant. You're saying men can get pregnant.
We're not saying all men. We're saying some men can.
Have you
Under
seen
your
it?
worldview. Under your worldview, absolutely.
And under our worldview
And
as
under
well.
our worldview as well, yeah.
Because, gender is not predicated on biological sex, but according to you, it is. Right? And,
Gender is fake, though. It's a social construct.
Okay, if gender's fake, are you Christian? We're on the same point on you, right? God the Father, right? He's a man, right?
Well, that's what they wrote. That's what he was trying to tell you.
What biology does he have, though?
Okay, so he used this word, but it basically means like genderless. Like there's no. They could have.
He said it's genderless. Did you know Hebrew was a gendered language? So he was wrong with that point. That was an incoherent point.
So you're saying when the people wrote it, they used him, but they could have also used her. Like it was interchangeable.
Oh, so you can choose God's gender?
Well, the people who wrote it said they chose to write it as him. So
yeah, but so you choose it. So God, so you can just choose God's gender, and that's totally consistent.
Well, you'd have to ask those people who wrote it, but under his logic,
people who wrote it, we can't do that. Okay, but he also said if God is genderless, God is non-binary. So how are you non-binary but also like a man?
Well, you're not a man. You're just using the pronouns of a man.
Okay, so someone cannot have the biology of a man under your worldview and still use the pronouns? And you think that's totally fine?
So say that again?
So you'll use the pronouns of someone that doesn't have the respective biology. So like why wouldn't you use the preferred pronouns of a trans person?
No, I'll call them whatever I want to call them, but I'm just saying biologically.
Okay, but Charlie Kirk doesn't do that. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. He explicitly, misgenders them, like on purpose.
Can I try a new angle?
Good.
Is God unchanging?
God who? Is he unchanging?
Yep.
No.
So God changes?
Changes to what? Like what does he become?
That's actually like a good question. Like exactly what?
Well, I mean, so under like the Thomist worldview, God is like the essential, non-contingent attribute of the universe, which would imply that God cannot change. God is consistent, right? God is unchanging. Because if God were to be changing, then he'd be contingent. But that opens up a whole new can of worms to do with philosophy. If you think that God is changing, I'll just save the argument for like 3 months from now when we're arguing the God debate. But the point would be, if God is unchanging, which is the one philosophically consistent position, and Jesus is a man and Jesus is God and God is a man, this would mean that God had to have been a man before incarnation, as God is unchanging, and before incarnation there was no biology, which would imply that you could be a man without biology.
Well, God was, the way he was describing it is God isn't like it's a spirit. It's not an actual person. So it's like an energy that people manifest and attract to.
Okay, yeah, man without penis.
Yeah.
Also,
so again, none of those biological characteristics
It's like
are relevant.
we could go down
in saying that they're a man or a woman.
Also, Parker, I got
So,
live
like,
studio
God
access.
created the universe, right? Like the statement,
dude.
God created the universe. So that statement, like, it's not like a physical being. Just
Yeah. So do they have XY chromosomes?
Well, again, it's not a real person. It's a spirit that just.
So no XY chromosomes.
Is that what Charlie Kirk said? God has XY
Yes.
chromosomes?
No. He said a man is someone with XY chromosomes, and he said that fathers are males. So God the Father is a male.
Okay.
With XY chromosomes.
So that's the thing. You're just doing this like fallacy where it's like because this
fallacy,
and then this therefore is this, right?
Yeah,
That's
Trent.
what
Tell me
you're
that's not a fallacy. Tell me what fallacy you're referencing.
You're appealing to like logic. Sorry, not
appealing to logic? Appealing to logic? Is this a joke? Is this a joke? Or are you up here trolling? Are you getting paid to make us look good?
Oh my god, bro. Trent, there's no way.
No wonder you think Kirk
the
won.
logical fallacy of appealing to logic. Oh my god.
If appealing to logic is a fallacy, no wonder you think Kirk won. He didn't do that one time.
Christ,
no fallacies.
Dude. These are the people in the comment section saying Charlie Kirk cooked and saying that I'm cooked in debates. Like, you guys are so intelligent. Like, actually, it's actually unbelievable. Oh my god, I appealed to logic. Yeah, no shit, dude.
I had a couple people saying that to me today too.
No.
I just kept on replaying the clip of Charlie Kirk essentially conceding.
No, but Dean, you only spoke once, but it was good. I mean, about the abortion topic.
Sabrina, thank you for the dollar. Thank you.
See what I mean? Just because
For
Charlie
logic.
Kirk. See what I mean? Just because Charlie Kirk said my point is good, so do they.
Yeah, no, I think you could have more debates with him. It was actually, I think you should. But with Parker, bro, like you came up a lot. You were just interrupting him the whole time.
Yeah, so I give the same energy to him, and you guys are so mad.
Well,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
was he
You
doing
guys
to
love it
you?
when Charlie does it. But when someone does it to him, it's too much. Richard, thank you for the dollar.
What was he trying to do, though? What
Dead
was he trying to
mustache.
do?
How many times did he cut me off?
I mean, yeah.
He cut me off many times, bro. What are you talking about? You have to talk fast. And you have to dominate the conversation in order for Charlie Kirk not to cut you off, and for me to be able to get all the information I wanted to in that short of a time period before I get kicked off. So yeah, that's I kind of had to a specific degree. Now, do I think I talked a little bit slower? Sure, but like, I mean, he got cooked. That's just a fact.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it was pretty entertaining, honestly. So I think you need. I think you guys should do like a TikTok live. I think that would go well.
Yeah, I'd love to do that.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, nice talking though.
For sure. Have a good day. That was the craziest thing. The logical fallacy of appealing to logic.
Appealing to logic, quite the fallacy.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? I think I got following glitch right now. By the way.
Now I gotta say, before you interrupt me like you.
Oh, this is the 2x4 guy. Hey, Danny. He's a troll. He's a funny one though.
Yeah, I already knew he was a troll just by the voice.
Yeah, it's pretty funny though. I actually might take off of here
Teresa,
early
thank
and
you
go
for the
get
$10. Thank you so much. But yeah,
and go get my get my computer set up to do like a studio live.
Nice. Natalie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Sydney, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Okay, all right. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We already looking for some debates, y'all. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 35.
Oh, well, that's truly unfortunate.
And do you know my sick? Just bad allergies today.
Bad allergies. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I got you. Wait, I don't have mod powers on this account. I have new accounts every day.
Jesus Christ.
Liam, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying absolute W debater. Love my content, dude. Thank
Yo,
you so
what's
much.
up? How old are
man.
you? Hello? It's so funny how they never critique a point I made in the Jubilee video. They only say I interrupted.
Holy shit, dude! The
Sick,
video's
thank you for the
blowing
$5.
up.
Thank you. Which one?
Dude, the 25 versus 1. It's at almost 800,000 views.
Yeah, I know. Angela, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5 for the logical fallacy of appealing to logic. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Are you voting Trump?
I think so.
Why so?
So I think for me, it's just more economic than anything.
What's your birth year?
2023 or 2003. My bad. A little on the spot right now.
Natasha, I appreciate the dollar. Thank you so much. Okay, for sure. So, yeah. So, what were you saying was the reason?
So I think for me, like being 22 and like being in the middle of like my college career, I say for me, this type of like voting cycle is more economic based.
Oh, okay. So wait, you said you're 22, right?
Correct.
What month?
February.
Okay. Okay. All right. No, you'd be 21, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, plenty old. Mid
Are you voting
50s.
for Trump?
I most likely, yes. Yep.
Why so?
So I know you've had other callers on there, but I just look at it like it's a different perspective. I mean, the world didn't come to an end when he was president the first time around, which that's what all the, the doom and gloom was going to be.
Are you
And
driving?
I am, yeah, but I'm on hands free. Is that like a thing?
Yeah, you can't do that still. I'm sorry. TikTok doesn't allow for us to. even on hands-free. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, I'm like 32.
You voting Trump?
No, I was going to piggyback off the religious talk.
I'm sorry. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 21.
Are you voting Trump?
Hell no.
Base.
Oh.
Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Parker, listen, Parker.
Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
Dude, they still haven't included me in the description of the video.
That's really annoying. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Parker, can we please go on 2K, the new 2K? Please, Parker, please.
Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's about driving? All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Make sure to not say this person's name.
Okay.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Good call out. Good call
All right,
out.
let's go to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Okay, let's get this next individual up. Do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
I'm not gonna lie, no, Kamala. I just wanted to say you guys are doing an excellent job.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that a lot. I am looking for some debates and new people to get up here, but I do appreciate you a lot. Yeah, I think we definitely are following Glitchstein. For sure.
Yeah, definitely. I was able to get up to like 6K on this DNC Dean account.
Yeah, like
so definitely following Glitched.
Yeah. Is it worth restarting, or is it just I should just
Look, I mean, you've only been on for like what, like an hour and a half?
I know, but like we're at 4.6. You know.
I'd say if you were gonna take the gamble, like this would probably be the best time to take it, but it definitely is still a gamble.
Hello? I know, it is a gamble. It really is. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
All you ladies pop your pussy like this.
Yeah, I'm about to do it just because of the guests. I'm sorry, chat. I think the guests are like this because of the following glitch.
Yeah, definitely. I had some insane guests today.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Dear God.
All right.
For those that came from my stream, do y'all remember the lady that stunned even Athena? She texted me saying that she was stunned. I had so many racists on my live today.
That's so crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. I might just restart. I might just tell everyone to go like the video.
It's worth it.
I'll try one more person. After this. Next person. Last one I'm trying. Okay. Dun dun. Did it dun dun. Did it dun dun. Did it dun.
No. It worked, bro. I'm 23.
You voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting Donald Trump.
Why so?
Well, I just feel like he's more of a realistic candidate in this particular scenario.
How so?
I just believe you take things from face value. So like whatever is said, you just automatically believe. So yeah, Kamala one more time.
The election was stolen in 2020?
No, I don't think it was stolen.
Okay, so why are you voting for someone who tried to overthrow the government?
How did he try to overthrow the government?
He's tried to send false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. He tried to get his vice president to not certify the election results.
I mean, there is still substantial evidence that some of the votes were stolen in some cases of dead people voting for, the Democratic Party. Those mail-in ballots, dead people were
So what
voting.
court cases indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election?
I don't know the court cases.
So no court case you can identify?
Not off the top of my head. I got to do some more. I got to do research overall.
Over 60 plus court cases indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, 34 of which were Republican appointed.
30 votes were Republican appointed?
34 judges were Republican appointed.
I gotcha. In that particular scenario. But I mean, back to the point of why I'm voting for Donald Trump overall, I just believe, due to Kamala coming in towards like the middle of, well, not really the middle, towards the end of Biden's term, it doesn't feel like she has like a whole lot of substance going on.
Really? Do you want to go to her policy website and read her economic policy?
I'd say her.
You said her economic policy?
Substance.
Yeah, she just dropped the policy website.
I'd say that her policy has more substance than Trump's, because when we're particularly talking about her economic policy, she has a plan for tax cuts and who she wants to cut them for, and she has a plan for how much it's going to cost and how she's going to pay for it. Trump doesn't, right? Her economic policy is descriptively more substantive.
More substantive. Oh, sweet. I didn't know she dropped that. Yeah, I'll definitely have to take a look into that. But, I mean, I don't know, man. I just... from what I've seen from Donald Trump, it just looks like he would be a better candidate.
Okay. Is someone who has been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman and tried to overthrow the government a better candidate?
Those are both really bad things, But, yeah, I would still vote for him.
You'd still vote for someone who tried to overthrow the government and was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
This is brought up like it was Eugene Carroll, right? I mean, when was the case? Eugene Carroll, yeah. When was the case brought, or like when did
or when did it happen?
No. When did the occurrence occur with like the
1986?
1986. Okay, and that's
1996.
All right, 1996. So it's quite a few years later of whenever they started.
23 years. 23 years later, she filed it, and the 61% of victims never come out. Oh, you got a violation. I don't even know what violation was. I'm just going to hit a restart.
Sounds good. I actually may not come back and start getting ready on starting up my computer.
All right. Good luck,
and
man.
then come back. I don't know. I have to like drive to the mom's and shit. Yeah. All right. Appreciate you.
I'll see you then, man.
See you, man.
All right, everyone. Going to hit a restart. I'll be right back. Everyone, go to my main account. Watch the full video. Comment. Like some comments. Like the video. Watch the last video I just posted of me debating Charlie Kirk. Go do it real quick. It's in the bio. You can go to my reposts on this account. Go to my reposts. My last repost it is. So watch the whole thing if you do. Watching the whole thing is actually really important. So everyone who is doing it right now, go watch the whole thing, everyone. But yeah, love y'all so much. I'll be right back.
That came up that was interesting. One of the things that came up that was interesting was one of the guys said, the molten core can't generate an electrical field because the iron is so hot that it can't have a magnetic field.
Kamala, what border policy is better?
I mean, like, he wants to finish the wall. Like, he doesn't want immigrants to be let in so easy. He wants to support more immigrants. Like, I don't see why.
So then why do you only build 3.7% new wall?
Well, I mean, I don't know. We probably ask him that, but like he also
3.7%. Is that enough?
He wants to get rid of some of the immigrants in America. Like
in 4 years, that means he did less than 1% a year.
What did Kamala do?
Kamala?
Sorry, I don't say her name right. I guess I don't know.
Yeah. So So Kamala specifically advocated for the Secure the Border Act, right, which was literally written by a Trump-endorsed Republican.
All right, so you're telling me Kamala, when she becomes Kamala, when she becomes president, you think that she's going to get immigrants out of this country? You're telling?
Well, she has absolutely deported people who were here. Okay, you understand that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have had 3.5 times as many removals from the country as under Trump's administration, and actually, right now, there's a lower level of border crossings than there was at the end of Trump's administration.
Well, what's Kamala's like? Kamala's. Oh my God, bro! I'm gonna say it right. All right, what's Kamala's border policy? What's she gonna do when she becomes president?
So yeah, she's advocating for a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and then $3,000 through them being 18 years old. A $1,500 earned income tax credit, $50,000 tax credit for small businesses, right, to help startups of small businesses. $25,000 subsidy or tax credit specifically for first-time home buyers for new homes to build up more houses in the United States. Those are the different things she's advocating for. She's advocating for making medical debt have less of an impact on someone's credit, making it not impact their credit. Also, cutting the cost for pharmaceutical drugs, out-of-pocket pharmaceutical costs at $2,000 right per year cap, $35 cap on insulin for everyone.
All right, wait. What does medical drugs have to do with that?
You said a policy that she's advocating for that was good.
No, that's not what I said.
Sorry, I apologize. What did you say then?
Oh, I asked about it was with the border. I was like, what's
the
border policy?
The border policy. I told you the Secure the Border Act.
Oh, all right. Well, I mean, I just under Biden's administration, the border, Texas was about to have to take into their own hands. They're about to have
you understand they're just doing that for a political motive. They actually had a bill, right? And Trump undermined the bill. Trump said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails."
He did say that. Where'd he say that?
Yeah, look up Trump. Blame it on me if the border bill fails. You can find a Hill article on it. He literally, it's a quote of him saying it.
All right. Well, also another reason I'm probably not going to vote for is because I don't really agree with either people's thoughts on abortion. I don't know. I have a weird. I feel my thoughts on abortion. I feel women should be allowed to get abortions if they're raped or sexually assaulted, but
that is not federally protected by Trump putting multiple Supreme Court justices in office that explicitly overturned Roe versus Wade because there are not federal protections for rape victims.
There's not.
Nope.
Well, under Kamala's though, it's Kamala's. It's just gonna be everybody can get an abortion, even if a woman has sex willingly, she can get an abortion. But
yeah, I have no issue with that. I have no issue with elective
abortions. At what point is that not murder?
Until it's sentient. Right? Elective abortions, I say, become murder after sentience.
Well, do you think?
Which is until 18 through 26 weeks.
Well, what do you consider a human? Because I understand if they're sentient, you consider it murder because I understand all that, but I think that by having this kid, by it being conception, right when it's even a clump of cells, anything, I think that's a human because that's going to be a human, and you're taking its life away. That is what murder is: taking someone's life away.
Okay, do you care about human sperm?
I mean, I don't masturbate, so I really don't think I don't.
Do you think do you think someone should go to prison for doing that?
No.
But they killed a human sperm.
Well, that's
it's human cellular life. The sperm is living.
Well, all right. There's a difference between so if I could understand masturbating isn't that bad, but if you do it with the egg, if you have the process.
Dude, I'm asking you, right?
That's not a kid.
Should someone be tried in international courts for crimes against humanity?
No, I don't think they should because that's not.
But they engaged in genocide. They killed literally millions of cells. Okay.
That's not
millions of human sperm.
That's you. The sperm has to get fertilized to become a human.
What? Dude, of course you understand that in order for it to be the genetically distinct being, I'm talking about what is the relevant difference between a zygote and a sperm that means you value one but not the other.
Wait, repeat that. My fault, I didn't hear.
What is the relevant difference between a zygote and a sperm that means you value one but not the other? A zygote is a fertilized egg.
Well, I just think I don't know. I feel sperm is reducing it so small. That's going so back. I don't know how to phrase it, but that is the beginning. That is the very beginning.
But do you care about why don't you care about the sperm?
Because I don't know. They're just not human. That's not a human.
Well, it is human sperm. Wait, they're living. What species are they? Human sperm is human of the human species, right? It's living.
All right. Well, that's not a human. Bro, this is, I don't know. This is not
It's not a person. Well, I don't think a zygote is a person either. I don't think a person is a microorganism.
Well,
like for example, I have a question. Do you think? Hold up. Sorry, I typed it in wrong. Do you think that this right is a person right here?
Everybody's being so mean to me.
Do you think this is a person?
All right. Probably. I mean, is it?
Do you think this is a person?
Nah, I don't.
No, you don't?
Nah.
So you don't think microorganisms are people?
Well, like, all right. So when does it like? All right, you said the. You said so. How? What
about
week
this?
is that?
You think this is a person?
No. What week is?
No.
Like, what week
Okay.
is
Well,
that?
this is a zygote.
So that's like the very beginning.
That's a zygote. That's a human cell at conception.
All right. Well, like that's going to be a human. Like that's like.
Okay. So is this a person?
Like not really.
You said no. Okay. So then obviously, why do you care about it then?
I don't know. It's just gonna be.
So
a
at what
person.
point do you think it's valuable? Because it's not the point of life. So what point is it valuable?
I don't know. I say like. I don't know. I just don't see why. Like, why can't women
If I
just
keep
like
engaging in my sex, in sex with my girlfriend, there will also be a child in the future as well. All right, should it be wrong for me to pull out?
To pull out of sex?
Yeah, to pull out, to stop.
Like,
should that be wrong?
Bro,
or is that wrong?
I mean, like, bro, I mean,
there's gonna be a human in the future.
Well, like, if you pull out, you didn't like make the baby, like.
What? Yeah. So if okay, do you understand the point I'm making? Is that you reduce the likelihood of? I'm just using like a ridiculous example. You reduce the likelihood of pregnancy.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Yeah, you reduce the likelihood of pregnancy. Like, is it wrong to do that? Because again, if you were to get an abortion, that doesn't mean that's going to lead to a pregnancy.
Nah, but like
further and reduce the likelihood of further pregnancy.
Nah, but like if you pull out, like you didn't the
Yeah,
sperm.
the whole future. In the future, if I kept going, right, it would be a person. But I don't care about the sperm.
Yeah, I know. What are you asking me, bro? Are you asking if it's
dude,
okay
the point
to
I'm
pull out
making,
on your girl?
the point I'm making is that you're not giving me any relevant difference between these two scenarios to say that you don't value the sperm, but you do value the zygote.
Like,
so, and I'm telling you that the best place to draw the line is sentience. And sentience doesn't happen
like, bro,
until
it's
18
cool
through
if
26
you pull
weeks
out
in
on
the
your
womb.
girl. I'm not saying that. Like, that's cool.
Yeah, exactly my point, right? You don't care about the sperm. You don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about sperm either, but the same way I give a shit about sperm, I don't give a shit about a zygote.
Yeah, but like, I don't know.
Sperm rights.
No, but like, I don't know. That's like a baby. Like, all right, when do you think?
Dude, I don't think that single cell organism.
No,
is a
that's
baby.
not what I'm saying. But like, when do you think it's like a baby? Like, when is it actually
sentience? 18 through 26 weeks.
But like, when does it get a heartbeat?
So it depends on what you consider a heartbeat.
What about brainwaves?
6 to 8 weeks, but that's not what we consider sentience, because there are brainwaves in brain dead people, but they're not the relevant ones to produce a subjective experience.
But like, there's a difference between like, so with a brain dead person, like that person wants to not live. Like that person does not want to live. Like
Is that a person? Is this a person?
Why are you going back to this? We're talking about brain dead people now, bro.
Again, because that's literally what you consider a person. Okay? And obviously you don't consider this a person. It's literally a fucking single cell organism.
Bro, listen, all I'm saying is like a brain dead person, if they have brainwaves, I do consider a brain dead person, you're torturing them if you keep them alive because they can't function, they do anything. But with a baby, you're giving them life, you're giving them a pleasure. So you're stripping something away from them. Like you're not doing good for that baby. But with the brain dead person, like that's not really, you're not helping them at all. I mean, you can. I don't know. You get what I'm saying?
What? Okay, so the point I'm making is that you're only differentiating these two scenarios based upon the potentiality. And if you do it based upon the potentiality, well, then why is it not wrong for me to pull out?
Bro, why you keep coming? I mean, like, because
there's potentiality there.
Does that sperm have a heartbeat? Does that sperm have like a brain?
Why does it need a heartbeat? Because it has potentiality for those things.
Nah, all right. I mean,
it has potentiality for those things. You cut off the potentiality, it doesn't exist. The same way that when you get an abortion, you cut off the potentiality.
Nah, but like, I don't know. It's like I feel like if it has a heartbeat, it should be able to like you shouldn't be able to kill it because that's like what makes a human, I guess. Like
So can you pull the plug on an individual in your family who's brain dead?
I wouldn't, me personally.
Should the family have the right to?
Should the family have a right to if the person? All right, by brain dead you mean they can't function anymore?
By brain dead, I mean irreversible sensation of the particular aspects of the brain that produce a subjective experience.
Yeah, I mean, that's tricky. I don't know. I don't really got a stance on that. I never thought of that. I mean, I never want to. I never do that. I'd never be able to kill someone. I just I just couldn't do that. But I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like if women get like raped or like sexually assaulted, like that's okay. Like if you get this forced upon you, you should.
It's okay to get an abortion.
Yeah, I think it should. You should be allowed.
Yeah. I'm not asking on that. Right. I'm asking you again, like specifically, right, in the scenario of a brain dead individual, should you be able to pull the plug as a family?
Like.
And Amanda, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the $50 for congrats on absolutely bodying Charlie Kirk. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Let's get some W's for Amanda in the comment section right now for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you. Happy to vote blue with you in my first election. Based Amanda.
But I feel like, I don't know, if you have an abortion while it's like pulling out is not an abortion. Like pulling out, it's not like.
Yeah, but you are only giving a difference between the brain dead individual and the zygote on the basis of potentiality. And the potentiality doesn't exist. I mean, does exist in this particular scenario, yet you don't value it.
That's just reducing it so small. I don't see that as a human. I don't see sperm as a human. But when it has a heartbeat, when it has brainwaves, I start seeing it as a human. So that's something we're probably going to differ on. So I don't know. I feel like that's kind of like something we'll always differ on.
Hey, Bo, are you a child?
Am I a child?
Yeah.
Nah, you want to see my license?
Well, this guy thinks you're a child. So LaCroix, why do you think that Bo's a child?
Sounds like a child. He can't put a thought together.
Okay, you want to fix your echo situation? Sounds like a child. Okay, cool.
You want to fix your echo situation? Yeah.
Go fix your echo shit, man.
But so I don't know. And also, like, what are your thoughts? Like, do you think Kamala's not gonna like cause any war? Dude, my fault, bro. I don't say her name right. Do you think she's like the crime's gonna go up? Like, you don't think any of that's gonna happen? Because what's her? Didn't she was like a top supporter at defunding the police.
Okay, so again, defund the police means reallocate police funds towards things that are better suited at fighting crime.
What's better suited at fighting crime than police?
Social programs meant to like increase the likelihood of people having access to basic amenities like healthcare, education, childcare, right? Those things reduce the likelihood of us committing crime.
Rather than like.
Yeah, and also like you could also invest in social workers because a lot of the different calls that police get are related to mental health. Hold up. A lot of the calls that police get are related to mental health professionals, not police.
But you really believe that, like, wait, hold on. Repeat what you said on what we could do instead of having the police?
We can have social workers, mental health care workers. We can have we don't have to get rid of police. I'm not saying to get rid of police. I'm saying reallocate some police funds towards things that are better suited at reducing crime. Investments in education, investments in like reducing homelessness, investments in healthcare, expanding access to healthcare and childcare, things like that.
I feel like I saw
Maggie, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much, Maggie. I literally have no clue what that thing is. I saw that randomly and I'm like, I don't know what that is. I think maybe someone just screenshot it at a weird time. That's like my guess because it really does look like me, but I would never do that.
I feel like I saw someone put Sonia Massey, and I agree that whole
Sonia
situation
Massey.
It's disgusting. I feel awful. So I think we should put more money into police training. We should train them better. We should have more thorough background checks instead of taking money so more not as good police officers can slip through the systems like that awful police officer that killed Sonia Massey. It's disgusting. I mean, it's like, why? I feel like we should invest more into making them better instead of taking money and putting it into other things. And some bad cops might, bad eggs might get into it,
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much, Breezy. Can you say that one more time? Like, are you talking about like screening for cops?
Like, what I'm saying is, instead of taking money away from the police, I believe we should put more in, so the bad cops.
For like training?
Yeah, like we should put more in so we get more.
I don't disagree with training. That's still reallocating.
But I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
We're reallocating police funds towards things that are better suited at affecting crime, right? Like we're taking police funds, right, and investing them specifically in training. That is reallocation. That's why I say reallocate and reform.
I know.
I do think that defund the police is like a bad slogan because people don't really like understand what you mean when you say defund the police. But I don't disagree with defund the police because what people mean is reallocate police funds towards things that are better suited at preventing crime. And if the thing that's best suited at preventing crime is increasing training, then that's what they're arguing for.
Yeah, but you don't understand what I'm saying. If she's taking money away right now and we don't have the greatest training, we're going to get worse training when money starts getting taken away, when the funds start getting lower.
You're not understanding because you don't reduce the funding for the training. You reduce the funding for other aspects of police. Like instead of sending police to every single mental health scenario, you send social workers, right? People who are professionals in mental health, right? People who understand how to deal with those circumstances. And you can send a cop with them, but the point is that you reduce how much they have to deal with. Right, which reduces the load of police officers, which means that there doesn't have to be as much money spent on police. Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying. I understand, like
Sabrina, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
But I feel like, just my opinion is that we should send I kind of see your point on send mental health workers to mental health incidents. Police shouldn't be going to that because some of them might mess up. But I just think that the budget that they're at, they need to put more money into that training. That's all I'm trying to say. I think more money should go to that specific system to where Massey incidents don't ever happen again.
Sonia Massey. Yeah. So again, I want to invest more in training. That sounds like a good idea, but you're also advocating to reallocate. Okay. So that sounds like you need to reallocate and reform with police, which is exactly what I'm advocating for.
But what?
Do you see what I'm saying?
Wait, what you said?
That's actually what reallocate and reform is exactly what the defund the police movement was advocating for. And I understand you're like, oh, okay, well, defund the police just means to defund everything in the police, don't use them anymore. No, that's not what it means. Not at all. It means reallocate police funds towards things that are better suited at fighting crime.
Said the initial thing you said was take money away from the police.
Reallocate funds from the police.
Well, do you not think that will hurt the police system in any way?
No.
You don't think that will affect it in any way at all? Do you think police are going to start getting paid less? Is that?
I'm not advocating for that either.
Well, I mean, you have so much money to go around. What do you mean? You say, send money to other places. Then are you taking any money away from the police system at all?
Yeah, things that would not be relevant in terms of reducing the likelihood of crime.
Well, then what's going to happen is wait. I'm confused.
They spend billions of dollars a year on the police in LA. Billions. Okay.
All right. So
reallocate that money to suit things better suited at reducing the likelihood of crime.
So you are taking money away from the police, like some of that money away from the police force.
Yeah, in places in which it would be most effective.
All right. Then some people, so they're obviously going to lose. They're not going to get as much money. So what's going to happen? They're going to get pay cut.
No. I'm not advocating for it to affect wages. I'm advocating because, again, reducing the likelihood of it affecting crime, right? So you need police officers, right? I'm not saying you don't. I'm not saying get rid of police officers. I'm not saying cut their salaries. What I'm saying is that there's so many other things that they use money for in terms of the police, right, that don't relate to salary and wages of police.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I probably got to do more research on it. So, I mean, Yeah, I guess I don't know. I see some of your points, but other points are just. I don't think both candidates are very good. I don't think Trump is good as a person. So
Would you
it's
vote
just,
for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, right?
Nah, I
that
don't.
tried to
Like
overthrow
I say
the
this all the
government?
time. Like I don't think Trump is a good person. Like I'll never agree with the stuff he says. I don't think Trump is a good person. But
What would you vote for him?
I feel like as a leader, Trump in 2016 through 2020, I felt like when I was a kid, I heard my parents talk very highly of him. So, I mean, it's just I kind of have like a font. And 2016 through 2020, I had a good life. Like my parents didn't pay as much. The economics sounded better. I just look fondly on those years. So I kind of think of Trump as a better president because I've never seen, Kamala do anything great. But I guess we'll just differ on
Kamala,
that.
and I've told you plenty of things. Again, she is literally the most ready for the job. She's been vice president. She's been in the Senate. She's been a district attorney. She's been a prosecutor, and she's been an attorney general. Okay, so she has lots of experience, right? Not only does she have lots of experience, but she's advocated for good policy, influenced to get it passed as vice president of the United States, done the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever in United States history. Okay.
Well, I guess we'll just disagree on this. I had a good discussion with you, man, though. Have you a good day.
For sure. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. Thank you for the cap. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's get this next individual up here. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 250,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Let's get everyone. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
What the hell?
Okay. All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How old am I? What do you think?
You seem old enough. Are you voting Trump?
Look at my profile picture. Am I voting for Trump?
Jeez, dude. I'm making sure, and I'm asking the typical questions I ask. Why are you voting for Trump?
Why am I voting for Trump? Because he's not a politician. He's different. That's
He's
why.
by definition a politician.
He's
Define
different.
politician.
He's not like the rest of the politicians and rhinos and everything else,
Can you define politician? So you do think he's a politician?
He never did it before when he got voted.
Okay, you understand that every politician wasn't a politician prior to being a politician.
He wasn't a politician before he came into this
Before
game.
he was a politician? Yeah, of course. Every politician wasn't a politician before they were a politician.
So that's why I voted for him. Because he was different.
Okay, but the same thing's true for Kamala Harris. She wasn't a politician before she was a politician.
How's that?
It was before she was a politician, so she wasn't a politician yet.
She was in the politics longer than Trump.
Okay, good. That tells you she had experience. So why do you want someone inexperienced?
Oh, come on. We got the best economy ever. Come
Right
on,
now?
Parker. You know that, Parker.
First,
Stop it.
thank you so much. So we actually don't.
Come on, Parker.
And do you want to give me any actual good argument?
I don't know who's worse, you or Harry.
I don't know what's worse. Hearing someone not argue, right? Or hearing someone scream in my ears. I want to hear an argument.
What do you want to hear, Harry?
An argument. Why are you voting for Trump?
Cheaper gas prices.
What did Trump do to cheapen gas prices?
We had cheaper gas prices, Parker.
What did they, there were cheaper gas prices in 2016 under Obama?
No.
Yes. You can find this from the Energy Information Administration.
Parker, what are you going to do when Kamala loses? What are you going to do? You can still be on TikTok or no?
Kamala? And yes, I will. Kamala.
Kamala or Kamala?
Kamala.
I mean, come on. Kamala got where she at because Willie Brown.
Kamala.
Willie Brown on her knees. You know that.
So again, you have no evidence, right? Donald Trump is in this position, right? Because he inherited all of his money.
Yeah.
Right? Would you
Parker,
say
what do
would you
do
say
when he
Melania
loses, Parker?
would you say Melania slept her way to the top?
No,
Okay, why not?
she didn't.
Why not? What's the what? Why not?
What are you gonna do, Parker, when it's all said and done?
Well, how come Melania didn't sleep her way to the top?
She didn't.
Is that because she won't sleep with him?
I don't know. Do you know that? I don't know. You got proof of that or no?
Well, I mean, she bats his hand away. Ow, fuck! I hurt myself. She bats his hand away.
Oh, because I mean, if you recall, I mean, I think isn't like Kamala's husband like kind of gay or something?
Kamala, and no,
Kamala's husband is gay, right?
no.
He looks it. Hmm.
You saying someone looks gay is ridiculous. How do you look gay?
I mean, you look gay.
Okay. What's your point?
Are you gay?
Does that mean I'm put together? Like I don't look like.
You say gay, you're not gonna get in trouble for saying gay.
Wait, by the way, when you say that I look gay, right? Are you saying that?
Why can't you say gay?
Because it's TikTok TOS. I get banned for that. Push the confetti.
No.
Like it's really dumb, right? I don't think it's wrong to say gay. I have to say it this way, else they like ban the live. So I would recommend you do the same thing. But yeah. So again, are you just saying I look like put together?
Yeah, you look put together.
Okay, so are you just associating straight men to like not be put together?
Whatever you want to hear, Parker.
So are you saying you're just not put together?
I'm put together.
Okay. So someone taking care of themselves means they're gay. That's a ridiculous statement to make when you claim that you're straight. You're just telling me that you don't take care of yourself. Okay.
No, I take care of myself.
It doesn't sound like it.
Is that your real hair, or is that a little toupee?
It's real hair.
Oh, all right.
You think I have a toupee on?
I don't know. You moved it. It looked kind of funny when you moved it right there.
It's definitely it's a trumpet.
So what are you going to do when it's all said and done and she loses?
Well, I think it's 50-50 right now, so I don't think she's gonna like lose for sure. And I don't think that she's gonna win for sure. So like it's just like it's like a coin flip right now.
So what do you
in
do
terms of the electoral college? What am I gonna do? I'm gonna talk about politics. I'm gonna talk about religion. I'm gonna talk about social issues. Same thing I did prior to the election time.
You're going to talk about religion. You know Democrats hate religion, right? You know they hate God, right?
I can't hate something that doesn't exist.
You know, so how you talk about religion when you're supporting a Democratic Party who hates God?
Okay, so most Democrats are Christian. I just want to let you know that, right? Or are religious, but I'm an atheist.
Why are you atheist?
Okay? Because I think that I think there's no good reason to believe in any religion.
That's good. I mean, we're on the same page. I'm kind of atheist too, I think. I mean, yeah, I guess I am.
Yeah, sure. I mean, so both sides are religious. Kamala's religious. Did you know that?
No, I don't really know her background. I just know, certain things.
Okay. So, Kamala is definitely more religious than Donald is.
I'm sure shocked that you're atheist. That's, I would never thought that.
You would think I'm Christian?
No, I thought you'd be Christian or Catholic, yes. Yeah.
Catholic is Christian.
Not really, a little different.
Yeah, it is. It's Catholicism is a denomination of Christianity.
Correct. Yes, you're right. Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. Yeah, so why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I mean, I don't really know if it was proven,
No, but would you vote for someone held civilly liable unanimously by a jury for sexually assaulting a woman?
I mean, his situation, I'm still going to vote for him because I don't really believe.
So you would? Zid,
yeah,
thank you for the $1.11. Thank you so much, Zid. Okay, so would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child unanimously by a jury of 9 people?
Whatever you say is I'm going to vote for him still. So I just don't believe.
So you would vote for him if he were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
He's not guilty of that. He's not guilty.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate the subscription. I mean, the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate
he's not guilty because of that.
Wait, so again, would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child unanimously by a jury of 9 people be a gym teacher?
I don't believe it, no. So yeah.
You would let them be a gym teacher?
I'm still going to vote for him, yes.
No, would you let them be a gym teacher?
No.
Why not?
Cause.
Why?
Yeah, you would do a certain around a circle for each question. I know what you're trying to do.
So why wouldn't you let them be a gym teacher?
No matter what, I'm still going to vote for him.
Why wouldn't you let them be a gym? No matter what. So if he killed 5 kids, you'd still vote for him?
No.
Okay, so not no matter what. Okay. Now again, like, can you answer my question? Right? Why wouldn't you let them be a gym teacher?
I don't know. Maybe I would. Maybe I wouldn't. I don't know.
So if you wouldn't let them be a gym teacher, that tells me that you think that, oh, it likely occurred. Okay. And if you think that it likely occurred in this scenario, why don't you think it likely occurred with Donald Trump? Because he was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people. He was actually involved in the jury selection process.
Yeah, but and where was it at?
New York.
Oh, the most liberalist jury ever, right?
So again, he was part of the jury selection process.
Of course, he could be part of the jury.
So was he bad at selecting jurors?
Possibly, yeah.
He's really bad at selecting. So Donald Trump is incompetent and doesn't know how to pick someone unbiased. Okay, that's his fault.
It doesn't matter who he picks because they're all going to be liberal. Just one might be.
That's not how it works, by the way.
Moderate than the other. You know that.
I just want to let you know. Not everyone in New York is liberal. I just want to let you know that.
Not 85%, right?
It's not 85% even.
What is it then? 75?
Even if it's that, then at the point 75 out of 9 people, you'd have multiple conservatives, and especially if Trump was in the jury selection process. So multiple conservatives indicates that he sexually abused a woman.
Yeah, I don't believe it. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't realize how ridiculous you are. But when you look back on yourself, why did I vote for him? If you were told, that's what you're gonna say. Why? If you look back on it, you're gonna say that because he was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. He tried to overthrow the government. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He said he has sex in common with his daughter. He says he likes to walk in and change rooms of half-naked teenage girls because he quote-unquote owns the place. Push the beating heart. Thank you so much. He says he grabs women by the vagina. He doesn't even have to ask. He just starts kissing them. He can't stop himself.
Again, I never voted in my life. Trump was the first time I voted in my life. And guess what? After this election, I'll never vote again.
Okay, so why are you voting for Trump?
Because he's different. That's why.
Why is he different?
He's different than all the rest of the politicians. The McConnells, the Cheneys, all them, I'm not a politics person. He's different. That's why I voted for him. I never voted in my life. Never, ever. And I'm 38 years old.
Oh, God, dude. It's just such a fucking dumb thing. Okay.
So?
I just want to let you know, right? Going into politics to vote for a guy that's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman is not at all. What the fuck? Also, 53% of New York is Democrat.
I don't believe that, but okay.
Okay, you understand that most people are independent, right? In most areas?
No, I don't know that, no.
In most areas, most people are independent. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
It's crazy how you and Harry flip-flop so fast from Biden to Kamala so fast. It was crazy.
Kamala.
Kamala. That's her name.
No, say it right or I'm going to kick you from my stream.
I don't give a fuck. You know that, Parker.
Bye. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Policies, for one.
Can you name one policy Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
Well, maybe it's not so much directly the policies as much as it is the lack of radical policies.
No, radical policies? You mean setting false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win? Saying he wants to be a dictator on day one? Those things?
Oh, he said he wanted to be a dictator on day one?
Yeah.
Oh, you want to
Cite your source.
Yeah.
Let me get my laptop. So why are you voting for Kamala?
Kamala.
Oh, sorry, Kamala.
It's from AP News. Trump vowed to only be a dictator on day one.
From what news?
AP News.
Oh, AP News. You're Democratic news, right?
It's independent. AP is like one of the best sources.
Right. Okay, let's pull that up.
Okay. Okay. You can literally look at it. I just gave you the source.
Who funds AP News? Go for it.
I'm not quite sure who funds. I think it's just people who donate on the site.
Well, that's interesting.
They're literally independent news.
So tell me, what are your thoughts on the on let me get this right for you. Kamala's policy.
Like, what are my thoughts on Kamala's policy?
Yeah, I mean, she just dropped them, like 2 days ago, finally. Yesterday.
I just want to let you know here. Let me do this first.
You would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except
Look,
for?
he's going crazy. Except for day one.
Meaning?
I want to close the border and I want to drill.
That's
drill,
not. That's
drill.
That's not. Oh, no. That's not retribution.
Okay, so what's wrong with that?
Listen.
I'm going to be, he keeps, we love this guy. He says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. We're closing.
Other than day one. Other than day one. I'm not going to be a dictator, but on day one I will.
You can't see the joke?
No, that's not a joke.
He's going to close the border, okay? You disagree with closing the border, is what you're telling me. So you agree with mass migration, is what you're telling me. Here, hold on.
You can't close the border unless you have an emergency scenario, right?
And you don't think this is a current emergency scenario?
No, we have less border crossings right now than we did the end of Trump's administration.
That's a lie.
No,
what about
the
the
customs and border?
Okay.
Hey, by the way, that's customs and border. That's from Customs and Border Protection.
Yeah, and guess what? Customs and Border has to report.
You cut out. You're muted. You are muted. You're muted, brother. You were saying?
Yeah, sorry. I was getting a phone call. I was saying, you said, according to what? Customs and Border Control? What did you say?
Yeah, so according to Customs and Border Protection, it is the case that we have lower levels of border crossings right now than we did the end of Trump's administration.
Okay, so I ask, where do you live?
I live in Los
what
Angeles,
state?
California.
Okay. And do you travel much?
Every once in a while, yeah.
Okay, so if you travel at all, I live on the East Coast. If you travel at all, you know that within the last 4 years, all of these major hub cities have become overwhelmed with migrants. We know that to be true. We know that yes, 100%.
I live in Los Angeles.
Okay, go to San Francisco. San Diego.
Wait, you said major hub cities. Is Los Angeles a major hub city?
Okay,
is Los Angeles a bigger city than San Francisco?
Well, maybe that was not the right word to say.
Is Los Angeles a bigger city than San Francisco?
Los Angeles is a big city. It'd probably be considered a hub city.
Is it bigger than San Francisco?
Okay, let's get caught on the semantics.
Is it bigger than San Francisco?
Los Angeles is bigger than San Francisco.
Okay, there you go. Cool. So why are you backtracking now?
You're caught on semantics. That's what you do. You get caught.
How am I caught on semantics?
Little bits, and you move away from the point.
You specifically brought something up, and I showed you that something was applicable.
So Denver, New York.
Okay. By the way, I just want to let you know, right? They wanted to do something about the border crisis through the Secure the Border Act, which was a bill written by a Republican that was endorsed by Trump, and Trump got people in Congress to not vote for it. He said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails."
And you know why it failed? It's because the Democrats slipped in $80 million towards Ukraine, and you know that.
No, listen.
Yes, 100%.
So they split up the bill. They split up the bill into the appropriations, the Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan funding, and then they split the bill into a solo border bill. The solo border bill didn't get passed. The appropriations bill did get passed. So stop lying. Christine, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're a good
So tell me
speaker.
why they didn't pass the standalone bill.
I think you're mistaken.
What am I mistaken on?
So you said they didn't pass the standalone bill.
Yes.
And which bill is that?
That's the standalone border bill. They split the border bill, like the original one, from the appropriations and the border bill. Okay? The border bill alone, the solo border bill, did not get passed. The appropriations did. So don't say the policy didn't get passed originally, because it is the case that there was appropriations in the bill when the appropriations were passed and the solo border bill was not. Caleb, thank you for the $20 on Cash App for cooking Charlie Kirk. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Caleb. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Caleb in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Well, my internet's not working, so I can't use my laptop.
Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much, Jose. So,
yeah, I mean, I have to tend to disagree with you. I can't look.
Okay, everyone, he's got massive mega mobile. Hello?
I'm here.
Okay, well, it was a bit late. We're just going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. That guy was lagging a lot. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21. How old are
Haley,
you?
thank you for the hand heart. Are you voting Trump?
How old are you?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because I align with strong borders, no abortion, or, abortions being something that's kind of state by state.
Really? So you don't want there to be federal protections for rape victims?
Say again? Oh, no, I do. And Trump does too. He said it in the last debate that rape and incest are not something he'd be.
Okay, but he left it up to the states, right? By
Correct.
getting rid of Roe versus Wade. You said you want it to be left up to the states. So you don't want there to be federal protections for rape victims.
No, there is, because.
No, there is not.
But I'm saying if the president is supporting.
Push the cap.
If he's supporting having protections for those things, then, I mean, that's the head person. You feel me?
I don't know what you're saying.
If the president is saying that he does not support having bans on people that are raped or have incest, then
again, but I'm just letting you know that leaving it up to the states did not allow for there to be federal protections of rape victims.
Okay.
So thank you so much.
Right. So there's other points of why Trump's should be in. So strong borders. We have Kamala in office today, and
can you tell me how he portrays strong borders? Push the cap. Thank you so much. If it is the case that he undermined the border bill,
all I'm saying to you is that Kamala is in office today, right now.
So Trump undermined the border bill. Why did he undermine the border bill if it is the case that he doesn't care? I mean, he wants to do something about the border.
Okay, bro. You could go on about that, bro. But at the end of the day, Kamala's in office as we speak. So if the things she wanted to get done could get done, they would be.
It has to go through Congress. Trump called people in Congress to not vote for the border bill. The border bill was written by a Trump-endorsed Republican. They're cutting out.
Okay. Bro, end of the day.
Sean, thank you for the $15 for destroying Greg. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sean. Thank you so much. Hello? Okay, they left. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes, everyone.
No, it's
Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump? Are you voting Trump? All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 32, about to be 33.
Thank you so much. Are you voting Trump?
I am voting Trump.
And why is that?
I'm voting Trump. I am a U.S. military veteran. And hold on, Bubba. Go. No, we're just at 5. And I think it's appalling what Biden and Kamala did with the Afghanistan pullout and them saying that there was no deceased veterans and all those veterans that lost their lives. And they lied about it. Walt's lying about his service. It's a shame.
Thank you so much. He misspoke. So he didn't lie about his service. He misspoke. And Trump dodged the draft multiple times. He not only did that, but he said veterans are suckers and losers. He said John McCain's not a war hero because he was captured. When John McCain was a POW for this country, was tortured for 5 years for this country. He literally faked, lied, and said he had bone spurs to get out of being drafted.
How do you misspeak on something that you did? That doesn't make any sense.
He misspoke in referencing what he did. Appreciate the goose. Thank you so much.
But that's still, to most veterans out there, that doesn't make any sense.
He misspoke. You could say it doesn't make sense, but he misspoke. Do you not think that people misspeak sometimes? Especially when running for office.
Not when it comes to major things like that. No.
He's addressed this on multiple occasions.
Yeah, because he was caught in a lie.
No, because he literally misspoke.
He addressed it once he was caught.
Once he misspoke.
And he was caught about his mistaken.
Yeah, like that he misspoke, yeah.
Yeah, so initially
when people told him that he misspoke, he addressed that he misspoke.
But initially,
Joey, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the destroying Charlie Kirk or the Charlie Kirk Child Support Fund. Thank you so much.
Initially, he didn't own up to it.
So again, he did. I'd like to see any source saying he didn't own up to it.
Well, now you can find the source, but I'm saying whenever
can you find any source that indicates that he didn't own up to it originally?
Yeah, why didn't he come out?
And why don't you care about Trump's lies about lying about having bone spurs so that he didn't have to serve in the military? What about him lying about the election being stolen from him? Right, that never happened. The election was not stolen. What about him lying and saying he didn't sexually abuse E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistaking her with his ex-wife? What about cheating on every single one of his wives, the last one with a corn star, while his wife was pregnant? What
because
about that?
I don't judge people based off of their personal relationships. The bone spurs thing.
You mean sexually abusing women? Walking into changing rooms of semi-naked teenage girls?
No.
He quote unquote owns the place. Saying he has sex in common with his daughter. Thank you so much. Saying yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. Saying he grabs women by the vagina he doesn't have to ask. Those things?
He actually didn't say that. If you actually no, he didn't. If you actually look up the full thing of what he said, it was actually scripted out, and you can actually look that up. It's a fact that he actually did.
He said grab him by the P word, right? You can do anything. Okay, and before that he was saying, I just kissed them, right? I don't even wait. He said grab him by the P word. I can do anything. Okay,
I mean,
he did say that. Don't act like he didn't. I can play the clips for you.
No, I've done plenty of my own research. I own my own home. I bought my own home. Whenever Trump was in office, people could actually afford to buy their own home. Now people can barely afford to buy
how are
groceries.
housing prices increased by the Biden-Harris administration?
How are they not? Everything has
how were they
in price.
How were they caused by the Biden-Harris administration? Because I can tell you how they were not.
Biden doesn't even know who the fuck he is.
All right, Brittany. So, okay, Brittany, listen. So he does know who he is. That's a ridiculous statement for you to say. Secondly, as it relates to like the inflation, appreciate the rock star. Thank you so much, Grandpa. There's been global inflation in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. It's not unique to the United States. So how is it caused by the Biden-Harris administration if it is the case that there was inflation globally?
Well, why was there no war started in the last 5 presidency terms except for under Donald Trump?
Why were there no war started under Joe Biden? The rock star, thank you.
No, there was war started. The Ukraine.
Oh, you said there was
Russia.
never war started. Okay, so what war started under the Biden-Harris administration?
You have the Ukraine and Russia. You have
In 2014, Russia annexed Crimea. Angela, thank you for the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Angela in the comment section right now for the $30 on Cash App? Thank you so much, Angela.
There's so much going on. Israeli and Palestinians.
Palestinians have been ethnically cleansed, literally occupied and violently under an apartheid, literally since for the past 70 plus years. Okay, in 1948, right, the Nakba. 750,000 Palestinians ethnically cleansed from the lands, forcefully displaced.
I'm not saying they shouldn't be there. If that's their home, that's their home. That's where they belong.
Richard, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
I don't think anyone should be removed from their home.
Okay, well that's what happened there. Richard, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So that's been happening for generations. That's not new.
But you
so
also
tell me
said
what was new.
Control. I lived very
wait,
close
Brittany,
to the
before you go
border.
on to it, what was the new war under the Biden-Harris administration?
I already gave you 2.
No, so if those were new wars, well then there were also new wars under Trump's administration. He self-proclaimed a war on ISIS. He vetoed the blocking of a weapons deal to Saudi Arabia when they were committing a genocide in Yemen, right? Afghanistan, you can specifically relate to Syria, where we had a proxy war against Russia and Syria, a 432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East.
We've been
Spencer, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Spencer. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. And 65 service members.
Afghanistan
60. Listen. 65
Bush administration.
60.
Have you served in the military?
Listen. 65.
Have you served?
65
I didn't
service.
think so.
I'm gonna mute you if you don't be quiet. And Trump hasn't either. He literally dodged the draft. 65 service members died in conflict under Trump's administration, 16 under the Biden-Harris administration. So how, if there was less conflict happening under Trump's administration, were there more service members that died in conflict? Cupcakes, thank you for the $1.
No. It's crazy. These talks are like red herrings, like completely.
No.
Every single one of them.
Do you not want to respond to what I said? You don't know what a red herring is. What's a red herring, Brittany?
No, I do. I have
What's a red herring?
I have 2 degrees. I just
what's a red herring?
don't have the logic to talk to you.
So what's a red herring?
It's making my brain cells hurt.
That's not a red herring.
Maybe read a book.
Your brain cells hurt because you're wrong. And
no,
Brittany, don't talk to me about reading a book. Donald Trump needs pictures in order to be able to like learn from the information every single day when he would get like the report about like what's going on in current events. He needs pictures. More pictures, less words.
Okay, well, maybe don't get all your sources from news outlets and read books.
This is from the military. I'm getting a source from the military. Okay, I will show you right now the amount of. Okay, well, appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Literally, you can see conflict. Right, she just left. Hostile action. Right, there were more under Trump's administration right here than there was in the Biden-Harris administration. She ran away because she knows that she's wrong. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Someone said all I do is mute. That person didn't even get muted. They literally didn't even get muted. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because he is one of the first people that's running since the founding fathers that did not come from politics. He's a businessman, and that's how the founding fathers started running the country. They were businessmen.
So actually, they were heavily involved in the politics, right? Do you not remember like the Articles of Confederation prior to the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence? There were literally set committees that they had by state where people who were these particular like lawyers, right? Typically speaking, were the ones that like were engaging in the policy. So no, these people were like mostly political. I want to let you know. And most politicians, they get like law degrees or they're attorneys and things like that before.
Not in all instances, no.
And also, by the way, what business, I wonder? Slavery?
I mean, if you're going to go that route.
Also, can you name one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies?
It doesn't matter that he knows how to work the system just like the Democrats do, but
I don't think getting 6 bankruptcies knows you know how to deal with the system.
Yeah.
Tessa, thank you for the $55 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Tessa in the comment section right now? Thank you for the $55 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for cooking MAGA on the daily. Thank you so much, Tessa.
He knows how to work the tax code. That's why.
Okay, so that's not like a reason why we would want him to be president of the United States. Okay. Also, by the way, he's probably not the one doing it. It's probably his accountants that he pays for.
Economy was better under him.
Do you think that he's doing his taxes, or do you think it's his accountants?
No, it's not him.
Okay, so then don't say he's good at evading taxes. It's his accountants. And by the way, he's committed fraud.
Like all the Democrats.
He's been held civilly liable for fraud, for falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class E felony in the state of New York because it was a predicate crime of election interference.
So you'll look past Joe Biden and his son doing all the illegal.
No, I totally agree that he's been convicted, and I think that he has violated the law. Now, I accept his conviction. Do you accept Donald Trump's conviction?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if you accept Donald Trump's conviction, why are you voting for a convicted felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier who tried to overthrow the government?
Because you're
Caleb, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Was Reagan a politician?
You're willing to accept that the country was so much better financially under Trump that you're just blinded.
No. So was Reagan a politician?
Facts? No. Can I finish speaking?
Okay.
Or are you going to keep cutting me off?
Well, I felt like cutting you off.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you do when someone brings up a good point. This way, so
what
you
was
get
the good point?
And you get them off topic.
What was the good point?
You got me off topic.
What was the good point?
Good point was that you made me lose my train of thought. You had to fucking defer to something else to distract. This way, that's what you are. That's exactly fuck, you ain't nothing. That's what
Camille, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much to match the MAGA brain cell count.
You're one of the guys that are just paid by the Democratic Party to help them run their little.
How am I paid by the Democrats? How am I paid? So what evidence do you have I'm paid by the Democrats?
I don't have evidence.
Okay, so you're paid by the Kremlin.
Okay, that's fine.
You're paid by the Kremlin to come on here and spew Trump talking points.
No, I'm honestly.
Yes, you are. You're paid by the Kremlin. Hey, we already saw it with Tim Pool, with Dave Rubin, First Goose. Thank you so much, and also you, dude.
It was much easier to live when Donald Trump was president. Everything.
So
was
I want to let you know something wild. Did you know real GDP?
Conflicts. There weren't as many conflicts. I mean, let's face it. He had Putin in check. He had fucking Kim Jong-un in check.
Can I address this?
President to go to fucking North or South Korea or wherever the fuck it was.
We got nothing from going to North Korea. You don't even know whether or not it's North or South Korea. That's such a hilarious
South
point.
Korea, I know. I wanted to be an asshole to you because you're just a giant asshole. So I might as well.
I am.
Yeah, you are.
So Donald Trump isn't?
You're a little dick. That's what you are.
I'm not Trump, so. Thank you. I appreciate the super. Thank you so much.
That was a huge laughing point. Oh my!
I'm not Trump. I'm not Trump.
So funny. That was so funny.
Well, I mean, I turned it back on you, so yeah, that was kind of funny.
Yeah, but it didn't fucking.
Naya, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Well, the entire chat's laughing. Appreciate the hand mustache. Thank you so much. Did you not see the chat?
About your chat. I don't give
Ginger,
a fuck
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Well, we don't care about you. Did you know real GDP is up from now since Trump's administration? And since 2019, we've seen real median wages go up as well. And real means accounting for inflation.
Yeah,
just so you know.
Because they had to.
They had to. That's not how the economy works. Did you know it can go down? Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. It's possible.
And make it harder.
What? I don't know what you're saying.
And make it harder on Americans.
Make what harder?
Of course, fucking Joe and Kamala are going to do whatever little that they're allowed to do.
The real GDP is higher now than what it was under Trump.
That the real elite is actually trying to push, so they let them do a little bit.
The real elite are trying to push? What do you mean by that?
Yeah. Dude, come on. You really think Joe Biden's running the fucking country right now?
Yes.
No, not at all. No, he's not. Are you kidding me?
Absolutely is.
He could barely walk. He could barely talk. He could barely do anything, bro. You're completely fucking delusional if you think that man is running the country.
Really? So
delusional.
Well, no, he's actually the president of the United States. I understand that you don't like that, but he literally is the president of the United States.
Quote unquote the president of the United States.
No, he is the president of the United States, not quote unquote the president of the United States. He is. Okay, Joshua, thank you for the $20. The $10. Thank you so much, Joshua. Thank you so much. I appreciate the gem gun. Thank you so much, Tessa. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
None of the things he does are from him. Nothing. Kamala's running all these points on what she's
When there's so much
doing.
water, you don't know what to do with it. It's called rain. It rains a lot in certain places. But no, their idea, did you see the other day? I opened it up and they closed it again. I opened it, they closed it. Washing machines to wash your dishes. There's a problem. They don't want you to have any water. But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up and show. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy. They're driving the whales, I think, a little batty. What would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there? By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single.
Wow, that sounds so much better than Joe Biden. Oh my God, so much better, right? Manuel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus fucking Christ.
You're going to keep shit off? I didn't mute myself. You muted me. You're going to keep playing the AI?
Obviously. Those aren't AI generated. That's literally Trump speaking. That was so bad that you think it's AI generated. Eddie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. That was so bad that he literally thinks it's AI generated, chat. It was so bad he thinks it's AI. I can't believe it.
It is.
Kizzy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Robert with the flying jets. Thank you so much, Robert. And Kizzy, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. Let's get some W's for the flying jets, W's for the DNC payments.
So Kamala was in favor of banning fracking, right? Now all of a sudden,
no. So not. she actually specifically says that we can get a green economy without. Hey, verbatim. Listen, appreciate the bunny gun. Thank you so much. You understand that someone's views can change over time. Like before in the past, JD Vance said that Trump might be America's Hitler. So your vice president said that Trump might be America's Hitler, and now he's switching up on that because he's vice president.
He's not vice president. He's running for vice president.
No fucking shit. I said your vice president, genius. They're like I'm obviously referencing your candidate.
He's not. But
wow,
he's not.
The intelligence of this guy, dude.
He's not in office.
He is your side's vice president.
No, he's not.
And again, I said to Vladimir Putin,
here we go again with the fucking.
You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, bro, it's going to be a bad day.
You're
you cannot do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way.
Way.
And it's the last time
Way.
What about her? Now she wants to build a border wall. What about that?
So she's willing to work on bipartisan legislation. What's the issue?
No, now she wants to build a border wall.
Wait, it's not that she wants to do this. It's that she's willing to compromise on certain things to be able to make this system better as it relates to the border. Right? That's what she's advocating for.
Even though she's been in charge of the border for the past 3.5 years.
She's not been in charge of the border. This whole border czar thing is a lie. Right?
No,
She specifically was given authority from Joe Biden to go to South and Central American countries to get private funding for those countries to reduce the likelihood of them coming here in the first place. And she raised over $5 billion in private funding for countries like El Salvador, like Guatemala, countries that specifically had a reduction in the amount of people that are coming to our country.
This is why people don't really take you or
because you didn't listen to a single thing that I said, and instead you just say that you don't listen and you don't like what I say. Okay? I just gave you facts and evidence. I just told you exactly what she did, and you're gonna sit there and just be like, "Nuh-uh, I don't like what you're saying."
No, it has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with if I like what you're saying or not. That's the thing about having a political or regular conversation. We could agree to fucking disagree. That doesn't matter. But where you're thinking the country is going to go under her it's not going to be a good country to live in. It really isn't.
Okay, so why?
Because what you want to do with the economy, what the fuck's it called? I can't think of it right now. Where everything's the same price.
Nope.
Yeah.
So everything's the same price. Yeah. So are you trying to say a price cap? Because that wouldn't mean everything's the same price. AG, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It just means that there's a cap on the price. And you know that Trump also advocated for a price cap? The $35 cap on insulin? That's what he's advocated for.
Yeah.
He tried to do an executive order. It was a non-enforceable executive order. Harris just got it done. She got it done.
Good thing.
So it is a good thing now that you heard Trump did it? Interesting.
No,
it's still a bad thing. So it's bad that Trump did it.
It's about fucking.
Nope. So it's good that Trump did it. Interesting.
It's about bettering the people of the country.
So how does not having a $35 cap on insulin benefit the country?
No, it does.
It does benefit the country. So she did something to benefit the country. Okay.
Yes.
What's your issue? So what was your issue? What was your issue?
If we went through with that. Yes.
What was your issue?
With that statement, there was no issue with that statement.
Okay, so give me reason why you're not voting for Kamala Harris.
An honest reason?
Yes.
Is the way she deceitfully lies.
Donald Trump has literally had 30,000 recorded lies under his administration, but go for it. Give me one lie.
All right, do you want to count up Joe Biden's lies and
Can you give me one lie?
Kamala disappearing for
Can you give me one lie?
years and doing nothing?
She did the most out of any vice president ever. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever. So you just don't know. Can you name me one? Hey, actually, verbatim. Can you name me one thing any vice president has done in history?
In history?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's his name? Shot someone. No, that's the wrong guy. Never mind.
Yeah, so you just don't know anything about vice presidents. Don't say she didn't do anything. She did the most. Persia the Goose, thank you so much. You just know nothing about the vice president.
Maybe you're right. I'll be honest, maybe you're right.
Okay, also name me one lie. I'm waiting.
By who?
By Kamala Harris. Robert, thank you for the motorcycle. Thank you so much. Get some W's, Robert, in the chat right now. Thank you so much, Robert. And Robin, thank you so much for the hand heart. Thank you so much, Robin.
There's the fracking.
That's not a lie. That's a change in position.
It's the same thing.
She's willing to compromise on certain things to get things passed in Congress.
Because she knows that's what Trump goes for. So now she's trying to steal.
No, she knows that she's willing to compromise in order to reach a better system. So what that you hear is that she's willing to work on bipartisan legislation, whereas Trump is not willing to work on bipartisan legislation because he wasn't willing to go for the border bill that was literally written by a Trump-endorsed Republican because he didn't want Democrats to look good.
When he was in office?
There's that mustache. Thank you so much. No, while he was not in office, he called people in Congress to pressure them to not vote for the bill. He said it himself. He said, blame it on me if the border bill fails.
Where's that source?
The Hill. Look up Trump. Blame it on me if the border bill fails.
I don't have a computer in front of me. I'm using my phone.
Well, I just gave you the source. So.
Okay. Well, you didn't change my mind. So.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you. Okay. So, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman? Yeah, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, because it only came out when he's running for president because they're attacking political opponents.
No, actually, you know that she specifically came out to her therapist in 1996, well before he was president, and it was submitted as medical records. So those medical records are submitted to the state and they are recorded. Okay, so we had medical records from 1996 that we could point to say that she told people at that time that she was sexually assaulted by a name Donald J. Trump. If it was a political motive, why do these records exist?
But she's only coming out about it right now?
Because the statute of limitations law that allowed her to do so. And also victims, 61% of victims never come out. Most victims, right, will wait to come out because of societal stigmas, because of societal stigmas, because of how they're going to be treated, because of not being believed by people like you.
Because finally her fucking good looks went away.
Because you stigmatize people. Push that mustache. Thank you. No. So again, Trump said that he wouldn't. I want to say something. Trump said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, mistook her with his ex-wife. Talk about deceitful lies. Donald Trump is clearly lying there.
You're pulling out bogus shit out of thin air.
No, he literally did this.
No.
You just saying no is not a good response. It's actually sad that you're willing to accept someone doing these things and you're just willing to say no. I just told you something he legitimately did. And you're just not willing to believe it because of the cognitive dissonance.
Because look at the way the country was when Trump was president.
That doesn't mean it was caused by him. Actually, let's look at the way. When he left office, there was over 6% unemployment.
Yeah, do you know why? There was a global pandemic.
Okay, so in the same way that you blame the global pandemic, not him, don't blame Joe Biden and Kamala Harris for the global inflation that was caused by the pandemic.
After 3 years after?
Yes, you understand inflation you understand inflation and supply chains can affect multiple years.
Yeah, it can, but not in that fucking fashion. That's not the way it works.
That is the way that it works.
No.
Yes, it is.
It's not the way it works. Inflation began in 2021 after Trump left office.
Okay, that doesn't mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. Inflation wouldn't happen that quickly.
How would it not? So everything runs out of reserve.
Yeah, okay, so if you're saying that just because it happens under their administration, it was caused by them, well, then the 14.8% unemployment that existed under Trump's administration was caused by him.
Was caused by COVID.
Okay, so again, you identify outside causes as it relates to Donald Trump, but you do not identify outside causes as it relates to the Biden-Harris administration.
Look at unemployment when Trump left.
Yeah, it drastically reduced to a 50-year low of 3.4%.
Right.
And the only reason it's gone up to around 4.1% as of recently is because of the influence of the increase in interest rates, right? Because they want to limit the effect of inflation.
Right. So that's your reason as to why it's not Kamala and Joe's fault, right?
Yeah, which is a totally legitimate reason. The same way that it's totally legitimate as a reason to say that it's not Trump's fault for the unemployment because of the global pandemic.
So just because I'm not as versed in the facts, instead of throwing everything in someone's face who comes on here and says that they support Trump, instead of throwing all that in their face, look at those same facts that you display for Kamala and Biden. And they're
verbatim, I literally do. Also, what do you mean instead of educating you, do something else? What else would you rather me do? I'm educating you or about something you didn't know prior. It's totally fine. It's not an issue. I talk about this all the time. There's no issue with you not knowing it because, again, I talk about this literally all the time. But don't act like you have some better argument than me if you don't have any of the information. That makes no sense.
I commend you on that. I will say that. But if you're still willing to not accept how much better the country was well off in pretty much every category under.
Actually, no, that's just not true. Verbatim, listen. Go to the St. Louis Federal Reserve, right? This is the best economic data you can find. St. Louis Federal Reserve or Bureau of Labor Statistics. Appreciate the relaxed goose. Thank you so much. I'm looking at it right now. Real gross domestic product is up since Trump's administration. Okay? Not only that, but real median income is up since 2019. Okay? Q4 of 2019, right before the pandemic, right? It was literally 362 median weekly wages for workers. Right now, it's 368. Real means accounting for inflation. So we have seen a stagnation, but it has slightly increased since 2019. Accounting for price increase. What's up?
Because minimum wage went up everywhere.
No, there was no federal minimum wage increase. And actually, by the way, you would say, then also you're arguing federal minimum wage increase means that real wages go up, which is a good thing. So then you're arguing for minimum wage increases.
Because it increases the price of everything.
Say that again?
Essentially, no, because it increases the price of everything. Why do you think it costs $15 for a meal at McDonald's right now?
Because it is the case that we've seen global inflation.
And who's responsible for that?
Again, the pandemic, corporate greed, the Federal Reserve, right? Price gouging, which is from corporate greed. So there's plenty of things.
Right, which is not to blame on a specific.
Yeah, it's not going to be the fault of specifically like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Again, this is why I argue that just because it happens under administration does not mean it's caused by them.
So then we agree on that. Okay, so then maybe we do have more common ground than I thought. I apologize for insulting you as much as I have, but maybe we have more common ground than I thought. So I will be man enough to admit that.
Nice. Yeah, so like again, my point is that when people say these things that the economy is not better, it's just because they're not like familiar with the data. Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. So again, I'm not saying that there aren't negative impacts from inflation and that prices aren't up and that it's less affordable for many people in many scenarios. What I'm saying is real median wages are up from 2019 and real GDP is up. Okay. The stagnation that we saw with real median wages, right, we did not see with real GDP, indicating that it's likely that the corporations were profiting, but they weren't passing it down to their workers, i.e. trickle-down economics was not working. Okay. So we saw real GDP increase without stagnation after 2020, right? But with the from 2021 through 2024, we saw pretty much stagnation of wages.
Okay. All right. Well, like I said, we found more common ground than possible, and I appreciate your time.
Sure, appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
I will still vote for Trump. But
you shouldn't. You should listen and trust me, I got you.
Yeah. But no, listen, I take back my insults. But
all right, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Have a good one.
You as well. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes. Everyone, share the live as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? Okay, they're leaving. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
57.
Are you voting for Trump?
Definitely.
Why so?
I just think his policies are better. You know, I think he's got a big ego and all that. He's not a typical politician.
You think it's good to have a big ego?
You look at most of your winners, you look at, excuse me, look at like Nick Saban, Bill Cowher, Bobby Knight, all winners. Just a lot of your military people.
Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like? Oh, he cut out, Chad. Hello?
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm there. Sorry about that.
So can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
Well, I think America first. You know, I spent 23 years in the military, and I was in Afghanistan.
So I'm asking for like a policy.
Let me think here. I like his tax break that he gave us.
So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act mostly went to people who are rich. Not only that, it added $1.9 trillion to the debt and only added 0.04% to the annual GDP, according to a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard.
Well, I think a lot of that was because of COVID. But if you look at the standard deduction, went from $12,500 to $24,000. That helped a lot of people.
So the standard deduction, I don't have an issue with standard deduction being increased. What I have an issue with specifically is the overall effect of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act mostly went to people who are rich. And the way that Trump wants to pay for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which wouldn't even fully pay for it, by the way, would be tariffs, which is shifting the burden of taxes on people who are rich to people who are in the middle class because they spend a greater proportion of their income on goods coming into the country.
Well, you know what?
Caroline, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Caroline. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Well, you know, I'm middle class, and I make a pretty good living. Wife's got a good job, and we're struggling. I got 2 in college, and every year I claim 0. And because we make just a certain amount, we end up owing $5,000 at the end of the year. And it's just ridiculous. And I see some people paying nothing. And it's pretty bad when you have a city like New York City spending $5 billion on illegal immigrants. That's not right.
There's no federal funds that are being. There are no federal funds that are being. There are no federal funds being given to undocumented immigrants, specifically by the Biden-Harris administration. None.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry, you kind of broke up.
So again. Wait, sorry, what were you saying? Remind me what you said, because I was reading something.
I said you got $5 billion that they spent on illegal immigrants in 1 year in New York City. I mean, that's ridiculous.
That's not federal policy.
Well, I don't care if it's federal policy or what. It's not right. Somehow it's taxpayer money. That ain't right. I mean, I work at the VA hospital.
So if you have an issue with taxpayer money being
spent... You keep on interrupting me.
Okay.
You keep on interrupting me. It's kind of rude. When you talk, I'll listen. And when I talk, you should listen. But I work at the VA hospital, and I see a lot of people struggling. You know, I live in Erie, Pennsylvania, and we went from 4 public schools down to 1 public school. It's a zoo. It's a fight club. And it's not right. So more of the money from the taxpayers should be going to Americans. Americans first. And we don't have the money to give away to all these other people. We're financially wrecked.
Okay, so why does Trump support expanding the military budget, which is spent on military bases around the world, that doesn't benefit here in America, people here in America, when he can cut the military budget in half, right? He could then use that money for here at home and then still have the largest military in the world.
Well, I don't think we should be spending it where we're spending it. You look at Ukraine, we're spending way too much money.
Think of the $5. Thank you so much. We reallocated money from our military budget to defend Ukraine. We signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they give up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them.
Yeah, what happened?
Say that one more time.
I mean, if they didn't give up their nukes, Russia would have never invaded them.
So you said if they never gave up their nukes, Russia would have never invaded them.
No.
Okay, So what you're not understanding is that it is the case that the deal was already done. And then as it relates to the likelihood of having nukes, we could have also been in a scenario where nukes were fired. Okay? So you can take it in multiple different scenarios.
Do you think it's worse now than it was 15 years ago, 20 years ago?
In terms of what?
Nuclear problems, possible nuclear war?
No, I'm not saying it is worse now. I would actually argue it's probably better now than what it was in terms of nuclear problems. But the point I'm making specifically is that the nuclear problems oftentimes are made better because of the fact that we had nuclear peace agreements. Okay, so if you want there not to be as much conditions in which it is likely that there are going to be nukes drop, especially between those nations, well, then obviously not having nukes would be beneficial in that context. But even if you don't think it's beneficial, we still have to uphold the agreement that we already signed.
Well, I think a lot of this, is where's the end of this Ukraine war? Where is the end? Is it ever going to end? Are we going to keep on dumping money over there? When are they going to run out of men to fight this war?
So Ukraine's pushing back specifically on Russia, right?
Well, they actually want weapons that are going to actually penetrate and go into Russia. And when that happens, it's going to get worse. It's not going to get better.
Okay, so you say that it's not going to get better. So are you preferring don't support Ukraine and let Russia invade and take over Ukraine?
Well, I think now we're kind of screwed. We got our hands are tied. It's sort of like what's going on in Israel. I mean, basically, Hamas has screwed the Palestinian people, and they're all screwed.
And wait, Israel hasn't, and also that has no relevance to answer my question.
Well, I don't think there's an answer now. I think they got in such a situation where it's going to be tough to get out of. Like I say, after 9/11, about a month after 9/11, I was deployed to Uzbekistan and then to Afghanistan. And what I don't understand, is 12 people from Saudi Arabia, just hijack planes, destroy buildings, kill a ton of people, and we go to Afghanistan. And what are we doing? We're fighting with people that they don't even know why they're fighting us.
Dude, I'm not pro-war. I'm anti-war.
Well, if you're anti-war, what the hell is going on the last 3.5 years?
Okay, you act like only one of the sides supports the war machine, right? It is the case that both sides fund the war machine. Right?
I agree.
They fund billions, hundreds of billions of dollars into a war machine. Now, if you want to stop that, neither side is going to completely do that. Okay,
I agree.
Just sorry to break it to you.
No, you're not. Right? You don't have to. I'm 57 years old. I kind of know what
I would argue that there was more conflict.
There's a lot of people making a lot of money.
I would argue that there's more conflict under Trump as it relates to these particular scenarios that the U.S. was involved in than under Biden, right? Like again, for example, there were 65 service members killed in conflict under the Trump administration, 16 under the Biden administration. So in terms of United States direct involvement, less people died under the Biden-Harris administration. Athena, thank you so much for the email message. I appreciate it.
But at that time, we had people over there, in Afghanistan and stuff like that. And basically, Biden, what he should have done is just took his time and done it right, and he didn't because it was all political. He wanted to pull out there and say, "Look at me, and it didn't happen right.
So actually, that agreement was set up by Trump.
No, well, the agreement was. But the plan was Biden's, and they just come out today that Biden didn't listen to his generals, he didn't listen to the Pentagon, didn't listen to all the people, and it was all political, and he wanted to hurry up and do it. And first of all, you don't take the military out until you get everybody out of there and all your equipment. You don't leave that stuff there.
So actually, we did take out all the stuff. We destroyed it on site, or we took it out. The only stuff that was left specifically was the was stuff that we gave to the Afghan government for them to defend themselves.
Where did you hear that from?
So that's directly from top military professional, top military generals.
I wouldn't believe nothing you hear and half of what you see with the military.
From top military generals.
Yeah, okay. That's the same people that dropped the ball.
What do you mean? So you don't believe it?
No. Heck no. I just saw a parade on TV on the anniversary of that, them sitting there with all of our equipment.
So again, you're not actually giving me any response to what I'm saying here.
I just did. I'm calling bullshit on the higher ups.
Yeah, saying that you're calling bullshit is not an actual response to the source.
Well, I think the problem that you kind of have is these numbers and know all these statistics and everything like that. But I tell you what, I have common sense. And the common sense says is when I go to get gas, it's more expensive. When I go get groceries, it's more expensive. When I pay my kids' college bill, it's more expensive.
Tom, saying you have common sense is not an argument. Also, I get prices have gone up. That's not caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
Well, yes, it is. Because you look at that Inflation Reduction Act.
That was deficit reducing.
That's called the New Green Deal, what they did. Because
that's not a New Green Deal. And also, it was. By the way, it wasn't a new. By the way, listen, it was not a New Green Deal. It was the largest investment in renewable energy. It was not.
Biden just admitted it 2 days.
It is not the Green New Deal. Right, it is the largest investment in renewable energy ever, but it is not the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal is a particular proposal. Okay, that's what you need to understand. So I don't know what you're arguing there. And then also, as it relates to the Inflation Reduction Act, it's literally deficit reducing. It's literally deficit reducing. You can unmute, by the way. I sent you the invite to unmute. If you can't find it, click the profile picture in the bottom right and then click the microphone. Caleb, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
If that was the Inflation Reduction Act, then why didn't it work?
Why didn't the Inflation Reduction Act work?
Why didn't it work? If they threw all that money...
$35 cap on insulin for seniors.
Trump was going to do the same thing. Trump was going to do the same thing before you.
Yeah, but it was not enforceable. It was not enforceable, though.
Well, what the hell does that mean?
It was not enforceable. So, like, the executive order that he did, it didn't actually affect anything.
What the hell does that mean? You're starting to sound like Kamala here.
That is, I'd never said anything like confusing. Honestly, Tom, I just think you don't understand the language that I'm using. It's not my fault. If you think I'm sounding like Kamala, I'm making sense, right? So like that's an issue on your behalf. I'm just letting you know.
No, I don't think so. But well, anyway,
so what didn't make sense? Tell me what didn't make sense.
Trump tried to do the same thing for $35 for the
insulin. It was a non-enforceable executive order. It didn't.
But he tried, right? Did he not try?
I never said he didn't try.
Okay.
I told you he did try, but he didn't get it done.
Right. Okay. But why didn't he get it done?
He didn't get it done because it was through an executive order, not through Congress.
Why wouldn't he go through Congress?
Because they didn't get it passed at that particular time. Get enough people to work together on it.
Right.
Whereas the tie-breaking vote was determined specifically in the Inflation Reduction Act for the Biden-Harris administration.
Well, that wasn't the Inflation Reduction Act. I can't believe you're saying that. You know, and the same thing with the whole border thing. They passed that border. They wanted to pass a border bill.
The Inflation Reduction Act is disinflationary, so is inflation reducing?
There's no way it can be.
Yeah. Okay. For example,
if you're printing money that you don't have,
it doesn't print money. It was a deficit reduced. You know what a deficit is?
Yes.
It means how much you're going to add to the debt. So if it reduced how much you're going to add to the debt, then how is it printing money? That makes no sense. Also, M2 money supply increased more under Trump's administration.
Well, that's because of COVID.
Wait, you can say it was because of COVID. So you identify outside causes as it relates to COVID for Donald Trump, but you won't do the same thing for Kamala Harris?
Well, give me an example of outside for Kamala Harris. Give me an example.
Of what specifically? Just be clear.
Well, anything.
Anything? I don't know what you're referencing.
Well, what you just said about Trump, outside factors.
Yeah.
What has she done? What has she done?
What has she done? The Inflation Reduction Act? The
no, she
investment
didn't.
Renewable energy
She didn't
ever end the $35 cap on insulin. She had the tie-breaking vote for it. So yes, she did do that. Not only that, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, those are things she influenced to get passed in Congress. Caleb, thank you for the $50 for Trust Me, bro. Thank you so much, Caleb. Can we get some W's for Caleb in the comments section right now? Thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much.
The problem with the Inflation Reduction Act is it caused more inflation. It's money we don't have. Yes, it is.
Give me a source.
Let's talk about the border wall.
How did it cause more inflation?
Let's talk about the border wall because I want to get this.
I'm gonna mute you until you answer the question. How did it cause more inflation?
Because you're throwing money at something we don't have. Where did all this stuff come from? What the
fuck are you talking about? It was deficit reducing.
Please don't swear. Please don't swear.
Then get off my live.
I mean, I
seriously leave. Seriously leave. If you have an issue with me swearing, get off my live. I don't care.
I can't believe you got to use that type of language. That's just crazy.
Fuck.
That just shows your intelligence.
Yeah, cool. I don't care. If you get mad at me using fuck, right, then please get off my live. Scroll. Like, you're too much of a sensitive snowflake to be on live.
I think you are sensitive. And
you're a little sensitive snowflake, and you can't hear swear words. So
no, you were directed it at me at the fuck. So
I don't care. I don't care.
Well, I don't care either.
Cool.
I think you're one of these guys that hides behind their little Facebook and their phone and stuff like that and says these comments.
Robert, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I'm not hiding right now. And I do it to people in person.
Oh, I don't think so.
Do you see I have rally videos on my account. You can see me doing it in person. You can also see me doing it to Charlie Kirk.
Well, Charlie Kirk's not that big of a guy.
What? Okay,
he's kind of a wimp.
Okay. You know what? You said it, not me.
Yeah. Well, he is good, but he's a wimp. But I don't think you know. I don't know.
Confetti, thank you.
I don't want to get in a testosterone match here, but I want to talk about the border too.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk did. He said I had low testosterone because I dunked on him in a debate.
Well, we could talk about the border. And the reason why I think that border bill, everybody wants to blame it on Trump. Well, even if he did, it was a bad bill because there was so much pork in there.
So the border bill specifically, they split up the border bill with the appropriations and the solo border bill. So they did solo border bill didn't pass. Thank the Little Crown, thank you. But the appropriations did. So you can't say it was because of the appropriations.
There was $80 billion in there for Ukraine. $80 billion.
Okay, that was separated. The appropriations were separated from the
They were trying to pass it all through, trying to get it all through.
Tom, there was a standalone border bill that did not get passed.
Well, you know, even if it didn't get passed,
and the appropriations did get passed.
I'm looking at it like this. It doesn't matter what you guys do on the left because you say one thing and you don't do it.
What do you mean? We did. What did we not do?
Well, you say for 2.5 years, you said the border was secure. And then all of a sudden,
I never said the border was secure.
Well, I'm saying the left.
I just said.
I'm saying the left.
Okay.
I'm saying the left.
Okay, so I can say things that the right said wrong. The right said that the election was stolen. The right said the election was stolen. That was wrong.
You look at for 2.5 years, the border's secure. This is like that. 6 months before
the election was stolen. The election was stolen. No sufficient evidence to indicate that.
Well, I think they did change Pennsylvania laws because everybody got mail-in ballots, which they're not supposed to do.
How did Trump vote?
What do you mean? How did he vote?
How did Trump vote?
I don't know.
He mail in.
Yeah, but I think you should have to request it. You shouldn't just send them to people. You just shouldn't send ballots out. How do you know that these people are actually getting and filling it out?
So again, you say that you don't trust it. Then why did Trump vote on multiple occasions in multiple elections mail in? Jason, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I think I don't think Trump's. Like a lot of times these guys are out of their state. Like Kamala's not going to go all the way to California, is she?
Oh, okay. So again, my point I'm saying is that you arguing that mail-in ballots are fraudulent means Trump's vote was fraudulent.
Well, I said if you got a reason, like if you're in the military, you're off at college, or you're sick, or
we had a reason.
Yeah.
There was a global pandemic, Tom. There was a global pandemic.
Well, you know what's funny is a lot of people went out there and voted, and when I went to vote at our the school we vote at, there was a woman there, and she was probably like 10 years older than me, so she's probably in her mid-60s, and she goes, "Why didn't you guys mail in your ballots? You wouldn't have to stand in line." And she goes, "That's what I did," and she's working the polls. Why the hell would you work the polls and do a mail-in ballot? You know, and then she's 65, and I'm just like, how stupid is that? What's the thought on that? I just didn't make any sense. People are just doing it to do it.
Okay, so volunteers, you mean?
Yeah.
What's wrong with there being volunteers?
Well, if you're volunteering, why would you sit there and do a mail-in ballot? That's kind of weird.
I don't see how that is.
You're going to the voting booth anyways.
It's easier. I don't see how that's an issue. They're working.
I just thought that was weird because you said it was during a pandemic.
Dude, I don't see how that's an issue.
And you had a lot of people. Why would you do a mail-in ballot and then go in there and work it?
Because you're going into work. You're not going in to vote.
Yeah, but she's like 65. I'm just like, why would you put yourself out there like that? Then I don't understand it.
Why would you put yourself out there? I don't know what you're trying to say there.
Well, back then everybody was like,
And also, where did you get the source, by the way, that this was typically happening?
What's that?
Where'd you get the source that this is typically happening?
Well, in Pennsylvania, they mailed out ballots to everybody.
Okay, so mail. They didn't mail to everyone. They mailed to people who were registered to get them.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant, registered voters. But I mean, normally you have to request them. But the pandemic year, they just sent them all out. The rules were all changed, and they said it was because of COVID.
Okay. Yeah, so that's literally the reason. I don't see why that's an issue. Yeah, of course. Like what?
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, what's the? Yeah.
Okay. All right. So again, you understand that some states were mail-in only. Some people have reasons to vote mail-in, and if you say they have reasons to vote mail-in, well, then why isn't COVID-19 a good enough reason to vote mail-in?
Well, you look at the mail-ins, though. I mean, honestly, it just makes everything cloudy. I mean, if you're an able-bodied person, you should go in there and vote. Just to keep everything on the up and up. And I'm saying both sides. I'm not just saying left or right. Because there's so many ways that people can cheat, and this just eliminates any of the,
voting by mail, especially when there's literally a COVID-19, it makes sense.
Well, what's going to be your logic this time when all of a sudden at 3:00 in the morning a ton of mail-in ballots come in? What's going to be your logic?
What's going to be when mail-in ballots come in? There's going to be less mail-in
at
this
3:00 in the morning, all of a sudden all these ballots came in.
You understand that it's not just they came in at that point. It is the case that the ballots were counted, right, later on. It takes time to count these. They knew this was going to happen prior to this.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what you want to eliminate. You want to eliminate anything that makes it cloudy. And if you don't make it cloudy, then even with the ID, come on now. They kept on saying because black people can't get IDs. That's probably the most racist thing I've ever heard.
That is, no, you know what a poll tax is?
A what?
Do you know what a poll tax is?
A poll tax, no.
It was determined by courts in this country to be racist. Okay? So do you think poll taxes aren't racist?
I don't know what poll taxes are.
In order to be able to vote, you have to pay.
Yeah, anybody that's 18 above that's American citizen should be able to vote without.
So are you
paying.
against poll taxes?
Yeah.
So unless you make IDs free, it would be a poll tax. Jennifer, thank you for the $5 for debating MAGA Wims. Thank you so much. And Jason, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
What's wrong with giving everybody
an
ID?
Jason.
What's wrong with giving everybody an ID?
I don't have an issue with that. I'm down to do that.
I mean, I would too. I mean,
Jennifer, thank you for the $5 again. Thank you.
They do it over in Germany. It's called an Ausweis.
I have no issue with giving people free IDs.
Yeah. What's the big deal?
If you want to do that, yeah, I have no issue with that. Go for it.
I mean, even a voter ID. I mean,
voter ID. If you give everyone free IDs, I have no issue with.
Yeah. Then me and you are right on that one.
Okay.
We're 1 for 20.
Okay.
You didn't even smile.
All right.
Okay. I think I said my piece.
Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, thank you so much for the Franktastic. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, let's get this next individual. Yeah, thank you for the paper grant. Thank you so much. By the way, everyone, if you want to check the Charlie Kirk debate, I posted a clip. I've got plenty more clips to post. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. All right. Do you give it a second, y'all? If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Plus, follow this account. If you haven't already, go follow me on my main account and check out the video I just posted, everyone. Whereas the Kirk clip, it's on my main account. Go into my bio and click on my main account through my bio. Or you can go to my reposts on this account, and you can see my last repost was the video. So, what's up? How old are you?
Black Lives Matter.
Based. W. Can we get a W for them? A W? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Are you voting Trump?
Nah, I don't know who I'm voting for, but what I do know is I have to pay for my ID.
Okay. I'm sorry, by the way. I am gonna look for people who are voting for Trump. I do appreciate you coming up though. Thank you very much. You shouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Jose, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Jose. I appreciate it. And Denise, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 34.
You voting Trump?
Thinking about it.
Okay, why so?
I've been listening to you talk for a while, and one thing that I just kind of wanted to hear your thoughts on is you talk about Kamala Harris and how she is done more than any vice president, but the votes that she's made, she's always voted with her party, correct?
you could say she voted with her party or not. The point that I'm making is that she was the most influential vice president. If she had the most tie-breaking votes, she by definition was the most influential vice president.
I guess I don't know if I would make that as a point if someone's great if they're just going with the party. I mean, I guess I could see that you're saying
If again, what do vice presidents do?
They definitely do like make the tie-breaking votes. I guess I would just say
that's
that
like the biggest thing
most...
they do, right? If she did the most of the biggest thing they do, she's the most influential vice president.
Yeah, I guess
she did magnitudes more tie-breaking votes than most other vice presidents.
Yeah. I guess what I'm trying to say is that it feels like that's just more of a sign of like a divided political party than it is of like.
Okay, so what is something that a vice president can do where you grant that they did something?
I get what you're saying. I'm not trying to like offend you. Actually, like to be perfectly honest, I just heard you say that a lot. And
yeah, but like I was like, what meets the criteria? Is there anything that you would say a vice president does that is beneficial?
I guess I would think that a vice president also can give good counsel to the president, and not that we would see that happen, but somebody who's based and can help them gain support around other followers and stuff like that. So I don't know. Maybe that's a bad way to view it, I guess.
Yeah, okay, but JD Vance doesn't really do that. So JD Vance is a worse vice president than Kamala Harris was.
Okay, so before you go off of me, I really wanted to go on that point because I've heard you say it a lot. I am going to vote Kamala, but that was something that you said, so.
Based. Well, I think it's like obviously like the only standard you can go off of for granting like how much a vice president did is how many tie-breaking votes that they would have passed. And yes, it is showing that there's bipartisan support and a divided Congress, but that's in the face of a divided Congress, they got things done. You know, what's a pal to you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump at 2024, y'all. That's the reason why I hyperfixate on that, everyone. Thank you to Lucy. Thank you so much, Cammie. I could also say that she raised over $5 billion of private funding for countries in South and Central America, right? To decrease the likelihood of people coming here in the first place. And then people won't be able to mention like anything, you know, any other vice president's done because people typically don't know what vice presidents have done. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Plus, everyone, you can go follow me here and follow me on my main account. I should have my main account back by the 12th, I'm pretty sure. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello?
Yes.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
And why is that?
Well, I've heard you say a bunch of stuff here today, like the Inflation Reduction Act didn't cause inflation. They have to print the money to spend it, and that causes inflation.
Not if they take money out, which it was deficit reducing. So, like, it actually would have caused disinflation, under your view. If you think that the spending without the money causes inflation, well, if it was deficit reducing, well, it was disinflationary. So you agree with me it was disinflationary?
No.
Okay, so what causes inflation? Are you saying government spending?
Government spending, yes.
Yeah, so did you know that it was deficit reducing? So that means that they took out more money than they put in.
That is correct.
That means that they spent less. Which means that it caused disinflation. Reduction in inflation.
I would have to disagree, but I will investigate that a little bit more.
Are you in front of a fan, by the way?
Yeah. Do I need to cut it off?
Yeah, if you just go out of it, because people think you're driving.
Okay. Hang tight.
You're good, don't worry. Yeah, so like, yeah, can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
His tax cuts. Everybody keeps saying that it just helped the rich out and it didn't help the poor out.
It did help people who make less out, but way less than it helped out rich people. So it added $1.9 trillion to the debt, which again caused inflation, under your view, by the way, because it was government spending that they didn't account for. Not only that, but it is the case that it only added 0.04% to the annual GDP, according to a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard.
Okay. I don't know. It just it'd be like me if I'm going out there spending money that I don't have. I can't print more money. Correct?
Okay, printing money isn't actually how it's done anymore. It's actually done by like crediting accounts. They just digitally credit accounts. They don't print the money anymore. That's like really small, but like you're just saying they increase the money supply. Again, the money supply has barely increased under the Biden-Harris administration, and it increased rapidly under the Trump administration.
Okay, well, how come gas prices, grocery prices, everything else was cheaper under Trump than it is now?
There was global inflation.
Huh?
There was global inflation in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, everywhere around the world.
And another thing you can't understand is, you hear Biden and you hear Kamala talking about how this country does better than any other country. We're supposed to. We're supposed to do better than any other country in the world.
Well, we don't on plenty of things.
Huh?
We don't on plenty of things.
Like what?
So we definitely don't do the best in terms of education. We definitely don't do the best in terms of access to healthcare. We don't do the best in cost of healthcare. We don't do the best in childcare. We don't do the best in any of these things, right, that I'm mentioning. Literally, I can mention plenty of things. School shootings, imprisoned people per capita. I can keep going. Maternal death rate.
Okay. But I mean, people need to, and here's another thing. When you talk about the rich, does not anybody understand how this works? If you tax the rich more, if everybody likes that, taxing the rich more, they only float it down to us.
That's not true. That's called trickle down. Can you give me one historical example of trickle down economics working?
That's what I'm talking about. It's trickle down economics.
Give me one historical example of trickle down economics working.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you tax the rich more, if I own a company and I sell tennis shoes and I'm selling them for $100 a pair, and you start charging me more tax, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to sell my tennis shoes for $120 a pair. And who's buying the tennis shoes?
No, so actually that's not true. That's not true because that wouldn't be their profit maximizing curve. But also, as it relates to the taxation, we have had throughout most of society in the United States since the 1940s have had a higher effective tax rate than what we had under than what we would have under a Kamala Harris presidency. 28% as the top rate for corporate taxes in the United States, quite literally, is the lowest rate, right, since before 1940. Okay. Karen, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't make sense.
What doesn't make? So again, corporate taxes. It is the lower rate under the Kamala Harris presidency. It will be than under any presidency other than Trump since or earlier than 1940. So Clinton, Bush, Obama, Reagan, Carter, Nixon, all of these people, Kennedy, all these people had significantly higher corporate tax rates, effectively speaking, not even marginal corporate tax rates.
You didn't say Trump.
Or effective. Yeah, I said other than Trump. Because Trump had the lowest. And that does not mean it's a good thing. That just tells you, it was the lowest. So even under points of trickle down under Reagan, we had corporate taxes at like 45%, 46%.
All I can say is I've never worked for a poor person. Never. In my whole life. I'm 56 years old right now. And
what type of work do you do?
Work for a poor person.
What type?
You've got to give the rich people.
Hey, what type of work do you do?
I work construction in refineries.
Okay, so do poor people buy stuff from you?
No.
Appreciate the goose. Thank you so much. So a poor person has never bought any construction from you?
No, I work in the refineries.
Okay, so do poor people buy the goods that you produce?
I don't produce any goods. I help the refineries get back up and
Produce
running
goods.
to sell their products.
Okay, and do their products get sold to poor people?
They get sold to everybody in this country.
Okay,
It's
so if
anything.
poor people are benefiting more, is it going to benefit your business? Yes, because more poor people have money to pay for your products.
Poor
Makes
people
sense.
have more money to pay for my, which I don't have any product. I'll say it again. The refineries that I work.
I know they produce the product. You're helping them produce a product.
But it affects everybody in this country. When you don't want to be energy independent, which
actually, the Inflation Reduction Act made us more energy independent. Appreciate the goose. Thank you so much.
Well, see, I don't see where you see that because I'm the one that's pulling up to the gas station.
Because it was the largest investment in renewable energy ever. I understand gas prices are higher now. That does not mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. Actually, the reason why that's the case is because of a reduction in the production of oil coming from OPEC, and then us not getting any Russian oil because of the Russia-Ukraine situation, which both of these things would have happened regardless of any president we had, Trump or Biden.
I understand that, but we were energy independent under Trump. We were exporting oil.
We're more energy independent right now than we were then. We have the largest level of oil production in the United States and of any country ever. Not only that, but we have the largest investment in renewable energy ever as well.
This country has more oil than any other country in the world.
Yeah, we're actually producing more oil right now than any country in the world.
Well, I'll investigate that too.
You can find that on the Energy Information Administration. Look up U.S. oil production.
I'd love to.
Thank you so much, Jess.
Because I don't believe that. When you're exporting oil, I mean, why? Okay, if what you say is true, then why are we asking Saudi Arabia and APEC and all these other places to produce more oil for us? If we were doing more oil,
because even though we're producing more oil, it doesn't account for the level of oil that we lost, right? From getting in terms of Russia, in terms of OPEC. Again, because Trump signed a deal with OPEC to cut their oil production, and then the Russia-Ukraine situation happened, and then we sanctioned Russia. So we're not getting any Russian oil.
Okay, well, we didn't need it. We don't need any other country not to produce oil.
Yes, we do. Actually, we do in order to have low prices. So that's just not a real thing.
Okay, where are you getting that information from?
Again, look at
I
the
need to
level
write
of
all
oil
this down
production.
so I can investigate.
Look at the level of oil production. You're not going to be able to substitute the level of oil production that existed around the world to get the same supply here in the United States. Our oil is more expensive to produce, etc.
So you're saying that the United States doesn't have enough oil to sustain itself. Is that what you're saying?
So I'm saying right now the United States does not have enough oil to produce just for itself. Nope.
Well, see,
Christia, thank you so much for the $20 for thanks for crushing Charlie. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Christia in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's always good to see you.
Okay, so you're saying the United States of America, this country, this great country that we live in, cannot produce enough oil for this country.
So we do not produce in order to have. Yes, we do. Yeah, unless we develop more renewable energies into the future, right, in the United States that are produced in the United States, right, or we were to have like multiple times, like a 2 times increase in the amount of oil produced by the United States, if not more than 2 times.
Well, that's what
which
I'm
is not
saying.
possible in the next few years.
So you are a person that wants to do windmills and solar and all this, right?
Yep. Tidal, nuclear.
And you think that we need to get rid of fossil fuels completely?
Yep, in the future.
Okay. Now, do you know what fossil fuel creates in this country? It has nothing. I mean, diesel and gasoline and all that's a byproduct. I mean, sulfur. You know what sulfur does?
What?
It's an 85% of medications in this country. If you look at any medication in this country, it comes from sulfur. It has sulfur in it. Sulfur comes from crude oil. Crude oil has, I work in refineries, it does so much. I mean, there's so many products other than gasoline and diesel. It's unbelievable.
Okay, so
okay, go ahead.
So did you know that over 7 million people die due to air pollution every single year?
How many?
Over 7 million people
die
every single year due to air pollution. Not only that, but the change in climate is going to negatively impact humans in terms of where we are able to grow specific types of crops, right? So it could lead to massive shortages. Where we can live, right, because of the increase in the sea level, other areas around the world are closer to sea level, right? So there's plenty of things that we can point to. So more severe weather, so more disaster as relates to severe weather, right? All of those things are more likely to happen given the fact that we don't address climate change. Teishi, thank you so much for the train. Thank you so much.
Well,
so I argue we should address climate change. Right, we should try to make it better so we can offset a lot of these costs that are going to negatively impact the future of this country.
Okay, well, as far as climate change, I'm a little bit disturbed about that myself personally. To me, climate change, I mean, I really don't believe in that because I worked in summers, and summers are hot. Some summers are cooler than others. I mean, last summer was extremely hot, and believe me, because I work out in the field, I work in the refineries, and it was smoking hot. I'm talking about bad. But this year, it wasn't that bad. It was hot, don't get me wrong, but it was not as hot as last year. So if climate change is happening, and it's getting hotter or whatever.
Average temperatures are going up. Tina, thank you for the $20 for continue educating MAGA. Thank you so much, Tina, for the $20. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Tina.
But what we went from global warming to climate change.
Global warming is climate change. It's just a different name. That's more. Because it's not just warming of the planet. Climate change isn't just warming of the planet. Right, appreciate the beating heart. Thank you so much. But global warming is a part of climate change. Does that make sense? So when people refer to global warming, they likely are referring to climate change, right? But it's a part of climate change, right? Because the global warming causes other things to happen in our environment, like the weather becomes more extreme, right? So it's not just global warming.
That's what I was saying. Climate change changes the definition from global warming, which was a big deal way, 5-10 years ago, whatever it was. It was global warming. Then they changed it to climate change, which means they couldn't go with global warming anymore. They had to change it.
No, it's just again something that clearly shows that it is the case that So it is clearly just showing a broader example of what this is. That's all it's showing. Okay.
Okay, I want to get on to something else real quick. Okay. And climate change is what you think. I don't think that, but that's what you think, and I agree with you. I mean, I don't agree with your opinion, but I understand. Let's go with Trump and his sexual assault on E. Jean Carroll.
Yeah. Kate, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Sir?
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Okay. No, yes, I would, but let me throw this but in there. If he was criminally charged, found in a court of law, and had evidence that he did what he was claimed to have done, then no, I would not vote for him. But he was not in a criminal court, he was not found liable for rape. They said, I can't remember what it was. It wasn't rape, sexual assault.
Okay, so here, let me tell you what this means. Appreciate the DJ goggles. Thank you so much. I appreciate the glasses. Thank you. So what that means is that under New York law at that time, that the law said that in order for it to be considered grape, it had to be a male member penetrating a female member. Appreciate the boxing up. Thank you so much. Right, but that's not the only way we refer to grape. Appreciate this is the boxing up. Thank you so much. We refer to grape. Appreciate the gloves. Thank you. Even in contexts in which they're not using a male member. Thank you for the naughty chicken. So like if someone uses their fingers, right, is it still grape? If someone uses their fingers to forcefully penetrate another person against their will, is it grape?
Are you there?
Is using your fingers to forcefully penetrate someone against their will grape?
No, it is not, but...
So I have a question.
She didn't know where it happened, when it happened.
Okay. So
well, she did know where.
She does know where it happened and when it happened. Bergdorf Goodman and in 1986. But you just said that using your fingers to violently, penetrate someone against their will isn't what's it called? Grape? Appreciate the chicken. That's crazy as fuck. So I have a question. If someone went up to you, literally tied you down, right, and violently assaulted you, right, using their fingers, you're telling me that's not grape. You're telling me that's not grape at all. Please answer the question. Do you think that's grape? Okay, you got to unmute your mic, click the profile picture in the bottom right, and then click the microphone. Tony, thank you so much for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Tony, for Trump for Prison 2024. Thank you so much, Tony. Sheldon with the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Sheldon. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Nathan, thank you for the $100. Thank you so much. Travis, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Climate change to global warming is the same as saying fruit instead of an apple. Yeah, so real. An apple is still a fruit. Global warming is still climate change. For real. For real. And Zumba said, check the guest following page. It's weird. Yo, dude. You can unmute your microphone, by the way, just letting you know, by clicking the profile picture in the bottom right and then clicking the microphone button. Can you do that? Is it possible for you to do that real quick? Okay, I'm about to go on to the next person. Are you there? Hello? Hello? I've sent you another invite to unmute. Okay, this guy's not doing that. Oh, you're there?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you now.
I'm sorry. I accidentally hit, I guess. But no, that is not what I said. If you use any kind of unforced sexual advances against a woman, I disagree with it 100%. 100%.
Okay, so again, Angela, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Angela. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Angela. So is using your fingers to forcefully penetrate someone against their will grape?
Yes, anything.
Okay, so that's what Donald Trump did that, okay? She wasn't sure. Listen, she wasn't sure whether or not he was using his male member or his fingers or both. So again, the point that's being referenced was that the reason it was considered sexual abuse was because of this shitty law that existed in New York. Now, the law includes fingers. So it would be considered grape under current law in New York. Not only under current law would it be considered grape, but there are points in history where things that we consider grape were not considered grape. For example, marital grape was not considered grape legally speaking, right? In the early 1900s. Right? And even to the middle 1900s, it was not considered grape. Yet I still say it's grape, and yet you still say it's grape. So just because it's not legally defined right now as grape doesn't mean it's not grape. Corey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for you ate Charlie in that debate. Thank you so much.
Okay, can I talk now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So if that did happen, I don't know if it happened. I wasn't there. Couldn't tell you 100% by no means. But if that did happen, why didn't she fill out a police report? Something, anything. How come she didn't tell her friends about it? How come
she actually did. She did tell her friends. There were two friends that specifically indicated she told them Donald J. Trump back then. Not only that, but there were medical records, therapist notes that were submitted to the state in 1996. So she told a therapist, right? She told multiple of her friends that corroborated this. And this was recorded. This was literally recorded and written down. Okay? In
How come I haven't
1996.
seen anything like that?
Well, because it was in the
'Cause I
case
watch
and you didn't look
news
into the
all the
case.
time.
You didn't go look at the case because this was something submitted in the case as evidence.
So you have that? You can send that to me?
Here's the head mustache. Thank you so much. Yes, it's part of the court case. So go to the court case, right? And you can see this as evidence. The jury saw this as evidence, and that's what they held him liable based upon. The jury of 9 people said that she was assaulted by Donald Trump. Not only that, but they didn't have to make a unanimous decision, and Trump was a part of the jury selection process. His lawyer said he was the most a part of the jury selection process out of any client they've ever had.
Well, I'm definitely going to have to investigate that too because I don't believe that happened.
Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. You don't believe it happened? What makes you think that?
As far as the evidence you're saying right now, because I watch all the
Di,
news.
thank you for the $10 for educating MAGA. Thank you so much, Di.
I watch, because I just do TikTok. I watch CNN, I watch NBC, ABC. I watch all of them on TikTok, of course, and I haven't heard anything like that.
Okay. Well, just because they haven't brought it up doesn't mean it's not true. And
Look,
also,
if Trump-
it's been covered. You just didn't see it.
If Trump sneezes wrong, it's on all those channels.
No, not true.
Yeah, that is true.
No.
That is true.
Aubrey,
for a
thank you for the
fact. Now,
$5.
really,
Thank you so much. That's so true.
you don't
I
believe
totally
that.
agree. What's up?
I said you don't believe that.
Believe that what?
If Trump sneezes wrong, it's on every major channel there is.
No. And also, they did report on this, by the way. Did you
Well,
wait?
let's say I haven't seen it.
Do you know the name of the victim?
Huh?
Do you know the name of the victim?
Eugene Carroll.
So it was reported on. You just didn't listen.
No, I have listened, but I didn't hear any of what you're saying.
Again, they have gone over this and they have reported this, and this was in the court documents.
I haven't seen those court documents. I haven't heard of those court documents. So,
Well, you have now.
Well, I'm not going to take your word for it. I will investigate.
Go do your own research. It's fun. I mean, it's true. You're gonna see it's true. All right. So would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Huh?
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Else too. Oh no, not even close.
So if you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Because I don't know exactly what you just told me a while ago, and I got to investigate that. That's
Yeah, but you don't have to investigate it for the kid. You just accept the civil case when the victim is a kid.
No, with a kid, I would.
Yeah,
I'd
with a
wanna
kid,
know
you would
all
accept
facts
it
of the
without any
case.
evidence. Push the cap, thank you. You just accept it with a civil liability when it was a kid. Push the cap, thank you so much. So you were not. So the reason why you can't question the what's it called? The standard of evidence in terms of the preponderance of evidence at the civil court is because it's true with the kid and with the woman. Okay, it's true in both scenarios. So it's the same standard of evidence. So there's not a distinction between one and the other. So why do you accept one but not the other?
I don't accept one without the other. I want proof on both sides, whichever way it is. I'd want proof on both sides.
Not only was the proof given to the jury, but again, you said that you would not vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. Okay, so you would vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Oh, say that again?
So you would vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
No, I would not.
Okay, so if you wouldn't
I said
vote
that earlier, right?
So if you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting wait, you said you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman? So then you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump.
I would not vote for someone that did that to a woman, and I gosh damn sure wouldn't. By no fucking means would I vote for somebody that done it to a child, but I want the evidence 100% without a doubt.
Okay, so how about you go look at the court case, go look at it, and then we'll have a conversation about it.
That sounds good. I agree with that.
I'll see you then.
Now, on his other trial.
Sebastian, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Why so?
On his other trial.
And also they said sulfur is not in medications. It's called sulfa.
No, it's not. It's called sulfur.
Sulfonamide,
Yes,
which is an antibiotic used to treat infections. That's what they said.
Huh?
Sebastian said sulfur is not used in medications. It's called sulfonamide. I'm saying it a little weird. An antibiotic used to treat infections.
Well, he don't know what he's talking about. I work in refineries and I know. Go look. You ain't got to take my word for it. Just go look at your medications. Sulfur.
Sulfa.
Sulfur. Sulfur.
No. They do not put sulfur in your medicine.
Yes,
Sulfa.
Okay. I ain't even going to argue with you there. I know.
So again, it's definitely sulfa because there are people in the chat that are allergic and they wouldn't be able to take it if anything.
Well, your doctor will tell you if you can take a medication or not. I've had triple heart bypass, and they have to, the pharmacy or the doctor has to say if I can take this kind of medication with this kind of medication and see if they sync or whatever. There is some kind of medication that would be really good for me, being a triple heart bypass patient. And they said, well, that'd be really good for you, but you can't take it because you're taking this right here. So, yeah, no, that debunked.
You didn't debunk me. That's really cringe that you just said that.
Huh?
That's really cringe that you just said that.
What?
That you debunked me because you didn't.
Well, you're saying that some people say.
I think of the $2. I'm in a certified farm tech, sulfur/sulfa or diff.
So what you're saying is sulfur has nothing to do with
Savannah, thank you for the $1 for its sulfa. I'm allergic.
Okay, maybe they got another technical name for it, but are you saying that sulfur has nothing to do with medication? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just telling you that in this context, they use sulfa. And yeah, it's different.
What is sulfa? I don't know what sulfa is, so.
Like in this particular medicine, it is sulfa.
I don't know what sulfa is. Can somebody explain to me what sulfa is?
Again, I'm not like a professional. I'm just telling you that there's a distinction, and that's what the professionals are indicating. It's an antibiotic. That's all I know. That's all I know. I don't know anything more. I'm not specialized.
I'm not neither, but I just know sulfur is in 85% of medications.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
And from what I understand.
Is there anything else you'd like to go over or talk about?
Yes.
Yeah. What is that?
All right.
Austin, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much, Austin.
I'm just waiting. Are you?
Yeah. So, what was the thing you want to talk about?
So you don't feel it strange that in all of Trump's years, he was never defined as a racist. Right up until the year he ran for president.
No. So he was before. So there are currently 150 FDA approved sulfur based drugs that are available on the market, but it's not like most of the drugs. Okay, so you don't know what you're saying there. Flo, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sulfonamides inhibit folic acid synthesis in bacteria to prevent them from dividing and spreading. Based.
Damn,
What were you saying?
I said I should have got on my computer.
No, but what were you saying?
Trump was a racist all the way up until he ran for president.
Yeah, and after. So he was racist in both scenarios. So before...
No, he was never.
Yeah, he was.
Never claimed as a racist.
You want to bet? So literally, and I can't make that specific. That was like a figurative. I can't do it on live because of TikTok TOS. But in terms of this, 1973, they wouldn't rent to black people. Literally, the DOJ indicated they wouldn't rent to black people. They forced them to put advertisements in the newspaper saying they would rent to black people because they were caught for racially discriminating in terms of housing.
Now, do you...
Arvin, think of the $7. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Can you explain why he was Muhammad Ali? Mike Tyson is a strong supporter of Trump.
What is the relevance?
I can go at black people after black Jesse Jackson. I mean, I can go at
someone who's black that supports him does not mean he's not racist.
Well, my God, really? If I'm a racist, I'm not going to go around you.
Okay, so do you think slave owners were racist in the United States? Do you think a lot of slave owners were racist?
That's another thing, and I'll get on that as soon as I answer this question.
But they had slaves right around them, so they were around people who they were racist against.
By the way, hang tight. There's no comparison to a slave owner.
I'm just asking, are they racist? Are they racist though?
Were slave owners racist? Of course they were.
Okay, so even though they were around people who were black, and even though sometimes there might be offspring that they had that were black because they raped their slaves.
Hang tight. I can assure you they were none of those slaves that were hugging white people.
You understand that slaves would get raped? Okay, and that they would have children from their slave masters.
Rape people every day.
Wait. What you're not understanding is that again they would be touched, right? I don't know what you mean in terms of that. Like that doesn't make any sense. That was a terrible point.
Hold on, wait. What are you saying is a terrible point?
How? Like you said it is the case that if they were racist, they would not touch them. But then there were racists that raped slaves.
We're talking about way different.
I'm sorry. There's no way there's no way you're not smart enough to know what I'm saying right now. If you don't know what I'm saying right now, there is a fucking issue.
I know exactly what you're saying.
No, you don't. What did I just say then?
You just said that slave owners used to rape black women.
Yes.
Back in the day.
Yes. So again, you saying that they're not racist. You said they're not racist because it is the case that they've hugged a black person or touched a black person, right? Or they've been around black people, and none of those things are true. I just gave you examples to indicate that they're not true. That just because you've been around somebody who's black, that doesn't mean you're racist. Like that this is not a good argument you're giving. Okay, wait, actually, he can't unmute, chat. I'm just going to kick him off. He doesn't know how to unmute. So I honestly don't care to continue that conversation anyway. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. Share the live as well. Everyone will help get it out to more people, y'all. It will help get it out to more people. So if you want to support me, there's always Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Yo, what's a pal to you? Are you that person's driving? Let's get to this next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 24 years old. My mic is sort of
Are you voting
weird.
for Trump?
Yes, but I was sort of looking...
Why so?
Yes, so I was looking to speak on... just for the sake of... I just want to say a few things before we do start. I was looking to speak more about the policies because I do understand the ramifications of
Okay. Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you agree with? There's the goose. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So definitely. I don't remember the specific name. I can get it to you. But when he, especially shut down, or at least shut down the border or deported a lot of illegal immigrants.
There was no shut down the border policy. The only thing that you could mention that relatively did that was Title 42, which was pandemic related.
All right, hold on.
That wasn't even Trump related.
Yeah. So can I just finish what I'm saying? So I was also just gonna mention policy, but I want to speak more on like Kamala's end and like her personal beliefs and why you agree with some.
Appreciate
why you agree with
you.
some of the things that she does say. Also, I'm just saying like, do you also like mind if I use the internet just because presumably you're more well versed at debating than me since you probably do it for a living?
I don't care.
Yeah. So Kamala Harris in an interview mentioned that she thinks that we should be more woke. What do you have to say about that?
Okay. I don't know. I don't know what she means by woke. I think what she means is that understanding like the negative things that affect people in this country. Okay. All right, everyone, do tap that screen, do share the live. I don't know where they just went, but yeah. Can't hear you currently.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you now.
All right. Can you? Yeah, I think it just mutes me when I tab out. But can you define woke?
Woke? Define woke? Or you cut out again? Whenever you swipe out of the app, I can't hear you.
Yeah. Sorry. Can you define it? Woke? Like what?
Why was it using the term?
Yeah. I'm just asking.
I can do it for you, right?
Yeah. Can you
Typically, what I hear when people say the term woke, they mean that someone understands like oppressive structures that exist, or is knowledgeable about them.
So, what do you think that has like? What do you think it's come to today?
What do you mean?
So, how do you think wokeism is implemented in institutions today?
How do I think wokeism is implemented into institutions? I don't know.
Like, for example, schools. Like
Understanding structures. That's a very vague question. I don't think I'd be able to answer that.
So, how do you want me to specify?
What?
How do you want me to specify? Like, more like, how do you want me to specify the question?
I don't know. I don't really know like what you mean. Like, how is understanding oppressive structures impacting how we like advocate for different systems? Like, we advocate against certain systems that hurt people. Like, I don't know what you're advocating for. Like, what changed?
So how do you think that teachers like teach about something similar to wokeism? Like, how do you think that they implement it into their teaching? And do you think it should be in schools?
Like talking about oppressive structures? Yeah.
Yeah. So you think that?
Yeah, I think that they should talk about oppressive structures. Sure.
So wokeism. Hold on, let me just get this statistic for you really quick. Give me a sec.
Okay, I'm so confused. All right, let's get another person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Yeah, so it says here about 43% of students. 43% of students fear that, like, I believe this is in college. 43% of students fear that sharing their opinions because the teacher may disagree with them and like push some sort of belief on them. So what do you have to say?
I don't know how that has to do with my definition of woke.
No, it doesn't have to do with your definition. I'm saying like it's different. There's a discrepancy between how you're describing it being implemented in schools and how it actually is. That's the point I'm making. Wokeism,
okay, when you say actually, it depends on what definition you're referencing. So what definition are you referencing?
Right. Hold on. Yeah, let me just get that really quick.
Okay. All right, everyone, do tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. Share the live as well if you want to help get out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Everyone, that's the best place to support me. You can also check out the video that I just posted about me debating Charlie Kirk. We just debated on Jubilee, everyone.
Yeah, that's cool. So, yeah, I agree with your definition that wokeism was initially set so that people could. By the way, wokeism is the only thing I want to debate about right now. But wokeism
Okay, then I honestly don't care to debate you because this is not relevant to the conversation at all. Respectfully.
Wait, why? How?
Is it relevant to why you're voting for Trump?
Absolutely, because Kamala supports wokeism. She thinks that we need to.
What does she mean by woke?
Like, I haven't met Kamala personally.
Okay, so you don't know what she means by woke?
No, what I think she means by woke is she wants to support and, like, I suppose invigorate wokeism in our institutions.
What does woke
today.
mean? Tell me what woke means. What does it mean to her?
I'm talking. Yeah, I agree with your definition. Woke is meant.
Morgan, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Woke is meant to look at the problems of people based off their race and address systemic biases. But from what it's come to,
systemic biases is bad to you?
No, I said addressing.
How is it bad to address systemic biases?
I never claimed, like, so the reason why I say it's bad, let me finish what I'm saying, is because what it's come to today in schools, I've seen from anecdotal experience and also statistics, people are afraid to essentially share their opinions because they feel like some sort of byproduct.
I don't know how that's related. Because it is the case that if you acknowledge systemic barriers and biases that exist, that is not incompatible. That is not incompatible with a society where people aren't scared to talk about things that they believe. And honestly, if they're scared to talk about things that they believe, what are they scared about specifically?
Right.
Because right now, throughout history, people have been scared to talk about the fact that they're GAY. They've been scared to talk about the fact that they're trans. They've been scared to talk about these basic types of things, right? And we're advocating for a society where it's not like that. Now, tell me what specifically is bad about this.
Right. So people are afraid of commenting on things about race, for example, culture. They're afraid that their opinions, they're going to get punished essentially for it. I can get you another statistic supporting this notion if you don't believe
Go for it. I don't even know what you're trying to argue. What are you citing?
Right. Hold on. Give me a sec.
Okay. If you're mad, type in the comment section right now, and I'm going to bring you up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Tap that screen. Everyone's get to 1 million likes. We're almost there, everyone. All right. It's not letting me accept this person. Let me try the next real quick, everyone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll let him talk before I do.
No, go for it. They're not even here.
Yeah, so at universities, a jump. So let me just connect the points. Just asking you don't interrupt me. So a jump from 23% to 43% in college-based institutions. People are afraid of sharing their opinions because they feel like they're going to be censored in some sort of way. I can cite the source for you. Would you like me to do that? Like,
I don't know why you're associating that with what you defined as wokeism. What you defined as wokeism was not censoring people. What you defined as wokeism was literally just us talking about like oppressive structures, like systemic biases. Okay, so that's not at all relative to someone being censored for their opinion. So if you're against censorship, why are you supporting Trump, who actively tries and wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag?
Wait, so yeah. That I'll get to in a sec. So
no, I want you to address that right now.
Oh, okay. So I guess I suppose that I'm not in complete agreement with, but I suppose it's just a form of just representing nationalism that you don't want. I'm not in complete agreement with that.
So it's a bigger issue to that you want to attack. You want to censor people who are fighting against oppressive structures, instead of censoring the people that are upholding the oppressive structures?
No. You're strawmanning me here. The point I'm trying to make is that the discrepancy with your definition of wokeism and how it's implemented into schools today is a huge difference. People are afraid of. I just mentioned this before, and
Blue Valley, that made no sense because my definition of wokeism is completely and fundamentally different. Again, just acknowledging oppressive structures does not mean that people get censored.
But it's more than I agree.
Wokeism. What are you talking about?
Yeah, let me finish before you interrupt me. Wokeism at face value is good, addressing, but what it is now is not great right now. I think we should push it back much less. I don't think school is an environment where we should teach little children political ideologies, and I think that should be up to the parents.
Political ideology. Can you give me an example?
What do you mean?
Can you give me an example of what you're referencing? What political ideologies?
Wokeism? That's
what political ideology is being forced on children? Tell me.
Wokeism. That's a
What political ideology? That's not a political idea. Acknowledging systemic biases is what you defined as wokeism. That's not a political ideology. What political ideology?
I'm sorry. I guess that came out wrong. Yeah. So I don't think you should push these things on the child in the school.
Push what?
Yeah, push
the acknowledgement of systemic biases.
No, I think that's the parent's job. Why?
Oh, okay. So we shouldn't teach children about the American Revolutionary War.
I think
and like taxation against representation, you know, things like that, because that's pushing a political narrative on them, right? That's pushing wokeism on them. So no more history class. Let's get rid of it.
What? No. I don't think that's the parents' priority. I think the parents' priority, because we can agree that school's a place where you're meant to learn, right? Learn about different things that may be useful to you in the future. Yes.
Like systemic barriers.
Yeah. So hold on. I think systemic barriers should be something that that should be delegated to the parents. I mean, why not? Why shouldn't the parents not teach it instead of the schools?
Okay.
Don't you not think that there could
systemic
be
barriers? So systemic barriers, just like taxation without representation, right? So we shouldn't teach that to children.
No, I never claimed that.
Taxation without representation is a systemic barrier and a bias. So we shouldn't teach them about that. We shouldn't teach them about Jim Crow laws. We shouldn't teach them about the Holocaust.
I never said that. When did I say that?
Wait, no, I never said you said those things. I'm saying, given that you have this argument, it would indicate that we shouldn't talk about these things.
No, I don't think there should be a pattern. I think wokeism should be an exception. I think it should be delegated to the parents to teach that maybe instead of like worrying so much about,
Dude, you're not being specific with what you want parents to be teaching. Give me like a specific. I don't know what you're fucking talking about at all. I have no clue. I don't know how this relates to the topic. I'm about to kick you from my stream because it doesn't relate to the topic.
All right,
it's actually kind of getting annoying.
If you just care about like just the election,
like debating the topic and staying on topic.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to like branch off to something else, that's fine with me. You can kick me.
Yeah, but like you're not defining the things to me. I'm asking you for an explanation. You're not providing me the explanation. If you'd like to provide me the explanation, we can keep talking about it. Otherwise, I'm just going to go to the next person.
Yeah.
You don't provide me an explanation.
An explanation for I think wokeism. I think that we should teach children about history and about the United States, but I think maybe wokeism should be up to the parents.
Dude, I'm asking you what the fuck is wokeism? I don't know what you mean. I'm asking you a million times. What is that?
I just defined it.
No, you didn't.
I just defined it.
No.
Yeah.
Give me a specific example.
Like woke. Like, can you specify the question? Like,
give me a specific example of wokeism you don't want put in schools.
Yeah, I don't want like teachers to.
Cut out. I can't hear you.
Students think that.
I can't hear you at all.
They're not going to be able to do something that another race can't.
Can't hear you.
Hold on. I don't want. Oh, sorry. It's my Wi-Fi. Yeah. Hello?
I can hear you now. Go for it.
Hello? I want teachers to teach students that, they can't do things that other races can because they're a certain race. I want teachers to teach students about things that maybe they should use in the rest of their lives.
Who's teaching that?
Maybe what? Teachers.
Who's teaching?
I can.
Wait. Give me an example. Who's teaching kids that because they're a specific race, they can't do something?
Do something, but they're not able to do something as much as something else. I could give you.
You're cutting out, man. Your Wi-Fi is getting really fucked.
Yeah.
Sydney, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm just gonna kick him. Everyone, his Wi-Fi is terrible. MAGA Wi-Fi is so bad, so bad. Everyone, do you tap that screen? Let's get to 1 million likes. Everyone, share the live as well. Everyone, yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. By the way, what he just brought up is compatible with saying that we shouldn't teach about Jim Crow and slavery. So what I brought up was absolutely relevant to what he was saying, but he just tippy-toed around it. But yeah, tap that screen, everyone. Let's run it up to a trickle-down Wi-Fi is actually really funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I just wanted to respond to that blue volleyball guy.
Only Senate guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. I do appreciate everyone. I am just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello? Okay. All right, let's go to this next individual. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Trickle down intelligence, so real. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Why so?
Because fuck Kamala. You're a clown. You don't really want to vote for her.
I am voting for Kamala, by the way.
You don't want to.
How is she a clown?
You're a clown.
How so?
Because look at the fucking society we're living in for the last 4 years, retard. Why the fuck
already
wouldn't
used a
you do
slur?
something
What a
now?
weirdo, dude. What a weirdo, dude. Already using a slur? Fucking weirdo. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 51.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Many reasons, but I've actually been listening to you for a while, so I'm going to go back to kind of the previous, conversation about Trump with civil versus criminal prosecution.
Okay.
And there's a very distinct difference between civil and
Yeah, what's the difference in
criminal.
standard of evidence?
criminal is a preponderance of evidence, right?
Wrong. Criminal is a beyond reasonable doubt. Civil is preponderance.
No, criminal.
No, civil is preponderance.
Civil is you may think that the evidence brought up to you is most likely evidentiary to that.
No. So listen. Criminal is beyond a reasonable doubt, right?
Yep.
Civil is preponderance of evidence, meaning more likely than not.
Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed. Okay.
So yeah, that's what it means.
When Trump was put, and you guys make all these proclamations that he is 100% guilty, that does
I
not.
never said he's
because
100% guilty.
When it comes
What
to
I said is that
the
he's been
grape.
held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. So would you
But
vote for someone?
No, because you
Can I
guys claim that it is absolute fact.
Ma'am, you have never listened to me. Okay.
I have,
So let me
many
explain my
times.
position. Well, let me explain my position. Okay. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
No.
If you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, and Donald Trump's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, why would you vote for him?
I would vote, I would not vote for somebody who is criminally charged.
No, I said
not
civilly.
That is very two distinct differences on the preponderance of evidence that needs to be brought to a court. The level in which a preponderance of evidence through a,
No, I asked you, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman? And you said no.
correct, civil.
So if you
Correct.
wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of
I
sexually
would
assaulting a woman,
vote-
why
I
would you vote for Donald
somebody-
Trump if
no.
you were?
I would vote for somebody civil, not vote for somebody criminal.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Civil? No.
You
Criminal,
wouldn't.
the level of evidence
So
is
if you wouldn't
way
vote for
higher.
someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
No, hear me. What I am saying is if it is civil, I would vote for somebody because the evidence is not to the standard.
You just
in which you
contradicted
could
yourself, though.
prove-
I asked
no,
you.
No, because I
Ma'am,
get,
listen. I asked you if you.
and I am correcting the record. I'm correcting the record.
You
Civil,
said. I asked
don't
you,
care.
would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child? You said no.
I would vote for somebody.
So you would vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child.
Yes.
Would you let someone be a gym teacher if they were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Yes.
You'd let them be a gym teacher.
Yep.
Would you let them babysit your kids?
Yep. Because I know what you're doing. You guys are very good at trying to put somebody in a corner on these debates. Oh,
So
yes.
yeah,
file as you
again,
will.
just to clarify, you would let someone held civilly liable of sexually
The
assaulting a
civil
child
versus
take care
criminal-
of your child and be a babysitter. I
Civil
think that's
ver-
negligence.
I think that civil versus criminal is a very different standard. If they cannot meet criminal, then they have not proven that that person is actually guilty.
Okay, can I ask you this question? What was the reasonable doubt in the case?
There's a lot of reasonable doubt in my mind, and you're not going to agree to this. I think the DOJ has been armed, and I think that there are.
What's the reasonable doubt of the case occurring?
Okay, when you are talking about a peer, so the initial reasons that we were supposed to be brought up to trial was to be brought upon our peers, people who knew us.
So the jury held him civilly liable.
When you look at that people know you, did anyone on that jury know Trump? Personally. Because that is really the requirement of our foundational constitution, is that they knew the person that they were convicting. None of those
That's
people
not true.
actually-
Most cases
no,
are.
that is true.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
I'm not saying that
I'm
that's
sorry to
not-
break it to you. Most juries are not like that. That's not how juries work.
Well,
Appreciate that,
I
Mustache.
know,
Thank you so
not
much.
now.
Actually, they would say that there would be like some sort of, if you knew them personally, that there would be some sort of conflict that exists.
Yep.
Can you please
Yep.
let me finish, or I will mute you? Again, there would be some conflict of interest involved insofar as that they wouldn't want them to be a particular juror. So again, he was actually involved in the jury selection process. So again, I'm asking you, what was the reasonable doubt that she was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump? What was the reasonable doubt?
Here's the twist. The initial constitution, the people who actually were available and were
Yeah, do I need to restate the
no, no,
question?
no.
What was the reasonable doubt?
hold on, because what you're trying to make
Christ, dude.
because you're trying to make a proclamation that that's a conflict of interest. History tells you that it was not. Somehow our system changed. If somebody was actually there, knew the perpetrator, said, yes, they're guilty, I would 100% agree. Hey, if you knew the guy and you know and you're saying, that would hold a lot of value to me.
Most
But
criminal
somehow
courts don't work that way.
We've
Okay.
twisted it.
And
That
yet you
was
accept
not the
criminal
intention.
courts. Can
That
you
was
answer my
not
question,
the
though?
intention.
Hey, Freedom.
Yep.
What if you don't answer my question? I'm going to kick you from my stream. I'm not going to ask the same question over and over again. I'm done doing this today. Okay. The question is, right? Like, what was the reasonable doubt in the case?
Reasonable doubt was because they extrapolated and removed a lot of evidence out of the case to make a justifiable claim.
What evidence was removed from the case?
The reason that it couldn't be held criminal was because there was substantial evidence.
No,
which is
wrong.
Yes, right.
So I want the evidence that they removed from the case. Not only do I want the evidence that you're saying they removed from the case, but also, again, it was not because of that. It was because of statute of limitations. Statute of limitations being it's been too many years since the event occurred. All right, and that's again only due to the statute of limitation law in New York. Not all places have statute of limitation law that works that way.
Well, and then you can also say that the judge removed all the evidence.
So what was the evidence they removed? Appreciate that.
The evidence was removed from his DNA and from the dress, right?
So
that
actually,
was removed.
he was given multiple years to give up his DNA, and he
And
did
he
not
did.
do so within
All
the
right.
deadline period.
And
he did
didn't
not do
have to.
so.
He didn't have to.
He didn't. He wasn't legally mandated, but
Correct.
it would have made sense for him to do that because it would have produced a reasonable doubt. If it was the case that it would have produced that he wasn't at the scene or at the scene of the crime. So
But he had
if he
no-
gave up his DNA and his DNA was not on that dress, he would have been exonerated. But he did not give up his DNA. Why? Because it would have likely incriminated him.
Here's the thing. You can say that, right?
Well, that's
But
the facts.
No, it's not. What if the facts are
Yes, it
is that he was innocent and he just didn't want to give it up?
Why would he not?
people do that.
Give me the reason as to why an innocent person
Why
in
would
that
it-
scenario. Listen, give me a reason as to why an innocent person in that scenario would not give up their DNA.
I could probably put forward to you many cases where people have been put forth to court and put into prison for life terms, overturned because of a different evidence that came out later.
No, in terms of DNA. In terms of DNA evidence. Hey. In terms of DNA evidence. Can you give me one scenario where they got the DNA wrong somehow?
There are probably cases out there.
Okay, can you give me one?
I cannot, to be honest. But I will say that that planting of evidence has been known to be done by
planting of evidence. Okay,
Yeah.
so you think that there probably would have been planting of evidence?
Possible.
So
I'm
here,
not saying
I'll
it
ask you,
is.
say possible is not the same thing as probable.
Possible meaning that
So it's also possible that that I could, when I die, turn into a Pokemon master,
and it's possible.
right? And I win the Unova League and the Sinnoh region. Don't forget that one.
And it's possible.
I
he's
might go back to
innocent.
Johto. Okay.
Well, look
Kanto maybe.
at
You realize how ridiculous that is?
no, I don't.
So just because something is logically, you don't realize how ridiculous that is?
No,
I'm about
I
to
don't.
kick you from my live because that was one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. Obviously, you know it's ridiculous for me to say that when I die, I'm going to go to a Pokemon Master League, right? And I'm going to beat the Elite
listen
Four.
to you, Parker, because you make these extreme jumps.
Hey, freedom.
You go from 0 to 150 and then try to make a connection, and that's
What
not.
you don't understand is what a reductio ad absurdum is. And this is how you
No,
show that particular worldviews are silly, by showing the same reasoning applied to a different scenario.
The court gave the options. He was never forced, right? We can agree on that. He was
Because
never
you can't
forced.
force in a civil court, but if it was a criminal court, he would have been forced.
He was not forced. They couldn't force him in a criminal because they didn't have enough evidence.
No,
Proof.
the reason why it was not.
If they
You
had
just lied
enough
again,
proof,
ma'am. I just
no.
told you. Shut up. I just told you. I told you that it is the case that is not based upon the evidence, right? It is based on the statute of limitations. If you continue to misinterpret that after I've told you very patiently and nicely, I'm gonna just keep muting you and telling you. Appreciate the Panther pause. Thank you. Okay.
And that's fine. You can use statute of limitations. And
That's what happened. That's the facts.
Okay. And the facts are it got dismissed out of the civil trial because the DNA was not submitted because legal reasoning, ethical reasoning that they could not make him do it.
So you think that they would have planted his DNA? Tell
think
me
it's
how that they would have planted his DNA without having it.
There are so many avenues for that. I wouldn't do it if I was him.
Oh, really?
Knowing the situation you guys have put him under.
Can I ask you a question? If you were driving on the road and a cop thinks you are driving under the influence and they pull you over, right? They still think you're driving under the influence. And the option was either you get fined or you can give up your breathalyzer. You do a breathalyzer, right? To show your innocence. Would you do the breathalyzer?
I would probably pay the fine because I don't think I have to prove anything. And
don't even get me started.
No,
You're just irrational.
because-
I'm sorry, man.
No.
You're irrational. Like, I don't want to engage with irrational people like that. If you are innocent, you've never drank alcohol in your life, would you take the breathalyzer? Would you take the breathalyzer in that scenario?
No.
I don't believe you, ma'am. You are lying at this point. You are
You
lying.
and I have talked many times, actually.
Okay, well then I'll kick you off my live.
It was
If I've already talked to you, why would I talk to you again? You're fucking irrational. You're totally irrational. I've already had a conversation with you. Why would I continue? Thank you. Please, thank you so much for telling me that I've talked to you before. Because Jesus Christ, that was just like terrible. Like that person is totally irrational. Like totally irrational. Like if you would rather be fined than do a breathalyzer when you've never had any type of under the influence drink in your life, I don't even think it's reasonable to engage in a conversation with that person. Like, I have to be actively irrational to continue that conversation, right? I have to actively, like, Jesus, dude. Yo, Catch, thank you so much. I appreciate the meteor shower. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Everyone, let's get this next person up here. Yo, Josie, thank you so much for the $5 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Josie. Yo, what's up, how old are you? That's a car. That's a car. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Dude, it's me. It's Mason.
I've already talked to you.
We did a little talk together.
Okay.
What's up, dude? How you
Okay,
doing?
everyone. If you've seen the Jubilee video, they were on the Jubilee video. So go make sure to follow them real quick. If you do want to. If you do want to, I have to follow you as well. I'm on like my third account right now. But it's good to see you.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you're lagging a bit.
So sorry. My internet is so shit right now. Yeah, I'm in DC right now. This might not be the best time for this, but I just wanted to say what's up.
Yeah, no, what's good? Yo, Mason, make sure to DM me. I know you're lagging a lot right now.
But
Make sure to DM me
we gotta do this.
and we'll talk. We'll talk about this. I'm down. Maybe you can come on sometime and debate some people.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Appreciate you, man.
Hell yeah.
Appreciate you. Yo, W Mason in the chat. Yo, W Mason. Go follow them if you haven't. They did a great job. They did a great job cooking Charlie Kirk. Absolutely cooking Charlie Kirk. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Than there are AUSAs.
Hello?
And state prosecutors have way
Can
more
you
cases.
can you turn off the person in the background? Why are you watching Fresh and Fit?
Well, why not?
How old are you?
24.
Why not? Because he's like a misogynist?
Okay. So, you're gonna ask me why I'm voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Do it. Go ahead.
Why are you voting Trump?
I don't want World War III.
What makes you think that if Trump is not in presidency, that World War III is going to occur?
So, would you rather have Trump or Harris as your president?
Harris.
Why?
Because she's not a 34 count felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier who tried to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Most of her tax policy didn't go to the rich, while she advocates for taxes on the poor. Her tax policy is going to benefit 100 million Americans, middle-class individuals. She's only going to increase taxes on people who make over $400,000 a year. Appreciate the boxing gloves. Thank you so much. She's going to limit the effect of medical debt, right, on people's credit, right, and allow for Medicare to negotiate pharmaceutical drug pricing. She's going to cap out-of-pocket pharmaceutical costs at $2,000, right, and $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just seniors. Okay.
Wow, I wish
She
I
wants to
had
give a
that.
$50,000 tax credit for small businesses that are starting up, and a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers with new homes.
Okay. So, how is that gonna stop Putin from fucking over this world?
Appreciate the boxing up. Thank you so much. So, again, I would relate to this. They actively advocated for the entirety of Europe to help defend Ukraine, which Ukraine is pushing back on Russia right now, which shows that it was effective. Okay? Trump, his vice president and himself don't even care what happens in Ukraine. They're very weak on Russia. Okay? We need to be strong against Russia, right? Strong in support of, again, agreements we've established with Ukraine. And that's not Donald Trump, because he's weak with Russia and he believes the lies that Putin engages in. He said that Putin said that there was no Russian interference in the 2016 election. We had reports indicating with U.S. intelligence that's true, and Donald Trump chooses to believe Putin over U.S. intelligence.
Well, I'm not too sure about that, man. If you just look at what history is past, 8 years, why don't you, yeah, dude, he was friends with North Korean guy, Kim Jong-un.
He called them Rocket Man after they met up. He called them Rocket Man before, Rocket Man after,
Yeah,
and they
but
started
Rocket
doing
Man didn't
nuclear
do
tests
anything.
and they started doing missile tests after. So we gained nothing except for a photo op.
Yeah.
Trump got an album cover.
Well, at least we didn't get any missiles over here. That's all I'm worried about.
Didn't happen under the Biden-Harris administration either.
Not yet.
Okay, so what's your point?
Everybody's freaking out. There's Roe v. Wade, and I'm more freaking out about dying to nukes.
Okay, so again, you're not giving any reason why World War III is more likely to happen now.
What do you
than
mean?
it was then.
We're in ties with.
Deborah, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Deborah in the comment section right now? Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Deborah. Let's get at least 50 W's for Deborah in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. And Keith, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Hilarious.
What's hilarious?
Nothing. So yeah, nothing.
What? So you're not giving me any argument that tells us that nuclear warfare is more likely to happen under a Biden-Harris administration comparative to a Trump administration?
Well, just going back on how he was a president.
Here, actually, can I ask you this question? Do you think violent sexual offenders should be able to get access to guns?
No.
Okay, so Donald Trump is a violent sexual offender, so he shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, but he should be able to run for president and gain access to nuclear codes? Got it.
Is he actually a convicted felon though?
He is a convicted felon, but I'm saying he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, which means he's a violent sexual offender.
Well, I don't know about that.
What do you mean you don't know about that? What do you mean?
He's a sexual offender. Didn't he not?
He's a violent sexual offender.
Did he not get that case overthrown?
No. He was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people.
Wow. How do you know all this stuff, by the way?
I debate every day.
Well, I know that because I see you like every day. But do you have like
Sylvia, thank you so much. Appreciate the $5.
DNC like copy of notes and everything?
Yeah, I get a DNC script from Taylor Swift every day.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
I know, right?
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Okay.
Do you actually think I have a script from the DNC? Greg, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Greg, for the $20 for patience. Thank you so much, Greg. Let's get some W's for Greg in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. What's up?
Why would you not have one?
A script?
Yeah.
From the DNC?
Mm-hmm.
Because I have no affiliation with the DNC. I didn't even get invited to the DNC. They invited 200 creators and they didn't invite me.
Does that make you upset?
Yeah, I'm actually kind of sad. Not gonna lie, I was actually hoping that they would have, and they didn't. Really sad. Never got an invite.
All right, maybe try to convince me to why I should vote for Harris.
Yeah, because Trump is a 34-count felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier, tried to overthrow the government, he tried to restrict women's access to abortion, he called for a complete and total shutdown on Muslims entering the country. Right, those are all terrible things, and she's advocated for the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for seniors. Taylor, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Taylor. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you. I'll look for them. Go for it. What were you saying?
So maybe speak like you're not reading off a script.
I don't know how I'm speaking like I'm reading off a script. I don't have a script.
You must be on an ADHD pills or some shit.
Nope. I'm not on anything.
Alright. So you're telling me Kamala's good for what?
Okay, she advocated for a $35 cap on insulin, right? The Inflation Reduction Act, right? The largest investment in renewable energy ever. Yeah, for seniors, right? She got that passed, right?
Okay.
Through a tie-breaking vote. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever. Not only that, but it is the case that she helped pass the bipartisan infrastructure bill. She put high-speed broadband, investments to rural communities, right? Specifically helping rural communities through the bipartisan infrastructure bill. There's also roads and bridges funding. There was getting lead out of the water pipes for clean drinking water. There was EV infrastructure. There was plenty of things, right? And that was great. Those are a few things. Right? The PACT Act, 1 million veterans on healthcare. Veterans expanded healthcare, right? For people who are exposed to burn pits abroad and toxic substances.
Gotcha. Well, what about the walls putting tampons in boys' bathrooms?
Okay, so actually the law that they were referencing, the state law, actually doesn't say you have to put tampons in boys' bathrooms. What it says is that anyone who's menstruating would have access to menstruation products, So that's
But
all
they're
it
putting that
says.
in boys'
Actually, most schools don't put it in boys' bathrooms.
Only in Minnesota. You're right.
And I said most schools in Minnesota. Most schools in Minnesota do not put tampons in boys' bathrooms.
But some do.
And even if that was true, what's the fucking issue? The fact that your biggest issue with the Harrison
wasn't
Wells
my
ticket
biggest
is the
issue.
fact that they put tampons,
that was
expanded
just one
access to
of them.
tampons is unbelievable.
That was just
Michelle,
one of
thank you for the $25 from the DNC, and because I didn't get invited from the DNC. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Michelle. Thank you very much.
I just can't see a woman running this country being any good.
Oh, okay. Now it's because she's a woman. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so that's called
There's
misogyny.
other- Name another
Here, how about this?
woman that's
Oh my
a
God, a
woman.
fresh and fit viewer was misogynistic.
A woman leader.
Wow! A fresh and fit viewer is a misogynist? I would have never thought that. No way! No fucking way!
You tell me.
Oh my God! What a shocker! What a shocker!
You tell me one. I'll listen.
Tell you one what?
One woman world leader. Let's go. I'm here.
Angela Merkel?
Okay.
There's also going to be a woman leader in Mexico, right? There's also been women leaders in the UK, in Ireland.
Yeah, a queen.
Right? There's been women leaders in New Zealand, all around the world. Okay, you just don't know of women leaders for some reason.
None of that are like powerful.
None that are powerful. Okay, so just because someone who's not powerful right now. Wait, actually, I have a question. Would you say that during Jim Crow, you shouldn't hire black people because there's no black people in power?
Hold on, what?
Would you say you shouldn't hire black people because there are no black people in power during Jim Crow?
No, I never said that.
Oh, okay. So just because there currently are not people in power does not mean you should
How
refrain
is
them
that?
from being able to get access to power. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Sarah.
That's just opinion of mine.
Yeah,
You think
obviously a
having-
ridiculous opinion.
You think Harris standing up to the next
Do you know who Queen
Chinese
Elizabeth is?
president and fucking...
Do you know who Queen Elizabeth is?
I do.
Okay.
That's one.
What do you mean just one? I mentioned multiple individuals.
Okay, and then name their country too.
The country of Queen Elizabeth?
That's England.
The
I know.
UK? The UK. England
Okay.
is a part of the UK. Evan, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
What about the first lady?
The current first lady, Melania?
No. The first lady you said.
Or not Melania. Melania was the last one. The current first lady? You mean
No,
Joe
not
Biden's
first lady.
wife?
No. Not first lady.
You mean Joe Biden, right?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the first
Are you talking about Angela
woman
Merkel?
leader that you
The
mentioned.
first ever woman leader? I don't know.
No, that you mentioned.
Angela Merkel.
Yeah. What country?
Germany.
Okay. You know what Germany's doing right now?
What?
Rebuilding their military.
Okay.
Does that scare you at all?
No. So, do you want to like actually give me something legitimate here? Because all you said was that, oh, she's a woman. I wouldn't want a woman as a president. That's literally what you said. Average, fresh, and fit viewer.
No. She would get locked down and oh yeah, it would be a disaster for all of us.
How is a woman being president a disaster for all of us?
They think with their feelings.
Oh, so men don't think with their feelings?
No, not as much.
Not as much? Do you have any evidence of that? Because like I don't know, men slamming their desks, breaking their headsets, punching holes through walls, starting wars, committing most violent crime.
Yeah, I mean you're
definitely not anger related. You know what I mean? Definitely not. No, you're totally right. You know, women are the ones that act on emotion, not the men. You know what I mean? Not the men
There's
at all,
different
right?
types of emotion, right? Not just
Yeah,
anger.
you guys are. You need to look into a mirror. Fresh and fit viewers don't look into mirrors. They don't ever. They never understand how much they think in terms of feelings. It's actually ironic that you're thinking in terms of feelings when you make the argument that only women think in terms of feelings, because the evidence does not support that. Okay? Women on average have higher IQs. Did you know that?
Say what?
Women on average have higher IQs.
Okay. And your point?
Women on average have higher EQs. So please tell me how women are the emotional ones when they have higher EQ and higher IQ on average.
Not too sure.
Interesting.
I'm just saying, whenever they come up...
Do you even know what EQ is referencing?
Say what?
Do you know what EQ is referencing?
No, I really don't.
Okay, that's exactly what I mean. Now, do you think it should be illegal to get access to an abortion?
Illegal to get access? No. If you're raped, definitely.
Okay, if it's an elective abortion.
So what do you mean elective?
Yeah, an elective abortion. If you get an elective abortion, should that be illegal?
I mean elective by you want to get abortion?
It means that you don't have to get it, but you want to get it.
Yeah. Why would that be a problem?
So it should be legal? So you disagree with Trump actively putting multiple people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade?
He wants to do that for the whole United States? No way.
He left it up to the states, right? Which restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion and didn't provide federal protections for rape victims to get access to abortion. So and long distance, you said I was too scared to debate you. Why do you think that is?
Because you guys haven't looked into 32.30.
What do you mean?
That is the bill that's going to change it all.
Okay.
That's the foundation. It's the foundation of America.
The foundation of America. How so?
Well, like the foundation of a house. The foundation of America.
Be more specific. I don't know what you're referencing.
Like the roads.
What does 3230 stand for? Are you referencing
statute.
Project 2025?
No, I'm referencing a bill, 3230.
So what does the bill say?
Sounds like this is one you haven't looked up yet.
Yeah, I haven't. Tell me what it says.
It pretty much it mandates the byproducts of the materials in the roads.
No, it's the Veterans Access, Choice, and Accountability Act of 2014.
You must not be looking at the right one.
HR 3230 is the Veterans Access, Choice, and Accountability Act of 2014, which became law under the Obama administration. So what are you talking about?
You're not looking up statute 32.30.
Statute 30. Okay. So it's not a bill, it's a statute.
Yep.
Okay, you said it was a bill. You said it was a bill that was going to change everything.
It's changing it all.
Is it South Carolina code or where is it for?
It started in Indiana, but it's going to spread throughout.
Started in Indiana. There's no indication of this. Give me one source. What the fuck is this shit? Give me one fucking source.
The NRC website.
The RNC website?
The NRC website.
The NRC? Okay,
tell me the title. It's a website.
I said tell me the title.
The title is 32.30.
I looked that up. I'll look up 3230 NRC. What is supposed to come up? There's literally nothing. Are you just trolling? Bruce the Gooses, thank you so much. Actually, here, I'll ask you this question. Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
Can you name one policy that Kamala influenced to get passed that you like?
Inflation Reduction Act. Now tell me. And it's Kamala.
I think Kamala sounds better.
Yeah, so can you give me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
Yeah, 3230. Do your research and then tell me about it.
Okay, get off my live. You're such a waste of time. Pamela, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Pamela in the comment section right now? Thank you for the $100. Thank you for standing up for women. I appreciate it, Pamela. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Pamela in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Yo! Foreman Toast, thank you so much. I appreciate the diamond gun. Thank you so much. And Hype, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Thank you so much. So what were you saying?
Am I still on this thing? No way. Hello?
Yeah, so what are you referencing?
I wasn't even talking. You were talking, other dude.
Yeah, we were talking before that.
I don't know, man. All I know is that.
All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. All right. Yo, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yeah, thank you for the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sid. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Emma, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Users following list is wild. Okay, good thing we went past them. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Any of the people saying Charlie owned you, I literally have invited so fucking many of them, and none of them will join. Because, like, I still have yet to see one point people argue that he went on. Oh, okay, we might have one. Okay. Okay, that person didn't load in either. Nice. Yo, Clenny, thank you so much. I appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Still have yet. All I've heard is I talked over him. Like, what? Like he didn't talk over me. Elise, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Carmen, thank you so much for the $20.24. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yes, debate is coming tomorrow. I'm super excited for it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm old enough to be your grandma, I bet.
Okay, are you voting Trump? Ken,
Yes.
thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much, Ken. Are you voting for, why so?
Well, and first of all, I just, take a deep breath. Let's get back to what you wanted this to be about. Seems like you get on all these little, tangential rabbit hole things. And I just would love for you to be able to conduct the debates that you want to conduct.
For sure, yeah. So why are you voting for Trump?
Well, I've been listening to you for a little while, and it's been interesting. You either have people who are in their 50s and older or people who are in their 20s. And that's a real night and day differential, right? My reason for voting for Trump is actually the guy that was just talking to you, saying that there is the need for a global presence now more than ever when it comes to our security and safety. And so,
Like defending Ukraine?
yeah. I'm just talking about in general that we are able to. This is what I like to tell people. I said, you know what, Trump, he's a bully, and we need a bully right now because all of the major powers in this world are bullies, and I don't believe she's got what it takes, especially against a grouping of misogynists like Xi Jinping and Putin and
So
Kim
we
Jong-un.
shouldn't vote for Kamala Harris because misogyny exists in the world?
Well, that's a real. You don't like the way you said that, do you?
No, that's kind of what you were arguing.
Yeah, but the way you pose that isn't it at all.
Well, that's exactly what you said. You said that because misogynists exist in the world, that she's not going to be strong enough.
I
Right?
said
And I don't
that
think that's true. One, I don't think that's true. Two, there are plenty of women leaders around the world that were great leaders. Three, as it relates to this, I don't think that that's a good argument to say that just because there are misogynists in the world, that means you should vote for someone who's a man. The same way that you don't think you should vote for someone who's white because there's racism in the world.
Well, I don't want
And
to. Bring
Sheldon,
race.
thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sheldon. Thank you very much.
And speaking of being disingenuous, I love how you can turn that on and off. Whenever
Me?
there's money that plops in your lap, you change and you're really appreciative and grateful, and bang, you're back into being the Poindexter that you are regarding data, information, news, etc.
So I'm just a nerd, and I'm thankful. That's not
No,
like me like being disingenuous. That
I
I'm
didn't-
thankful and also a nerd.
I didn't call you a nerd.
That's kind of what you were using.
You called yourself a nerd.
Yeah, that's that word that you use. Look up the definition of the word. Ken, thank you for the $25 for should have gotten invited to the DNC. Thank you so much, Ken. Can we get some W's for Ken in the comments section right now? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So literally just me being thankful is somehow a bad thing.
Let's just bring back the conversation to what you want it to be.
Okay, so you think I'm a boringly studious and socially inept person?
Nope, don't at all think you're brilliant. Think you're incredible how you.
Well, you called me
parlayed
a
your
Poindexter.
intelligence. Well, yeah, Poindexter is very I mean, in my world, Poindexter means you're a sharp guy.
Okay.
You know, I think nerd. That's more negative. Although I guess there isn't true nerds. But listen, we're not here talking about
Poindexter is definitely more negative than nerd. But Tammy, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Tammy.
And that's what's so cool about our age differences. What was cool to us is not for you, and what is cool for you would go what? So that's why it's really important there are people like you that are encouraging debate and discussion. And I do think because this is your live, you do get to call the rules, though. If people are out of line, you get to say, hey, man, you're off my stream, because it's getting out of hand. And I think in facilitating any group, you got to, throw the cold water on it so you can get back to what you want. And I think what you want is to know why I want to vote for Trump.
Yeah, so why do you want to vote for Trump?
Well, I think
and Jesse, thank you for $5. Thank you.
And Jesse, thanks for giving him $5. The world stage thing, yes. I think in our value system, our ideals in America, we are unicorns, y'all. We cannot bring our sensibilities to the brutality and the omniscient sort of baloney that happens in countries like North Korea, in China, the horrors of Ukraine, of Taiwan, living in those huge shadows. You know that it's right, Parker. You know that our values are good, but we just can't bring that to the table. We have to play a little bit of their game, and a little bit of their game. Something that was said earlier in a conversation is how you had mentioned how Trump wants anybody who burns a flag, to be thrown in jail. Whereas you and I know that SCOTUS says that's cool under the First Amendment to burn a flag, right?
Mm-hmm.
They ruled on that, right?
Yeah.
So he's off on that. But him just saying that provokes the argument for what are we standing for? Do we want this country preserved? Something really interesting for me, being older again, is in the 2020 elections, I was a precinct manager for a large metro area. This precinct was pretty great, pretty titsy. It was awesome. And because it was Trump coming back and Biden running in, I had so many people who were registering for the first time who were older than me, who had come back to vote after 20 years and not given a darn. And the most of it was, I can't stand Trump. So that's the beauty of Trump, is that
It's not a beauty that people don't like him. That's like saying, we want a bad candidate because it's going to get more people involved in the political process.
It is. But
yeah,
it is.
And I don't think
but
that's
it
a
is,
good
Parker.
thing. No, because ultimately speaking, in order for us to get more people involved through that mechanism, we had to have made it bad. When we can get more people involved without making it bad. Think about it this way. This live gets more people involved. Do I have to do something bad in order to get more people involved? No. I just entertain people. I'm entertaining people, which gets people involved into debates the same way that I got involved in debates and I got involved into politics by entertainment. So that is a way that you can get people involved in the political process that doesn't require getting individuals like Donald Trump, right? Or giving them power. And Nelsie, thank you so much for the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Nelsie. Let's get some W's for Nelsie in the comment section, at least 30 of them. And Elizabeth, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Elizabeth as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's get some W's for Elizabeth and W's for Nelsie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
$80 in the last minute. Congratulations. That was fantastic. And you are bringing us entertainment.
Scary Stroke, thank you for the $10.
What you just said was very one-sided.
What do you mean?
And it's your side. What you just had said to me, Parker, that you started out by saying that Trump is beautiful and that he brings the ugly part to the debate so that people want to vote, right? And I called that beautiful, and you said it was bad, maybe even divisive. And I think it's good because there's been again, I'm old enough to be your grandmother. There's been far too much complacency. Life is great in America. And Trump and the so-called tyrannical, unvarnished craziness of him saying things has made people crazy. I worked for 2 full legislative sessions on a state level of a very progressive state. And I know that these politicians, some of them are thinking exactly the same thing and doing the exact same thing as Trump has been accused of, but they just don't broadcast it. They don't say it. And why don't they say it? Because they've got something to lose. They've got their elected space, their place as a legislator or whatever. Trump, he doesn't have anything to lose. In fact, why is he even running? They're beating him up financially. They're beating him up in terms of, just everything. And why would he want to come back? Because even if he got elected, he's really going to get beat up again, especially if the House stays intact. Why would you do that other than two reasons? I was really trying to think of this one, Parker, and these are the two that I came up with. Why would this guy come back as a glutton for punishment? Two things. Number one, he doesn't stop something he started, which is something that a real estate developer's pretty darn good at. And number two, the guy is off the charts devoted to this crazy country called the United States of America.
No.
Where you can say whatever.
How about to avoid
where you
jail?
can say, where
How
you
about
can
for
say,
ego?
oh wait, can I just finish my thought and then I'll let you say yours? That we can say anything we want, and people don't take us in the night and string us up on a tree. That people don't take us behind a building and shoot us, like they do in so many other countries in this world. Okay, go ahead, go for it. What were you going to say?
So like to avoid jail, to have more attention, to have people who worship him, that follow him, power. Like there's so many reasons. Ego. Taylor, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. And then Cameron, thank you for the $2. And then Taylor, thank you again for the $5. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Taylor, twice, and Cameron. Great job, guys. Okay, have you ever read the book, Why Do We Need Men? Or What Do We Need Men For? A Modest Proposal? Have you read that book?
No, I haven't.
I think you should try to read it. I have not read the whole book, but I've read excerpts. This book is written by a very influential woman. Her name...
Jennifer, thank you for the $3. And then Norma, thank you for the $10.
Her name of the author once again, it's called What Do We Need Men For? A Modest Proposal. Her name is, and in this book, by the way, she names Trump, but she also names Les Moonves, CEO of CBS, as sexually accosting her, plus three other guys.
You're just trying to that's
that
not
raped
true.
her. That raped her.
That's not true.
And
Eugene Carroll does not put 5 people.
She does.
No, she doesn't.
Parker. It's in the book.
Tell me what page.
Okay, if you want me to do it this minute, we're going to have to stop our debate for you. I can also, though, let you know in some other means, but let's just assume that you're believing it doesn't exist and I'm believing it does exist.
Or give me any source that does say that, and I'll give you time to
Her book. Her book.
No, yeah, again, where in the book?
Okay, so you want me to physically get the book out and peel through the pages? Come on now.
Yeah, where could I find it in the book?
Be a stronger debater. Do you really want to stop our debate to do that? Because what I'm telling you...
Because I don't believe it to be true.
Okay.
I think it's false.
So we have to wait? We really do have to do this?
Absolutely.
Okay, what if we put it on the table and took it back? A true
how about I appreciate the goose, thank you so much. How about you stay here, right? You look through the book, right? Okay. And when you find it, you can just unmute and tell me.
Okay, let's do it. Have fun with your next guy, and I will put that was a very good way for you to fix that, my dear. So I'm going to go on mute. Talk to you later.
For sure. I'll see you in a second. See you in a second. Yo, Gundy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. It's a great thing to hear. It's a really great thing to hear. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen to get to 1.5 million likes. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Plus, you can check out the Charlie Kirk video, Charlie Kirk debate I just engaged in. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Are you there?
Yeah. Why so?
Okay. Why so? Sorry,
why
you
so?
broke up one more time.
Yeah, why so?
I'm tired of being broke.
Okay. So how do you think that Trump is going to make you less broke?
So I'm a business owner. I own a HVAC company. I'm not a real political guy, but I can tell you that when Trump was in office, there was a lot more money to be made versus what we've seen the last 4 years. And I'm not a Trump guy, not a Trump supporter, but I definitely will be voting this go around for Donald Trump.
Cammy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. So actually, just because it happened under administration doesn't mean it's caused by them.
How would you explain it?
So how would I explain it? So again, there was inflation around the entire world. There was global inflation, Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world.
So would you agree?
$2.
Would you agree that that we had more money, stronger America under Trump as far as economy would go?
Not at the end of his administration.
No, because of COVID, though. I mean, I would
actually to sorry to break it to you, but real median weekly wages is higher now than it was Q4 2019.
That would be because of inflation, though, correct?
No, real median wages means it accounts for inflation.
Okay.
That's what it means. You can find this from the St. Louis Federal Reserve. Look up employed, full-time median, usually weekly real earnings, wage and salary, workers 16 and over.
Let me ask you this, Parker. I listen to you a lot, and I think you're obviously very smart in what you do. Do you think Kamala is a good candidate, or do you hate Donald Trump?
I think she's a good candidate, like for like types of Democratic candidates we've had in this system. Now, do I think that she's a perfect candidate? No, I do have critiques of Kamala. Okay, there are disagreements I have. Okay, but she is a good candidate comparative to what we've had in the United States. And it is the case that she's way more qualified than Trump. She's way better than Trump. It's not even close.
I guess for me, it's just the money. I mean, like I said, I can go down the aisle on a lot of things. You know, like I said, I split both ways. I'm not big on abortion. I am for open borders. But money-wise, I mean, I think for this election, that's going to be what definitely sways everybody because people are broke. And there's going to be somebody they point the finger at, whether I'm right or wrong on it being
but like
dividing.
we have a bad sort of idea here. Like, this is not good reasoning. Just because it's worse off now doesn't mean it was caused by them. Like, for example, I met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration. Does that mean I should vote for Harris? Crystal, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No, but I mean, I think you can definitely see where people come from whenever they talk. Like I said, I'm not political. You're smarter than I am. I'm not going to sit here and debate that. You know, like I said, I'm not going to debate that you don't know more than I do about this. But it also, I feel like, for me, doesn't take a lot of politics to understand that it's just, I don't know. I mean, the money issue is really bad. I see people every day. I'm just from Arkansas, little part of the world, but there's people here, 80, 90-year-old people that can't pay to have an air conditioner repaired or can't buy groceries. I mean, it's really, really bad.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. And actively speaking, Kamala Harris wants to benefit those people, whereas Donald Trump wants to hurt those people because he's advocating for tariffs, which would increase inflation even more. Tariffs are a tax on an import coming into the country, and most of the tax gets passed on to the consumer.
Yeah, it just seemed like I said, I'm not the smartest guy, but I do know that money was spent way more freely under that administration. I think the guy's completely
under the Trump administration, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like they had signed off more debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration. Katie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Well, I just wanted
$8.4 trillion for the Trump administration, 4.3 trillion for the Biden-Harris administration. If we take out COVID, it's 4.8 trillion for Trump and 2.2 trillion for the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah. Well, I definitely respect your view. Like I said, you're a smart guy, and you know, I hate to see Americans divided on this issue. I think it's sad. We've got some major problems, and I hate seeing people fight over everything. But I don't know. I do believe in God and Jesus, and I think that you know, he's still on the throne. So whatever he wants is what we'll get, and hopefully it works out for everybody.
Okay, so why, as someone who is like following Jesus, would you say that Donald Trump is a better character or a better individual than Harris?
No, I wouldn't say either one of them are very. I mean, I personally, character-wise, probably Donald Trump. I definitely agree with that.
Worse. So, like, why, would Jesus vote for Trump or Harris?
He wouldn't vote for either.
No, but if Jesus had to vote,
Jesus doesn't have to vote, Parker.
no, I'm saying if Jesus had to vote, would he vote for Trump or Harris?
Well, I think when you look at it, you've got, like I said, I'm good with open borders. I think human rights, human rights are human rights. I don't think the open borders have never affected me. I'm from the South, and I'm the only one that thinks that. But I mean, those are people, they want to. I've got kids, and I can understand if you can come over here and make a better life. I get it. So I think on that part of it, you from a Christianity viewpoint, that
Christianity's pro open border,
right?
But like
also
the borders aren't open right now. But sure, if you want to say that. Secondly, as it relates to this, again, if Jesus would be able to vote and it could only vote between them, do you think that they would pick Trump or Harris?
I'm Harris.
Yeah, I mean, with the abortion and everything, I don't think either. I mean, I'm not going to put that on either because I don't know. I mean, to me, there's not a good option when we're talking about who Jesus would vote for. Because like I said, the abortion, I mean, that's, there's neither one are good.
Are you just not going to answer the question?
I don't think either one. I mean, like I said, I just don't think that either one would be. He wouldn't.
I feel like it's Harris, and then you don't want to
I would tell you. If I thought it was her. Like I said, I think character-wise, she's probably a better. Like I'm not too proud to admit. I think she's a absolutely better character.
Do you think abortion should be legal?
No.
Okay, so it should be illegal. So
Yes.
why should abortion be illegal, but telling my mom that Santa Claus exists shouldn't be? Or my mom telling me Santa Claus exists shouldn't be? They're both sins.
No. I mean, you're not idolizing Santa Claus. I mean, I'm not saying people don't, but I don't idolize Santa Claus, so it's not like but abortion, I mean, the way sin works.
No, what I'm telling you is either of them are sins.
Yeah, but the way sin works is the constant, knowing what you're doing and continuing to do it, not having any remorse. There's no change of heart. And they'll just allow abortion, at the rate of what we're allowing it is.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want, but the point I'm making is that it doesn't make sense for you to make one sin illegal but not the other one. Sabrina, thank you for the dollar. Thank you so much.
I don't. To me, I guess it's not. You can call it legal, illegal. I mean, morally, it's not right.
Yeah, it's morally not right to lie. Yet that isn't illegal under your worldview. Should it be illegal to cheat on your partner?
I mean, morally, it's unright. Like I said,
I agree. Morally, it's fucking despicable.
But as a Christian,
but should it be illegal?
I mean, I guess for me, it's irrelevant. But it shouldn't be.
No, it's totally relevant. Like, I don't know why you won't answer any of my questions, man.
Well, I do think, but you're trying to compare a lie to taking a human life, and I don't think that's something.
What I'm doing is I'm telling you they're both sins. So based upon your worldview, how do you say one should be illegal but the other one shouldn't be?
Well, there's different grade of sin. Not all sin is equal. That's something you'll hear a lot in the church that is wrong. I mean, all sin is graded differently. God doesn't look at lying the way he looks at murder.
Okay. So if you say that they don't look at them the same, all right, then what verse are you using to indicate that?
Well, I mean, he talked in the Bible. You can find several verses where he talks about,
You cut out. I can't hear you. And Harris, you said that Charlie Kirk owned me. On what point? Hello? Harris. You said Charlie Kirk owned me. On what point? Okay. All right. Nick, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for absolutely roasting Charlie Kirk. I appreciate it. Thank you. We can't hear Alan anymore. Alan, you should come back. I can't hear you. Everyone, do tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Yo, what's up, howdy? Was it recorded? Yes, it's on Jubilee. It's on YouTube. Hello? Are you voting Trump?
I am voting Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
What's your birth year?
It's March 18th, 2004.
Okay. Why so? Why are you voting Trump?
Well, I think, like Kamala Harris, I think that she's a liar. She like morally, like I think Trump.
Can you give me one time where she lied? And can you not play the
Daisy,
thing in the
no. Sorry.
Hold on. Give you one thing where she's lied.
mic? Yeah, one lie.
Should have fucking came up here with some.
Just give
notes,
me
but
one lie. You don't need to know.
one
Just off the top of your
lie?
head, one lie.
Well, she lies about putting 150,000 or whatever number it was. People that smoke marijuana was asked if
Well,
she
you can't
ever
say that on
smoked
live.
marijuana.
You can't say that on live. Also, there was no lie there. You just made those numbers up. Yeah. So every day. Are you you back with the source?
I am. Do you like the New Yorker?
Just tell me the title, and I'll look at it.
Well, the
Joey,
New
think of the
Yorker
$5.
magazine.
I've never even looked at them, so I'll
Oh,
find.
you haven't? Oh, Parker, you should look at the New Yorker because they have the funniest cartoons. Oh my gosh, you have to start. I have the verbiage from thecut.com, which is, liberal leaning, and the New Yorker is liberal leaning. So I can read you what she had printed, but I still can't give you an exact page number. It's cited in both the New Yorker magazine.
What's the title?
The title of the article is E. Jean Carroll's accusation against Donald Trump and the raising and lowering of the bar by Gia Tolentino. And
Against
it's from June
Donald
25th. Oh, against Donald Trump and the raising and lowering of the bar.
Okay. Yeah. So where at in the article?
Well, just scroll down to the bottom there after that first photo, and then you'll come into the paragraph that will start up with the large letter E, then go to the second paragraph, and then you'll have a link to Les Moonves.
That's one person. I agree. That person she did accuse.
I thought you were saying no. And then for the cut,
You said she accused like 20 people. I disputed that.
Okay, and
I agree. There's been two people that she's accused: Donald Trump and Les Moonves.
Stop! I never said 20. You're gaslighting. Shame on you.
No, you're gaslighting. Don't.
Guys. No.
Fucking crazy.
No.
You said 20.
Okay, now don't reduce this to name calling because you're a very sharp guy, and I know we can have a meaningful discussion.
She said 5. I remember her saying 20, but apparently you said 5.
I'm saying 5. 3 guys that were in her younger years.
No,
because she was
wrong.
Miss Indiana University, and then
so again,
two
she
guys
publicly
later
accused 2 men of sexual assault: Donald Trump,
Two big guys.
and
Trump
Les
and
Moonves. No,
Yeah.
no. So again, can you give me the source that says that she accused other people of sexual assault?
It's in her book.
Well, no, again, you just said that's what you said last time. I asked you for a source. You never came back with that.
Well, how about if I don't want to play the game? I need to have exactly the definitive number.
You just
and
need
which
one
edition
source that says
printed
that.
of the
You
book
just
is
need
it.
one
Okay,
source
the
that
cut,
says that.
The cut. Go to the cut.
What's the title?
.com. The title is. Hold on. First
Sabrina, thank you for the $1. Thank you so
it's
much.
under the first person.
$2.50.
Oh, good for you. $2.50?
No,
Wow,
someone
that's
didn't send me
awesome.
$2.50. They were just asking how much to kick you.
Oh. Okay, the cut is part of New York magazine, not New Yorker, but New York, which is part of the newspaper. It is from January 28th, 2024, and the title is "Hideous Men." Donald Trump assaulted me in a Bergdorf Goodman dressing room 23 years ago, but he's not alone on the list of awful men in my life.
The cut? Okay. All right. Where does it say?
Well, keep scrolling down. You'll get the one by one. There's an encounter after job interview for a story idea, and then he followed her into the elevator. And
which names of the people is she saying explicitly sexual assault?
She doesn't name the 3 college guys, and she doesn't have to.
So where does she say 3 college guys sexually assaulted her?
Read all that, and you will get great narrative, great dialogue.
Okay.
All that
so
stuff
I just did. By the way, I just did a Control F on the page. I typed in college. There's nowhere it says college guys.
Okay, well then how about Moonves then? You can get that together. You know what? Here's the deal.
What?
Can I
You
ask
still
you
aren't
something?
providing me the source that, again, there were multiple others.
Parker, can I ask you something? What's more important, meaningful discussion or you being right?
Meaningful discussion.
I agree. And if you're right, you're going to try to convince me. And as your grandma, I'm going to say, dude, but what about this?
You're not my grandmother.
I know I'm not, but age-wise, I kind of am. And I might
That's
bring
not how
those
grandmas work.
sensibilities. Oh, well, I don't want to bring your grandmother into it, believe me. But Parker, I know something about what I think is frustrating for you at age 22 is that the world that you see, we got to cut you slack.
Obsolete
We
is
have
thinking
to.
the $5.
We have to cut you slack. The world that you see right now is so
Sabrina, think of the
comparatively
$2.50. That's not what I meant.
is so comparatively.
Oh, Elizabeth, thank you for the $250. Oh my God, can we get some W's for Elizabeth in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $250. I didn't actually think someone would do that. Holy shit. Can we get some W's for Elizabeth in the comment section? She is embarrassing this grandma. I can't even stand it anymore. She's so condescending to you. Can we get some W's for Elizabeth in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Everyone get some W's for Elizabeth for being able to save us from that conversation. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That was amazing. That was really good. Corey, thank you for the $5 for not my grandma. Yolanda, thank you for the $2.50. Thank you. Y'all are amazing. I love y'all so much. Y'all are so funny. That was fucking hilarious. Honestly, fucking hilarious. That was so funny. That was so funny. I fucking love y'all. Nico, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. You are not my grandmother. So real. I wanted to clarify because, people actually, like, if I don't clarify that, will think that, like, that person is my grandmother when they're not. So it's like, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 39, but I was just coming up here to say that lady,
Base, I appreciate you coming up. Just putting it into an index fund.
That's understandable.
Shayla, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. So yeah, okay. So he's not a good businessman. Do you know any policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the American middle class more than to benefit rich people in this country?
Actually, no.
No. If you don't know any policy then here'd be my question. If you don't know any policy of Trump's, why would you vote for a guy who was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman and tried to overthrow the government by trying to send false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, and trying to get his vice president to not certify the election results by literally sending a violent mob at them?
Yeah, I guess it's...
Okay. Are you okay? Hello?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I'm not too familiar with particulars in that as well. If that really happened, then I guess I wouldn't. But obviously there's facts and there's proofs.
Thank you everyone for telling me his pages. Fucking crazy. All right, let's go to the next person.
Even better.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Are you
I'm 25. Yeah, of course.
Why so?
Because hold on one second. Multiple reasons. Do you see what the Biden administration has done?
Yeah. So yeah, what do you think that they've done that means that it's specifically you're not going to vote for them?
Well, Biden's racist. I can show you the video. Saying the N-word in a court case.
Okay. I don't think that Biden has done
You want me
no
to show you?
racist. I said I don't think that Biden has done no racist things throughout history. That's him reading off the N-word, by the way. And I think he's done racist things throughout history. Right? I never said he hasn't. Now he's
do you think
acknowledged those
Trump's
things.
a racist?
He's acknowledged those things and tried to do better. Whereas Donald Trump is engaged in racism and has not done the same thing.
Really?
Also, Biden isn't running. So why would you
Okay,
vote
but Kamala is.
If you care about racism, why would you vote for a racist over a non-racist?
Because Trump's not racist, bro. He's got fucking everybody working for him.
Okay. So you
Like,
say
why would you hire? You know what I mean? Like, why would you hire a bunch of random people that if you're racist to work for you and pay them good? Like, he's got so many people that speak up about this issue and saying it's not true, and all that shit with Eugene Carroll. That's
Eugene
all false.
Carroll.
Yeah,
Eugene
okay.
Carroll. You don't
my
even know her
bad.
name. Okay, so can you
Okay,
name
all
one
that's
piece of
false
evidence?
allegations.
Can you name one piece of evidence submitted in the
They
case?
attacked him 31,000
Hey, Noah,
times. in 4
Noah.
years.
Can you name one piece of evidence submitted in the case?
Huh?
Can you name one piece of evidence submitted in the case?
Yeah, I watched the whole video. I watched the entire video in court, or when they're being questioned by
Name me
the
one piece of evidence submitted in the Eugene Carroll case.
I don't need to, bro. I
don't know anything
I don't
about the
study
case.
this shit on TikTok, bro. I
So
have a
if you
real job. I
if
get
you know
it.
nothing about the case,
What are you doing for society?
listen. If you know nothing about the case, then how can you say
What do you
that
do
it's-
for society?
that he didn't do that? This.
No, it's false, bro.
So again, you're not giving me a response to this. If you can't mention any of the
Okay,
evidence
then why is he
submitted
not
in the
in
case,
prison? Why is he not in prison?
I'll tell you.
Why
If
is
you
he not in
can't-
jail?
If you can't tell me any of the evidence submitted in the case, you didn't even know her name correctly, then you don't know enough about the case to say that, right, it didn't happen. Why didn't it lead to him going to prison? Because it was in a civil court, because statute of limitations for criminal courts have expired, which means that it's been too many years since the event that they can't try it in a criminal case in New York.
Okay, then that doesn't even make sense. So then why would she even try to take him to court right before the elections just to try to put him out?
It wasn't before. It was in 2019.
It's just
when
a
she filed.
plot, dude. It's a
she
fucking
filed in
gimme plot.
2019 because the statute of limitations
Another
opened up.
way that's going to hit media and make them.
The statute of limitations opened up, right, because of a change in law, the Adult Survivors Act, which was brought into case because of the Child Survivors Act, right, and because of the Me Too movement. So not even relating to her, but it allowed for her to try her case, as it also allowed over 2,500 other victims.
Okay. Cool.
So then why? So would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I still don't believe he did. I think it's false. Just like go to Google and type in how many times has the Democrats attacked Trump in 4 years? 31,000 times, bro. Why is he
31,000
not
times
being,
on what? Attacked him on what?
Just multiple things. Just I'm not going to look through every
31,000?
single
What
thing.
does that
Look
even
it up.
mean? Attacked him
Just go to
31,000
Google and
what?
type it in. It pops up and all over.
No,
on
what that is?
sources.
I don't even know what you're referencing.
Attacked as in
Are
tried
you trying
to
to
get
say
him out
he
of
had 30,000
office.
lies?
They tried to get him out of office that many times on just a bunch of random ass shit.
That's not true, Noah.
Okay.
The only thing that you could reference that is that high of a number is the amount of lies he engaged in.
Okay.
Okay. So I don't even know what you're.
Are you like up in like LA?
Yeah.
Cali
why?
area? Okay. Just wondering. I'm down in Florida, so maybe it's just the way we were raised, a little bit different.
I grew up in Iowa in a Christian conservative household. I was a Trump supporter in 2016, 2017, 2018.
What happened, bro?
I became rational and I learned more information. I studied economics, right? I debated and talked with people to question my worldview.
All right. Well.
Okay, everyone can change. You can change. Just because you grew up in Florida doesn't mean you have to be a Trump supporter.
Yeah, I don't even it's not like the other guy was saying, like, I don't think he's a good person, but out of the two, I would have to go with him. And I don't think he actually did that shit just because of how soon it happened. When she came out,
I
and
don't
spoke
care.
about it.
No, respectfully, 61% of victims never come out. Most victims
Okay, but right
wait
before he
decades to come out.
runs?
Now let me finish. So it was not before he ran. It was in 2019. Okay, this was after he already ran. So by the time he would have achieved civil liability, if he won in 2020, it would never have applied to one of his election campaigns.
Okay, well, why didn't she do it in 2016?
statute of limitations law and because her family members were still alive, and she didn't want her family members to have to go through hearing about these types of things. That's what she indicated as a reason. Cammy, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Cammy. Can we get some W's for Cammy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Cammy, for the $25. Love, we are both from Iowa, so based. Yeah, so Noah, you got anything else? You just want to vote for someone who's been held civilly liable, sexually abusing a woman? You want to vote for someone who tried to overthrow the government? You want to vote for someone who has a racist history and has not even apologized for it, not tried to do better?
Okay, well, would you apologize for something that didn't happen?
No, he engaged in racist behaviors that did happen. Like, I'll give you examples. He popularized the birther movement, saying Barack Obama, because he was black, was born in Kenya, when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States. And right, not only that, but he's also said that the Central Park Five, a group of 5 black Latino boys, appreciate the cap, thank you so much. He said they should have been executed when they literally have been exonerated by DNA evidence.
Dude, didn't Kamala get a
in 1973, his business would not rent to black people on a literal, what's it called, command from the boss being him. The DOJ indicated that he needs to put advertisements in the newspaper saying that he will rent to black people.
Well, I know that it's really easy to create a hoax on somebody with a lot of power. Any billionaire, like, dude, fucking people think Elon Musk is God. Like,
the Hindar, thank you.
It's just how it is. But did you ever hear about the Kamala?
What is the likelihood of a false report?
When she was a prosecutor, she like got people put
Kamala.
Yeah,
You can't say any drug names,
Kamala,
by the way.
my bad.
You
Sorry.
can't say any drug names, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't.
I know, I was just
But
telling you
she
so
got-
you didn't do it.
She got people killed, my brother was saying.
No, wrong.
And they were never, like, they never got, it wasn't something they were involved in?
No. So you're referencing a death penalty case where she already knew that they were guilty, right? And it is the case that they were found guilty later based upon DNA evidence. So she didn't test DNA because it is the case that there was already enough evidence to convict them. But she's gone back and she said, I disagree with that, regardless of whether or not I think that there was enough evidence. She says that there needs to be like a testing of every possible scenario. So that's what she's gone back on. She said that she was wrong there and should have tested it. Appreciate the goose. Thank you so much. But again, he was found to be guilty based upon DNA evidence. So he was guilty before and now he's guilty now. He's still on death row.
There was only one? There was only one person?
That's the one people are typically referencing.
Well, okay. Well, man, there's a little more. I didn't even know that you answered when you did. But if you want to continue this later on with my brother, because he's the one that really wanted to debate you. He's super smart. And
why didn't he debate me then?
Because I'm not with him. I'm in Florida. He's in LA.
Tell him to wait in the box.
He's on a business trip right now. He'll be back on Thursday. He just left today.
Okay, I'll be looking out.
Yeah, dude, for real.
All right, appreciate you coming
All
up.
right, have a good night. See you.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Everyone, share the live as well, y'all. Share the live as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Jody, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Jody. Can we get some W's for Jody in the comments section right now? Thank you so much, Jody. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. By the way, everyone, we have a little bit less than an hour left on the live, so follow me here if you're ready. Go check out the video I just posted about me dunking on Charlie Kirk in a debate. So do go make sure to go check that out. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because I don't like the way I live in the state of California, and just seeing the way everything is being ran has made me absolutely despise anybody that runs for the Democratic Party.
Okay. So you despise anyone from the Democratic Party because of what reason again? Sorry?
Just everything that they have to do with their economic policies. I feel like they're too much into
Like what economic policy?
anything that they have to do. I feel like we're
Can you just
pretty
give me
much
one specific?
There's so many things,
Give
partner.
me one.
Okay, for instance, we're in the state of California and Gavin Newsom, for instance, wants to hand out money to people that are illegal immigrants for housing when our housing market out here.
That's actually not true. That was a proposal, and it was not proposed by Gavin Newsom. I'm pretty sure he even vetoed it.
Regardless, these are things that are still being
Wait, so
pushed along.
what are you talking about? He vetoed the bill. He vetoed the proposal. Sam, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it for dunking on Charlie Kirk. Thank you. So do you want to give me one example of a policy you disagree with that you're referencing? That means you won't ever vote for any Democrat. Because again,
No.
not all Democrats support these policies.
No, absolutely not.
So name me one.
Why?
Because you said that like the policies are the reasons. I'm just trying to clarify what policies. Otherwise, we won't be able to have a conversation, Alexis.
Why?
Because there's no content material. Because you said that it's based upon this reason, but you can't mention the reason.
So you're just here for rage bait?
No, I'm asking you right now, quite literally, for like specifics to clarify.
Why?
If I was rage baiting, I
So
wouldn't
what's
be
the
trying to
point?
debate you specifically on that.
So what's the point?
Because you said this is the reason why you're not voting for a Democrat. I'm asking you about the reason why you're not voting for a Democrat. That's a debate. Are you here for rage bait? Because you won't give me an answer?
Potentially.
I'm not going to engage in a debate with you if you're going to say that.
Why not?
So respond to my question, or I'll just
Why
go to the
not?
next person. Because if you're just here to rage bait, there's no reason to talk to you.
Why not?
Because I want to have a productive dialogue.
Do you really? I
Yeah.
feel like you want to argue with a lot of people, regardless, and not let
So
people
we
talk.
argue about things that are productive. Right now, you're kind of limiting me from being able to do that for no reason.
That's a good thing.
How so?
Because-
I'm dunking on the rest of your ideology.
No.
So why?
Because you sit here and just belittle people every day, Parker.
I haven't
For
belittled you at all.
satire.
When did I belittle someone?
It's every day. I come and watch your lives, and it's just pretty hilarious the way you speak to people, and you just.
Have I been rude to you? Think the confetti.
You know what? No, you haven't been rude to me. And it's surprising because the majority of people you do have in your live stream, you don't give them the utmost respect.
That's not true. You haven't watched my lives for very long.
I
have you?
literally just watched you on Jubilee like 20 minutes ago,
Yep. And
debating Charlie Kirk, and that was actually hilarious.
Yeah. So you want to know what I was doing in that?
Yeah.
I'm giving Charlie Kirk the same energy he's given to a bunch of other college students, right? I'm dominating the conversation like he tries to do it with college students. I'm giving points that he can't argue against, like he claims he does. I'm doing everything that he did, and all the conservatives in the comment section, just like you, are mad because he got called out for his bullshit.
I wouldn't consider
I will
myself a
sleep-
conservative person
You're
at
voting
all.
for Trump, right?
I'm voting for Trump, but I actually am for Kennedy, but I'm going to vote and fall in line with Kennedy.
Kennedy's a right-wing lunatic, too. Ekany, thank you for the $40 on
Kennedy's
Venmo.
actually
Thank you
a
so much,
Democrat.
Ekany. Can we get some W's? No, he's
But
not.
he doesn't
Can we
like
get some
the way
W's
that
for
the
Ekany in the
DNC
comment section right now for the $40 on Venmo? Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Ekany in the comment section. So do you want to hear him say specifically that like he doesn't deny that he like sexually abused someone?
I mean, those are just talking points. I mean, everybody keeps bringing up like personal morale and personal.
Respect $5. Thank you so much,
issue.
Joshua.
But I believe that we have other fish to fry than what people have allegations against.
Allegations against? No, it's him talking about it.
I don't think he's actually admitted to anything.
Here, let's listen to it.
Sexual assault allegation from one of your former nannies. So I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
I've said this from the beginning. I am not a church boy. I am not running like that. I had a very, very rambunctious youth. I said in my announcement speech that I have so many skeletons in my closet that if they could all vote, I could run for king of the world. So, this Vanity Fair is recycling 30-year-old stories, and I'm not, going to comment on the details of any of them, but I am who I am.
You're talking there about the nanny situation. I mean, I do have to ask her. I mean,
Let's talk about this. You can pause it because I've already seen this.
I'm not going to comment on it.
All right.
I've already seen this, so I've already listened to it. And the thing is that's really funny is like I actually
No issue with
adore.
it?
Well, no, here's my reasoning behind it. I actually really adore Kennedy's candor about the way he goes about things because he's not hiding anything. I understand that there's issues about Donald Trump and the hush money and all that stuff or whatever. The thing is about Kennedy is we understand that he was an addict and had substance abuse issues, and the fact that he is able to talk about that. And
that has nothing to do with substance abuse.
Absolutely, it does. Absolutely.
No, it doesn't.
Because he-
Sexually assaulting a woman has nothing to do with like addiction.
Okay, so you don't believe that people are able to redeem themselves after a lapse in mindset?
if you've raped someone, I don't think you can be like redeemed morally speaking.
So there's a lot of issues when it comes down to people that have substance.
Yeah, I don't think
crimes,
substance.
right?
I know people
So
who have had substance abuse
let's
issues,
talk about
especially the
this.
Little Crown, and that
So
does
they
not justify
are actually
rape.
wanting to help people with substance abuse that have done crimes, and they're actually less hard to seek
Push the cap, thank you, Alexis. I have no
help
issue with
because
helping
they know
people.
that these substances have altered their brain chemistry, altered their critical thinking, and not made them think accordingly. So they actually have them seek help
So they sexually assaulted someone because of that? No, right? So again, I'm not going to use addiction and a substance use disorder specifically to at all be the reason why someone why sexually assaulting someone is like not a bad thing. That's a crazy thing is to say, and it's unbelievable. So that's called grape apology, right? And I don't think grape apology is okay. I think that's gross and disgusting. And the fact that you're doing that is utterly like despicable. And thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Do not use these types of situations to justify assaulting people.
Okay, so here's the thing is we don't even understand what has transpired in these allegations. We don't necessarily understand. It was a very vague public outreach when the lady was saying that he was essentially leaning towards her and stuff like that. So we don't know.
So why didn't he say no? Why didn't he say I didn't do it? Why did he say I have so many skeletons in my closet? I'm not a church boy. Tell me.
Because everybody has a past that I'm pretty sure they're not happy about.
I don't think you want to say that when someone's saying that you sexually assaulted someone. So I would hope that he at least denies it, not just ignores it, right?
So here's the thing is I feel like everybody has
For example,
their
Alexis,
own-
I have never sexually assaulted anyone in my life. And I hope the same thing is true for you. Thank you for
So glad.
sunglasses.
I'm so glad.
Yes.
I'm so glad.
And I can say that, right?
Okay.
Why can't he?
The thing is when, like he said, he's even spoken about it. He had text messages in between him and her that were between him and her, and they did not.
And they get the $5.
Which
They
did not need to be publicized. So I think it's a little funny that, now becoming and running for presidency and being a candidate, that all these things are coming to surface when prior it was essentially under wraps. So it's a little alarming.
You want something crazy?
What?
Wow. People acknowledge bad things you've done in your past when you run for president? Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Oh my God, no way. I never would have expected that.
Anyways, right. I'm not condoning saying SA is like a great thing or whatever the fact. I'm talking about Kennedy as a whole and why I support him and why I'm supporting Donald Trump just and solely because of Kennedy. We can go back because it's just
give me
gonna
like a
be the
policy
same
you
law.
like of Donald Trump's?
I'm actually, the only reason I'm voting for Donald Trump is because Kennedy is going to be in his cabinet and he's actually going to be speaking about our children's well-being and their health in this current state.
You understand that like not having a plan for healthcare is not worrying about children's health. Not supporting the $6,000 child tax credit, right? And literally like $3,600 through them being 5 and then being $3,000 through them being 18, right? And then being in support of tariffs. Yeah, that's not pro-family and that's not pro-middle class. That's shifting the tax burden with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and that from rich people onto people who have less money, because imports affect the imported goods, the tax on imported goods, which again, people who make less money spend a greater proportion of their income on imported goods than people who are rich.
Okay, like I said, okay, I feel like the whole issue is we're indoctrinated to think that, medicine is a telltale sign of curing anything, and I think that's a huge
It's
problem.
not cure, but wait, I have a question. Do you
The
think
thing is the eating. I feel like
do
we
you
need to
think
rethink the way
do you think
of our
vaccines
natural
cause autism? Do you think vaccines cause autism?
I think there is a possibility, yes.
Do you
Absolutely.
have any evidence of that?
It's hard to say that there's evidence because there is no actual study done by CDC or any of them that done a placebo.
Yes, they've done these things and they have found no evidence. Zero evidence.
The problem is they've never done a correct placebo. It's always been the placebo that contains the fillers and all the other antigens that are with essentially the dead virus.
That's
the live
totally
virus.
not true.
100%. There's never been a control. There's never been a control conducted by the manufacturers, and there actually has been third-party people doing these research, and they have seen a decline in children's cognitive abilities later on.
So would you accept vaccines are not associated with autism in evidence-based meta-analysis of case control and cohort studies?
The thing is, Parker, I don't believe in these corporations because they're all commingling with each other.
That's from the NIH.
I don't believe the NIH. The NIH is a bunch of bullshit. Everything is a bunch of bullshit. Everything is. Everything that.
So you just deny science?
The thing is I don't believe in bot-funded.
So you just deny science?
It's tobacco science. That's all I'm gonna say.
You deny science.
No, I believe in correct science. I believe in our immune systems.
You have no, wait, but you had no evidence. Science is predicated off of evidence. Do you agree? If you have no evidence, well, then it's not scientific.
But there is some evidence, and there's some things that are tampered
What
with
evidence?
to benefit certain
Give me a source.
corporations and companies.
Can you give me a source?
That's not all you guys fucking say is give me a fucking source. It's just
Okay,
common
I have a
sense.
question then.
You
Then
don't
why don't they do this with big tobacco?
You don't
Think of the handout. Thank you so much. Then why isn't big tobacco allowed to do this today?
It should be
Why aren't
illegal.
fossil fuel
We know
companies
it's a
able to do this today?
We
Because
know
the
it's a
regulation we have today and the science we have today is way better than what it was in 1940. So you using 1940 scientific standards to justify we have bad scientific standards right now is a ridiculous standpoint. That is such a ridiculous standpoint. Like seriously? I mean, that's like using like scientific standards from like the 1800s to justify that like that scientific standards are bad now. Like, come on.
So you're gonna still keep on with the FDA and the Food and Drug Administration, who allows certain.
It's not just the FDA. You understand? It's around the world. This is internationally determined. It's not just in the United States. So yes, I do not agree with everything the FDA does, and I think there should be more harsh regulations that the FDA has. A lot more like what they have in Europe, in the European Union. But studies from the European Union indicate the same fucking thing.
Right, but they also in Europe, I do agree with Europe because they actually pulled AstraZeneca because the COVID vaccine was actually hurting a lot of people out there. They actually did the studies correctly.
Wait. So then studies indicated that. Okay.
Yeah, that
wait,
was
I didn't advocate for AstraZeneca, by the way.
Okay, but they actually did the studies, and I'm sure if everybody did the study
Yeah, wait. So if they do, by the way, those don't indicate autism, by the way. But the AstraZeneca, there were issues where it got pulled back for a bit. Okay.
Same with Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah. So wait, I have a question. So replace B with V. Do you vape?
No, of course not.
Never.
Of course not. Yeah, I vape. That's a personal choice.
You can't say that. I got to kick you off. But just letting you know, you're willing to put that into your body, but not a vaccine. Fucking ridiculous.
Absolutely.
Fucking insane, dude. Actually ridiculous. You can't say that on live. That's why I told you to change it up. But Jesus Christ, dude. And I'm not anti people vaping, by the way. I'm not anti that, right? Obviously, I'd be like, yo, make sure to look at the medical stuff, make sure to look at the science, and make your decision based upon that. But like, to say that you're willing to do that, right, but not willing to take a vaccine that has been proven to be safe and effective is kind of ridiculous, like, to be totally honest. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Melanie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. You've really inspired me to check sources and be respectful when talking to people about important topics. You're the best. Yo, thank you so much, Melanie. Let's get some W's from Melanie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So yeah, why are you voting Trump?
I think Trump is for the middle class, and I think that we should have more strict policy on the southern border.
If he's for the middle class, can you give me one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Yeah, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act mainly went to people who are rich. Okay, and added $1.9 trillion to the debt and only added 0.04% to the annual GDP, according to a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard.
Well, it slashed everyone's tax bill like in half.
So do you know what tariffs are?
Like a typical family of 4.
Yeah, do you know what tariffs are?
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump wants a 10 to 20% tariff on every good coming into the country, universally across the board. That would hurt American consumers, and it would hurt American business.
That's pro-American business.
No, it's not, because it is the case that our goods are going to be less demanded on the global market because tariffs are going to be placed on us. So it's going to reduce exports. So if it reduces exports, it hurts American business. Not only that, will it hurt American business, but it is the case that specifically it will cause an increase in the cost of goods. So the middle class is going to pay for that. So you want to extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, right? Not only are tariffs 10 to 20% not going to pay for the entirety of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, $3.9 trillion over 10 years, but it is the case that's going to cause massive inflation and shift the tax burden from people who are rich to people who are poor.
Sure.
That's what tariffs do. Tariffs, people who make less money spend a greater proportion of their income on imported goods.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. I mean,
so they're going to pay a higher tax rate.
That's just how trade works. No, I mean, like, I agree with you on that. But I think, business tax rates were cut. I mean, I think small business tax rates and their deductibles, they decreased 20%. And, that's way more than any business would have to suffer for exports on tariffs.
Wait, so say the one thing before that? What? Say that again?
Their deductibles decreased by 20%, all small businesses. And it cut the business tax rate from 35% all the way down to 21%.
So cutting the tax rate, that's for the highest tax bracket, by the way, from 35 to 21.
What are you talking about?
The highest tax bracket for corporate tax, that's the difference. So it's not for everyone. Okay, not only that, but what deductibles?
Jesus.
What's deductibles for small businesses? Samantha, thank you for the $10 for the Charlie Kirk debate. It was amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I don't know. I just think that he's just for small. He's pro small business, American made stuff.
Okay, but tariffs are not pro small business because again they reduce exports, and they're also not pro consumer because they increase cost of goods. So that's for big business. It doesn't help small business.
Okay, so what's your stance on the southern border?
Also, do you like the $50,000 tax credit for small businesses, startups, that Kamala Harris proposed?
I mean, I heard about her capital gains tax.
28% long term.
Well, she wants to increase the capital gains tax and unrealized
28% for long term,
which I think is terrible.
That's actually a really good thing. It increases the tax rate of people who are ultra wealthy. And again, but I just want to let you know that's for over $1 million. The 28%, the 28% on capital gains is for income over 1 million. Okay, so only people who make over $400,000 a year will pay more in taxes. Everyone who makes less than $400K a year will not pay increase in taxes. Actually, she wants to decrease taxes for 100 million Americans. Danielle, thank you for the $20 for obliterating Charlie Kirk and educating the masses. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Danielle. Thank you so much. Anna, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much.
Wait. Damn, I'm getting roasted in the comments. So I mean, that unrealized capital gains tax, I'm pretty sure that just kind of prevents people from it hurts their chances of becoming a homeowner. And I think that, all people should at least have an opportunity to become homeowners. I know that African American.
Yeah, the $25,000 tax credit for.
Well, under Trump, his administration, African American home ownership increased from like 41% to 46%.
What policy did Trump influence to get passed to cause that?
It doesn't matter, dude. It
does.
It happened.
It
now.
does. It does. So, for example, right, if it is the case that we have higher real GDP, we have the highest GDP we've ever had. Is that because of Biden?
What? Say that again.
We have the highest GDP we've ever had. Is that because of Biden?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, that's all
He
Biden.
was in office for the last 4 years.
So it's all Biden. Okay, so everything that happens under the administration caused by them. I met my girlfriend, Biden. Thank you so much.
No, I'm not saying
Biden, I really appreciate that, Biden. And Trump, thank you for the 14.8% unemployment. That really helped out our economy, basically almost go into a recession. The most since the Great Depression? Yeah, that was great. The 14.8%
Wait, you're saying that under Trump? You're saying
Incredible. Thank you, Trump.
You're saying that under Trump, unemployment was at
skyrocketed to 14.8%.
Dude, what are you talking about? What are your sources here?
The Bureau of Labor Statistics and the St. Louis Federal Reserve.
Okay, well, maybe you should check out the National Archives, man, because, I mean, under Trump, I mean, unemployment was at 3.5%.
Yeah, that was before COVID. Okay, and after
Okay,
COVID
and
happened,
after COVID, Joe Biden got elected.
No, so under his administration it was 14.8%. Actually, Biden inherited the economy at 6% and brought it down to 3.4% according to your worldview. Brought it down. So Trump didn't have the lowest unemployment in the past 50 years. That was Biden. Thanks, Biden, for the 3.4% unemployment.
How can you thank Biden for that?
Oh, there you go. Oh my God. What? It's almost like just because it happened under the administration doesn't mean it's caused by them. Oh my God. What? What? You ran right into my point, bro.
Well, I don't know, man. I think you got your facts all mixed up here.
What do I have my facts mixed up on?
Unemployment now is at an all-time high. Especially
Are you trolling?
American.
Are you
No,
trolling?
absolutely not. Under Trump, it was 3.5%.
It is not an all-time high. You think it's higher than the Great Depression?
No, not an all-time high, but it's considerably higher than it was under Trump.
We have 4 point. Actually, no, it's lower right now than it was when Biden came into office.
Okay.
And it's only 4.1% right now because of the influence and the increase in interest rates from the Federal Reserve to lower the impact of inflation.
Well, maybe we can agree to disagree on that subject because I don't know. I've done my research.
Agree to disagree
on
on
that
what?
as well.
Like I don't. Why are we agreeing to disagreeing? This is facts.
I'm telling you that unemployment was at an all-time low, and then in the last.
No, it wasn't. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Okay. So that's a lie.
Yeah, you want me to tell you why it's a lie?
So,
you want me to tell you why it's a lie?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the unemployment rate has been lower under the what's called the Trump under the Biden administration compared to the Trump administration, and we've even hit 2.6 in 2.5 in 1953. Okay, so that is 2.5 is lower than what 3.5 is, right? And also we had 3.5 in 1969.
Okay, for all these people saying, "What are my sources?" in the comments, it's nationalarchives.gov. That's just one of them. If you're getting your info from anywhere else, they're lying to you.
No, that's totally false. The Bureau of Labor Statistics is not lying to you.
Okay, so
what National Archives are you referencing? I don't even know what the fuck the National Archives is. I have a degree in economics. Tell me what the National Archives are.
That's good, man. Good. Congrats.
What are the National Archives?
So, did you hear that?
Jason, what are the National Archives? Tell me. I have no clue.
Dude, I don't know, man. I'm a sport
You don't
man.
know? Well, then why are you sourcing something you don't know?
It's a website. I mean, what do you mean?
Okay, how do I find the National Archives? I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Nationalarchives.gov. Look it up.
Nationalarchives.gov. And where does it tell us the unemployment?
You got to go. I don't know how I found it.
Archives. Search archives. Unemployment.
Search Trump administration. I guess this
National Archives statement on the unemployment rate. This is from 1982. Dude, none of this has any of the data from today. You look up unemployment rate, that doesn't come up.
Dude, I'm looking at it right now.
I'm looking at the National Archives right now. Nothing comes up in the modern era. Nothing.
Okay, look
this
up.
This is National
Trump.
Archives of the past.
Look up Trump. No. The page I was looking at is as of January of 2021. Look up Trump.
Dude,
White
just
House.
go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Go to the Fred, St. Louis Federal Reserve. Look that up. Or you can go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
I'm
look
curious.
up BLS.
I'm curious. I'm not trying to troll or anything.
Look up BLS unemployment rate.
BLS unemployment.
It's actually 4.2% now.
I've never been on anything like. I'm really just. I'm open. I'm open to learning more. I mean, I'm not like a super like heavy MAGA guy, but I grew up in a right-wing household.
Gloriani, thank you for the $2. I did too. I grew up in a conservative Christian household.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Bureau of Labor Statistics?
Yeah.
Okay.
BLS.
Civilian unemployment rate.
Yep. You see it was 3.4% in April 2023? Or June 2023? January, sorry, my bad.
January?
Yeah, in January 2023 and in April 2023, it hit 3.4%.
So in April of 2020, it was at 14.8. Why is that?
COVID.
Oh, that makes
But just because it happened under the administration doesn't mean it's caused by them. That's why I was using that example in particular.
Sure.
It's because it's clear that it wasn't caused by Trump, and it was caused by the pandemic. Yet it happened under the administration.
Makes sense. Well, I mean, sure. So unemployment was at an all-time high, or I guess. Do you think 14.8?
Val, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. No, it's not. Val, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It was higher during the Great Depression. It was near 25%.
So why was it so low?
This actually was the most since the Great Depression, though. So
why was it so low under the Trump administration before COVID hit?
It was a trend from the economy prior.
So he got elected in 2016.
2017, he went into office at 4.7%, and it was on a downward trend. The peak it was in 2009 at 9.9%, and it was going on a trend down. By 2013, it was 7.2%. By 2015, it was 5%. By 2016, right before he came into office, it was 4.7%. He took office 4.7%, and it steadily went down.
Well, as of
Biden came into office at 6.4% in January 2021, and it steadied down until 3.4% twice.
Well, as of January 2023, it seems that unemployment's on a bit of an upward trend here.
For when?
January 2023, it was at 3.4%.
Yeah. I told you about this. It went up to 4.2% because of the Federal Reserve influencing the increase in interest rates because of inflation. So there was global inflation in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. And because of that inflation, the Federal Reserve specifically influences the increase of interest rates to decrease aggregate demand, to reduce as much spending in the economy, to reduce consumer spending, insofar as that it's going to reduce the increase in the prices. So they were purposefully causing unemployment.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Red Steak, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
And Jamie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I was told that. So lower interest rates are obviously good. Aren't you?
Depends on the scenario, right? Like higher interest rates are good when we have high inflation, right? But if we have low inflation, well then lower interest rates is pretty good.
Okay. So what about the southern border? That's kind of also something I wanted to talk about, because I'm not like super educated, obviously, on all of these other numbers. So I feel like I'm just making myself look dumb.
No, bro, don't worry about. Dude, most people here are just like, oh, he's actually like open-minded. He's like actually like listening. You know what I mean? Like, dude, people aren't thinking that. People are thinking, oh, he's like trying to learn. He's open-minded.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I just watched that Charlie Kirk thing with you, and I looked you up, and I mean, honestly, dude, I mean, before I couldn't stand like any of your videos. I mean, I was like, you know, so convinced that, you know, it's just, I feel like everybody is just so far on opposite sides of the spectrum to where we just can't agree on anything. And like, you know, there's certain things that, you know, maybe the Biden administration, like I agree with, you know, I don't really know what that is yet. I'm going to have to look into it, but like, and there's certain things that maybe under the Trump administration I agree with. But like, you know, I think at the end of the day, you know, we all just got to kind of find a happy medium here and just try to find some sort of common ground.
And, and did you know that Kamala Harris wants to do that, whereas Donald Trump doesn't? Donald Trump, he blocked the border bill. He got people in Congress to not vote for the border bill because it would have been a Democrat win. And people always say, oh, it's because of the appropriations in the bill, the Ukraine, Taiwan, and Israel funding. Well, the appropriations were split from the border bill. The border bill was solo and didn't get passed, and the appropriations bill did get passed. So it clearly wasn't about the appropriations. It was clearly about making Democrats look worse so we can use the border as an argument against them. Whereas the Democrats are advocating like, oh, we'll work on bipartisan legislation to do this, right? We'll give you funding for a border wall if you make it faster for people to get into this country. That's what they're advocating for. And that's why recently she was getting flack for supposedly supporting the border wall. It's not that she supports the border wall. It's that she's willing to agree upon that, compromise on that, in order to get legislation done. Well, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. She's also willing to put a Republican on her administration.
Okay.
Trump's not going to do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know it's definitely like it's a very long and hard process to come into the country legally. And, you know, I mean, in today's world, I mean, there's
it takes 5 to 7 years to go through the legal process. Pretty sure they handle thank you so much in 8 to 10 years to get through the asylum process. This border bill would have brought it down to less than a year.
So what about so right now, I mean, illegal immigration, I mean, I guess I'm citing Charlie Kirk here, but his stance on that is, I think 10 to 15,000 illegal immigrants are crossing the border like every day.
That's just not true right now. And it wasn't even true back then. There has been an over 50% reduction in the amount of people coming across the border since the recent Biden executive order, but it was not 10,000 people a day. It was
what executive order?
That was Biden's recent. Do you want me to like tell you the executive order name?
Yeah, if you know,
I can look it up. Biden.
I'm kind of just like taking some notes here because I mean, like
I can tell you articles that reference it, but I'll get you the exact executive order name.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. So you can look up. Guess how much border crossing numbers have plummeted since Biden put in a new executive order.
Okay.
That's like the one I'm typically referencing. But yes, here, let me get you the exact name of the executive order in terms of number. Does anyone in the chat know, by the way? You can tell me in the chat if you do know. Because I have to find the number. But it's widely reported on.
So this was for reducing illegal immigration.
Immigration in general, yeah.
Just in general, okay.
Yeah, because of the asylum process. The main issue was the asylum process. So they were limiting how many people can go through that. So they restricted how many migrants can cross the border. Do you see it at least? Because I'm not seeing the number right off the bat.
I'm seeing something. The Illinois News.
Yeah, chat. I'm not talking about the HR2. I'm talking about the executive order.
I can't find the name, but it said it.
Yeah, but like it's heavily reported on. So
I see it. It says that it would shield approximately 50,000 undocumented, or is that 500,000? 500,000 undocumented.
It's 2,500 a day. That's what it is.
Yeah. So, all right. I guess we have some sort of clarity there.
You can go to the Federal Register and look up Joe Biden executive orders, Federal Register, and it will come up as the first thing. And then you can just go to like the most recent ones. I'll try to find it real quick. What was the day it was what? It
was around like late June to early July, maybe.
Okay, here. I'm trying to find it real quick. It was, yeah, so it must be there. So yeah, I would just look around those dates and you should be able to find it.
Yeah.
On the executive actions.
All right, dude. Well, I thought you were gonna.
June 17, people are saying.
Well, thanks for having me on.
All right, I appreciate you coming up.
Definitely got to do some research before election day.
All right, appreciate you coming up.
Thanks, man. See ya.
See ya. All right, everyone, we got like 15 or so minutes on the live. Everyone, a little bit more than 15 minutes. We got like one more conversation today. Let's try to get to, actually, we'll go 20 more minutes, everyone. 20 more minutes, so we can get to 5 hours on this live. But yeah, do tap that screen. Let's run it to 2 million likes before we do end the live, everyone, today. If you like my content, follow me. If you have not already, go to my main account, watch the Charlie Kirk debate video that I just posted. And if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. But yeah, go check out that Charlie Kirk video. You can even go on YouTube and post some, Bro Parker comments. The comment section on YouTube hates me because I gave Charlie Kirk like the exact same like energy he always gives to everyone else. Yo, what's up? How do you? Like the comments hate me. And there's not even like one critique of like me in terms of like the arguments. It's all just that I was interrupting. It's all just I was interrupting. So I've never heard like an actual like argument on terms of like, oh, what you were saying here was wrong. Kristen, thank you for the $40 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kristen. Can we get some W's for Kristen in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $40 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kristen. Thank you. That's incredible. Thank you so much, Kristen. Let's get some W's for Kristen in the comment section. He cooked you, dude. I gotta find this person and I gotta try and invite them.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26.
Are you voting for Trump?
I'm kind of just undecided. I just want to hop on and see like where you're, like why you're going for Harris.
Yeah, so she's not a 34-count felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier who tried to overthrow the government by trying to get his vice president to not certify the election results and sending false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, whereas Kamala Harris advocated for a bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act to bring back American manufacturing jobs, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for seniors, and then the PACT Act, which expanded veterans' access to health care to 1 million veterans who are exposed to burn pits abroad and toxic substances.
Dang, you went kind of quick there, man. So do you have anything like? Obviously, Trump is a polarizing figure. Like, is it just solely kind of his stances on different policies that?
Yeah, he's a terrible person. I mean, being held civilly liable for sexual abuse is enough not to vote for him. Trying to overthrow the government is enough not to vote for him. Right, the unrepenting racist history is enough of a reason to do that. The misogynistic history, unrepenting, also.
Can you so because I've heard that tossed around that he's racist. Is there like a specific,
Yes.
I guess, instance?
Yes, I got you.
Yeah.
Appreciate the boxing up. Thank you so much. It's actually really extensive. So in 1973, he wouldn't rent to black people. The DOJ specifically had a settlement with him where they specifically had to input in advertisements that they would rent to black people because they were caught not renting to black people. They would actually mark applications with the letter C to indicate non-white individuals, right? To stand for a person of color, but like in the more like non-PC version of that term, to indicate people who are non-white. To not rent to them. There was actually a test subject, someone who was white and someone who was black, that went there specifically with the same credentials, everything. The person who was white, they were told there were openings. The person who was black, they were told there were no openings. So that's why, and also that was specifically from like the person there who was working there. They indicated it was orders from the boss. So that was indicated in the DOJ report. Not only that, but it is the case that in the early for the Central Park Five, there were 5 young Black and Latino individuals that he specifically said should have been executed, right? Even though they were exonerated of the crimes based upon DNA evidence. So he never apologized for that, never went back on that, still believes it to this day, even though they've been exonerated on DNA evidence. Thank you for the coffee. Thank you so much. He also popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama, because he was black, was born in Kenya, when we actually have a birth certificate of him born in the United States. And then we also have him recently saying that Kamala Harris turned black, indicating that she wasn't black prior. Those are just a few examples.
Okay. Understood. Now, in terms of, because I know another big one is, of course, the border, right, and just the stances on both ends. I think you just spoke on it briefly, but so Trump's kind of what's Trump's game plan in terms of that? And forgive me, I'm not too like privy as to like the finer details. I just kind of know that like obviously Trump doesn't want any immigrants coming in. Kind of, is it at all, or is it where is he at as far as that goes?
So Trump wants like a mass deportation campaign, which means that he wants to get rid of all the people who are here in the country, like undocumented, like every single one. Like that's his kind of view, and he would do like this probably through like probably non-justifiable means. Like we'd probably say that like the way that he wants to get people out of the country, we probably wouldn't agree with. Like for example, like for DACA, right? DACA recipients who are dreamers, a part of that bill, like he wants to get those people out of the country, right? Yet they've lived here their entire lives. They were brought here as children.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, on the flip side, though, I do, you know, the influx of like immigrants that we do get, the illegal, like I know there's it has to do with a lot with kind of the criminals that come in, right? I mean, on that part, what is there a solution that Kamala has proposed, or like what I guess what how is she going about that? Because I'm all for obviously like people that are here with the intention of getting good jobs and, you know, having some kind of stable future here. But like there is also, you know, when we open the floodgates like that, like.
Let me give you an example. She was advocating for the border bill that was just recently put up in Congress, which was actually written by a Trump-endorsed Republican. But Trump called people in Congress to not vote for the bill. Right? So he undermined the bill, right? Because he didn't want Democrats to look good. They say it's because of the appropriations, but they split up the bill. There was the appropriations, and then there was also the solo border bill. The solo border bill didn't pass. The appropriations did. The appropriations being the Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan funding.
Okay. All right, man. I don't want to take up. I was more so honestly. I just saw a clip and then I joined the live and then I just hit request and then I just kind of wanted to get.
Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, man.
All right, I appreciate it. All right, let me get to this next person. By the way, if you do want to watch the Charlie Kirk debate, make sure to go to the link in my bio. Literally, the top link is directly to the YouTube video. Not only that, but it is the case that you can go and watch in the repost. Go to my repost on this account. You'll be able to see it, and you can go to the bio and click on my main account. So go follow me there. Go check out the video. We got like one more person today, everyone. We got 12 minutes left on the live, everyone. 12 minutes left on the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 42.
Are you voting Trump?
No, definitely not.
Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. You got voted off, Parker Lamau? Yeah, I know. They voted off everyone. They voted off Dean, and Dean was cooking. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Literally, almost every single person that has said in the comment section that Charlie Kirk won, I have invited, and none of them have joined, by the way. None of them have joined. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Oh, sorry. No, I'm not voting for Trump.
Based. All right. Let's try to get this next individual up here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, Jonathan, what did Charlie win on?
What?
What point did Charlie win on?
Yeah, so when you were talking to...
That's what I thought. That's what I thought, buddy. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. They can't mention how he won because they don't know. You know what's up, how do you? Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I'm not going to add anyone saying Charlie won in the comment section because you guys are spamming it just to get me to add you up, by the way. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
4-7 to attract and trap flying insects forever.
All right, let's get this next person up. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. That's the best place to support me, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All I've heard is I interrupted him, but like that's literally he was interrupting everyone. So I don't know why that was only applied to me. Who actually won though? I smoked him. It wasn't even close. He literally didn't beat me on a single point. So it was like it was actually kind of sad. Like I expected a lot more, to be totally honest. But yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 40.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
It's looking that way.
Why so?
Well, what do you say to people who say that life just seemed a lot easier under Trump than it does versus Biden?
Like, what do I say to that?
Yeah, what do you say to that?
Correlation doesn't equal causation. Just because it was associated with the presidency doesn't mean it was caused by them. And real median wages are up right now, according to 2019. If you look at quarter 4 of 2019, they're up now comparative to then. Not only that, but it is the case that sorry, my brain. Not only that, but it is the case that real GDP is also up. Now, we saw a stagnation of wages around for like the past 2 years as it relates to real wages, and we've seen a slight increase as of recently, which got us over that point. So that means that we were seeing real wages increase, or real GDP increase, but real median wages were not, which means that trickle down was not working. The money given to people who are in businesses and large corporations was not being passed down to the median worker.
No, I get that. All sounds real good, but it just seems like, I mean, I'm a landlord. I invested my hard-earned money, and it just seems like under Trump, supplies were a lot cheaper. I get COVID. I understand that. I'm pretty reasonable. Like, I'm pretty rational conservative. I'm not like, MAGA, I'm trying not to go that route. It just, for me, when you boil it down, you make it really super simple. It just seems like life was a lot easier. Supplies were a lot cheaper.
Yeah, you could say things were cheaper, but there was global.
There wasn't like an imploding housing crisis. I own like 3 homes, and I have to sell one because it's just like, this just doesn't work anymore,
Yeah, but like what you're not understanding is that again, inflation wasn't caused by the Biden-Harris administration, and it is the case that housing prices going up would have happened regardless of the presidency. Okay, so like I don't see why it was specifically caused by the presidents.
Well, it just seemed like at least to me, it just seemed like overnight, things just got it just got really expensive, and I get it. I get the COVID, I get the supply chain, I understand all that. But for the really simple voters out there who just go based off of like, my life was easier under Trump, therefore I'm going to vote for Trump,
Well, then
like
also they would say that
you're going to have people like that though,
Yeah. Was life easy at the end of COVID? Like at the end of his administration in COVID? No, it wasn't easy. It was pretty hard then for a lot of people. There was high unemployment, right? It was hard for people to get jobs. It was hard for people to get money. People couldn't really go out. There was a massive pandemic. Hundreds of thousands of people were dying. Right. Yeah. So it's like, obviously what we're doing there is that we're cutting off the last year of Trump's administration. Right. But we don't cut off COVID for Biden. We don't cut off the impact of global inflation.
I don't know. I know you like Biden. First of all, I've watched you for a long time. Like, this is my first time calling in. Like, I love listening to you. You provide a really good, stable viewpoint. And I appreciate a lot of your points. You're highly educated. You know what you're talking about. First of all, I just want to say I appreciate that. But it's just, to me, it's just, I don't know. I just keep coming back to like, things just seemed a lot easier. And I don't know how to reconcile that. Like, I'm educated. I have a bachelor's degree. I have a full-time job. I have money in the bank. And it just...
Oh, you cut out. Hello?
I don't think I can afford another 4 years of Democrat rule.
Okay. So I don't see how the Democrats caused this.
I don't say they cause it. It just seems like they do, and that's what like you're going to get voters that are going to vote like that. The people that are they're working in the mills, the blue collar workers. I know Kamala is pro union and all that good stuff, but you're probably going to get voters that are just going to vote like that. Like, was my life easier? Yes, and then that's it, right? So the other question I had, you seem to. I know you like to spout off everything you like about Kamala. Is there anything that you don't like about Kamala? Like, it seems like from watching and Tommy,
she funds Israel.
It seems like it's just like, really one-sided. Like, the Democrats are awesome. There's nothing wrong with them. You should vote for them.
I've been very clear. I have huge disagreements with them. I do not like that they support Israel.
Okay. What else?
I think that the Democratic Party concedes to Republicans on a lot of things that are unnecessary. Like, for example, I think that they might even go a little too far on the border in terms of accepting conservative legislation as it relates to the border. I think that they don't do enough in terms of healthcare. I think that they need to press a lot more on healthcare, expanding it, to everyone. I think the ACA does not cover enough and at cheap enough costs. I believe in universal healthcare. I think no one in this country should be homeless. No one in this country who is a child should have to live in poverty. No one in this country should have to live in poverty, in my view. But that's my worldview. Okay.
I agree on that.
And all those things are not upheld by the Democratic Party. Are they way better with the Democratic Party? Absolutely. But are they all upheld by the Democratic Party? No. And that's not it, by the way. There's also like childcare. There's also broader environmental regulations that should exist to be able to benefit our environment and to invest in renewable energy. But again, we're way closer to that with the Biden-Harris administration. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Now the Harris-Wallace administration comparative to the Trump-Vance administration.
Well, if you ask me, I think the whole thing is a house of cards, and it's probably going to implode on itself in the next 2 or 3 election cycles. But I try to give the left-right paradigm a little bit of validity. But every 4 years, it just seems like we all get played, and the rich get richer.
We need more parties. I totally agree with you. We need more parties. We need more corporate accountability. And the one advocating for more corporate accountability is Harris. It's not Trump. Trump, actively speaking, helps the corporations. His tax policy broadly helps the corporations. He's gone to fossil fuel execs and said, if you give me $1 billion in funding for my campaign, I'll give you $110 billion in tax cuts. So
no, I know Trump. I know Trump's a dirtbag. I get that. I trust me. I understand. I mean, my grandpa. You can believe me or not, but my grandpa was. He was the world's largest private retirement home builder and owner, and he actually knew Trump. And my grandpa was a really big deal. Anyway, long story short, I get Trump is a billionaire dirtbag, and he's just like the rest of them. I get that, but it just when you boil it all down to it, it just seems like life was just a little bit easier. And I just worry that your common voter is just going to think about that come election time.
But yeah, I do think common voters do think that. And I totally get that. I know why the common voters think that, because they don't have a lot of time to look into politics. And because that's kind of like what people expect. And I get it. I used to look at it the same way. And also, all the politicians talk about is correlation causation fallacies. They say,
but you have
this amount of jobs was created under our administration. Well, that wasn't necessarily caused by your administration. You have to tell the policy that caused that, right?
Yeah.
So I think they need to talk more about policy and what the impact of the policy is, rather than just saying this happened under my administration.
Yeah, no, I get it. I totally get it, dude. And yeah, man, I love listening to you. I'm of course I'm on the other side of the fence, but like I said, I'm pretty rational. I try to look at both sides, and you're a really good way to look at both sides. I appreciate your commentary, and
thank you so much.
Thank you for going easy on me.
I appreciate you coming up.
Have a great night.
All right, everyone. I do have to get off right now. I do appreciate everyone. Do tap, not tap that screen. Do follow me here if you haven't already. Go to my repost and watch the video that I just posted, everyone. Also, everyone, go make sure to check out on my go like the comments and stuff. Go check out the YouTube video. Watch the whole video. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone, and peace out, y'all. Love y'all so much. Is there someone live right now I can raid, everyone? Jordan, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Jordan. I really appreciate that. Is there someone who I can raid, y'all? All right. Let's check. Chris, everyone go to Chris's live right now. Look up Chris D. Mowry. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. Chris D. Mowry. Thank you for the hanging lights. Thank you so much. Appreciate everyone. Have a great night, y'all.